230/ line, at least in the United States, refracted attention back to the belts and pockets of land where pioneering was still possible. These regions were more, not less, important, Bowman insisted, because economic development was again necessarily internal vis-a-vis an otherwise closed world geography of economic expansion. Bowman's corollary to Turner, that large pockets of frontier living still remained, recognized in ways that few others expressed that the geographical pivot of history after the 1890s operated on regional as well as global scales. Karl Marx ended Volume 1 of Capital with an intriguing if widely misunderstood section on the colonies and colonial economics. His message was that social and economic relations that appeared complicated and obscure in the familiarity of daily life are often refracted in astonishing detail and accuracy from the colonial fringe. The truth of the metropole is seen in the mirror offered by the colonial margin. Marx, a socialist, urbanite, and Jew, was the antithesis of Bowman's heroic pioneer, but had the geographer read Marx, he might nonetheless have appreciated this role Marx gave to the margins of capitalist expansion. It was in the formative crucible of the frontier, after all, that, as Bowman recognized, pioneers make their own facts, or where, as he once said of white South African farmers on the rim of white settlement, the dreamers are the doers. 54 Bowman perfectly exemplified Marx's message. In the effort to disentangle himself from the anomaly of urban expansion simultaneous with intense pioneering, he explained economic expansion in naively voluntarist terms. There is the feeling that a growing enterprise is a healthy enterprise, he remarked in the Foreign Affairs article, apparently quite innocent of Marx's demonstration that capital accumulation is a sine qua non of capitalist survival. On the margins, by contrast, Bowman provided a precise description of primitive accumulation, the process by which surplus capital is created as a basis for the accumulation of capital. The context is pioneer development and the settlement of nomads in Mongolia. It is a combination of farmer and trader that has turned the trick, with government aiding and abiding. The farmer builds the permanent home, the trader widens the field of view. When the Mongol nomads become sufficiently indebted to the traders, the Chinese officials and the traders combine to negotiate for the sale of a part of the Mongol land, and this is at once thrown open to settlement. Bit by bit the edge of the grasslands is thus eroded away from the domain of the Mongols, who already have a deficiency of winter pasture, and whole herds, without shelter, are decimated. The process reminds us of the land bought from the American Indian. But the trader does this also. He /231 provides a direct incentive to the farmer to produce a little more than is required to keep his family from starvation. By this means there is created a surplus that enters the currents of trade owing between Old China and the pioneer zone of Inner Mongolia. 55. Bowman's pioneer research occupies an odd place in 20th century geography. It was energetically boosted but did not catch on. The issues of geographical review in the decade after 1925 were liberally sprinkled with articles by numerous authors about pioneer belts and frontier environments across the world, and the science of settlement had a recognizable eminence in Canada, but elsewhere it fizzled. 56. Turner and Sauer may have been correct, if for all the wrong reasons. Part of the project's failure may lie in Bowman's own personality. In the late 1920s he was giving an increasing number of public addresses, and he used these more and more as opportunities to expound on pioneering. They were well reported in the press. 57. Many were hastily written and often platitudinous. Men always strive to end away, he breezed, in one such address. As anthropologist Robert Riedel sensed, Bowman now came over as arrogant, a little pathetic, and hardly a good advertisement for the discipline. He strove without success to clarify precisely the originality and importance of the pioneer project. The response to his work sometimes mirrored this. Sent a copy of Pioneer Fringe, Rudyard Kipling was blasé, replying simply that the book provided testimony of the universal trek instinct of mankind. 58. Geographers could be excused a more personal alienation from Bowman on the issue of pioneering, at least those in Ypsilanti on the evening of December 31, 1931, on hand to hear him deliver his presidential address to the AAG. Pioneering was the subject. Amply laden with slides, he began at 9 o'clock and droned on and on. When midnight arrived, he paused to wish the audience a happy new year, then continued lecturing. 59 The cliched banality of much of his language contrasted sharply with the enthusiasm with which he carried out the research. The ELD work especially set him on re. 60 The 1930 trip took him to Kansas and Nebraska and on to Bend, Oregon, where he spent a week reading through back issues of the local newspaper, the Bend Bulletin, in order to ascertain the region's settlement history. Even the ubiquitous and unavoidable evidence of a lack of community spirit in Jordan Country, Montana, did nothing to ameliorate his idolatry for pioneering. 61 On a second trip 2 summers later, he witnessed the onset of what would become the Dust Bowl. He carried out widespread interviews on the pattern of community settlement in Colorado, Nevada, and Utah, and then struck north for the Peace River country of 232/ British Columbia, where one of the most lively pioneer farming experiments in Canadian history was well underway. In the intervening year, following a trip to the International Geographical Congress in Paris, he was scheduled to travel to Moscow and on to Manchuria, but the increasingly grave financial predicament of the AGS 2 years after the stock market crash, in combination with the eruption of the Sino-Japanese War, forced him to turn back at Berlin. 62 Bowman's romance with the frontier was in part just that. His concern with pioneering and the geography of the frontier represented the purest practical expression of an agrarian idealism instilled in him from the earliest years. The pioneer fringe is dedicated to the memory of his mother and father, who both died in the early 1920s. By the 1930s, the pioneering belts of the world may have been shrinking, but they were also places of hope, antidotes to crisis, in Bowman's eyes. The pioneer settlement research helped buoy him through the Great Depression despite loss of his life savings, as much as $76,000 invested, ironically, in failed farm mortgages, and the frustration of his research dreams for the AGS. Although no enthusiast for the New Deal, Bowman seemed to understand that a restructured geography of internal affairs might lead a domestic economic revival. 63 One might argue that the Depression after 1929 reaffirmed Bowman's conclusion that physiographic regions were supplanted by economic regionalization, but rather than highlighting the importance of frontier settlement, the depth of economic crisis actually crowded out any concern with pioneering. In the United States, the Depression and the Dust Bowl killed any easy optimism girding the frontier hypothesis, and while New Deal programs designed to offset the socio-ecological effects of depression, such as the Civil Conservation Corps, fully recognized the quickening of issues of pioneer settlement rather than their disappearance, technological and financial restructuring on the farms after World War II prevented this from translating into a long-term focus on pioneering lands. The environmental realities that Bowman thought guaranteed the pioneer lands a prominent place in history were fundamentally altered by technology and capital. And yet Bowman was excited all over again in 1942 that no subject is more hot than modern pioneering, and it will be hotter still at the close of the war. 64 War brought his Council on Foreign Relations and pioneering agendas together. As if to affirm his internationalist instincts, his pioneering work had caught Franklin Roosevelt's eye and was applied to the task of wartime and post-war refugee resettlement. Bowman had adroitly discerned a crucial practical dilemma that few others saw so sharply, and al. 233. Though unable to foment a science of settlement, he nonetheless found himself in the State Department, energetically applying what he had learned along the way. Historian William Appleman Williams has argued that the Cold War put an end to the Turnerian frontier as an effective map for a global U.S. empire. 65 The Cold War certainly withdrew large parts of the world from global ambition, but the obsolescence of the Turner thesis is more complicated than this simple appeal to post-war binary geographies. A better explanation may come in terms of Bowman's own vision, Bowman's corollary to Turnerian expansion, that internal regional expansion on the pioneering fringe remained a necessity, that the internationalization of pioneering involved a reactive effect in domestic space was written largely in terms of settlement. In the 1930s, Bowman believed that it was settlement that would induce economic development. But by the 1940s, although questions of resettlement certainly loomed large after World War II, settlement no longer deemed a central dynamic of economic development. The centrality of territory per se was significantly diminished. The exemption of most of Asia and Eastern Europe, the Soviet bloc and China from capital investment was not irrelevant to the fate of capitalist economic expansion after World War II, but it simply was not as pivotal an issue as it would have been half a century earlier. The international capitalist system reconstructed in the ashes of that war, from Bretton Woods and the World Bank to the United Nations, implied a much more directly economic approach to development. Close economic calculations, Bowman eventually recognized, take the place of risk. Thus, independently of the Cold War, the geography of economic expansion and the importance of geography per se were transformed. Tropical development and the winning of pioneer belts to civilization, as Bowman put it, were certainly on the post-war agenda, but are st and foremost as economic, not territorial, issues. 66 As the model of development was fundamentally reconstructed, the very language of winning marginal land to civilization passed irrevocably into history. The Bowman corollary and the geography of internal affairs provided a bridge between old and new. 234 The idea of the modern university dates to the German idealists, especially to Kant. The university for Kant is devoted to reason, internally ordered by the logical division of knowledge into faculties and disciplines that express the conceptual divisions of the world, and the individual thinker is its central goer. Distanced from state ignorance, the Kantian university nonetheless responds to the state's need for specialists trained in diverse forms of statecraft and conversely depends on the state to protect and defend its autonomy. An awkward and potentially contradictory discrepancy therefore defines the core of the modern university at its inception. It is wholly separate from the state yet dependent on the state and implicated in its mission. This dialectic that Kant philosophized is easily recognizable in practice in the educational systems built in Europe and North America after the 18th century. For Wilhelm von Humboldt, whose University of Berlin is widely credited as the founding model of the modern university, the institution's purpose could be understood less in terms of reason than as the hearth of a national culture, but this understanding accentuates rather than resolves the contradiction of the university vis-a-vis the state. 1. The pursuit of modern science and the growth of modern universities have embodied precisely this contradiction. However they rationalized it, universities have had no choice but to negotiate some kind of relationship with the state. While continuing to proclaim autonomy from the state, they have been integral to the project of nation building. The knowledge such institutions. 9. The Kantian University. Science and nation building at Johns Hopkins. Produce and reproduce contributes variously to economic expansion, the making and transformation of national cultures, provision of national leaders and managers, and generation of technologies and ideologies of social reproduction and control. Hence, the strictly modern cliché that the higher purpose of science and the university is social and or national progress. If Isaiah Bowman's research on remnant frontiers and modern pioneering represented one creative alternative to 1920s and 1930s isolationist ideologies, his involvement in national science and education provided another avenue into the geography and politics of internal affairs. Like his pioneer research, his work in science and education was not a direct expression of the ambition for an American globalism, but it was intimately connected with that ambition and integral to it. The empire at home had its own architecture, and to the extent that this domestic empire was disordered, the United States could hardly expect to command an ordered globalism abroad. Science was simultaneously vital to this domestic construction and emblematic of its results. Science was a new frontier, as Bowman was fond of saying, and he meant this concretely as much as metaphorically. It led many of the social and economic lacunae left by the circumscription of the western frontier. Building various scientific institutions and presiding over Johns Hopkins University in the 1930s and 1940s, He continually confronted the contradiction emanating from Kant between state and university, state and science, all the more so that Johns Hopkins, where he moved in 1935, was established on Humboldt's Berlin model. Bowman, in fact, became a pure expression of the Kantian contradiction. Failures of New Deal science, the saga of the Science Advisory Board. Bowman had confronted the paradox of an autonomous yet useful science before, for example, when he volunteered the American Geographical Society for military intelligence purposes in Latin America, but even before he took a position at Johns Hopkins, he came face to face with the dilemma while working for the nation's science establishment in Washington, D.C. He had risen through the ranks of the National Research Council and in 1930 was the RST geographer since his mentor, W. M. Davis, to be elected to the National Academy of Sciences. 3 years later he was tapped by Academy leaders to chair the NRC, the second most powerful job in U.S. science after the presidency of the Academy, and he began splitting his time between Washington and the nationally strapped AGS in New York. You can create a new epoch in the relations of scientific men to government. 236. The physicist and Nobel laureate Robert Millikan solicited Bowman. I do not know of anyone else at present who is in the key position to do it. 2. The obstacles he faced were huge. The institutional structure of science was archaic, university science remained highly individualistic with meager funding, most of it from private foundations, and modern science was being pioneered by industrial laboratories that could weave scientific talent with economic interest much more directly than the universities could. There was very little governmental sponsorship of science. The Department of Agriculture marked a significant exception and no coordinated national science agenda whatsoever. The Great Depression was in full gear and science, widely praised for its contribution to 1920s prosperity, was now publicly implicated in the misery and mass unemployment that lay everywhere. The National Academy's impotence in the face of the Depression was stark, and science budgets everywhere were being slashed. The intimate connections between industry and the military, between government and the universities, that would so perplex President Eisenhower only 2 decades later were barely imaginable in the disjoint voluntarism of 1930s science. 3. The NRC had been formed in an earlier period of science activism when the distinguished California astrophysicist and NAS leader George Ellery Hale convinced Woodrow Wilson to mobilize the Academy in preparation for World War I. War should mean research, Hale maintained, and Wilson agreed. Hale and Millikan were impeccably conservative, Hale apparently believing that aristocracy and patronage are favorable to science, but in seeking a more activist relationship between science and government, they felt themselves bowing to the inevitable, and the 1933 inauguration of Franklin Roosevelt offered an opportunity. The appointment of a geographer to the NRC chairmanship was unprecedented for an academy, dominated by physicists, chemists, and engineers, but the fact that Bowman was a physical scientist who could talk across the divide to social scientists was part of his appeal as the FDR administration loaded itself up with social scientists. Some academy stalwarts were distinctly nervous about the appointment of a man so closely connected to Woodrow Wilson, but Bowman was every bit an elitist about science. He merely added an updated utilitarianism. Science has owered, he argued, because of its obvious social use, offering his own version of the modern cliché linking science and social progress. If you want your society to improve and advance, then support the scholar. Future research would depend on far more systematic connections between discovery and use than we have cared to advocate in the past, he thought, but the uses are so urgent that this should give no cause for fear. 5/237. Bowman was much more comfortable with this pragmatism than Hale or Millikan. The latter tried to resolve the contradiction between state and science by digging a deep moat between the two and heavily guarding the drawbridge over to government, whereas Bowman allowed a much looser engagement. In true liberal spirit, he distinguished between the ideal of pure science and the messy realities necessitated by science's relationship to government, thus giving himself a wide eld of maneuver. This was the antimony of real and ideal that matured with Wilson in Paris and became a critical conceptual hinge of Bowman's philosophical liberalism. 6. And he saw no necessary contradiction between the pursuit of scientific universalism and the specific national interest. Even Millikan, a devout scientific internationalist who believed that science could prevent war and avert many social problems, was adamant that science should be supported as a vehicle of economic nationalism. The science elite of the day, although scientific internationalists, were also scientific nationalists. 7. Bowman's concern with science was therefore not divorced from his international and foreign policy visions. Contrary to Hale's whiff of aristocracy, Bowman insisted on a homology between science and democracy. In fact, modern science, especially the experimental method, is the nemesis of authority. Scientific method, within the social eld as well as the natural eld, is the foundation of the most liberal philosophy which the world has ever known. Its elements are freedom, experiment, self-criticism, revision, and rationality. Instead of storming the citadel of truth, scientific method calls for time-consuming siege methods of experimentation. An experimental habit of mind does not permit the uncritical adoption of simple utopian schemes or of dogmas about the physical world and social life, or of authoritarian utterances. 8. Science here is the intellectual face of democracy, much as democracy is the political face of scientific method. This ideal coincidence of science and democracy should take place at some remove from government, Bowman insisted, and he excoriated scientists who yield to pressure from on high and shape a policy that will suit an administration. They are degrading their science. 9. The main difference between Bowman and the old guard, therefore, was that in breaking with the strictly privatist mold of scientific sponsorship, he understood the pragmatic necessity of sleeping with the enemy, was not intimidated by the prospect, indeed relished it, and was convinced he could prevail with the purity of his science intact. 238. As at the Council on Foreign Relations, Bowman was delighted to be able to play the role of establishment revolutionary at the National Research Council. He found the organization bureaucratic, bloated, and generally adrift, having apparently replicated the institutional sclerosis it was originally meant to combat. 10. His major initiative was to propose the Science Advisory Board, which would mobilize science for governmental ends, systematically integrating scientific advice into government policy. What actually transpired was one of the most contentious and disruptive episodes in the history of the National Academy and U.S. science, at times farcical and tragic. It played out the fundamental threads of the contradiction between an autonomous science and a powerful state. Within 2 months of his appointment in June 1933, a highly resourceful Bowman enlisted Secretary of Agriculture Henry Wallace to convince FDR to sign an executive order establishing the Science Advisory Board under the authority of the Academy. What should have been a cause for celebration quickly turned into an imbroglio when it was discovered that Roosevelt, rushing to vacation, had already signed a premature version of the executive order that made SAB appointments presidential rather than Academy appointments. How the confusion occurred is a dramatic tale of missed telephone calls, tardy telegrams, crossed communications, and intrigue among Bowman, the White House, Secretary of Agriculture Henry Wallace, and Academy President W. W. Campbell. What it wrought was havoc. Campbell, an aging astronomer who summered in California, was furious at the illegal executive order, demanded its retraction, and fumed at this precedent for wholesale government intrusion into Academy matters. And indeed Roosevelt's executive order actually named the SAB members eminent scientists and industrialists headed by MIT president and physicist Carl Compton. Bowman tried to explain the confusion and mollify Campbell but worked under the suspicion of some older Academy members that he had pulled a fast one for the sake of expediency. 11. Campbell never exhausted himself trying to get the order rescinded or redrafted, pestering government officers from the Attorney General to Roosevelt himself, but he failed. He relented when the Academy agreed to appoint the Science Advisory Committee comprising the same personnel as the SAB, but this only created dual administration. The cost of establishing the SAB was an ongoing constitutional crisis between the Academy and the NRC, with both claiming authority over the SAB/SAC. Bowman's patience for the Academy president, whom he thought an old duffer, quickly wore thin. The struggle simmered and aired when Campbell B/239 came apoplectic about a new executive order continuing the SAB in 1934. Such was the atmosphere among the country's science leadership that Bowman at one point dictated a highly confidential letter to SAB Chair Compton and then cut the stenographic notes from his secretary's notebook. 12 Bowman and Compton eventually won the GHT when the FDR administration became more and more frustrated with Campbell, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. The SAB had some minor accomplishments, involving the Weather Bureau, the Bureau of Mines, and mapping and surveying, but it never came close to its ambitious plan for a science recovery program. The GHT in the Academy effectively killed it. The second executive order rubbed Campbell's nose in his own irrelevance, and his sabotage only intensified. Government departments gave the bickering scientists a wide berth, but Academy leaders, always skeptical of the New Deal and increasingly disaffected by the emphasis on economic planning and state intervention, began to speak out. Compton and Millikan publicly attacked these false priorities of New Deal planning over the interests of science, aligning themselves openly with the capitalist opposition to Roosevelt. The administration easily responded to the elite self-interestedness of natural scientists, far removed from the realities of depression suffering. Even Henry Wallace took aim at complacent after-dinner speeches by well-fed scientists. Compton rationalized the SAB's failure in a despondent letter to Bowman. No science advisory agency would really receive sympathetic support of the present administration. 13 Bowman's own anger was aimed squarely at Campbell. After 14 years in the wilderness of government affairs, Bowman pushed the Science Advisory Board as his brainchild and his ticket to a newfound influence, and an inordinate amount of his energy as NRC chair was taken up with fending off Campbell. Despite its potential, the board died quietly in 1935, and Bowman refused all implorations to remain as chair of the NRC. With an offer from Johns Hopkins beckoning, he was only too glad to go. Scientists killing off science was his own bitter judgment of the SAB's fate. Campbell he dismissed as a senile president, adding that he was protected by an academy that had become a mausoleum. 14 Whatever his own predilections, he was hardly wrong. Campbell did not rebound so well. He never overcame his bitterness and sank into despair. By the time he retired from the Academy in 1935, he was 73 years old, and the loss of sight in one eye was particularly tragic for a man whose astronomy had been everything to him. Never reconciled to the New Deal, with the sight in his other eye deteriorating along with his general health, he committed suicide in June 1938. 15. 240. Historian Daniel Kevels has said of SAB chair Carl Compton that he may have aspired to produce a disinterested, apolitical policy, but his program was irreducibly political. 16 The same applies to the whole history of the Science Advisory Board and to Bowman in particular. However grand his idealistic bluster about scientists not bending to the winds of political influence, he had spent 2 years in Washington doing little else but. Any ideals of independent science were dramatically contradicted by his daily agenda. He had no real defense to Campbell's aristocratic disavowal of government entanglement in favor of corporate patronage except the pragmatic response that it had to be done and their ideals would protect them in the clinches with a highly activist national state. The philosophical conundrum expressed in Kant's vision a century and a half earlier lost much of its subtlety in the rough and tumble of political application. Bowman would have had no patience for Kant's obscure dialectic, but it still broadly pertained. It would resurface even more intensely after World War II, when a closer mesh of science policy with the state was again proposed, with Bowman playing a central, if ironic, role. Liberal order and authority at Johns Hopkins. When Isaiah Bowman became the FTH president of Johns Hopkins University in 1935, comparisons were inevitably drawn with the university's RST president, Daniel Coit Gilman, also a Yale-trained geographer. With the bequest of plantation-born Maryland railroad magnate Johns Hopkins once described as a God-fearing, champagne-loving money grubber. 17 Gilman had established the university on the German model. In the late 19th century, a crusty classicism dominated East Coast colleges while a much more practical tradition prevailed inland, Yet everywhere the lack of emphasis on research meant that the United States badly trailed Europe in the training of scientists. Gilman set out to remedy this by building the RST graduate school in the country. He had traveled in Europe, attending lectures at the University of Berlin and elsewhere, and returned convinced of the need to attract the best minds to an avowedly elitist science. Since 1876 Gilman's university had set the standard in graduate education, but its prestige was slipping. Its Nanses were in crisis, an uncomfortable proportion of its scholars inbred, and time diagnosed a slow, humiliating decline into lackluster mediocrity, yet the school still boasted the highest number of PhDs awarded in the country. Even more than Gilman, the New York Times exuded, Bowman demonstrated a planetary consciousness, and his geographical education encouraged an understanding of the /241 physical and social ties among people and their interconnections with and dependencies on the earth. Bowman's unprecedented fundraising campaign catapulted him onto the front pages of Time. Bowman, he wants $10,750,000 for a ladder between earth and sky. 18 The New York Times was correct. If the goal was to preserve a liberal devotion to scholarly research while updating it for a new era, a better tea for the Hopkins could hardly have been imagined. Personally, Bowman was at his most liberal when he took the reins at Hopkins. Never other than a staunch opponent of the Soviet Union, he now allowed that the reasons for the revolution had at least to be taken seriously. He had tried but failed to liberalize the crusty science establishment, and although he was never a supporter of the New Deal, here too he accepted that vigorous government aid for farmers was necessary to combat the environmental disasters of the Depression. There was no contradiction between this liberalism and the fact that, like Gilman, he was a scientific elitist now presiding over the font of best science elitism. 19 Over and over in his new job he stressed that the highest product we are aiming at is men. The role of Hopkins was to attract the most gifted students and to instruct, cultivate, and incubate their ideas. Ideas are elemental and revolutionary forces, and scholars are idealists, because besides learning and curiosity they have hope and faith. 20 He bemoaned the lowering of standards he perceived in public universities, brought on by a misplaced appeal to democracy in education. Education was a privilege, not a right. Mincing no words with the Hopkins trustee who wanted to bring in more scholarship students, Bowman embraced science's participation in the nation-building project. I have no worry over the large middle group of men in training. Our responsibility at Hopkins is to see that the top group is maintained, for it is this group that supplies the drive that the country requires. 21 For some earlier proponents of best science elitism, such as Hopkins physicist Henry Rowland, any reference to the practicality of scientific results was anathema to pure science. Bowman, by contrast, believed that practicality was the very point of science. Pure scholarship, in an absolute sense, is unattainable, and applications now inevitably follow discovery, he argued. Science and industry had a vague relation in the past, whereas today their relation is intimate. Science has owered because of its obvious social use. 22 The graduate school was both the place where that research was fostered and the intellectual engine of the university. Bowman's 1939 pamphlet, The Graduate School in American Democracy, written for the U.S. Office of Education, gives a paradigmatic exposé. 242. Of this 20th-century liberal resolution of the Kantian contradiction. Social and economic life are increasingly underwritten by the results, assumptions, and possibilities of scientific research, and the graduate school enhances democracy and is enhanced by it. No coercive government tells researchers what to do or think, yet at the same time graduate schools inevitably develop their programs in relation to powerful social forces. If the scholar fuels democracy, democracy offers freedom to the scholar as long as he speaks the truth. The graduate school, he argued, is primary among the social gatekeepers of truth. 23 Precisely such freewheeling interpellation of science and politics was what scared the National Academy old guard, but at Hopkins Bowman could give it full rein. Alfred North Whitehead and others had begun to argue that a deliberate development of the arts, humanities, and philosophy may be necessary to guide scientific progress and temper its excesses, but for Bowman science was its own gatekeeper. He appreciated the arts, classics, history, and philosophy, to be sure, and found them a useful reservoir of idealist sentiment for dressing up his practical concerns, but his heart lay with science as the pinnacle of human intellectual achievement. And science was what Hopkins had been built on. 3 of its 4 previous presidents were scientists. This was precisely Johns Hopkins University's progressivism. It made a clean break from the sting hegemony of 18th-century classicism. One elitism was therefore replaced by another, and Bowman's homology of science and democracy was a precise expression of this liberal optimism. Bowman inherited a university with an accumulated deficit of nearly $1 million. He calculated that if he resolved this problem for the trustees he would earn himself a free hand in the university's affairs, and he set himself to fundraising. He refused an inauguration ceremony, embarked on a frenzied schedule of public addresses about the university's role in science, democracy, and international relations, and raised $500,000 in the RST 6 weeks. 24 His appeal to the powerful National Association of Manufacturers, representing small and medium-sized capitalist RMS in the United States, is unusually direct. The 2 prime sources of industrial energy, he lectured them, were trained men and new ideas, but they involved social costs. Manufacturers were now the biggest part in the social whole in unions and in wealth-creating enterprise, and so the responsibility for covering social costs must be mainly theirs. Adapting his SAB rationale to private industry, he observed that the best material investment in the United States is science in our universities. Its value to society is far ahead of that of any revenue-producing agency known to us. He took the punchline right to his audience, /243. The time has come for a clear definition, if not a thoroughgoing renovation, of the relations between industry and the universities with respect to research. Industry is not now paying for what it gets. The returns to our universities through industrial profits upon discoveries made in the laboratories of educational institutions are remote, accidental, and feeble under a policy that is demonstrably short-sighted. It may be industry's last chance to provide on its own initiative a broadly social underpinning to its prod policy. 25. One has to admire Bowman for such a direct, if uncharacteristic, challenge. Non-entrepreneurs might be forgiven for concluding they had invited a socialist to dinner. But there was nothing inconsistent in this appeal, nor did the tone of his challenge interfere at all with the class alliances he sought in his new position. He was soon appointed to the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond and later the Board of Directors of AT&T. 26 He fully understood that he had ascended into the professional echelons of the ruling class but was never entirely comfortable there, maintaining a discreet scorn for those among the moneyed classes for whom elitism was a hereditary rather than a scholarly assumption. He fell far short of his goal of $10.75 million, but he did erase the current account deficit in 2 years. 27 However, it came at a cost. The RST years at Hopkins were also years of sometimes intense conflict with faculty. Those who inhabited the Hopkins campus in the 1930s saw little glimmer of liberalism in the administration of the university. There was in fact precious little democracy at the country's original graduate school during his tenure. He was strikingly aloof, a starchy reactionary, recalls journalist Russell Baker of his undergraduate years there. Student relations with the top man were largely conned to the position of an audience, the student newspaper reported. Students, Bowman believed, were there to learn, and he was there to run the university, and there would be no confusion of these roles. On at least one occasion, with student protests threatening, he telephoned J. Edgar Hoover, requesting that the FBI investigate the source of student organization. 2 Agents duly appeared on campus. On other occasions he volunteered himself as an FBI informant. 28 The maintenance of national order apparently superseded the rights of free speech. His attitude toward the faculty was barely different, but there he knew he had to be more careful. 20 years earlier at the AGS he quickly read employees, and thereafter the staff was devoted to him, 1 part loyalty, 1 part intimidation. But Hopkins was different. Here, the faculty was used to thinking they ran the university, and the president's job was to carry out their agendas. All three presidents after Gilman had been AP. 244. Pointed from among the faculty. Bowman threw that mold away. After asserting control over a medical school accustomed to significant autonomy, 29 he aggressively cut costs on the main Homewood campus. He waded into the chemistry department, which he thought was of dubious quality, trimming the faculty and halved the number of graduate students. On another occasion, a young economist was interviewing for an associate professorship, and Bowman was so impressed that without consulting the department, he offered him a full professorship on the spot. Several faculty left as a result of Bowman's high-handedness. Knight Dunlap, the renowned psychologist, philosopher Arthur Lovejoy, who retired rather than endure Bowman, and French professor Gilbert Chinard. A well-known case involved James Franck, Nobel Prize-winning particle physicist. Franck considered Bowman anti-intellectual, anti-everything, and he decamped to the University of Chicago, where he played a role in the Manhattan Project. Echoing broad campus sentiment, a longtime Hopkins dean found Bowman a very arrogant man. 30. A very public case involved the young scholar Eric Goldman, who went on to become one of the most distinguished figures in 20th century U.S. history. A working-class native of Baltimore who stormed to a Hopkins Ph.D. in 1938 at only 22 years of age, Goldman should have graded Bowman's yen for scholarly elitism. The history department had been riding high on an extraordinary $1 million bequest from a retired professor who had invested early and often in Dow Chemical, and this allowed the department to hire several distinguished historians, including Goldman when he niched his Ph.D., Samuel Eliot Morison, who had worked with Bowman in Paris, and liberal patrician Charles Beard. Bowman, without ever meeting Goldman, brushed aside a unanimous department vote and refused his reappointment. A university-wide campaign on Goldman's behalf failed to dislodge Bowman, and the fallout damaged the department severely. An irate Beard stormed into Bowman's office, gave him a good telling off, then packed his bags for his Connecticut estate. 31. Bowman's scorn for the faculty was terse. They are unsophisticated persons, he told the president of Hopkins trustees, not infrequently naive. 32. They scorned him back. He was so detested that he found himself unable to convince a single senior faculty member to work with him as dean of students. One incident readily captures his authoritarian style. Following the campus retooling for wartime conditions, the reconversion to peacetime education in the fall of 1945 was disorganized. New students and faculty mingled with returning staff, students, and faculty. Old courses had gone, new ones were on the books, requirements had changed, interrupted the slash. 245. Grease lay in limbo. New procedures further churned the mix, registration for classes was chaotic, and students were upset. A young untenured chemistry professor offered the apparently reasonable motion to the faculty governing body, the Academic Council, that the registration period be extended so that students could get into the classes they needed. An imperious Bowman, chairing the meeting, responded, "Sir, your motion is a disparagement of the university administration. I am president of this university, therefore I am the administration, and you are an assistant professor. Your withdrawal of the motion will be willingly entertained." 33. In the Kantian University, order is imposed by the rational application of ideas, and Bowman had very definite ideas about what that order looked like. Much as the divisions among disciplines expressed conceptual divisions of the world for Kant, the division of labor among students, faculty, staff, and administration was a given for Bowman. In the president resided the unquestionable authority to implement the necessary order. "I am often accused of being authoritarian," he would tell his son, "and I plead guilty if, by that you mean that I have the authority." 34. Science may have been a new frontier bound up with democracy for Bowman, but a university presidency gave him the joint entitlement and responsibility to impose order. Hopkins was, in the nature of things, his empire. Again, this was more than metaphor. As university president he was making this patch of the world in his preferred image, and if his stated cartography was intellectually liberal, it was equally authoritarian in practice. His heartfelt tension between the ideal and the practical could well stretch to accommodate such an apparent contradiction. Indeed, this was precisely the ideological value of seeing the world in terms of the real and ideal. That was nowhere clearer than in his imposition of race and class order at Hopkins. For Bowman the social divisions of race and class carried the authority of natural divisions, and the prejudices he exercised at Hopkins repeated vividly and in personal microcosm many of the abstract assumptions that guided his hand in redrawing the map of Europe. Bowman's reputation as virulently anti-Jewish remains legendary at Johns Hopkins to this day, and there is ample evidence of it. Whether it was directly at issue in regard to Frank is not clear, but in the case of Goldman, Bowman was explicit. He told the history department chair that there are already too many Jews at Hopkins and that this was the reason for Goldman's ring. 35 On another occasion, seeking potential new faculty for the geography department, Bowman solicited advice from his son, Robert, a Berkeley PhD in geography, about a possible candidate. I understood you to say that Breumann is not a Jew, Bowman responded to his son's recommendation 1. 246. Of the new men could be, but I do not want two of them in the same department. Regarding students, Bowman believed that Jews don't come to Hopkins to make the world better or anything like that. They came for two things, to make money and to marry non-Jewish women. Sometimes himself confused for Jewish given his biblical and German names, a compensatory defensiveness may have intensified his anti-Semitism. 36 Bowman also instituted a Jewish quota at Hopkins in 1942. We're becoming a practically Jewish organization, he complained to G. Wilson Schaefer, a junior psychology professor and director of sports, who reluctantly took the deanship of students. The Jewish upper classes of Baltimore traditionally sent their sons to Hopkins, but a new influx of students in the late 1930s included a growing number of non-local working class and lower middle class Jews. Bowman was alarmed, and knowing a quota would be politically delicate, he dispatched Schaefer to assure the Jewish elite lawyers, department store owners, politicalgers that the quota was not aimed at them. It was an awkward assignment for the new young dean, and afterward Leon Sachs, director of the Baltimore Jewish Council, invited Schaefer out for a beer. Sachs reassured Schaefer, we know what you mean Wilson. You're not against Jews. You just don't want kikes from New Jersey. 37 The adroit mobilization of class prejudice in the service of racial and religious exclusion was a hallmark of the WASP ascendancy and hardly less than expected from a Hopkins president at the time. The resigned class complicity of some of Baltimore's Jewish upper classes is just as malicious, allowing Bowman to claim that Jews themselves agreed to the quota. Not until the 1950s was Bowman's quota abolished, when department store owner Albert D. Hutzler threatened to refuse an invitation to join the board of trustees. 38 Bowman's bigotry was even more virulent regarding black applicants to Hopkins. One of the most notorious episodes of his presidency derived from this issue. 39 The university maintained a long-standing color bar, which was challenged in the late 1930s by Edward S. Lewis, a social worker who on becoming secretary of the Baltimore Urban League wanted to transfer from University of Pennsylvania, where he was enrolled as a graduate student in economics. Hopkins political economy professor Broadus Mitchell, dedicated to ending the color bar at Hopkins, agreed to support Lewis's case. Mitchell had run on the socialist ticket for governor of Maryland in 1932 with none other than Elizabeth Gilman, Daniel Coit Gilman's daughter, as his running mate, the two of them using the electoral bid to raise the issues of class and race in response to the explosion of labor activism and several recent lynchings on Maryland's eastern shore. 247. Gilman himself had admitted one black student to Hopkins, Kelly Miller, who became an accomplished mathematician and eventually dean of Howard University. 40 And when Lewis's application was diverted to the Academic Council, Mitchell presented this precedent. A cowed Academic Council refused to act on the application, well aware that it would not be under Bowman that Hopkins opened its classrooms to black students, and Mitchell and Lewis accepted defeat rather than go to the press. In a later case, Bowman's own son, Robert, campaigning to erode his father's racism, recommended a black undergraduate to Hopkins. The application was discreetly passed from the registrar to the president, and the younger Bowman received a terse reply revealing the depth of paternal bigotry as well as a traditional rationalization. While a few colored persons have been admitted to the graduate school in times past, there has never been a Negro undergraduate. Moreover, there is no need for such admission in view of the existence of Morgan College for Negroes. The state of Maryland has recently taken over Morgan College and will improve it greatly. It would therefore be advisable to let us know if the boy is prominently colored. 41. The Lewis case set a pattern of confrontation between Mitchell and Bowman. Mitchell was the enfant terrible of the campus and had been a thorn in Bowman's side from the start. Bowman lost his temper with Mitchell when the socialist publicly criticized him for accepting a donation of books from the fascist government of Italy. Amid the misery of the Depression, Mitchell took aim at the annual Baltimore Cotillion Ball. Refused a request to bring a class on poverty and economy to observe the ball. Mitchell had his students bring 2 debutantes to class the day after the refusal. As an exercise, the debutantes estimated the cost to the Baltimore upper classes of their daughters coming out. They then calculated, using current welfare levels, how many residential blocks in working-class West Baltimore could have been supported by the wealth devoted to the ball. 42. Bowman was furious at the ensuing newspaper coverage, and the next year's Cotillion Ball was cancelled. Not until after the war did the debutantes' ball resume. Mitchell was an associate professor in his 40s, and he suffered that most fatal of academic ailments, immense popularity among students. The Baltimore Sun was often a target of his biting political criticism, but it patronized him as proof that academic freedom was alive and well at Hopkins. Bowman was especially galled at having to defend publicly a man he considered a communist. No mother hen is more solicitous of her chicks than. 248. I am of Broadus, he once prevaricated with students. Why, there are men downtown who would like to see his head on a platter. 43. Those men were not alone, however, and the denouement between Bowman and Mitchell became a celebrated incident. The Supreme Court had begun ruling against various planks of Roosevelt's New Deal, and a constitutional tussle between the executive and judicial branches of government provoked FDR in 1937 to threaten a constitutional amendment that would let him stack the court. The country was polarized, with many liberals and socialists siding with Roosevelt. Bowman sided with the conservative opposition. In this context, a student complained to Bowman that Broadus Mitchell had referred to the Supreme Court in class as those 9 old bastards. Bowman had the lever he wanted. Without informing Mitchell or providing him any chance for self-defense, Bowman secured a motion of censure from the Academic Council. Mitchell erupted at the lack of due process, and the situation eventually attracted national attention. 44. Mitchell's father, himself a South Carolina college president, journeyed north after having been alerted by Theodore Marburg, a wealthy lawyer, university trustee, and principal donor of the newly constructed faculty club at Hopkins, that his son's socialism was an increasing embarrassment. Unbeknownst to his son, he consulted with Bowman, who handed over a copy of the motion of censure from the Academic Council, and after a polite discussion the elder Mitchell marched over to his son's office. "You're through here now. You've destroyed your usefulness," he announced, dragging his son out. An angry Broadus Mitchell quickly confronted Bowman in his office, and Bowman's notorious temper erupted. He flew into a rage. He really was beside himself. It was like a child having a tantrum. He worked himself into such a fury at me, and couldn't have been more abusive. Never exactly meek himself, Mitchell argued back until at one point, also in a rage, he yelled at Bowman that rather than take such abuse, he was resigning. "Very well," replied Bowman, "I accept." "The president of Johns Hopkins University is no gentleman," spluttered a furious Mitchell as he stormed out of Gilman Hall to pack his belongings. 45. Bowman's liberalism was economic rather than social and, as we have seen, never seriously challenged an inherited 19th-century sense of received racial order, which younger liberals were coming to see as an embarrassment. In the 1930s and 1940s his obdurate hierarchical racism was more vocally entwined with the conservationist eugenics. Our civilization will decline unless we improve our human breed, he warned in 1941. To support the genetically unt and also allow them to breed is to degrade our /249 society. Eugenics was very much a science in the service of nation building. A people having staked out a territory as we have done in America certainly has the right to look after itself from the eugenic standpoint. He resented the social mores of polite company that, perverted by a misplaced sense of equality, forbade the open statement of racial differences that he took as self-evident scientific fact. He disparaged a particular author as himself a Jew and a minority man who loves the brown and black brothers and who therefore could not speak freely about the real causes of reluctance to work. The Protestant work ethic was racially based for Bowman, and a strange confusion of scientific work and his experiences at home, where he had 3 servants, provided the requisite evidence. In 1907 when IRST went to the Caribbean and Panama it was common talk that if you engaged a colored man to work he lasted for only the few days required to earn $5. With that sum he could sit in the shade and eat rice and dried sh and beans for a week without doing anything. It is not insecurity and low income that makes for low morale. It is a combination which also includes a very great desire to sit in the shade. When Della was sick this past winter I fed her $5 worth of vitamins and she picked up right away and was as well as ever in a month, but she still insists on sitting in the shade for about 3 hours while I work to supply the living of herself and 2 other loafers at 108 West 39th Street. A person who receives unemployment pay of $20 a week has no taxes to pay, no social security payments to make. We pay $25 a week to each of our 3 servants. They know that if they stop working they would be just as well off, and so they work as little as they please. 46. A similarly tawdry scene was played out at the university. The Hopkins president had an attendant, a gopher in today's parlance. Matthew Butler, black and Baltimore born and bred, had the job in the late 1940s, and he recalled Bowman's demeanor before entering a trustees' meeting. He would comb his hair and adjust his tie. He was always very neat, and then he would turn to me and say, "Matt, don't you think I am a very distinguished-looking gentleman?" He never smiled. You could never tell how he was. He just walked along the corridor with me carrying his books. And when we got to the sliding doors, he said, "Matt, you open the doors." There inside were the trustees all sitting around the table, and he would say, "Good morning, gentlemen." And then he introduced me, "This is Matt, my gun bearer." 47. The Empire at home indeed. For all his racism, there is nothing inconsistent in Bowman's cordially agreeing to become a sponsor of the United 250 Negro College Fund, at the personal invitation of John D. Rockefeller, or in his appointment to its National Council. 48. Even a black mind is a terrible thing to waste, Bowman would surely have said, as long as it knows its place. Especially after the Mitchell incident in 1939, there was considerable discontent around the city with Bowman's high-handed ways. The local press was less concerned about exposing the institutional racism that Hopkins shared with many universities, largely embracing their class elitism, but it was concerned at the persistent reports of facultyite and disaffection and internal disorder at Hopkins. Bowman smarted from the criticism, especially when the city's leading newspaper, the Baltimore Sun, broke class ranks and published its misgivings. Were it not for the war, which turned Hopkins along with the rest of the world on its head and displaced all criticism, Bowman's tenure may well have turned out quite differently. 49. Hopkins at War, Prelude to the Military-Industrial Complex. Declarations of war, as opposed to wars themselves, are about pretexts, and while the attack on Pearl Harbor may have been a shocking surprise to the American public, U.S. entry into the war was not. Bowman, like many Americans, was only glad that despite the terrible cost in lives at Pearl Harbor, at least the country had a clear moral pretext for joining the war, and he fell in behind Roosevelt, who worried that any lesser pretext might not have sustained a united nation through the war. It is clear to all our people how dangerous our enemies are, Bowman concluded. We all see it now as a life and death struggle. 50 Roosevelt had been making war preparations since at least 1938, Johns Hopkins, since 1940. It was no longer possible to consider education in detached terms, Bowman reported. What colleges and universities now supply need not be called education at all. It is rather the fullest possible use of plant and funds, knowledge and ideas, student and faculty, to meet the requirements of a war of inhuman proportions. 51 Johns Hopkins was traditionally in the vanguard of military organization for war. Gilman encouraged an 1,898 company of volunteers on the campus, and the RST Reserve Officer Training Corps Battalion was organized there in World War I. 52 Bowman now mobilized the campus for a far larger, more sustained, and more technological war, throwing the entire energy, personnel, and facilities of the university into the war effort. Kant's dialectic had come full circle. While the university devoted itself entirely to the military and industrial goals of the state, any distinction between science and state appeared a remote abstraction. 251. Personnel training was a top priority. To meet demands for new kinds of military and industrial training, the School of Engineering began intensive 16-week courses and night courses aimed at the particular needs of industrial plants. Industrial scientists were recruited to augment the faculty, and the school's laboratories were idle only on Sundays. By 1941-42 the engineering school instructed 2,000 students, including for the RST time a significant number of women, who moved into jobs in industry, the military, or government. The normal undergraduate degree schedule was reduced to 3 years. Budgets declined, teaching loads increased, and many students and professors were displaced by special wartime projects. Answering a 1940 request from the Surgeon General, the hospital and medical school organized teams for large-scale hospitals, and when the United States joined the Pacific War, 2 hospitals of VE 100 beds each were shipped out to Australia and Fiji and eventually relocated to the Philippines and Burma. 53 The centerpiece of wartime personnel training at Hopkins and around the country was the Army Specialized Training Program. Early military projections of necessary personnel varied wildly from 3.6 million to 10 million, and colleges and universities were seen as a major source for officer training. For university administrators, this helped compensate for plummeting student enrollments. Promising temporary deferment from active service, the initial Officer Reserve Corps was widely criticized as an escape hatch for men from the upper classes. As McGeorge Bundy later put it, the program dealt kindly with men whose presence in the college was the result largely of their happy choice of parents. 54 The Corps was curtailed, deferrers were conscripted, and the War Department, which had minimal respect for sending soldiers to college instead of the battlefield, resisted political pressure from Congress until late 1942, when, without a single study demonstrating the importance of college training for winning the war, they announced a massive ASTP program. 55 The curriculum took 9 months, guaranteed no commission at the end, and focused on technical material. Courses ranged among the sciences, engineering, and medicine as well as geography and languages. The geography courses were especially vital for recruits, who had been immunized from global intelligence by 2 decades of isolationism. ASTP was intended to speed up the provision of trained personnel but was overtaken by events. The problems were tremendous. Suitable teaching texts were available only sporadically and in small numbers, and so the RST task 252 was to write and produce the necessary manuals. Bowman sat on the War Department committee organizing curricula and texts, drawing on a reluctant group of younger geographers to write the ASTP manuals on geography. 56 But progress was slow, and who would do the teaching? With geography such a central part of the ASTP, yet with few trained geographers available, many universities scrambled to make geographers on short notice out of professors of this and that, as Bowman put it. 100 FTY,000 recruits were expected through the colleges in quick succession, and the RST large contingent of VE-100 arrived at Hopkins in June 1943, when the program was still being organized. ASTP lasted almost a year and probably changed the country's campuses more profoundly than it changed the country's army. In 1944, when battlefield needs engulfed all other concerns, the Army drafted most ASTP recruits in mid-course, speeding up and short-circuiting the training for those who remained. 57 Bowman was personally embroiled in numerous aspects of war work in Washington. As chair of the Military Affairs Committee of the congressionally appointed National Committee on Education and Defense, he insisted that military conscription had to be sensitive to industrial needs. He advocated a wide array of deferments for college education as long as these were targeted at training for industrial and professional skills deemed necessary for total defense. 58 It was a waste to send the best men into combat. This is an industrial war, he told Hopkins undergraduates, and if industry lay back of an expanded army and navy, science lay back of an expanded industry. This rationale presumably also motivated his use of powerful Washington connections to have his son, Robert, newly commissioned as a captain, posted to a Washington intelligence job. 59 Most of Bowman's war work, however, was with the State Department, and it was so demanding that he split his weekly schedule between Washington and Baltimore, cramming the university work into the RST part of the week. The marriage of science and the military was consummated in this war, and Hopkins' science departments converted to wartime research. 60 The university's laboratories produced prototype instruments and compounds for industrial production and military application. The chemistry department housed more projects than any other, including an early effort to develop infrared detection devices that enabled night vision. One chemist was hired out to MIT for work on a radio-controlled bomb and another to a Baltimore chemical corporation. With quinine supplies cut off by the Japanese blockade in the Pacific, alternative sources of anti-malarial drugs had to be developed, and medical school physicians organized this work through the /253 National Research Council. Secretary of War Henry Stimson got Roosevelt's support for an off-the-shelf biological weapons program. Anthrax and botulism seemed most promising, and Hopkins' slice of this work was quartered in the campus greenhouse, for the sake of easy emergency egress should things go wrong, according to surviving campus lore. However, Bowman declined an offer to head up the government's biological warfare research project. In all, Hopkins hosted more than 100 wartime research and industrial projects between 1940 and 1945, spending more than $16 million and employing as many as 2,000 people at the height. 61 For a campus with fewer than 2,000 students and around 700 faculty at the outbreak of war, this is a significant measure of war mobilization. All of these projects were carried out under the utmost secrecy, creating further personnel headaches, security guards, systems of identification, secure transportation of materials. All this occurred in a context where students and soldiers, administrators and professors, industry scientists and secretaries, new faces every day, scurried with unprecedented busyness around the campus. However much they blended into the daily frenzy, two research projects were of particular historical importance. Hopkins played a minor role in the Manhattan Project. Chemist Robert D. Fowler had been experimenting with atomiction since 1939, and 3 years later his team of several dozen scientists developed an industrial process for making a vital liquid component of the atomic bomb. The second project began with the short-term problem of developing more effective anti-aircraft artillery and blossomed into a permanent institution. To hit even one plane at the start of the war, Navy gunners had to shoot off hundreds of rounds. But what if a shell could be developed that did not have to hit its target but instead could be timed to go off only when the target was sensed nearby? This required both a variable time fuse and a mechanism that could judge the proximity of shell to target. Swedish, German, and British scientists had begun work on versions of such a device prior to the war, but with little success. As an added complication, the fuse would have to withstand the force required to launch it. Building on work shared by British scientists, Merle Tuve, a 1926 Hopkins Ph.D. whose dissertation addressed ionospheric motion and radio waves, took up the challenge in 1940. An accomplished nuclear physicist too would rather have given up pure research than have its results fall into Hitler's hands, and so he threw himself into the technology of modern war. He pursued development of a proximity fuse, ending ready sponsorship from the National Defense Research Committee. 62. 254. A prototype passed ARST experimental hurdle in early 1942, and the Office of Scientific Research and Development, funded by the Navy, offered Johns Hopkins a contract of $800,000 to house the work. Bowman demanded a Navy payment for overhead costs that the university would inevitably incur, building rent, heat, secretarial support, and the like, and in one of the RST such arrangements, the Navy agreed to pay 1% of the total grant, ushering in the whole system of overhead payment for governmental grants to universities. 63. The secrecy around the work was extreme, however, and when the trustees balked at providing a facility about which they were given no information, Bowman secured an informal request for the facility from Roosevelt. In spring 1942, the Applied Physics Laboratory of Johns Hopkins University set up shop in an old garage in Silver Spring, Maryland. After sea trials in August, the fuse was rushed into production. 5 companies shared the manufacturing, and VEAPL scientists, including James A. Van Allen, were commissioned into the Navy to demonstrate the use of the fuses. 64. No larger than a pint milk bottle, the fuse was fitted into the nose of the shell. It emitted electromagnetic waves at the speed of light, which, when reacted by close objects, activated a switch and detonated the charge. Naval commanders were skeptical until the fuses were used in the Pacific in early January 1945, against Japanese dive bombers at Guadalcanal, and then during the siege of Okinawa. Their initial effectiveness was approximately 3 times that of conventional shells, and APL scientists worked throughout the war to improve the design. Their main use remained in the Pacific theater, in part because this was the scene of some of the most violent U.S. naval battles, but also in part because the combined chiefs of staff were reluctant to use the proximity fuse over land, where unexploded shells might be copied by enemy scientists. But they were deployed in Europe, contributing to an ostensible 79% shoot-down rate against German V-1 buzz bombs during the London Blitz of the summer of 1944 and in the post-Normandy counteroffensive, including the Battle of the Bulge. 65. Industrial production of the fuses reached 40,000 daily. From research to deployment, the project cost $800 million overall and involved more than 80,000 people. 1,000 of them worked in and with the APL on design. 80% of the total number, it was eagerly pointed out at the time, were women, the vast majority of them in armaments factories. The fuse, Bowman crowed to a trustee, was rated by the Army and Navy as the greatest lifesaver of the war's secret weapons. Indeed, when news of the radio shell was released, the New York/255 Times dubbed it second only to the atomic bomb among wartime technological inventions. An editorial was even more enthusiastic, congratulating Johns Hopkins. It asserted that American science has to its credit an achievement comparable with that of the atomic bomb. 66. Always with an eye across the Atlantic rather than the Pacific, Bowman boasted that the work was accomplished in time to help smash von Rundstedt's drive and to pile up a score of casualties that appalled the Germans, and he tied the invention to the extraordinary surrenders of 300,000 German troops on 4 successive days in 1944. It is dreadful to think of such results in terms of triumph and satisfaction, he allowed. 67. Any pretense of a separation between science and the national state was unsustainable under conditions of modern war. It was, indeed, an industrial war, and the whole point was to merge scientific and state interests into a patriotic whole. Scientists not only yielded to pressure from on high to shape a policy that an administration, but they did so without hesitation, drawing no Bowmanian complaint that they were degrading their science. 68. Confronting the contradiction, Bowman struggled to keep the Kantian rationale alive. At an APL dinner addressed by Rear Admiral Albert Noble, Bowman praised the lab's wartime science as even more noble than peacetime science insofar as through strengthening national defense, it protects all the nobilities, especially the nobility of pure science. Science arms the state, and the state protects science. The point here is less to tilt at the role of science in war, a Sisyphean undertaking if ever there was one, but to suggest that if science and war are as intimately connected as all the historical signs suggest, then the Kantian rationale for an autonomous science conceals more than it explains. By the short and curlies, the Isaiah Bowman School of Geography. When he arrived at Hopkins in 1935, Bowman was met by a deputation of faculty. On their minds was not the university nances, general university policy, racial quotas, or even the curriculum, but geography. 69 Despite the interests and reputation of its founding president, the university had no department of geography and no organized instruction in the subject. The Walter Hines Page School of International Affairs was opened at Hopkins in 1930, but its coverage was partial and the Depression stunted its growth. The faculty feared that Bowman, an ardent proselytizer for geography, would strip resources from other disciplines to establish his own. It was not an idle fear. His commitment to geography was emotional as much as 256. Intellectual, and he had a habit of getting his way. There was also the precedent at Clark University, where geographer Wallace Atwood was appointed president in 1920 and proceeded to starve the mathematics department and a world-class psychology program to establish a graduate school of geography. 70 The faculty were determined to preempt any similar ASCO at Hopkins. Geography fared badly in the scramble for disciplinary turf in the U.S. Academy, leading in some quarters to a defensive concern with the discipline's essential character and an effort to police its borders against would-be intruders. Bowman's practical instincts kept him from following this Kantian scholasticism so far. "Damn these boundary fellows who think the Lord created subjects," he once vented. Simon Pure geography is a blind man feeling the elephant's tail. 71 Still, he deeply desired a Hopkins geography department but knew he would have to bide his time. "I long for support to develop geography," he agonized after 4 years in the job, and as late as mid-1942 he saw no opportunities such as at the AGS. After the war, research funding would carry the yoke of government or require the arduous pursuit of private donations, he lamented. 72 But as war preparation progressed, a very simple means for establishing a geography program presented itself. On the War Department committee responsible for the ASTP curriculum, Bowman ensured that geography received a prominent place in that curriculum, and this allowed him to cast a Hopkins geography program as a patriotic duty and absolute requirement if the university was to share in the glory as well as the financial bounty that the ASTP promised. This time the faculty could not oppose him, and he gloated over his victory in the pages of Science. "The ASTP requires the sudden expansion of instruction in geography," he wrote, adding his personal gratitude that the faculty enthusiastically favors the development of a permanent department. To Karl Pelzer, a young Bonn geographer hired in 1936, Bowman's verbal glee was cruder. Returning to campus from the War Department, Bowman triumphantly told his young research assistant, "Now we have them by the short and curlies." 73 The war only quickened Bowman's sense of the opportunities for geography. He wanted a practical program that would provide data and information for effective political decision-making. 2 wars had proven the value of geography, he would say, and it was on this ground of national interest that he staked his case. Announcing the Hopkins campaign for geography, he reasoned. War and its related problems of peacetime organization for equity and freedom have at last taught the American people that geography is not /257. Children's geography to be niched in the 7th grade. That imaginative grasp of space which science shares with poetry seemed somehow to be impossible to attain until our Army, Navy, and Air Forces had taken their stations and begun their operations in almost every part of the world. For a full generation we seemed unable in our thinking to synchronize time and space in a spreading network of technology, trade, and international relations. 74. The geography department at Hopkins was therefore part of Bowman's effort to combat the lost geography that, as he astutely observed, had now lasted a generation. The Cambridge Geography Department was his model. In a 1944 prospectus circulated to university presidents, trustees, corporate executives, and other individuals who might be convinced to help fund the new department, he highlighted the fact that Cambridge Geography had rendered altogether extraordinary services in the training of specialists serving British interests. Both it and the nearby Scott Polar Research Institute are LLED with staffs in the service of the Admiralty and the War Office. 75 With the United States now superseding Britain as the leading global power, it was imperative, he argued, that the country have the intellectual resources necessary for the role. Hopkins would do for the United States what Cambridge had done for Britain. His obsession with Cambridge entwined his avid Anglophilia with the pragmatic appropriation of Cambridge's academic luster. While visiting the Cambridge department in the spring of 1944 while on a diplomatic mission, he resolved to copy even its architecture and went so far as to have detailed plans of the Cambridge building drawn. The key to the best department, for Bowman, was RST and foremost to get the best men, the best specialists in their eld, scholars with an intense curiosity, and an aptitude for related disciplines. Their actual elds were a question of secondary importance. Intensifying the Hopkins tradition, it would be a department of geography of a new type with little or no classroom instruction, where students would work under the individual guidance of scholars and spend considerable time in the eld. 76 Pelzer, a specialist in population and settlement and in East and Southeast Asia, was already at Hopkins, as was the noted Mongolia and China scholar Owen Lattimore, hired personally by Bowman in 1938 to build up the Page School. 77 And in 1943 with ASTP instruction imminent, he began making new appointments. First hired was the young Jean Gottman, an outstanding Sorbonne regional geographer, who had impressed Bowman at the International Geographical Congress in Amsterdam in 1938. After he escaped France in 1941, Gottman came to the United States and may have been the only geographer with as 258 frenetic a war schedule as Bowman's. Resident at the Institute for Advanced Studies at Princeton by early 1943, he also consulted for various agencies and departments in Washington, taught for the ASTP program at Princeton, and rounded out his familiarity with the Pennsylvania Railroad with a fellowship at New York's Rockefeller Foundation. He was charged with training those Hopkins faculty from other disciplines who, given the dearth of geographers, would have to teach ASTP geography. Gottman, not incidentally to his frantic East Coast commuting, later became famous for his book Megalopolis, which pioneered the idea that the eastern seaboard from Boston to Washington comprised a single interrelated metropolitan unit and a crucible for a new order in the organization of inhabited space. The idea for the book was actually hatched in Bowman's car. As the Hopkins president drove the young Frenchman to the train station after a visit to the university in 1942, he asked Gottman what he saw in the American landscape after only 6 weeks in the country. The answer Gottman gave driving down Charles Street was the RST formulation of Megalopolis. 78 Also hired in this period were George Carter and Andrew Clark, both historical geographers from Berkeley, where they had worked with Carl Sauer. Carter focused on the earliest human settlements in North America and had spent a year in Washington working for Richard Hartshorne at the Office of Strategic Services. Unhappy with the tedium of that work, he jumped at the chance of a Hopkins position. 79 Andrew Clark also worked for the OSS, focused more on post-Columbian geographies of North America, and would spend most of his career at Wisconsin, becoming the most prominent historical geographer of his generation. This core group of Pelzer, Gottman, Clark, and Carter were all recent graduates, and Bowman soon went looking for a more seasoned scholar and elder brother for them to chair the department. He set his sights on Carl Sauer, whom Bowman thought without rival in range and creative power. Missouri-born and Chicago-educated, Sauer taught at the University of Michigan before moving to the University of California at Berkeley in 1923. There he established what many, including Bowman, felt to be the most rigorous and at the same time innovative graduate instruction in geography, and he was now at the top of the profession. His historical approach resonated with Bowman. Both shared a soft evolutionism and his Latin American regional focus, a penchant for cultural landscapes, and a passion for the Pleistocene also recommended him, as did his insistence on a strong physical foundation in geographical training. Bowman paved the way by RST trying to have Sauer nominated to the NA/259 National Academy of Sciences through both the anthropology and geology sections, but the geologists balked. Anyway, Sauer would not leave Berkeley. Next Bowman tried the young Gilbert White, a specialist in land use, water, and resources, who also turned him down, becoming president of Haverford College while still in his 30s. Another Californian was rejected as platitudinous and pontical. 81 other names were entertained and scholars approached, but again there was a broad reluctance to work with Bowman. He would be a stern and meddlesome boss, it was widely perceived, unable to give a senior scholar the requisite autonomy to build Hopkins' geography. With the post still unfilled in the months following the war, Bowman eventually gave the chair's job to one of his younger recruits, George Carter. Several other scholars were hired after the war with a view to consolidating geography. Robert L. Pendleton, a U.S. Department of Agriculture soil scientist who also split his time with the State Department, Douglas H.K. Lee, a tropical biogeographer, and the highly respected E. Francis Penrose, a student of John Maynard Keynes and a specialist in economic theory and international relations. Penrose saw his primary goal as training men for specific jobs in the State Department or in the United Nations. Finally, there was C.W. Thornthwaite, widely acclaimed for his modern classification of climates. He came to Hopkins cheaply, since the Army and Air Force sponsored his research on the dynamics and behavior of ground-level moisture with a special interest in dust and poison gas. 82 Bowman was always disappointed that one or two political geographers did not grace the faculty, but he saw no one who impressed him sufficiently. This assemblage of highly diverse specialists became the basis for the School of Geography at Hopkins. It remained for Bowman to organize funding. Disavowing the yoke of government funding, he solicited private sources, casting a wide net among his wealthy acquaintances, Baltimore businessmen and financiers, and especially the trustees. He implored the trustees that in preparation for the post-war world, we must know more about the rest of the world and we must learn it quickly. 83 and one trustee in particular was energized by this connection of geographical knowledge and national power. John Lee Pratt was a publicity-shy industrialist, a former vice president and director of General Motors, scion of an old-money Virginia family, once listed as the 17th richest man in America. 84 Following his 1939 appointment to the Board of Trustees, he became one of Bowman's most enthusiastic supporters. He was also on the 1944 diplomatic mission to Britain, accompanied Bowman to Cambridge and was likewise impressed, and fell enthusiastically behind Bowman's plan. 260. Together with Donaldson Brown, another wealthy trustee, Pratt and Bowman began corporate fundraising for geography in 1944. The goal was $1.25 million. Brown, Pratt, and a third donor each contributed $1,000, and by the end of 1945 $500,000 was committed. But private industry still represented a huge and largely untapped source. By 1945, General Motors, with an eye toward post-war resource extraction, prepared a series of regional studies of Brazil, and Bowman now offered the expertise of his Edgeling Hopkins department to extend such work to include every country in the world. 85 companies like DuPont, Gulf, and General Motors were approached, as were the Alfred Sloan Foundation and the Refugee Economic Corporation, with whom Bowman had worked on refugee resettlement at the end of the 1930s. If the GM-inspired global coverage of analytical surveys sounded like a large-scale cooperative proposal to update the New World 1 war later, the comparison was intended as the world's most powerful nation. Bowman declared, "America has far too little geographical sense for its suddenly expanded responsibilities. Resources and population, land development, trade, transportation, and food all posed critical problems for U.S. interests after the war, but nowhere more so than in the tropical regions, whence it was assumed more and more resources would emanate. An increasingly vocal advocate of the conservative environmental managerialism associated with wise use, he stressed that resource use and conservation go hand in hand with an understanding of environmental processes and international relations. Indeed, the hiring of Pendleton, Penrose, Lee, and Thornthwaite, with expertise in the soils, economies, biota, and climates of tropical regions, reeked at Bowman's anticipation that the development of those regions would be a central plank of U.S. global economic policy. World War II not only caused Britain to revise her empire strategy throughout but also completely changed our ideas of the role of Africa, he observed in one fundraising document. The United States had little real strategy in European colonial territories, and Hopkins' geography was the place where much of this could be worked out. Johns Hopkins must be the geopolitical service station for the State Department, suggested one White House aide in 1945. But Bowman wanted more. He also wanted the Hopkins Department to be a geoeconomic service station for the State Department. 86 Industrialist John Lee Pratt was the dominant financial force behind the establishment of geography at Hopkins. Pratt echoed Bowman's sense of the neglect of geography and of the urgency about geographical training for the post-war world, and he endorsed the idea of Hopkins's geography as a handmaiden to the State Department. Geography will be useful in /261. Fooling the place that destiny seems to have carved out for us. 87 By early 1947, $704,000 had been raised, and Bowman upped the goal to $2 million. Accommodations were found in Rogers House, a recently renovated building on the northeast edge of the campus, and in early 1948, the Isaiah Bowman School of Geography was officially founded and the RST class of graduate students enrolled. Clarence Glacken, the intellectual historian of geography, later author of Traces on the Rhodian Shore and professor of geography with Sauer at Berkeley, was in the RST class, but for the most part the students had a more practical bent. The RST PhD was Edward C. Higbee, who graduated in 1949 with the dissertation Guatemala's Agrarian Problem, and the early classes included several climatology students working with Thornthwaite. 88 The Army Specialized Training Program and related war training programs stimulated the genesis of post-war area studies in universities around the country. In many ways filling the vacuum left by the lost geography that Bowman and Pratt perceived, area studies also set out to provide global coverage of the world's economies, societies, and cultures. If they remained a prisoner of the Kantian dilemma, attempting to render independent knowledge that also fed directly into the state apparatus, area studies departed from the Kantian mold insofar as the organization of knowledge no longer expressed the conceptual division of the world but rather its geographical division. With the presence of the Page School and the Bowman School of Geography, Johns Hopkins could reasonably consider itself to be in the vanguard of this work in the late 1940s, but it eschewed the area studies model. Bowman would have scoffed at area studies as unimaginative and a reincarnation of Simon Pure divisions of knowledge, albeit in geographical rather than disciplinary terms. Bowman's own divergence from the Kantian model lay in his erection of what might be called an interdisciplinary disciplinarity, in which the practical connections across intellectual boundaries were already largely contained within the School of Geography. In that respect the Bowman School was more forward-looking than area studies. And yet the post-war world proved less and less forgiving of a best science elitism that assembled accomplished specialists regardless of how they did together. Contradictions of the liberal university. When Bowman retired from Hopkins, a terse student editorial slighted him as preeminently a product of the liberal 19th century. 89 To be a 19th century liberal, the students astutely understood, was to be conservative in 262 many things. They understood why Bowman was the successor to Hale and Millikan at the NRC and why his closest ally among the Hopkins trustees was one of the richest men in the country. But such a linear appeal to historical change captures only a sliver of the truth. The students did not comprehend why he was both Woodrow Wilson's geographer and Franklin Roosevelt's. For Bowman's 19th-century liberalism was updated via his formative role in 20th-century liberal foreign policy, and his tenure at Hopkins played out a series of acute contradictions, which, however much connected to his personality, also expressed the dilemma of the modern liberal university. Much as it lingered, Kant's delicate dialectic of a university independent of the state yet dependent on it was glaringly inadequate for grasping the dilemmas of 20th-century higher education during and after the war, and yet no alternative vision was on the table. Without ever understanding it in such terms, Bowman consequently struggled to make modern sense of the Kantian impasse, constantly experimenting with new language for rendering order out of irreconcilable opposites. It was a hallmark of 19th-century liberalism to establish universal principles and to steer the course of one's intellectual and practical decisions accordingly. Where principles collided, a contest of greater and lesser moral rights, responsibilities, and goods, ensued. In this sense, 19th-century liberalism was the essence of Kantianism, self-consciously about method more than substance. There were and are many liberalisms. Whatever the result, this permanent tension between principles and practice has the singular advantage that principle is always at hand to justify a range of often contradictory actions. The powerful language of idealism versus practicality evolved as a more nimble 20th-century refinement of this intellectual purview. In the deepest sense, Bowman's learned language at Paris guided his hand in Baltimore. The RST contradiction Bowman navigated, then, was that between science and the university on the one side and the state on the other. When on August 6, 1945 he received the news about the atomic bombing of Hiroshima, the protection of Johns Hopkins was uppermost in his mind. He immediately tightened security for the science laboratories and other facilities, fearing attacks by pacists and anti-war activists. But his second response was just as telling. When newspapers the following day carried news of the bomb, giving the RST public details of its invention and manufacture, an incensed Bowman called a key War Department general to complain that Hopkins was not mentioned in the press release. Like many who were privately aghast at the destructive force unleashed by atomic weaponry, he remained publicly reticent. Rejecting a later offer to serve on the new Atomic/263 Energy Commission, he told President Truman that he thought the peaceful use of atomic science a better project than its military deployment. 90 Peace changed the priority of principle and practice. Having spent 4 years throwing Johns Hopkins into the war with never a thought about government entanglement in science, Bowman now apparently believed that in peacetime the principle of an autonomous science subordinates the principled commitment to nation building. The post-war years only intensified this contradiction. Wartime military research forever swept away haphazard pre-war funding arrangements for scientific research and effected instead an extensive three-way interpolation of university, corporate, and military interests. With a funding crisis threatening to return after the war, universities scrambled to develop these connections into a stable system of heightened scientific investment. Industrial corporations just as sorely wanted access to university scientists and resources, not least to garner favorable tax treatment, and the government sensed that a potential Cold War would be every bit as industrially driven as the hot war that had just ended. Hopkins joined Associated Universities Incorporated, a consortium devoted to atomic research contracted by the U.S. Army, 91. But the more pressing concern was the disposition of the Applied Physics Lab. The APL had become a scientific industrial behemoth, beholden to the lavish Navy funding of $2 million per year, compared with $1 million in corporate funding for the rest of the university, and the APL's management intruded relentlessly and unproductively on Board of Trustees meetings. There was no model for managing cooperative or contract research on the peacetime campus. The APL seemed too large for Hopkins to digest successfully if moved wholly into the university structure, yet Bowman wanted to coax it back to more basic research. Some kind of association with corporate capital provided one means of triangulating state invasiveness, he felt, and so fending off apprehensive trustees, he entered the APL into a joint agreement with the Kellex Corporation, a petroleum engineering subsidiary of the Kellogg Company active in the Manhattan Project. In hopes of insulating scientists themselves, Bowman established the Institute for Cooperative Research, through which all contract research at Hopkins was to be funneled. But corporate interests can be as invasive as those of the state, Bowman quickly found out, and when Kellex began throwing its weight around and APL scientists grew disaffected, he severed connections with the engineering RM, taking the APL directly under the wing of the university. 92 For better or worse, the APL is a vital part of Bowman's legacy. 264. At Hopkins, half a century later, Johns Hopkins remained the top university recipient of federal funding, most of it APL defense spending. There was nothing 19th century in the way Bowman reluctantly embraced the post-war military-industrial university complex as a necessity. Especially recalcitrant about government meddling in academic science, he was cautious too about corporate sponsorship. Trustee Donaldson Brown became an outspoken proponent of all-out corporate sponsorship at Hopkins, leading to a protracted debate on the issue. Although Brown had contributed to the geography campaign and he held out the promise of more, Bowman balked at such a dramatic corporate underwriting of the university. He was not anti-corporate, he assured Brown. Private universities have common cause with industry in that both are striving to remain private and free. But how far can we enlarge the scale of such operations without changing the character of the university? 93 Brown had no such qualms and later cast up a Princeton proposal for a program in Near East studies to be underwritten by the Gulf Oil Company. Gulf executives would sit on the program's advisory board. Bowman held RM, and Brown's eventual defection to Princeton made him defensive. The university should not be tied directly to company interests, he believed, and were he to propose to any faculty of Johns Hopkins that the services of our staff were available through consultantships, they would throw me out of the room. It was a matter of principle that corporate officers should not sit, as such, on the advisory council of a department of the university designed to serve their commercial interests. As for the repeated charge that he was anti-corporate, that was ridiculous, he said, since he was a director of the largest of them, A.T&T. 94 The collision of principles. Here the second contradiction confronted the pursuit of business as the legitimate basis for democracy, which Bowman avidly supported, with the academic freedom so vital to the unleashing of the intellectual imagination and creativeness of the uncommon man. In this collision it was academic freedom that won out. But academic freedom itself was the fulcrum of a further contradiction. Academic freedom was everything for the Hopkins president. My theory of a university is that politics and religion should have no place on the campus. 95 And sometimes nothing. In 1948 students invited Henry Wallace, previously Secretary of Agriculture, then Vice President, to speak on campus during his presidential campaign for the Progressive Party, a leftward split from the Democratic Party that opposed U.S. complicity in making the Cold War. Where Henry Luce had called it the American century, Wallace responded that it was or should be the century of the common man. Bowman/265. Thought Wallace a communist and denied him a venue. Undeterred, Wallace delivered a rousing harangue from Charles Street in front of the campus, addressing a swelled audience on the sloping grassy beach, and, in earshot of the president in Homewood House, included a denunciation of Bowman's trampling of free speech. 96 It was now presumably a principle that freedom of speech did not stretch to communists. In a more complex way, the design and fate of the Isaiah Bowman School of Geography exemplifies a third contradiction of the liberal worldview counterposing the practical and the ideal. The Bowman School of Geography was utterly true to the founding Hopkins tradition, the best minds given maximum freedom, and yet with its goal of becoming a geopolitical and geoeconomic think tank for the State Department and for corporate capital, aimed at self-interested tropical development, it was equally wedded to the nation-building project. The only difference between Brown's proposal for a Gulf oil program in Near East studies at Princeton and Bowman's School of Geography lay in whether corporate representatives would sit on the advisory boards. Bowman was surely right to resist this precipitous move, but at the same time, his justification evoking ideals of independent scholarship functioned to deny an entanglement of the university with corporate and government interests that was already an established fact. The real issue concerned where the power lay in this entanglement, and Bowman deployed his liberal idealism to ensure that he retained the upper hand. In fact, the Isaiah Bowman School of Geography was stillborn. Never having secured a senior scholar to run the department, Bowman chose George Carter by default, which turned out to be a bad mistake. Carter was only 30 years old when he came to Hopkins and was seen by even his own advisor as immature. By some new colleagues, he was perceived as petty and jealous, by others, as Bowman's offsport. 97 Bowman, who wanted to be fawned over, was, at the same time, annoyed at Carter for being too fawning, and the Hopkins president was eventually forced to apologize for Carter's immaturity to John Lee Pratt. Pratt had warned that Carter should be watched carefully for the next 3 to 5 years, and when he stopped underwriting the Bowman School in 1949, Pratt gave Carter's immaturity as a central reason. 98 But there was a larger issue. The best men that Bowman was able to attract, even though he could not attract a leader, never cohered into an effective school or even a department. In 1948 the best men were not necessarily chained to their books or laboratories but had already made their own pacts with state and corporate funding. Precisely the practical bent that Bowman valued, the presence of these pacts meant that virtually all of the Pro. 266. Graham's faculty had diverse and multiple loyalties. This was a systemic problem. As a matter of survival, these younger generation scientists were more entrepreneurial, and building a school of geography was Bowman's ambition, not theirs. The soil scientist, international trade specialist, and climatologist sought their own funding and wanted only to get on with their research in soil, trade, and climate. Some drifted away almost as soon as they arrived, while others were read by Bowman. Karl Pelzer was read, he was too Prussian in the classroom, and Bowman also resented a series of articles by his wife, Betty Pelzer, in the Baltimore Sun, decrying the unequal social treatment of Negroes and calling for an end to the color line. Jean Gottman was second. Carter implored Bowman to re-Gottman, who, he said, treated Hopkins as simply a stopover between trains, and Bowman agreed, saying that since Carter was a young man, he, Bowman, would do the dirty deed. The school floundered around a lot, recalled Abel Wallman, the prominent Hopkins engineer, it didn't quite crystallize. 99 The delicacy of the Kantian dialectic could not be reinstated after its utter implosion in the white heat of war, and young faculty members did not bother to try. They were, in fact, far more pragmatic than Bowman himself. 2 other events were decisive in the failure of Bowman's vision. The RST was the highly publicized academic war at Harvard, leading to the elimination of geography at Bowman's alma mater. This also occurred in 1948, and it cast a pall over the Bowman School at Hopkins. The second event followed soon after when, amidst the Cold War hysteria of McCarthyism, Owen Lattimore found himself accused of being one of the top Soviet spies in the State Department. Bowman was centrally implicated in the RST event, and although absent for the second, the witch hunt against Lattimore also scarred Bowman's Hopkins legacy insofar as George Carter played a central and destructive role in the Lattimore affair. Both events sealed the fate of Bowman's misbegotten vision for geography at Hopkins. Only in 1957, when M. Gordon Wallman, son of Abel Wallman, was hired to rebuild something along different lines, was geography revived, at least for a few decades. If Hopkins was Bowman's empire for nearly a decade and a half, he was nothing if not thorough in its administration. Having solved the university's skull crisis in the late 1930s, he began to treat the trustees much as he treated students and faculty. Their democracy, too, was to be circumscribed if it collided with his. They could be uppity, he thought, and so he made a habit of asking as the RST order of business, "Does anyone have any complaint about the way Dr. Bowman has been running the university?" And of course, nobody had anything to say. If you have, this is the /267. Time to say it. When they don't, I say, now the next order of business is my program. 100. This was a boast, of course, but there was nothing idle about it. To trustee President Carlisle Barton, Bowman complained that trustees only came to the board meetings to make speeches, whereas in Bowman's view only one speech should be made at a board meeting, and that by the president of the university. 101. The trustees of Johns Hopkins, capitalists, lawyers, gentlemen of leisure, and big egos in their own right, were not accustomed to being addressed in this manner, and by 1948 many of them eagerly awaited Bowman's retirement. Even his staunchest allies, such as John Lee Pratt, now distanced themselves. After Bowman retired at the end of 1948, the School of Geography was eventually downgraded to a department, and trustees reallocated their donations to other causes. Introducing the conduct of the faculties, Kant lays out the purely rational grounds for the division between different university faculties, then notes the fortuitous homology between this arrangement and the empirically and historically derived divisions of the Prussian state. Although Hegel famously used this coincidence to suggest that reason inhered in history itself and the state represented the end of history, Kant could never accede to such a collapse between history and the idea. For Kant, history and reason are intimately connected yet remain distinct. For this dialectic to stabilize as a coherent argument, Kant needed to be a simultaneously social and ideational entity in which, as Bill Readings puts it, reason can combine institution and autonomy, while holding pure reason and empirical history apart. Kant's solution lies in the Gur of the Republican subject, who embodies this contradiction. Kant's Republican subject is rational in matters of knowledge, Republican in matters of power. 102. Bowman was Kant's Republican subject par excellence. He lived the contradictions of institution and autonomy, history and reason, sometimes ahead of his time, sometimes behind it, but always in the shadow of Kant's problematic. His arrogance at Hopkins was premised on precisely the self-perception. He saw himself standing astride a university whose coherence depended crucially and only on him and on his willingness to exercise authority in the name of that vision. His lowercase republicanism expresses the nation-building project in the microcosm of the university, while his liberalism expresses that project in a global context. He reinvented the Kantian dilemma globally in and through 20th-century American liberalism. That this liberalism was swayed more by its 19th-century roots than by any accommodation with socialism is only to say that he was a conservative liberal. 268. Bowman always insisted that the power of ideas is written into empirical geographies, and his own legacy at Hopkins exemplifies this. Trustee revenge against this simultaneously liberal and republican subject joined with student and faculty antipathy to snuff the trace of Bowman from the university's collective memory. While his predecessors Gilman, Remsen, and Ames all had large buildings named after them, the only commemoration of the FTH Hopkins president is Isaiah Bowman Drive, the road out of town on the backside of the campus. Even that was renamed in the 1990s, leaving no trace of his presence in the Hopkins landscape. 103/269. Part 4. The American Lebensraum. The end of World War I closed the curtains on the formative moment of the American century. It intimated a new calibration of geography with economic expansion and was for many a time of optimism. Woodrow Wilson's new diplomacy and his aspirations for a tidied map of Europe were meant to take international political and diplomatic relations beyond a concern for geography. From a different direction, the German socialist Rosa Luxemburg believed that the geographical closure of economic expansion made socialist internationalism inevitable. Whether liberal or socialist, such expectations were not entirely naive but expressed a certain political trajectory in international affairs. World War I certainly challenged any simple geographical determinism, with air power, modern battlefield methods, and international commerce all eroding the significance of simple geographical distance and location in calculations of global power. The internationalism of the Russian Revolution was outdone only by that of its opponents. Vladimir Lenin and British geographer Halford Mackinder, from very different perspectives, realized that with the world completely divided up among capitalist nation-states, only redivision was now possible. Geography, Mackinder sensed, was poised to become the pivot of history in a thoroughly new way. But much as Mackinder could only hark back to classical times to articulate what might be new, the geography on which world history pivoted over the next 2 decades reverted to the trenchant Old World territorial. 10. Geopolitics. The reassertion of Old World geographies. Ideas that Wilson had promised to vanquish. The vastly different internationalisms of Wilson and Luxemburg were both defeated. The USSR under Stalin reverted to socialism in one country, and with them the misbegotten optimism of a world beyond geography. Already before the Paris Conference ended, any last hurrah for absolutist Old World geographies seemed like a cruel joke, and in its place came a vicious resuturing of politics with geography. The largely U.S. aspiration to get beyond geography seriously underestimated the extent to which the nation-state system remained rooted in a territorial denition of power. New boundaries and territorial shifts in Europe meant a transfer of citizenship for millions, with deep disruptions between old identities and new territories. European nations still maintained widespread empires, augmented after the war by territories confiscated from Germany. For colonized peoples, who by the 1930s increasingly organized for self-determination, territorial control was the whole point of political struggle. Most crucially, the vanquished German state, which lost territory at home and experienced the bitter ignominy of Versailles, was in no mood to dismiss territorial claims as the basis of political economic power. On the contrary, nationalist territorial claims provided an opportunistic rallying cry for successive Weimar governments. The year in which geopolitics burst from obscurity into the global imaginary of most Americans was 1942. U.S. newspapers had faithfully reported the darkening political and military clouds in late 1930s Europe, and debate raged about intervention versus isolationism, but after 2 decades of isolationist ideology in the United States, the public remained astonishingly unfamiliar with the political geography of Europe, not to mention the rest of the world. Within days of the bombing of Pearl Harbor and U.S. entry into World War II, however, political geography became the object of blistering media attention. Public sales of atlases exploded when Roosevelt, in his weekly Reside radio chats, encouraged listeners to follow along with the war action on the map. On the front pages of usually sober magazines and newspapers, the most lurid conspiracy theories centered on German geopolitics. Nonplussed by the sudden realization that a half-educated painter-turned-failed and jailed corporal was a formidable global adversary, the American public struggled to understand the origins of a war they were suddenly leading. Every magazine in the country featured competing exposés of geopolitics: Business Week and Fortune, Harper's and Life, Collier's and Time, even the dryly empirical Foreign Commerce Weekly published by the U.S. Department of Commerce. Dozens of books on geopoly. 274/geopolitics. Takes were rushed to print. The spotlight quickly identified German geographer and General Karl Haushofer, together with his Munich Institute for Geopolitik, as the power behind the throne. An astonishingly exaggerated Reader's Digest report reveals more about the effects of isolationism in the United States than about politics in Germany. Haushofer's institute, it reported, employed the 1,000 scientists behind Hitler. Their ideas, charts, maps, statistics, information, and plans have dictated Hitler's moves from the beginning. Haushofer's institute is no mere instrument which Hitler uses. It is the other way round. Dr. Haushofer and his men dominate Hitler's thinking. Especially in the United States, World War II brought the populace face to face again with geography. There, the 2 decades from the end of the Paris Peace Conference to World War II represented a period of unprecedented geographical amnesia, and the 1942 hysteria about geopolitics reeked at a public ignorance of world geography that would have been unthinkable 2 decades earlier, while also earnestly trying to compensate for it. A resounding irony marks this precipitous loss of geographical sensibility. Woodrow Wilson's U.S. globalism envisaged a world beyond geography, but Wilson was soundly defeated, and Europe in the 1920s and 1930s moved viciously in the opposite direction, toward a brittle and seward political geography. Yet a version of Wilson's desired post-geographic sensibility not only materialized anyway in the United States, albeit as geographical ignorance of a spatially fractured world, but also was actually nurtured as a virtue of the isolationist ideology that defeated him. German geopolitics did not develop in isolation from other political and academic currents. The period was marked by tense and intense communication between German and U.S. geographers, and the geopolitics that burst into U.S. consciousness in 1942 had a long history entwining academics with politics. In the United States, no one was more centrally positioned in this history than Bowman, veteran of Paris, co-founder of the Council on Foreign Relations, and a political geographer in constant contact with German geographers. Of geopolitics and academic geography, the word geopolitics was coined by the Swedish political scientist Rudolf Kagelin in an 1899 polemic defending Swedish boundaries against impending Norwegian independence. For Kagelin, geopolitics was the science of the state, treated as a territorial organism, which exercises power in competition with other states. A state's geography, its location vis-a-vis other states. Geopolitics 275. And physical features, the resources it controls, its land and population was felt to influence, sometimes decisively, its political fate, and, conversely, geographical knowledge could be applied in a state's competitive relations with other territories. The art of geopolitics. 3. The Leipzig geographer Friedrich Ratzel was the most influential figure in the emergence of geopolitics. Trained initially as a zoologist in the hush of scientific excitement after Darwin's announcement of natural selection, Ratzel imported a naturalistic framework to geography and ethnology in the 1870s. Not only does a spatial unity of life connect the land to the cultural history of a people, he argued, but the state too is organically rooted in the territory it commands. It was this connection between state and space that especially excited Ratzel. State power owes from the control of space, and a series of laws account for the success or failure of states. Larger states are more powerful, facilitating growing cultures, he proposed, and territorial expansion is as natural a feature of the state as of biological organisms. Successful states increase their populations, expand their economies, develop their cultures. Territorial expansion is a prerequisite of success, geopolitical competition, the means. For every state, Ratzel argued, has a natural right to a requisite living space, its Lebensraum, and, conversely, a state's struggle for existence is gained through the quest for Lebensraum. More powerful states and those with growing populations have a right to greater Lebensraum, whereas weaker states unable to master the space they possess are the rightful target of stronger states. Ratzel's political geography therefore gave an aura of scientific respectability to European colonialism, most pointedly the German expansion after 1884, telling the story of imperialism as a legitimate struggle for existence by the state. As Ratzel's student Ellen Churchill Semple once put it, man's big spatial ideas, born of that ceaseless regular wandering, outgrow the land that bred them and bear their legitimate fruit in wide imperial conquests. Geopolitics also therefore endowed Darwinian natural selection with a spatial and environmental dimension, according to Woodruff Smith. 5. If the intellectual inspiration for German geopolitics in the 1920s was primarily domestic, Mackinder was also part of the mix. The British geographer made the argument in 1904 that sea power was fading in the face of land power and eventually announced his heartland theory, whereby the borderlands between Central Europe and Russia held the key to world power. This resonated with the Ratzellian imperative of territorial expansion, the economic and military expansionism of Wilhelmian Germany, and the long-standing aggression between Germany and Russia. 6. These Intel. 276/Geopolitics. Lectual influences. Ratzel, Kagelin, and Mackinder all came together in 1924 when a group of German geographers headed by Karl Haushofer founded the journal Zeitschrift für Geopolitik, which over the next 2 decades became the organizing focus for German geopolitical claims and ideas, specifically demands for German Lebensraum. German geopolitics exhibited a fairly naked nationalism, but it would be a mistake to assume that this was the only way in which different national interests filtered into academic geography. In the United States, too, the scientific enterprise of geography was bound up with national concerns, according to historian Susan Sculton. 7. In fact, in this period there were quite distinct national schools of geography, which had different histories and styles, different foci of research, and different methods, and the emergence of geopolitics in response to Versailles also issued through a complicated set of debates premised on this national organization of geographical knowledge. Geopolitics therefore emerged in the context of intense academic debates across, as much as within, national boundaries. 3 episodes are especially important. RST, a furious debate in physical geography between German and U.S. geographers in the 1920s, the so-called Penck-Davis debates. 2nd, the question of Germany's readmission to the International Geographical Union, the discipline's international body, in the early 1930s, and 3rd, German and Austrian response to Bauman's role at Paris. The Penck-Davis debates of the early 1920s were a way station en route to geopolitics, a harbinger of the nationalist divisions that split U.S. and German geographers by the late 1930s. The issue was William Morris Davis's theory of the geographical cycle, the emblem of his claim to leadership in geomorphology, which was broadly if not completely accepted in the United States, France, and Britain. The centerpiece of the theory posited an ideal cycle of geological uplift, erosion, and deposition, which wore down uplifted landscapes into what he called peneplains and produced a sequence of young, mature, and old landscape forms. 8. The German school indisputably led geomorphological research at the turn of the 20th century, and Davis's deductive cycle, a clear challenge to German dominance, was itself challenged by more inductively inclined German scholars. Before 1914 Davis locked horns with 2 of the most prominent geographers of the day, Siegfried Passarge and Alfred Hettner, who argued that the Davisian cycle was only one of many possibilities, omitted much, and was of limited use for explaining multiple empirical variations in landform. 9. When truncated academic contacts across war lines gingerly resumed, Albrecht Penck, professor of geography and rector at University of Berlin, arguably the world's leading geomorphologist and the originator of the Geopolitics/277 World Millionth Map Project, sent a series of papers to his old friend Davis. These and other delayed wartime publications from Germany brought new critiques of the geographical cycle, and Davis's already energetic self-defense became unforgiving. Penck's papers included insinuations that Russia and Britain were responsible for the war, and in subsequent scholarly correspondence with Penck and his son Walther, also a geomorphologist, Davis replied in kind, placing war blame on Germany. 10. Most galling to Davis was that the elder Penck now rejected the geographical cycle, and the American retaliated with a petty review of a Festschrift honoring Penck, a review that even Davis's chroniclers deemed derogatory and more than ruthless. Davis and Penck traded niceties that the painful memories of the war be put aside, but the battle escalated. Davis tried to absorb the critiques as remnants of his arguments and empirical variants of the more general theory, but he publicly eyed Penck's Alpine research for ignoring his cycle. The Penck's argued that the empirical variations overwhelmed the theory. Davis's evolutionary scheme of landform development was merely one empirical scenario among many. Walther Penck saw Davis's cycle as an American doctrine, and Davis complained that the Germans would never adopt an American scheme. 11. Intense personal passions were involved, large egos, high professional stakes, and more. An inveterate pipe smoker, 30-year-old Walther Penck died of throat cancer in September 1923. 2 months earlier Davis's second wife had also died, and he sank into depression. The letter to his prize student Bauman, announcing her death, began with 6 paragraphs of diatribe against German geomorphology before reporting quite matter-of-factly his wife's sudden death. 12. Both deaths encouraged a sentimental closing of ranks. Becoming a cheerleader for Davis, Bowman exchanged protests with Albrecht Penck that the GHT should not fall into a narrowly nationalistic attitude. Although he had been imprisoned RST in Australia, then in London, with the outbreak of World War I, Penck had no trouble reciprocating that the controversy was a matter of purely objective reaction and that they would not think of injecting any nationalistic moment into the dispute. The tension of nationless science was anxiously maintained on both sides, even as aggressively competing patriotisms played themselves out through scientific debate. Bowman certainly believed that the controversy over Davis's cycle resulted from German unwillingness to accept the theory because it was made in another land, by another school. It was simply a Germanic system that the Penks were trying to create. 14. 278/Geopolitics. The Penck-Davis debates marked a decisive moment in 20th-century geographical research, announcing a U.S. challenge to long-standing German supremacy that was eventually successful. German defensiveness after 1920 mobilized the bitterness of defeat in war compounded by the threat of academic eclipse. The arrogance of Davis, Bowman, and other U.S. geographers in these debates expressed a certain national ambition of global dominance that did not respect any line between science and politics, much as they piously asserted that line's inviolability. Geopolitics was never an explicit issue between the Penks and Davis, but it was nascent in the entire debate. The opposite was true in the second episode, Germany's re-involvement in the International Geographical Union. Since 1871, geographers had held the regular International Geographical Congress for sharing geographical research across international boundaries. They were very European and very aristocratic affairs. 9 of the RST-10 were held in Europe, and the RST-3 presidents of the International Geographical Union, formed in 1922, were Prince Roland Bonaparte, an Italian general, and General Robert Bourgeois, also French. The only non-European founding member was Japan. The RST post-war Congress was to have been held in Russia, but the Socialist Revolution offended the tastes of the organizers, and King Fahd of Egypt was enlisted instead. 15 international academic exchanges abruptly froze in 1914 and thawed only in the 1920s, but the question of German involvement in the IGU was critical to its success. In this context, Bowman's internationalism, frustrated in terms of his country's foreign policy, went to work within the discipline. The French, Italian, and British geographers, who dominated the Union, prohibited German membership of the IGU or attendance at the 1925 Cairo Conference, and German geographers for their part declared the IGU off-limits. Meanwhile, in a depressing victory for ideological isolationism, U.S. geographers also abstained en masse. Paris physical geographer and IGU Secretary General Emmanuel de Martinet worked harder than anyone to unite the IGU at this most vulnerable moment, and he wrote Isaiah Bowman, his old friend from the Paris Peace Conference, to help ensure U.S. membership. The earlier Penck-Davis debates notwithstanding, U.S. geographers begrudged the exclusion of German geographers, with whom they had such close ties, and so Bowman immediately raised the issue of German membership. Sensing little enthusiasm and even outright opposition to IGU membership among U.S. geographers as long as the French remained stiffly anti-German. Geopolitics/279. Bowman delayed enrolling the United States in the Union. But in 1927 three things changed. Germany was invited, albeit largely symbolically, to join the League of Nations. Albrecht Penck was cordially received during a visit to New York, and German geographers were officially invited to the next Congress. Bowman decided the time was propitious to steer U.S. membership to the IGU through the National Research Council. 16. He was proud of this scientific diplomacy, but he was in a paradoxical spot. Because of the debates with the Penks as well as the U.S. bent of the New World, many German geographers thought him anti-German. French geographers meanwhile thought him pro-German and pro-British, certainly anti-French. In fact, he relished picking among the national identities of old Europe as a kind of Wilsonian arbiter, patriotic yet objective, detached yet American, resolver of international struggle within the discipline. The IGU was his disciplinary League of Nations. but German, Austrian, Hungarian, and Bulgarian geographers still boycotted the IGU. Offered the presidency of the IGU in 1931 as someone who could maneuver Germany back into the Union, Bowman RST secured support from several German geographers, including Penck, before accepting. German entry into the Union now seemed likely. 17 But it was not to be. The Nazi Party grew rapidly after the 1929 economic collapse, and Nazi geographers bullied their colleagues into officially boycotting the 1931 Paris Congress, where Bowman took over the presidency. In Berlin after the conference, he lobbied German geographers and again received assurances from Penck and others that they would participate. The location of the 1934 IGU Congress in Warsaw was a matter of no small irony or difficulty, and while the Polish hosts, especially Eugen Romer from the University of Lwów, sought the introduction of Soviet geographers, Bowman was consumed by the quest for German re-inclusion. The obvious delicacy was that Bowman was internationally identified as a hero of Polish nationalism for his 1919 role in establishing a Western Polish boundary that cut deep into pre-war German territory, as well as in establishing the Danzig Corridor, which connected the Free City of Gdansk/Danzig to Poland, isolating East Prussia from the rest of Germany. To be in Poland, for German geographers, was to confront directly the ignominy of lost Lebensraum. Hamburg marine geographer Gerhard Schott was presumably not alone in feeling that he could under no conditions visit Warsaw so long as the corridor and eastern Upper Silesia, two regions robbed of the Germans, are in Polish possession. This senseless corridor, he continued, which was created at Versailles in 1919, is particularly for geographers an eternal provocation. 18. 280/Geopolitics. The eventual attendance of 40 German geographers, along with delegations from Austria, Hungary, and Bulgaria, was very much the result of the opening afforded by de Martinet and of Bowman's perseverance in the name of internationalism in his own discipline. But it was not all plain sailing. Although he could count on his friend John Finley at the New York Times to give editorial coverage of his presidential address to the Congress, not all of the press coverage was beneficial. The Polish press dogged Bowman for quotes about Poland. What a country it was, how did I like the corridor? Did IND Warsaw interesting? Polish newspaper stories recounting his 1919 role in peace conference boundary decisions incensed the German delegation, whose chairman confronted Bowman, and the press interviews abruptly ceased. 19 Although he had secured the RST official presence of German and other Central Power geographers at an international geographical congress after World War I, Bowman also felt the reality of Versailles more vividly in Warsaw than at any time since departing Paris. He toured the city streets and was clearly affected by the poverty and destruction that still marked the city's landscape 16 years after the war. The third episode goes back to 1919 and is more central than the Penck-Davis debates or Bowman's conciliatory role in the IGU to the academic origins of geopolitics. When he left Paris after the signing of the Versailles Treaty in May 1919, it was not just US, British, and French newspapers that speculated about splits in the US delegation. German and Austrian geographers were gleeful. Bowman had protestiert, exuded Viennese glacial geomorphologist Eduard Bruckner, expressing the fervent hope of many Central Power geographers that Bowman had taken the side of the vanquished and protested their punitive treatment at Versailles. 20 How long that misconception lingered is not clear, but the publication of the New World hit them hard, disabusing them of any sense that Bowman harbored pro-German sympathies. To German and Austrian geographers, the book cemented a winner's eye global vision and identified him as a collaborator in the shameful Versailles Treaty. Bowman in fact became the principal academic nemesis against which theories and ideas of German geopolitics were fashioned. 21 Shortly after Walther Penck's death in 1923, Hitler carried out his failed beer hall putsch in Munich, and Rudolf Hess escaped free to the Bavarian estate of his teacher Karl Haushofer. A few months later, with Hess and Hitler in Landsberg prison, Haushofer founded the Zeitschrift für Geopolitik, which became the primary academic font of geopolitical knowledge for the next 2 decades. A small group around Haushofer began a 3-volume work entitled Macht und Erde presenting GER. Geopolitics/281. Man Geographer's Perspectives on the Post-Versailles World. The New World had crystallized German nationalist resentment, and editor Otto Moll explained Macht und Erde as a practical analysis of global power, culminating in a geopolitical overview of the Earth, as a German counterweight to I. Bauman's The New World. 22 German geopolitics reverberated between the academic and public realms throughout the rest of the 1920s. After 1919 the country was on the verge of revolution. The socialist uprisings in Munich and Berlin that year were brutally suppressed, and socialist leader Rosa Luxemburg was murdered by the army. Financial reparations were demanded by the Allies in 1921, and French and Belgian troops occupied the Ruhr 2 years later to force their payment. Hitler's beer hall counter-revolt followed. Albrecht Penk's letter to Baumann informing him of Walther's death vividly documents the economic ruin of late 1923. An American dollar is today worth 60 billion marks. 23 Academic. In its origins, geopolitics had trenchant public appeal because of its supposedly scientific guarantee that a wounded national pride could and would be assuaged. Stung by military and political defeat, humiliated by the loss of empire abroad and amputation of Lebensraum at home, and now racked by economic chaos, many Germans felt that the nation's destiny was first and foremost a question of territory. Geopolitics galvanized the authority of science as an intellectual crutch for an exploding reactionary nationalism. Geopolitics observed little or no critical distance between academic political geography and national policy, the point being to develop and apply the science of political geography to the needs of national statecraft. It was a nationalism that galvanized many geographers, not just geopoliticians. Immediately after Versailles, revered German geographer Alexander Suppan, for example, proposed a distinction between genuine nationalism and pseudo-nationalism to denote the inferior national sentiments of less worthy or newly created states, such as Czechoslovakia. In his light lineander Allgemeinen Politischen Geography, he devised a colonial quotient, which measured the ratio between the area and population of a country's colonial possessions with that of its homeland. Such a supposedly scientific index obviously embodied the normative Ratzelian assumption that larger states deserve greater colonial territory. In Suppan's analysis, not surprisingly, Britain, with a quotient of 8.4, was the most over-endowed with colonial possessions, while Germany scored a meager 0.2. 24 Adherence to the concept of Lebensraum was a logical corollary of the argument. To take another example, geographer Ewald Banz published Raum und Evoque im Weltkrieg in 1932, for which 282/Geopolitics. The Third Reich rewarded him with a Braunschweig professorship in military science. War for Banz was, before anything else, a geographical phenomenon, and geography was a science of national defense. He detected in all of Germany's neighbors a niche in will to power and, connecting German philosophical idealism with the country's geographical traditions, issued an outright call to patriotic war in defense of Lebensraum. The text is replete with maps delineating the appropriate military strategy for invading Britain. The pen is good for helping right the wrongs against Germany, Banz concluded, and the sword is good. But the sword is the older weapon, and it is the null, the ultimately decisive one, therefore let it have rst place. 25 Shortly after Hitler's rise to power in 1933, Siegfried Passarge, one of Davis's original adversaries, was named Reichsobmann for geography. An unreconstructed fascist who bemoaned the disastrous effects of Christian missionaries in Africa, especially their soft treatment of Negroes, Passarge ingratiated himself to the Nazis by making it his business in the Weimar years to purge the Hamburg Geographical Institute of its Jewish Marxist atmosphere. Too much even for the Nazis, Passarge was read the following year after his insults to French geographer and IGU Official de Martinet threatened an international incident. 26. Strange Silence and the American Haushofer Baumann sat at the intersection of the public and academic discussions from which geopolitics evolved. His American global vision made him public enemy number one for the academic progenitors of German geopolitics, and he had a high personal stake because his new world was their declared target. He devoured every text on the topic coming out of Germany. This makes it all the more strange that for nearly 2 decades such a well-placed and self-interested geographer, simultaneously nationalist and internationalist, was virtually mute about the emerging threat. He read Supin's book, for example, and in a 1924 review condemned it as a prejudicial search for a system, a political theory devised to aggrandize the state. He did concede some virtue to Ratzel's notion of organic state boundaries and to the philosophy of Lebensraum, only lamenting that these concepts are open to abuse. 27 But such public statements were very much the exception. He read Banst's book too, prior to its translation, and followed the heated correspondence in the London Times but chose not to intervene. From his German sojourns in the 1930s, he heard about Hochhofer's weekly jail visits to Hitler a decade earlier and Hesse's intermediary role, and he assessed the geographer's Inyenz on Mein Kampf. What Bowman knew Pri. Geopolitics/283. Vatally, he began to reveal only in 1939, including evidence of Hochhofer's long-standing and deep friendship with the Führer and his extraordinary Inyenz upon Hitler's broad strategical concepts. 28 But in general, Bowman spent more time in this period responding to German attacks on Davis's geographical cycle than to the rise of geopolitics fueling Nazi political ambitions. This silence is puzzling. Like many, Bowman dismissed Hitler as a windbag and even entertained the hope that he might be a moderating force who could hold the lid down on socialist revolutionary fervor. He was aware of the Nazi roundups in early 1933, when political opponents, mostly communists, socialists, social democrats, were consigned to concentration camps. In one case he was even asked to intercede with Gestapo leader Hermann Göring on behalf of an interned geographer. Hitler's Nuremberg speech of 1936, which pressed the ambitions of a re-expanding Germany in directly economic and territorial terms, spoke Bowman's language, however, and he began to recognize the warning signs. Yet even as Hitler appropriated Ratzel's language of Lebensraum, Bowman did not speak publicly about geopolitics. 29 Not the 1938 Anschluss when Hitler's troops invaded Austria and Czechoslovakia or even the declaration of war in 1939 provoked Bowman into any direct public challenge to German geopolitics. As the leading U.S. geographer, a political geographer, and a widely quoted expert, he published nothing on geopolitics throughout the 1930s. By contrast, he did end time for a petty squabble with his close friend, the geographer Jean Brunhes, over trivial errors in the French translation of the New World. 30 Geopolitics was an acute disciplinary embarrassment for many geographers, but nowhere more so than in the United States, where the national school was inspired by and built on German ideas. The rise of German geopolitics shattered the Wilsonian promise of a post-territorial politics and was a profound defeat for Bowman. His Paris efforts lay in ruins. He seems to have calculated in the mid-1920s that no good would come of public debate or of trying to educate the U.S. public or even the government about geopolitics, and that damage to the discipline could be avoided by remaining quiet. He sensed he could not lead the public critique of German geopolitics in the United States, simultaneously lead the effort to pull German geographers into the IGU, and champion the discipline of geography at home. One can perhaps understand the decision to place the discipline's fate above political concerns during the Weimar period, but after Hitler's takeover in 1933 it was surely a bad political miscalculation to choose geography and the IGU over a better public understanding of the threat of geopolitics and fascism. His 1934 visit to Berlin gave him a first-hand taste of the early Nazi regime, and by the 1938 Geographical Congress in Amsterdam, most German delegates were Nazi Party members sporting swastikas. He privately resented them as probing and very devoted to the aggressive principles of Der Führer, and these and other observations figured in the report he submitted afterward to the U.S. State Department. 31 But in a Washington Post interview on his return he deliberately discussed 1918, not 1938. Ironically, Bowman's silence about the specter of German geopolitics colluded with the geographical amnesia that accompanied isolationist ideologies, boomeranging on the discipline after 1942. Had he raised his authoritative voice, the discipline would certainly have been placed on the defensive, but significant debate on geopolitics would also have enhanced public knowledge of global geographies and geopolitics. Bowman might have taken advice from Oscar Wilde, a man he surely despised. Wilde famously wrote in The Picture of Dorian Gray, "There is only one thing in the world worse than being talked about, and that is not being talked about." In the 1920s and 1930s it was far worse for geography and for Bowman's conservative liberalism that geography was not talked about in the United States. Bowman's fantasy that he could protect geography while playing down geopolitics was dramatically unhinged by Pearl Harbor. In the end, he was spurred to action less by the egregious claims of Germans on behalf of geopolitics than by American invocations of geopolitics. In the RST place, there was a certain Professor George Renner of Columbia University, who in June 1942 published a set of maps in Collier's Weekly proposing a plausible post-war realignment of Europe. Maps were an increasingly prevalent means of propaganda for geopoliticians, and the Zeitschrift für Geopolitik produced numerous coarse-grained maps depicting German interests and strategies, but it was Renner's, not Hochhofer's, maps that nally ignited Bowman's political anger. Entitled Maps for a New World, Renner's article began from the quasi-Ratzelian assumption, distilled into a liberal American shibboleth, that war in Europe resulted from the proliferation of small states amongst larger more powerful ones. 32 gross discrepancies in size and power made territorial clashes and boundary disputes inevitable, and geopolitical necessity called for consolidation into several superstates. In Renner's Brave New World redesigned for lasting peace, a pan-Germany, spanning from Denmark and the Netherlands to Switzerland and east through Hungary, Poland, and Romania, dominated Europe. That the map looked like a German geopolitician's wildest dream was immediately recognizable, and Renner faced a withering storm of public protest. Dorothy Thompson and Walter Lippmann were among the national columnists who weighed in. With Lippmann, Bowman's nemesis from the Inquiry, condemning geopolitics outright. "Politicians are bad enough when it comes to settling world problems, but geographers," wrote another correspondent to Time. 33 Bowman was aghast, his gravest fears unfolding before his eyes, the virtue of his 18-year silence reduced to naught. Worst of all, Renner cited him as Dean of America's geopoliticians. This was no compliment as far as the scientifically minded Bowman was concerned. While some geographers bristled that Renner was a disgrace and compared him to Haushofer, a legalistic Bowman, along with two other colleagues who felt themselves similarly slandered, demanded a disclaimer from Collier's 34. But the damage was already done. Desperate for some kind of response to German geopolitics, the press and the public anxiously grasped at Bowman as the American Haushofer. Eager to wrest the national mantle of this ideology from Germany, others even suggested that Bowman's New World, not Hochhofer's Zeitung, was the founding text of geopolitics. Geopolitics was really American, not German. The ode of European émigré scholars to the United States only affirmed this hard-headed approach. German geopolitics was malevolent, they believed, but geopolitics per se represented the lingua franca of modern diplomacy, state competition taken to the geographical limit, and the United States had no choice but to fashion its own. Exiled German geographer Hans Weigert put it bluntly. The lack of centers where the American student and soldier can, like the German youth in Munich, be trained to understand the facts and to think in terms of political geography and geopolitics seems to me a regrettable flaw in the endeavor to organize democracies against the totalitarian onslaught. In view of the vast scientific resources possessed by this country, it would be inexcusable if the American General Staff cannot be supplied with as many enthusiastic experts on geopolitics as Haushofer was able to offer to the German General Staff. In the 1942 hysteria, the Department of Commerce claimed to have a geopolitical institute already. 35 Bowman now knew that he had to break his silence, and in his bid to start a geography department at Johns Hopkins he traded on this wide public sentiment. But he deeply resented being described as a geopolitician even by well-intentioned enemies of Nazism. He was even more horried by the broad public ignorance that could so utterly mistake the science of political geography for the twisted nationalist ideology of geopolitics. While he could happily see himself as America's answer to Haushofer, he wanted altogether to avoid being cast as the American Haushofer. He was not, he insisted to Undersecretary of State Sumner Welles, the American precursor of Haushofer. His RST published response came in a review of American Strategy in World Politics, by Dutch émigré Nicholas Spykman, and in a longer piece written, he told Walter Lippmann, in Self-Protection and titled Geography versus Geopolitics. 36. Attempting to divert the blame from his own discipline, he called geopolitics an abuse of political science and mounted a defense of a scientific political geography. As if to affirm that geography more than democracy was still the issue, the man whose face had graced the cover of Time 6 years earlier chose the curiously academic and comparatively low circulation venue of the Geographical Review, published by his old friends at the American Geographical Society, to vent 20 years of self-imposed censorship. Both pieces added to the geopolitical clamor of 1942. Numerous erstwhile Wilsonians responded to events in Germany, intellectual as well as political, by refashioning themselves as hard-headed geopolitical realists. Nicholas Spykman was among the most prominent with his advocacy of power politics. Balance of power comprised the principles according to which world politics was transacted, and power politics was the means. A sound foreign policy for the United States must accept this basic reality of international society, he asserted, and it must develop a grand strategy for both war and peace based on the implications of its geographic location in the world. 37. Privately, Bowman complained that Spykman too confused geopolitics and geography, and the Geographer was unwilling to go quite so far along the road to a power politics, but he nonetheless praised the book as a much-needed warning to the American people that it would not do to go on saying "nice kitty" to Hitler. Indeed, he added his own uncharacteristically impassioned realism. We say that we are going to defend a way of life, but each draws his own picture of the way he prefers. We never put the sword in the picture. Germany and Japan do. And if it is their way and they are powerful, then it must be included in our way of life. Defense is a part of our way no matter through what seas of blood it leads, or we shall lose the way of life we cherish. The soldier on a Greek vase of the 5th century BC carries a sword without apology. To the Greeks war was one of the arts. 38. Even in the context of the times, this was an extraordinary argument in a self-avowedly scientific journal, and Bowman's rhetoric only escalates with his second, more considered, piece. More defensive than ever, he begins with the blunt admission that the reputation of certain American geographers, my own included, is at stake in the debates about geopolitics and, subtly separating himself from Spykman, condemns the Nazi philosophy that might alone shall decide international conflicts. Versailles was no longer an excuse but a pretext for reasserting an old philosophy dominating German political thinking and ambition for 2 centuries. The Nazi political program has its roots in something very deep in German life and history, a way of rationalizing greed and violence. Nazism here provoked Bowman to disavow Ratzel's geographical determinism of political power, while his national essentialism revealed the debt he still owed to Ratzel's cultural determinism. He still wanted to salvage Ratzel's Lebensraum, however, a concept that has been expanded from its earlier purely descriptive economic meaning, while he bricked a high wall between geopolitics and political geography. There is no sure science to bring us out of these new deeps of international difficulty, he was forced to conclude. Geopolitics, as disclosed in German writings and policy, is illusion, mummery, an apology for theft, whereas scientific geography deepens the understanding of the new planetary world. 39. Depraved, crooked, evil, dishonest, perversion of fact to philosophy. Bowman's descriptions of geopolitics employed words not customarily appearing in the Geographical Review, certainly not when Bowman himself was editor, and it is difficult to avoid the conclusion that he undercut his own pretense to science with the intensity of his animosity and xenophobic denunciation of the German people in toto. Geographical Review editor J.K. Wright clearly recognized the contradiction Bowman's tirade exposed, doubting the wisdom of using a scientific journal to discuss the essential primitiveness of the German spirit, but a barely edited version was published anyway. Marcella Verhoef, a student from Northwestern University, was less forgiving. "You condone the use of force war by the United States to preserve our democratic way of life," she accused Bowman, "yet this is one of your criticisms of the German use of geopolitics. Perhaps the end to which geopolitics is to be used has some bearing on its validity." Bowman's response is thin but revealing. He repeated that geopolitics as a so-called science is bunk, adding that his own condonation of force was the kind of condoning that George Washington indulged in. 40. Geopolitics as Modern Geography. In 1927, the German geographer Arthur Dix remarked that geopolitics is the product and requirement of a new age. 41. What marked this new age was precisely the circumscription of the global geography available for Fu. Geopolitics/289. Ealing economic expansion and the necessity of remolding that closed planetary space for any further expansion in the foreseeable future. Not surprisingly, this closure of space was most acutely felt within the boundaries of a nation-state whose bid for global power in the twilight of the British Empire was so strong yet so unceremoniously slapped down at Versailles. Friedrich Ratzel, the primary intellectual inspiration for 20th-century geopolitics, did not live to witness World War I, but in a language that Mackinder and Lenin both echoed, he recognized the predicament. The political situation of the present time is determined primarily by the abnormal repartitioning of the political areas and of the forces conferred with those spaces. 42. Ratzel's 19th-century abnormality was about to become the 20th-century norm. If Bowman's Wilsonian New World represented one response to this emerging reality, anticipating a world geography in which the sway of territorial arrangements over global political economy was loosened in favor of a U.S.-centered economic globalism, German geopolitics after World War I provided a different vision of global control. Both globalisms were expressions of the national traditions that spawned them. The German reassertion of an emphatic connection between power and territory Macht und Erde certainly mobilized a foundational connection in the history of nation-making and short-circuited any last hurrah for Old World geographies anticipated during the RST moment of the American century. But by the same token, there was nothing inevitable about the rise of geopolitics in Germany or even about the form that it took. Geopoliticians had to muscle aside a more liberal geography of Weltpolitik, which, while still nationalist, anticipated German global power in more economic terms but was unable to capture the geopolitical revanchism that consumed Germany after Versailles. 43. Nor was Germany the only place where geopolitics took hold. Italian fascism predated any significant Nazi power, but Hochhofer's writings became influential there in the 1930s. Closely tied to imperial ambitions in Africa, Italian geopolitics came to a head in Trieste, where a virulent fascist tradition had established itself after World War I. Together with Ecobedo Massi, a graduate student who had discovered Haushofer, Giorgio Roletto, chair of geography at the University of Trieste, established the journal Geopolitica in 1939. 44. There is, of course, an intense irony in Trieste's becoming the crucible of Italian geopolitics. Not only is the town a symbolic place for right-wing Italian nationalism, but also it was over this region that some of the decisive squabbles at Versailles took place, and so it is equally a symbol of the revenge of Old World geographies over New World globalism. There is another, more global sense of the novelty of geopolitics between the 1920s and the 1940s. Insofar as the division of the global economy into a patchwork of separate national territories is an achievement of modern bourgeois politics, geopolitics represents a culmination of the modern equation of power with political control of territory. Whatever its precursors, geopolitics provides a quintessentially modern blend of geography and politics whose pertinence is correlated with the rise of national states. It is neither inevitable nor entirely accidental that geopolitics rose to prominence in the same period that scholars and politicians alike lamented geographical closure on a world scale, envisaging only redivision of an apparently given global space. Geopolitics is the premier discourse of competitive power in such a space. It presumes a natural division of global geography into discrete nation-states, a division that is historically specific. Methodologically it assumes a scientific universalism and in most forms conceives interstate competition and territorial expansion as laws of nature. Geopolitics represents the apogee of one strand of geographical modernism, a logical geographical outcome of competition among competing capitalist states. Viewed through the lenses of Wilson's global ambition, geopolitics appears retrograde, backward, a return to the past, precisely because it insists on pinning national political fates to territory. But one tilt of this kaleidoscopic lens, a gestalt switch, makes it possible to understand the perverse logic of Hitler's boast that he was establishing a 1,000-year Reich. Thus the liberal realist Nicholas Spickman once asserted, in the article Geography and Foreign Policy, that geography does not argue. It simply is. 45 Then as today, 99% of the US public would agree with him, but the consequences of that argument are dire. If geography is both powerful and XED, as Spickman assumed, then indeed a successful conquest of global power that manages to inscribe itself on the world's landscapes would be extraordinarily formidable. Some would pathetically, Haushofer too glimpsed the gestalt. Trying to avoid testifying at the Nuremberg trial, he pleaded with the Allies to dispense with their young officers in favor of more seasoned interrogators. Why could not your government send some experienced American, such as Isaiah Bowman or Owen Lattimore? Any of these men would understand what I had meant and what I endeavored to achieve by my geopolitics. 46 Bowman may have been less than clear about the self-interested nationalism of his own Wilsonian rhetoric, but he astutely sensed the dangers of any appeal to AXED political geography, even as his own work in Paris established such AX. His greatest frustration between the wars, apart from the collapse of US internationalism, sprang from the lack of sophistication. Geopolitics/291. Among politicians and geographers themselves concerning the oidity of world geographies. His struggle to differentiate geography from geopolitics may have been premised on a false sense of the sanctity of science, but it also insisted on distinguishing between a malleable geography and the spatial absolutism of geopolitics. But it was too little, too late, and too diffuse. Awakening to geopolitics after 1942, the naive public in the United States only compounded the weakness of geography as a discourse of political or social power. The discourse of geopolitics that had to be captured in 1942 had to be abandoned in 1945 or else turned against a different enemy, and Bowman's long silence contributed to the ease with which this happened. The doctrinaire defense of scientific political geography against geopolitics not only begged the question of the identity of political geography but also left geographers in the intellectually crippling position of rejecting rather than engaging a spatial absolutism that for many made perfect common sense. Against the odds, Bowman's far more supple sense of the oidity of geographical relations survived anyway. It did so largely because he absorbed himself in Washington during World War II and was again preoccupied by the practical dilemmas of a geography that, it was well understood in the State Department, was thoroughly plastic and open for molding. The world's geography, it was sensed in Washington, was theirs for the making. If nationalist geopolitics at home and abroad blunted the ST moment of the American century, the second moment crystallized a new geographical order slouching toward birth. In late June 1933, the president of the American Geographical Society, Dr. John Finley, received an unusual letter from Berlin. It came from Hubert R. Knickerbocker, a journalist with the Philadelphia Public Ledger and the New York Evening Post, and it concerned the young German geographer Karl A. Wittfogel. Wittfogel had become a member of the AGS in January 1933, the month Hitler came to power, and Knickerbocker's June letter now contained a plea on Wittfogel's behalf. Wittfogel is a member of the Communist Party of Germany, the journalist wrote, but he is not a functionary, his interests are purely scholarly, Yet, since March he had been interned in the Dachau concentration camp, one of the RST victims of Hitler's regime. His wife has fought desperately but unsuccessfully for his freedom, Knickerbocker reported, and her last straw of hope is an appeal to the American Geographical Society. Her husband should enjoy at least the sympathy of scholars, whether they agree with his leaning toward communism or not, she pleaded. Knickerbocker would usually refuse to do anything for imprisoned communists, he admitted, but he was taken with Frau Wittfogel. Like all communists, the geographer is being held without charges, and with no prospect of release, but if the society were to write a letter of concern that one of its members is being held in a concentration camp, he might win release. The most effective thing to do would be to write to Minister President Hermann Goering, Knickerbocker advised. 1. 11. Silence and refusal. Refugees, race, and economic development. Karl Wittfogel did gain release that summer, and after a clash with Stalin several years later he became an internationally renowned anti-communist intellectual, author of the influential book Oriental Despotism. But his release from Dachau owed nothing to the American Geographical Society. Finley, who was also editor of the New York Times, did nothing to publicize the case, simply passing the letter on to the AGS director. Also newly appointed as chair of the National Research Council, Bowman had other things on his mind. He curtly acknowledged receipt of Knickerbocker's letter, adding only that the society is unable to act upon it. To this concerning a colleague's predicament, at a time when intervention might have made a difference, foretold a wider response to the plight of refugees 10 years later. If the horrors of Nazi genocide still lay in the future, the concentration camps and the mass displacement of people made it clear by 1939 that the world would face unprecedented refugee resettlement problems at the end of the war. As a result of his work on the pioneer fringe and his pursuit of a science of settlement, Bowman was tapped to help formulate U.S. refugee policy. An estimated 225 geographers were drawn to Washington to work on behalf of the war effort. They populated the Office of Strategic Services, where Wisconsin political geographer Richard Hartshorne headed up the Research and Analysis Branch, the War Department, the Office of Economic Warfare, the U.S. Board on Geographic Names, and the State Department. Although most geographers churned out intelligence that fed directly into military strategy, the State Department was more concerned with post-war reconstruction, and it was there that Bowman spent much of World War II. Although he would go on to play major roles in fashioning policy toward post-war Germany, decolonization in the Third World, and the establishment of the United Nations, his World War II government work began with the question of refugee resettlement. His entree to this work came in two stages, beginning with a request by Roosevelt in 1938. This RST project was funded privately and paved the way for a much more ambitious government undertaking pursued in top secrecy. This second project was known by its code name, the M Project, constituted a major long-term examination of refugee resettlement possibilities, and was directed by Bowman. It was declassified only in 1960. After Kristallnacht, Refugee Resettlement Possibilities, 1938 to 1942. Toward the end of 1938, a young Jewish student who had fled Germany for France, only to learn that his parents had been forcibly deported to Poland. 294/ Murdered Ernst vom Rath, third secretary of the German embassy in Paris. On the pretext of retaliation, Nazi stormtroopers rampaged through German cities on 9 and November 10, attacking mostly Jews, destroying and burning Jewish businesses, ransacking homes, and smashing synagogues. The death toll was 91, and 30,000 German Jews were arrested. Dubbed Kristallnacht, after the crystal and glass-strewn streets, this escalation of state terror aimed mainly at Jews came 8 months after the Anschluss, and it created a new wave of refugees desperate to escape from Central Europe. Franklin Roosevelt had responded to the Anschluss by calling an emergency conference at Evian, on Lake Geneva, resulting in the Intergovernmental Committee on Refugees for coordinating refugee relief, and by establishing the President's Advisory Committee on Political Refugees in Washington. Now, after Kristallnacht, he felt a greater urgency for resettlement and turned to Bowman. Bowman was an obvious resource for Roosevelt. Academically, he was an authority on frontier settlement, and his recently published Limits of Land Settlement had already caught Roosevelt's eye. His presidency of Hopkins, leadership in national science and the Council on Foreign Relations, not to mention his Paris experience, made him an obvious advisor. Roosevelt had also been a counselor of the American Geographical Society from 1921 to 1932 and, although not very active, was therefore already familiar with Bowman. His RST request concerning refugee settlement possibilities actually predated Kristallnacht and focused on the Orinoco region of Venezuela. Bowman responded eagerly to the presidential request. A request from the president is an order. 5. Pausing only to send inscribed copies of Limits of Land Settlement to FDR, he mobilized AGS resources and fashioned an answer. He believed that most pioneer fringes around the world would be able to accommodate only a trickle, not a river of humanity, from Europe or elsewhere, and his report to Roosevelt on Orinoco possibilities was accordingly cautious. Roosevelt persevered. Frankly, what I am looking for is the possibility of uninhabited or sparsely inhabited good agricultural lands to which Jewish colonies might be sent. They need not be large, but any given area should be capable of sustaining FTY to 100,000 people. Was there any possibility elsewhere in Venezuela, especially at higher altitudes? What about Colombia? No specific plans were underway, Roosevelt admonished, but he wanted to be prepared. 6. An expansive Roosevelt already acted as if he had the world at his fingertips. For his part, Bowman was energized by his return to the swirl of Washington and intimacy with world events, and he quickly compiled the summary of South American resettlement possibilities that FDR wanted. His /295 response was couched in a scientific language that simultaneously expressed determinist prejudices about culture, race, and climate. He restricted his search to a middle altitudinal band on the grounds that lowland tropical settlement was difficult for European colonists on account of health and labor problems, and pulmonary and heart troubles increase rapidly above 8,000 feet. Between these extremes, the Guyana highlands would require massive and expensive land modification, while only scattered alluvial plains would suffice in Venezuela or Colombia. Northern South America offers no place for colonization, on a large scale, he concluded, but there are possibilities elsewhere. In Brazil, he suggested, a pioneer zone is already developing rapidly, especially in the northeast, but the government may be reluctant. Bolivia might be interested in development along the mountain zone overlooking the Gran Chaco. Lesser possibilities pertained in Chile and Paraguay, but in the latter the cultural level is low, he opined, and the colonists would have to bring their culture with them. The best possibility in Central and South America was Costa Rica, where there was a fairly immediate capacity for 50,000 people, possibly 100,000. Settlement would be concentrated west of the Cordillera, where the white race has established itself on an important scale. 7. If Bowman's caution disappointed FDR, he did not say so, and following Kristallnacht, Bowman was asked to initiate a more systematic study of resettlement possibilities. With funds for a full-time researcher, he hired Karl Pelzer, who had recently completed his PhD in geography at UCLA. 8. Himself a refugee from Germany specializing in migration and settlement in Southeast Asia and the Pacific, Pelzer RST completed an already promised survey of resettlement possibilities in Africa. He concluded that about 100,000 settlers could be absorbed in Africa, but that settlers would require significant amounts of basic capital, an absolute minimum of $5,000 per family. The overall cost might be of the order of $500,000,000, an astronomical gur for the time. 9. Across Europe several millions were already displaced in their attempts to evade advancing German armies, and although the majority were not Jewish, Kristallnacht quickened attention to the dangers faced by Jews in German-occupied Europe as well as to the refugee issue more broadly. 10. The largest concentration of displaced Jews, an estimated 100,000 to 700,000, was still in Germany at the end of 1938, and the British government, actively considering resettlement possibilities in British Guiana, offered to admit as many as 100,000, as 296. Summing the costs could be met. But the sharpened sense of urgency led less to action than to a scholastic ination of what a viable settlement plan might comprise. Bowman took care to give Roosevelt a comprehensive statement: the refugee problem must be solved by settlement planning on a world scale with absorption of settlers in limited numbers here, there, and elsewhere, so as to produce no shock to the economic structure of the receiving country. The absorption must be on such a limited scale in any one area that the people already established in the area will welcome the new settlers. That welcome will be greater in proportion as the new settlers are economically well-founded, backed up by capital, and able to supply new skills that are desired in the area. All of this means special study of many areas, wise selection of groups to particular areas, and economic backing that will make each settlement project a sound business undertaking. 11. The Rockefeller Foundation refused funding, but a grant of $20,000 was quickly arranged from the Refugee Economic Corporation. Established in 1934, the REC was one of various refugee aid organizations that sprang up in the 1930s, and its mission was the identification of possible sites for refugee colonization. Its best project involved the purchase of 1,000 acres in Costa Rica, but progress was slow because of adverse local publicity. 12. Bowman's study was nominally housed in the Walter Hines Page School at Johns Hopkins, under the direction of Owen Lattimore, and in addition to Pelzer it employed Leo Wabel, a very conservative German exile and Central America specialist. Others were hired on a contract basis. The press lauded it as the RST scientific study of land settlement problems to be made since the refugee crisis arose in Germany, with the Baltimore Sun reporting that the world was watching. 13. Bowman oversaw the project, established its agenda, and liaised with the Refugee Economic Corporation. If the world was watching, it did not see much. With an eye to the REC's Jewish leadership, Bowman at RST conveyed to his new sponsor that the situation is desperate and proposed Angola as a second Jewish homeland if it could be acquired from Portugal. There is room for a sufficient number of people, and there are a sufficient number of natives to justify very substantial outlays on railroads and motor roads by the state. 14. It was the RST and last time he would publicly voice any such sense of crisis. When he detected the REC's own conservatism, claims of urgency were readily replaced by an insistence on the patient accumulation of scientific research appropriate for post-war resettlement planning. The goal, in Bowman's eyes, was not so much the solution of immediate refugee problems as an attempt. 297. To establish the scientific basis that would guide later solutions. He was as much excited by the scientific opportunity as by any practical humanitarian implications. Resettlement under these conditions represented a unique scientific experiment, he told his sponsor. He worked hard to depoliticize the work and to defeat any public optimism about large-scale resettlement. New land will accommodate too slow and small a stream of population to be of real social importance to the countries of origin. 15. He had originally concluded in limits of land settlement, and he now worked as if to prove himself correct. The whole enterprise ought to be conceived not as an emergency measure for population in it but as a broad scientific undertaking, humanitarian in purpose, orderly in its functioning, hopeful in its outlook, and essentially serving the self-interest of those who receive populations. If the procedures are orderly and the plans wisely drawn so that population and resources are given a linkage that is rational, there is no reason to expect opposition. 16. Orderliness and science came to stand in the way of virtually every proposal that came his way. The sense of crisis was deliberately dampened, even as war engulfed Europe, and any prospect of practical action was displaced into the post-war era. The extent of the eventual crisis could not yet be known, of course, but as early as 1939 FDR announced publicly over State Department objections and to Bowman's horror that between 10 million and 20 million refugees would be homeless after the war. The Nancier Bernard Baruch immediately offered to fund a large-scale study of post-war reconstruction, which would include a component for refugee resettlement. After intense discussion with Barrack and Secretary of State Cordell Hull and a visit to Barrack's South Carolina estate, and with a gore of $100,000 on the table, Bowman was pressured directly by FDR to undertake the work. The Hopkins trustees were lobbied to release his time. But not all presidential requests were orders, apparently, and with a greater concern for scientific independence than for the urgency of the situation, Bowman demurred. He feared that Barrack would not be able to keep his hands off the work. 17 The R.S.T. Hopkins Resettlement Project produced a total of 93 reports, some R.S.T. hand owing to a stint by Karl Pelzer in East Asia, some previously published, and they covered settlement possibilities on VE continents. In the United States, only Alaska was seriously entertained as a refugee destination. 18 The reports amassed considerable descriptive material and fed into the activities of the refugee eco. 298/ Nomic Corporation and the President's Advisory Committee on Political Refugees but had little practical effect for refugees. The RST European refugees to be resettled in the Americas, a desultory 37 Jews, arrived in the Dominican Republic in May 1940 to colonize waiting agricultural land, but this resettlement was organized by two other Jewish relief groups, although the REC had a hand in it. 4,300 refugees from Germany had gone to Australia in 1939. The President's Advisory Committee fared little better than the REC. Like many in the administration, the committee had little access to Roosevelt, and its members beat their heads instead against an obstructive State Department. In the face of opposition, the British dropped the proposal for British Guyana, and a parallel offer by the occupied Netherlands to open Dutch Guyana was rejected by the REC because it was felt inadvisable to send Europeans to that region. The one project Bowman approved that came to fruition was an RECS-sponsored textile manufacturing scheme involving 80 refugee families in British Honduras. 19 Whether Bowman was ever serious about Angola, he quickly backed away from his earlier optimism when it was judged an adverse option by the REC. Why is not clear, although it may have had something to do with the Nazis having already raised the possibility of shipping Germany's Jews to the region. A gigantic plan plus the M project in the early spring of 1940, U.S. government policies on refugee settlement were a shambles but not for want of interested organizations. The Intergovernmental Committee on Refugees had Roosevelt's blessing but not his attention, and it held meetings but little else. In the State Department only two middle-level bureaucrats were assigned to the work, had little interest in it, and were resigned to their own impotence. Higher State Department officials spent more time insisting on their prerogative over refugee work than actually doing it. Like Bowman, they worried more that loud public declarations of humanitarian intent would only arouse false hopes. The dedicated if uninspired chair of the President's Advisory Committee felt their work was so useless that he offered to resign and dissolve the committee. 20 So languished U.S. refugee policy for nearly 2 years. The RST news stories indicating that the Nazis had commenced mass civilian killings began to appear in June 1942, but the scale and abhorrence of the report seemed beyond belief. Anywhere from 200,000 to 700,000 Soviet citizens from the German-occupied sectors of Belarus and the Ukraine, mainly but not entirely Jews, had been (299) terminated. News of the forced evacuation of the Warsaw Ghetto also dared out. The State Department began receiving independent reports of the atrocities in August, but only 4 months later, and then only privately, did the department condemn the systematic exterminations. Frustrated by the department's silence and inactivity, prominent Jewish leader and Zionist Rabbi Stephen Wise held a press conference on November 24 announcing that an estimated 2 million Jews had already been exterminated at the hands of Nazi genocide. 21 Bowman knew by early November 1942 that the genocide was underway. His RST recorded acknowledgement of the unfolding horror came on November 12, nearly 2 weeks earlier than Wise's public announcement. The inhuman Nazi policy has been stepped up to the point where we see new and terrible effects upon the population of Europe, he wrote to himself in an innocuously titled memo, Population and Territorial Questions. The German leaders have carried through with thoroughness a policy of devitalization by more barbarous methods than man has ever devised or history recorded. When history analyzes our present acts, it will set against the new assignment of East Prussia to Poland the hundreds of thousands of willfully murdered and emasculated Poles for which Germany is responsible during the last 2 years. It will take account of the millions who have died of exposure and disease. 22. Outrage, stunned confusion, and disbelief followed the public announcements by Wise and others. Roosevelt met with Jewish leaders and issued grave warnings about war crimes as the public clamor rose, but even relief organizations were sufficiently stunned that galvanized demands for rescue, rather than sympathy, emerged only after several weeks. Distracted indifference soon took over, however, as the issue dissipated amid continuing war reportage, and the State Department only expended more energy in its refusal to condemn publicly Nazi genocide. The department also tried to cut off the European news sources that, in the view of some middle-level bureaucrats, were unnecessarily feeding the public outcry. The hindrance of rescue and resettlement schemes now moved into high gear. 23. Roosevelt too retreated, referring all refugee matters to a rudderless State Department. When Roosevelt publicly announced the 10 million to 20 million GUR for post-war refugees, the State Department was panicked about the possibility that the president had a gigantic plan in mind, something worldwide in scope, and equally panicked about his apparent receipt of refugee advice from somewhere else. 24. No such gigantic plan appeared in 1940 or in 1941, but under heightened pressure as news of civilian exter. 300/ Minations began to leak out, he did eventually act in the autumn of 1942. The top-secret M project was initiated on November 1, 1942 under Bowman's leadership with the express purpose of surveying the possibilities of large-scale refugee resettlement. The M project was conceived by Bowman as an updated and more focused inquiry. The inquiry, as we have seen, was Woodrow Wilson's think tank for the Paris Peace Conference, and when Bowman looked at Europe in 1942, he saw an exaggerated version of Europe in 1919. Intensive displacement and brutality kept unresolved territorial questions on the agenda, but questions of population and migration, settlement and development, were now even more vital than before. Like Roosevelt, Bowman was increasingly convinced that resettlement had to be conceived in terms of broader questions of population growth. In addition to questions of land and sovereignty, boundaries and trade, security and the territorial separation of antagonistic ethnic groups, the settlement after World War II would have to go a step further and consider populations themselves, their structure and growth, their standards of living, their freedom to expand territorially, the possibility of increasing the development of undeveloped land. 25. Eugenic arguments looked increasingly attractive to Bowman, and he connected population growth to questions of national security as well as development. Every argument for security in the future leads to the exercise of wider influence and power on the part of the United States, he believed, and the undervalued study of populations would be central to an informed and appropriate exercise of that power. 26. This put the question of colonial settlement more squarely on the U.S. agenda than it had been in 1919. Then it was simply a question of how colonies ought to be administered, but by the 1940s it was a question of how the colonial territories could be settled, developed, and brought into commercial intercourse with the United States. The idea of a new inquiry was initially unpopular, but the atrocities and mass displacement in Europe eventually swayed Roosevelt, and the M project gave Bowman the chance to resurvey the world, this time through the lenses of population and settlement. The 1938-42 refugee resettlement project at Hopkins was haphazard in its geographical coverage, but the M project was to be systematic and comprehensive. Roosevelt wanted to know, who will be in need of resettlement at war's end? Where are they? Where could they be settled? And what would it take to resettle them permanently and successfully? The mass of work was divided geographically: the Far East, Russia, the Near East, Central America, South America, Africa, and Europe, and it provided extensive reportage on everything from climatic/301 and hydrological conditions to estimates of surplus population, national immigration legislation, previous and existing resettlement projects, population absorption capacities, and so on. Never as gigantic as the State Department feared it might be, the M project comprised 8 to 10 permanent staff at any one time and a further 20 to 30 research associates and consultants. Anthropologist Henry Field was the project's full-time administrator. John Franklin Carter was the White House liaison. Among the consultants were Owen Lattimore, Carl Pelzer, and Robert Bowman, who had all worked on the earlier project along with Leo Wabel on the staff. Among staff assembled anew were an earlier émigré, the Austrian geographer Robert Strauss-Heup, whose 1942 book, Geopolitics, RST brought him to Bowman's attention. 27 A Library of Congress historian also joined the staff, and geographers Wellington Jones, Glenn T. Truartha, Warren S. Thompson, Griff Taylor, and Robert Pendleton, and the Johns Hopkins sanitary engineer Abel Wallman became consultants. 28 The M project was housed in 3 adjacent study rooms in the Library of Congress. It was a heterogeneous group of enthusiastic young men, but Bowman never really trusted them. He was suspicious of Austrian Strauss-Heup's ambition to bore into the core of the OSS or State Department and of the foreigners more generally. U.S. citizenship does not mean much to these men. They were zealots, an embarrassment. Now involved in more exciting work in the State Department, his direction of the project was uncharacteristically light-handed. 29 Eventually frustrated by their inability to accomplish anything useful, many M project staff drifted away for sterner challenges. In nearly 3 years, beginning in November 1942, and at a cost of $180,000, the M project compiled almost 650 documents, 152 new reports, 328 smaller memoranda, 103 translations of material from other languages, 47 lectures, and 17 administrative documents. 30 copies of each document were generally prepared and distributed to Keegers in different departments of the administration, including the War Department, the Army and Navy, and the White House. They covered the major refugee sources in Europe and anticipated that refugees would also be coming from Japan, Korea, and Manchuria. High on the list of possible destinations were Argentina, Brazil, Bolivia, Venezuela, Australia's Northern Territories, Canada, and Manchuria. 30 The reports generally followed Bowman's earlier insistence that resettlement should be dispersed, rural, and backed up by significant capital. 302/. In March 1943 Bowman insisted on a joint steering committee to coordinate M project and State Department work on refugees. It comprised Myron Taylor, Adolph Burley, and of course Bowman himself. Burley, the assistant secretary with responsibility for the department's work in this ELD, was seemingly sympathetic but made little effective effort. Taylor, with whom Bowman shared a State Department office, was the retired chairman of U.S. Steel and Roosevelt's representative to the ICR, established at Evian, and he was already utterly frustrated by both Roosevelt and the State Department for their inertia concerning the rescue of Jews and other refugees. The steering committee did little to kickstart refugee resettlement policy, rather, it permitted Bowman to focus his efforts in the State Department without appearing to abandon the M project or refugees. The M project reports fed into an important stream of information and policy. 31 Bowman contended. That they had much effect is less clear. Like most in the State Department, Bowman was happy to leave emergency rescue and relief efforts in the hands of the particularly obstructionist European desk at the State Department, where Breckinridge long engaged in paper shuffling, evasion, and outright deception to ensure inaction. 32 Nor is there much evidence for the project's longer-term inience. It eventually recommended that a ridiculous undercount of 1 million families would need to be resettled after the war, each at an average cost of $20,000. This would be administered by a special agency of the United Nations, the International Settlement Authority, which ought to have an annual budget of $1 billion. Even this recommendation therefore assumed a 20-year resettlement plan. Something like the proposed authority did emerge by 1947 as the International Refugee Organization, but it would be difficult to argue that it had roots in the M project. The M project itself was terminated on November 30, 1945, when Truman refused to continue its appropriation. Its legacy was a truckload of documents and 2,000 pages of unpublished reports, which were, by one account, lead and forgotten. 33 The scientific will to study refugee resettlement was severed from the will to do anything about it. There are surely many reasons that, with the exception of the War Refugee Board, refugee resettlement initiatives accomplished nothing during the war. The central failure lies with Roosevelt and the State Department. The former had the inclination to act but not as a priority. The latter was quite unprepared for the job psychologically or administratively. According to Treasury Secretary Morgenthau, their conservative political sympathies made them indifferent to the fate of the wretched refugees of /303. Central Europe. 34 Bowman was part of this group. It is stunning that throughout the 7 years of his involvement in resettlement planning, he expresses no urgency about the issue, save his RST gambit to the Refugee Economic Corporation. If the situation was ever again desperate, as he put it in 1938, he never said so. The more news that emerged about Nazi genocide, the more he insulated the M project from demands for action. He too was deliberately obstructive, even of presidential requests. In October 1943, for instance, with Roosevelt increasingly anxious for results he could use at his upcoming Tehran summit with Stalin and Churchill, Henry Field read up the M project staff for round-the-clock work. Roosevelt's liaison John Carter had begun turning up at Bowman's weekly meetings with the M project staff, and Bowman worried that Carter would now represent to the president that was stalling. He diverted Field's presidentially inspired initiatives into the development of a vague and rambling 9-point program. A year into the M project, this amounted to a massive time-wasting recapitulation of the project's original rationale, deliberately diverting attention from practical policies or recommendations. 35 Bowman was indeed stalling, trying to block any significant action aimed at emergency refugee resettlement that might circumscribe his scientific experiment. The M project was a scholarly investigation of land settlement, recalled a like-minded Strauss-Heup, not a refugee resettlement program. 36 Not even the horrors of systematic extermination and mass slaughter could sway Bowman from that course, disrupt the scientific logic. Nor is there any record of post facto doubt, no sense after more was known in 1945 that their own scientific experiment with refugees' lives should have been abandoned for sake of short-term rescue efforts. The unprecedented Morgenthau indictment of the State Department that it merely organized a runaround on refugees appears in Bowman's papers without comment. The radical separation of refugee rescue from post-war refugee resettlement, the one a matter of politics, the other of science, was not unique. Indeed, a parallel debate even aired among Jewish refugee organizations. 37 But the insistence on science to the exclusion of politics, from a man who was now special advisor to the president, surely represents a cruel categorical excuse for silence and inaction. Settlement, race, and the Palestine question. In 1944 the population of Palestine was 1.7 million. The Muslim population of more than a million people accounted for 61.1%, while ME 304/Gration from Europe and elsewhere made Jews the fastest growing group, rising from 27.7% of the population in 1936 to 30%, or about 500,000, in 1944. 38 Zionist demands to confiscate Palestine as a Jewish homeland had failed at the Paris Peace Conference after World War I, despite stated British support in the form of the 1917 Balfour Declaration, but the desperation of Jewish refugees fleeing Nazi-occupied Europe strengthened the argument. Although the U.S. government had RMLY resisted endorsing this demand, pressure was intense in early 1943 as Zionist terrorism intensified in Palestine. Roosevelt plumbed for advice. Bowman rejected the transformation of a majority Arab Palestine into a Jewish homeland, not to mention the more audacious Zionist proposal to usurp the Transjordan as part of this new Jewish state. This would only increase the size of the Arab majority under a Jewish minority. 39 When Roosevelt RST solicited Bowman's advice on this question, the immediate issue was the fate of some 4,000 mainly Jewish refugees who had escaped to Spain and the Balkans, and Churchill wanted to ferry them to Libya. Bowman's caution was geographical as much as political. He advised that the limits to any move of this sort should be announced from the start so as to still Arab fears that massive migration to Palestine might ensue. Just as important, eventual resettlement to Palestine would be limited by social and physical conditions, and large-scale financial and military support would be necessary in an arid land with limited absorptive capacity. My advice is to keep the Palestine question in abeyance, so far as possible, until the end of the war. If we must make promises, promise both Arabs and Jews that there will be deliberate consultation on the questions involved after the war. 40 In government circles, Bowman's position on Palestine was authoritative, and FDR followed his advice. Flattering the Geographer, the president even reminded him on subsequent occasions that U.S. policy on Palestine followed his lead. 41 FDR understood as well as Bowman the high risk of conflict if the Palestinians were to be dispossessed, and while he responded to the urgency of refugee rescue, he too was ambivalent about Palestine as a solution. But the pressure continued, not least from his wife, Eleanor, who was more inclined toward parceling out Palestine as a Jewish homeland and who quickly confronted Zionist proponents with Bowman's argument about the area's limited absorptive capacity. When she received a contrary and optimistic evaluation of Palestine's environmental ability to absorb further population, she showed it to FDR, who referred her back to Bowman. 42 Bowman was in a tight spot. Eleanor Roosevelt had periodically intervened in the State Department to secure visas for refugees and was treated /305 there as a meddling pest. A patronizing Bowman had only scorn for a woman he thought mischievous for interfering in questions beyond her understanding. He sensed a trap: she may be trying to get my ideas and to disseminate them in Jewish quarters, thus fomenting embarrassing political attacks. 43 But he also knew he could not refuse her summons to the White House for tea and a talk, and having sought advice from Secretary of State Cordell Hull and others and having stalled as long as he could, he sat down with Eleanor Roosevelt for their Palestine discussion. He had resolved with Hull that he should not get into alternative solutions to the refugee problem. Instead, he engaged her on the question of Palestine's absorptive capacity, before asking the more pointed political question whether there was much difference between Nazi ambitions for Lebensraum and Zionist determination to dispossess Palestine's Arabs. Of all his arguments, however, Eleanor Roosevelt was most sensitive to Bowman's conviction that mass Jewish settlement on Arab land would have to be backed up by British and U.S. force, at great cost in blood and money. The political consequences of a large influx of population will be far-reaching, and any resulting Jewish state would become the creature of Great Britain and the United States. 44 Diplomatic with the RST lady, he was emphatic to New York Times editor Arthur Hayes Sulzberger: if American power is placed behind the demand for an independent Zionist state in opposition to the Arabs, and if the demand includes larger and larger territory, we must be prepared to take on 90 million Arabs. It seems to me that this is a ghastly alternative. It will be said by enemies of the Jews that they have drawn us into a distinct quarrel on a basis that is difficult to distinguish from Hitler's Lebensraum. This may seem like a harsh characterization. But is it not true? Is it not putting power behind a nationalist program in such a way as to take away land occupied by one people and give it to another? 45. Eleanor Roosevelt accepted Bowman's reasoning, repeating to friends and correspondents his strategic opposition to a Jewish homeland in Palestine. 46 But a new report by a senior scientist in the U.S. Soil Conservation Service advocated extensive colonization, and public debate soon aired anew. In Palestine, land of promise, Walter Clay Loudermilk extolled the agricultural efficiency, productiveness, and deserving virtues of recent Jewish settlers vis-a-vis indolent Arabs, and he proposed that desert reclamation could solve this age-old problem of Jewish persecution and homelessness. Proposing a massive dispossession of Arabs, Loudermilk's program was modeled on the Tennessee Valley Authority, encapsulated the Jordan 306/River and large parts of the Transjordan, and speculated that the country's absorptive capacity was 20 to 30 million people. 47 Loudermilk shared Bowman's quasi-scientific language of absorptive capacity, expressing the causal Malthusian equation between population and environment, but came to diametrically opposite conclusions. His book shook Eleanor Roosevelt's faith in Bowman. 48 The president was also having doubts, and with a very closely contested presidential election at hand he eventually broke training from Bowman's advice and announced in October 1944 that he favored a Jewish homeland in Palestine. En route back from Yalta in early 1945, he stopped off to see Ibn Saud in Egypt, but failed to convince him of the necessity of making Palestine a Jewish homeland. Bowman was bitterly disappointed by what he saw as FDR's political cowardice, his refusal to stand up not just for a principle but against a guaranteed disaster. He aimed just as much indignation at Loudermilk, whose estimates were ridiculous. He was a scientist gone bad who had made his science suit the popular Zionist program. 49 Bowman's staunch opposition to Zionist claims in Palestine were well founded. He predicted the conflict that would ensue if Palestinians were forcibly displaced. But his prescience was inseparably interlaced with prejudice, and Loudermilk's was not the only science to bend with certain popular predilections. Questions of race were omnipresent in the discussions, actions, and inactions surrounding refugee resettlement, and Bowman's own racial attitudes significantly affected this work. Roosevelt did not always match his own proclamations with deeds concerning refugee resettlement, but he was interested enough to have given Bowman the opportunity to make something of it if he wanted to. In mid-November 1938, after Bowman suggested that Costa Rica might meet the requirements for large-scale settlement, Roosevelt was keenly interested. But Bowman backpedaled. No longer the can-do advisor, he became the pompous defender of abstract principle, raising the question of political difficulties which a large foreign immigrant group would create if planted in this small Latin American country. 50 But his deeper concern was geopolitics. By sponsoring such a resettlement, would the United States not be accused of interference in European affairs? Bowman stood on the Monroe Doctrine as both a defensive shield and a vital U.S. interest. My own feeling is that we keep our position uncompromised in the Western Hemisphere only so long as we do not interest ourselves directly in the importation of European population elements. The moment we do so we are likely to be charged with the importation of a EU/307 European quarrel into America. Even if we are right about such importation from the humanitarian standpoint, we thereby give the other fellow a chance to claim that we are wrong. 51. Whether he feared that Roosevelt might actually carry the plan forward or had second thoughts after Kristallnacht about the size of the mainly Jewish migration that might result, Bowman's scientific refusal here aligned neatly with a narrow expression of national self-interest. His opposition to Nazism in no way inclined him to alliance with Hitler's victims communists or Jews, and a certain racial categorization endemic to his science remained operative throughout. He was emphatic that white settlement is differentially restricted by climate, and just as emphatic that different peoples, deemed by nationality, race, or ethnicity, carried different cultures that made them more or less suitable for settlement in any given environment. 52. Race was a central axis of cultural differentiation for Bowman. Angola's 3.7 million black African inhabitants were invisible, except perhaps as labor, in his early proposal that the country be considered for a Jewish homeland. In Latin America his clear assumptions about the different geographies, social conditions, work, and prospects for land ownership that are appropriate for whites or for Indians continue undisturbed. The scientific racism of his Eld work in the Andes 3 decades earlier. By corollary, with the half-hearted exception of Alaska, North America represented the most glaring omission from the various resettlement plans. It was the only continent not given a separate geographical focus in the M project, and this was explicitly about nation as well as race of people. Having staked out a territory as we have done in America certainly has the right to look at itself from the eugenic standpoint, he believed, if it decides that its character will be improved by excluding certain populations and by further advocating birth control, it has these rights too. 53. Bowman shared the broad conservative resistance to further U.S. immigration that had emerged in the 1920s. Too much an internationalist to become a demagogic nativist or xenophobe, he nonetheless held that the United States had already reached its absorptive capacity and was threatened by overpopulation. Yet in a different context, he was quite willing to argue that not enough children are being born to maintain the existing level of the population of the United States. 54. Eugenics represented the common denominator of these seemingly contradictory stances. Economic success and its social rewards, he lamented, have become linked with diminished fertility among the white middle. 308. Class, and the fear of overpopulation pertain to the unwashed masses, black, white, and immigrant. 55. Bowman provided his own geographical and scientific slant to this argument. That fatal glance at the map by Europeans may have implied to the untrained eye that a lot of pioneering land was still available in the empty American West, he once suggested, but a careful study of the possibilities proved that to be a fallacy. The United States was no longer in the position to accept immigrants as it had prior to the 1920s, and he railed against advocates of refugee rescue who thought the problem simply one of subconscious fears among the U.S. population. The United States has 10 to 12 million unemployed, nothing unconscious about that. It is not a sense of moral superiority that bars the refugees from America, it is rather a combination of labor conditions, unemployment, a widely discussed set of attitudes, respecting immigration and birth control, added to crop surpluses, national, state and city relief debts already incurred, and a general unwillingness to assume fresh burdens arrogantly thrust at us by totalitarian states. 56. This whole logic he applied rather perversely to Jewish exclusion from the United States. The domestic political situation is now perilous for the Jews, he observed. Prejudices and hates are being transferred to America. Absorption of new arrivals will have to be kept to a small scale or resistance will develop and spread rapidly, thus inviting attacks on the position of Jews already established. 57. The great circle of this scientific logic is as hermetic as it was indomitable. It provided a transparent rationalization that Jewish quotas, whether applied by the United States or by Johns Hopkins University, actually functioned for the good of Jews themselves. Antisemitism is traced to Europe, appearing in the United States only by unfortunate transfer. The victims are made to bear the blame through exclusion while the bigot washes his hands of the bigotry. Bowman would have resented strongly any implication that he was anti-Semitic. Wasn't he simply being realistic? Yet such sentiments played a direct role in his refugee resettlement work, as one colleague discovered. Owen Lattimore came to realize in the context of the RST resettlement project at Hopkins what he had not even suspected before, namely, that Bowman was profoundly anti-Semitic. 58. Bowman's son encountered the same sentiments. As he prepared to leave for a teaching position in Christ Church in New Zealand in 1939, where he would also carry out some work for the Hopkins resettlement project, Robert Bowman questioned the assignment. How does one introduce the question of large-scale Jewish refugee migration into the monocultural /309 Anglo-Celticism of Australian society? The elder Bowman followed his official letter outlining the desired work with a personal letter answering his son's concerns. You need not be embarrassed by the refugee aspect of the studies, he admonished, that could simply be kept confidential. 59. The son later insisted that the expulsion of Jews from Spain in the 15th century was actually detrimental to that country. He cited his father's own words from the New World. So why all the fuss now about accepting Jewish refugees? Bowman answered, in a passage marked confidential, that everything depends upon the conditions of the country and the times. Regarding Australia now, he said, the economic organization is already completed, and the danger lies in Jewish control of that organization if too many are allowed into the country and particularly the cities. 60. Bowman's prejudices abetted and contributed to the broad failure of the United States and the Allied governments even to attempt a rescue of Jews and millions of other refugees from Europe. Approached by the American Jewish Joint Distribution Committee, a well-heeled, active, and conservative organization, for an opinion about whether the settlement of the victims of the fascist regimes would be viable in British Guiana, could an advance group of technicians make a speedy assessment, Bowman's response was dissembling, nasty, and deliberately obstructive. Actually, the Joint, as the AJTC was known, spent in excess of $15 million in relief efforts throughout the war and probably provided more aid to European Jews than all the world's governments combined. Why not, Bowman advised FDR in 1938, keep the European elements within the framework of the Old World. 61. And even after the extent of Nazi genocide became known, he never wavered from that position. Such a deep racism took mighty work to maintain. Again to his son he bemoaned the impossibility of speaking about the Jews and their problems with complete freedom. Racial differences were facts of nature for Bowman, and no social liberalism could alter that scientifically derived conclusion. Science again as political alibi. He sought nervous reassurance from his conservative Jewish acquaintances too, until Jews themselves make up their minds on a unit program. Every Gentile feels that he is suspected in expressing himself on one or the other side of this acute controversy, he told Charles Liebman of the Refugee Economic Corporation. Quite why Jews should have been expected to develop a single voice while Gentiles could think what they liked was never stated, but it does suggest the asymmetric cultural essentialism through which Bowman conceived race. Not unreasonably, he opposed 310 the racial elitism of some Zionists, but inasmuch as he was unable to distinguish political Zionism from social Judaism, he was a mouthpiece of the same elitism. Liebman's reply surely reassured him. Jewish nationalism has never had my sympathy. Palestine is not a solution for the present plight of European Jews. They must be allowed to spread and enter many countries on the globe, and such movements will certainly be impeded by what you aptly characterize as lack of restraint on the part of intransigent Zionists. 62. Here, for Bowman, was a Jew who had presumably, and admirably, succeeded in transcending his culture. On another occasion Bowman commended New York Times editor Arthur Hayes Sulzberger for standing against a Zionist homeland and proposing that U.S. Jews look more to the welfare of Jews at home. To several of my friends among Jews of prominence in Washington, Bowman wrote, I have made similar statements during the past month but have found them unwilling to agree. In fact, I have thought that I noticed a distinct cooling of their attitude toward me, but this may be imagination only, and we can forget about it. 63. The naked class and race pain here, submerged in oblivious self-deception, is excruciating. One can only imagine what Sulzberger thought. He never responded. Bowman's racism was often crude, but it was not wildly divergent from that sanctioned by polite society. Neither was it narrowly focused. His anti-Semitism was quite ecumenical, and his prejudices covered Arabs every bit as much as Jews. In the State Department during the same period he was happy to portion out Bahrain oil rights to multinational companies over the interests of the 90,000 lousy Arabs who occupied the island. 64. His callous disinterest in the fate of Jewish refugees was therefore more and less than anti-Semitism. He was harried by the carnage of war, of course, but he scarcely registered more emotion over any other aspect of the slaughter that was World War II. 2.5 million Russian prisoners of war summarily executed by the Nazis, 20 million Russian soldiers and civilians dead, millions of Chinese, millions more in Europe, Asia, and the Pacific, in addition to 6 million murdered Jews. And it has been said, in light of the history since, that his opposition to the confiscation of Palestine for a Jewish homeland was nothing if not prescient. His prediction to Roosevelt was absolutely correct that American bayonets and American lives were the price if we touched the Palestine question. 65. That such insight had its own price, namely, obstructive collusion in the abandonment of Jewish and other victims of the Holocaust, is unconscionable. 311. What began in 1933 with the persecution, incarceration, and murder of communists, Trotskyists, socialists, and social democratic opponents of the new Nazi regime broadened throughout the 1930s to include social enemies such as Jews, gypsies, traveling people, and gays. All were caught up in the null solution to the Jewish problem, which began systematically in the summer of 1941. For more than 2 years the Allies did virtually nothing. Only in early 1944, when Secretary of the Treasury Henry Morgenthau took the whole miserable record of the State Department to Roosevelt, was responsibility for emergency refugee resettlement transferred to the newly established War Refugee Board. The board eventually did a creditable job helping to save perhaps 200,000 Jews from the Holocaust. 66 But before and after 1944, many options were dismissed or ignored, negotiating with the German High Command or other Axis governments for the release of concentration camp prisoners, the establishment of refugee pipelines out of different parts of occupied Europe to neutral territory, provision of food and medical supplies to trapped populations, transportation to North Africa, North and South America, and Palestine, bombing the camps and their rail connections, and of course the opening of national borders worldwide to mass refugee migration. If Bowman deployed his science of settlement as an alibi for moral and political abstention, his approaches to refugee resettlement RST at Hopkins, then in the M Project, and Nally with the Palestinian question all point to some other peculiar assumptions that precluded effective rescue or resettlement from the start. Why was Bowman so insistent that resettled refugees perform manual, preferably agricultural, work? Why was free land apparently such a sine qua non of resettlement, when other forms of work were never discussed? And why was it so vital that refugees have such large quantities of capital? Why was Bowman so obsessed with the possibility that rescued victims of World War II might quickly escape to the cities? These assumptions undergird not just Bowman's resettlement discussions but also those of the United States and the United Kingdom more broadly. In the RST place, Bowman's scientific interest lay more with the social and physical environment of the receiving country than with any concern for the refugees individually or collectively. They were faceless, and considerable effort was made to keep them so, while the places to which they would be resettled brimmed with personality. Claims to scientific objectivity enabled and reinforced an extraordinary alienation from the horrors of war. Thus on one occasion when Bowman repeated his habitual caution that this or that land would accommodate only a slow trickle of refugees, a defensive newspaper editor felt obliged to explain in an exculpatory editor's note that Dr. Bowman 312/ does not intend this to mean that migration may not be a solution to the émigrés, however. 67 Actually he meant exactly that. For Bowman, if not necessarily for Roosevelt, the M Project began from the assumption that wartime refugee rescue was impossible and that only an end to the war would solve the crisis. Where concern was registered about the refugees themselves, it was not their plight as war victims or potential Holocaust victims that concerned him, but their effect on whatever places they were sent to, and here he influenced Roosevelt considerably. Above all, they should be deconcentrated. At a White House lunch with Churchill in May 1943, also attended by Harry Hopkins and Henry Wallace, FDR raised the M Project work as probing the best way to settle the Jewish question. Bowman's plan essentially is to spread the Jews thin all over the world. Roosevelt approved, even reporting his personal success in adding 4 or VE Jewish families to Hyde Park, New York, and Marietta County, Georgia. The local population would have no problem if there were no more than that, concluded the president. 68 The common denominator of his wartime resettlement work suggests that Bowman was driven by a quite coherent global vision. Along with others in the Council on Foreign Relations and the Roosevelt government, Bowman envisaged a global supervisory role for the United States in post-war resettlement planning. The resettlement of different populations in different places around the world could become an economic weapon in a trade scramble after the war, he warned. 69 While it cynically cashed in on popular concern for the victims of Nazi terror, especially after 1942, the entire rationale for the M project and its Hopkins predecessor was a direct and practical application of Bowman's 1930s pioneering and settlement research on a world scale and in U.S. interests. The United States would confront less a frontier line after the war than an accumulation of pockets that could still be colonized, developed, and brought into trade relations with the country. The possibility of increasing the development of undeveloped land became crucial. The whole earth is occupied and there is no such thing as unused land, only underdeveloped land, uneconomic use, inefficient distribution of populations, unrealized resources of human strength, aptitude, and skill. 70. This developmental vision goes partway toward explaining the exclusive focus on agricultural land in the wartime resettlement studies. Nowhere in the M Project reports is the possibility even entertained that refugees might be accommodated in cities rather than on the land, or that they might contribute to urban industry rather than agricultural production and processing. Although Bowman lived in cities himself ever since escaping rural Michigan for Harvard, he came out of a long tradition of intellectual anti-urbanism in the United States. 71 cities for him were a necessary evil, al. 313. Ready overpopulated, made all the worse by the concentration of immigrant, working class, and black populations. They were the stark opposite of rural virtue, and it was unthinkable to Bowman that refugee resettlement, especially of poor Jews, should further feed the social decay that cities represented. Here arise some of the sharpest ironies of the wartime resettlement ASCO, because its intellectual anti-urbanism stemmed not only from U.S. roots in Jeffersonianism but also from German roots in the philosophies of those such as Friedrich Ratzel. Colonization, for Ratzel, meant agriculture, writes historian Woodruff Smith of the German Geographer, who coined the term Lebensraum, which, after 1933, was made to carry the central weight of Nazi territorial ambition. 72. The oddly resilient agrarianism of U.S. resettlement ideologies of the 1940s, therefore, recapitulates Turnerian, but especially Ratzelian, assumptions about geography, politics, and economy amid a war that Bowman easily recognized as the most industrial conflict in history. Where these agrarian sympathies brushed against cultural stereotypes, the results were unsettling. In general, the Jew is not considered a good farmer, confessed a State Department functionary to Bowman, but there is plenty of expert opinion that Jewish refugees can be colonized in areas where the possibilities of drifting to urban communities are limited. Indeed, for Bowman the greatest danger was that the best men in their resettlement colonies would be constantly looking around for escape to the cities and particularly to the United States, resulting in grave difficulties for the settlements. 73. If this unrelenting anti-urbanism today seems oddly backward-looking, it would be a mistake to leave the matter there. The resettlement work of Bowman and others during World War II was aimed resolutely at the future, more precisely at an American future. Its Ratzelian nuances notwithstanding, it expressed U.S. geo-economic ambition precisely. However untapped, the M Project's massive compilation of data differed from the avaricious data collection associated with 19th-century explorations of absolute space, wherein a Humboldt or a Livingstone would go boldly forth where no man had ever gone before. Rather, the 20th century represented the cautious and unglamorous documentation of social, economic, political, and environmental conditions in the remaining interstices of a largely colonized globe, and an emphasis on relations with other parts of the world through trade or otherwise. From the start, the M Project was a global survey of potential investment opportunities. Hence Bowman's constant refrain that the new conditions were different from those of the frontier and that refugees could not simply be dumped and left to their own 314 devices. They had to possess capital, he repeated over and over again, and have access to land, labor, and resources, and be able to forge trade connections to national and international markets. The geography of internal affairs that he had sketched from the pockets of western frontier land in the 1930s was thoroughly internationalized in the resettlement work of the 1940s, and pioneer settlement was again the leading edge of economic development. The resettlement projects were not at all about rescuing the victims of Nazism but about marshalling refugees for the economic development of underdeveloped areas. Refugee resettlement was a means to that end. It sought to LL in the economic interstices of an already occupied world and take advantage of the gross geographic unevenness of capitalist development to engage all corners of the planet in the web of the world market. This precisely describes Bowman's experiment. The interstices of developed space were simultaneously a laboratory for science and for capital. Land, labor, and capital were the crucial ingredients. The M project was about identifying the location and condition of undeveloped land and about galvanizing government capital subsidies for their development. Refugees' excess population 74 were the motive force, the labor in the form of yeoman entrepreneurs. How to organize the conquest of the interstices was the crucial question, and the combination of labor and capital had everything to do with class and race differences. When new people come to already settled areas, they must work with their hands, they are paid at low wages and sink to the level of the Indian or half-breed laborer. Capital is necessary if the immigrants are to own land and employ Indian labor. 75 Bowman's most enthusiastic response to any resettlement proposal came when the classic ingredients of economic accumulation, land, labor, and capital seemed to be in place. Charles Liebman of the Refugee Economic Corporation wanted to underwrite a Hungarian embroidery entrepreneur, a Mr. K.I. Wise of Budapest, who would bring his own capital, supplemented by the REC, and, most important, the skilled labor of 80 families to the hill country of Punta Gorda, in British Honduras. He proposed a garment factory using local resources. Leo Wabel was skeptical about any kind of white settlement in this area, an environmental rationale that Bowman endorsed widely elsewhere, but Bowman overrode him, enthusing that the project would be experimental in regard to the adaptability of the immigrants. Most important, the land was identified and available. Bringing capital and labor to the land identified by Bowman, Mr. Wise and his 80 families of workers duly arrived. 76 If Bowman's optimism concerning pioneering belts never materialized in practice, he was proven correct in his prediction that refugee resettlement /315 would be but a trickle. 77 That this was to no small extent a self-fooling prophecy is as troubling as it is ironic. In the end, it was not so much the Palestine question that displaced any humanitarian concern for Jews and other refugees as it was the larger aims of post-war U.S. political and economic interests. The contradictions were intense. We may need the full support of Latin American countries in the settlement of post-war problems, Bowman once warned a State Department official, and this may make it undesirable to water down their enthusiasm by insisting that they admit into their countries people that they may not desire to have. 78 If Bowman's own multifaceted racism stood in the way of his larger geo-economic ambitions for a U.S. globalism, he was right that the United States would need Latin America, especially in the attempt to establish a pro-U.S. United Nations. And yet, despite the impotence of the government-sponsored resettlement projects, many refugees did end their way to Latin America after the war. Many were the Nazis, others were Nazis. 316 When on March 17, 1944 Bowman was summoned to the White House to consult with Roosevelt over his impending State Department mission to London, it was a familiar routine for him. But this time the press corps at the White House gates buzzed with excitement. Since U.S. entry into the war, Roosevelt had fastidiously avoided public comment on the question of post-war territorial arrangements, trying to keep public attention RMLY on the military dimensions of war. He feared that public reaction to such arrangements, real or imagined, might tie his hands or compromise his dealings with Churchill and Stalin. But with a highly publicized White House visit by this renowned geographer and veteran of the Paris Peace Conference, here seemed to be incontrovertible evidence that, whatever the president might be saying publicly, discussions of territorial plans were indeed afoot. At a press conference after the meeting, FDR was bombarded with questions about the significance of Bowman's inclusion in the State Department's London team. Resplendent in a green St. Patrick's Day suit, the president toyed with the huddle of reporters. "Now boys," he replied, "just because Dr. Bowman was here does not mean that we are talking about post-war territorial arrangements or that the mission's purpose is to raise such questions with Churchill. They might, the president added, talk about bananas, and if they did, Dr. Bowman would know where they grew. 1. The global reach and nationalist internationalism of the New World radiated a U.S. globalism, but it was mute on the blunter question of how such. 12. Settling affairs with the Old World. Dismembering Germany. Expansive interests might be pursued. If the Wilsonian presumption of a detached moral geography took a beating in the 1930s, it still shrouded the more practical ambitions of Roosevelt's wartime State Department. Apart from Roosevelt himself, the senior members of the State Department had largely cut their diplomatic teeth at Paris or in its shadow. As a senator from Tennessee, FDR's Secretary of State, Cordell Hull, had watched balefully the Senate rejection of Wilson. The vision of a global Monroe Doctrine was therefore alive and well, if far from uncontested, and it was the Wilsonian in Hull who addressed the Pan-American Union in 1943, the liberty that is today the right of every American nation, great and small, is the same liberty which we believe should be established throughout the earth. 2. Formulating post-war plans after 1939, State Department leaders thought themselves to be making Wilson's vision practical under sterner circumstances. Wilson was the baseline from which they departed. Bowman congratulated Hull on his reinforcement of the foundations of U.S. foreign policy in the Pan-American Address while clarifying his divergence from Wilson. "I had great admiration for Woodrow Wilson. But he couldn't translate his idealism and perfectionism into an effective program because, for him, the deed was performed when the word was spoken." 3. For this practical idealist, World War II became a kind of political crucible in which a revised Wilsonianism was recast as int rather than chalk. A new world order was glimpsed again in Washington in 1939, opening a second formative moment of the American century. But the vision had evolved significantly from that of the Paris Conference. In the RST place, the geography of this order would be negotiated on the basis of overwhelmingly economic, more than geopolitical, considerations as the United States outreached its European competitors. This new economic geography was established only via intense political struggles pitting ruling class global ambitions against a gamut of opponents, the rulers of declining European empires, the expansionism of Soviet state-centered capital accumulation, insurgent working class, populist, and anti-colonial movements from Greece to Indochina, and at home a feisty working class. Yet ambitions for an effective global political structure, dashed after the failure of the League of Nations, were rekindled in the slouch toward war. If ideas and demands for a new world order emerged differently in diverse locations, the crucible of the new global political and economic geography lay in Washington, D.C., and especially in the nexus connecting the State Department, the Treasury Department, and the White House. The idea of a Pax Americana, a successor to the 19th century Pax Britannica, which had dimmed with World War I, attracted wide cur. 318 Renzi in this period. For a year earlier, Henry Luce, publisher of Life magazine, announced the American century, tyrannies may require a large amount of living space, he concluded dryly, but freedom requires and will require far greater living space than tyranny. 5. Bowman anticipated these visions with even greater geographical pithiness about the post-war American world. With the German military closing in on Britain in early 1940, the Anglophile Bowman railed against Hitler's geopolitical quest for Lebensraum. To the inaugural meeting of the Council on Foreign Relations Territorial Committee, he retorted that if Hitler wanted Lebensraum he could have it. Lebensraum for all is the answer to Lebensraum for one, it is an economic question. 6. An economic question, he might have added in mixed Wilsonian and Orwellian terms, in which all may be equal, but the United States would be more equal than others. An American economic Lebensraum was exactly what Bowman, the State Department, and Roosevelt struggled to realize. Bowman's adoption of Lebensraum from the German political geographer Ratzel was a stroke of brilliance. According to Ratzel, a state's political control of territory is vital for its economic and cultural survival, whereas for Bowman economic control of resources, workforces, and markets is the much more direct key to national economic survival and growth. Better than the American century or the Pax Americana, the notion of an American Lebensraum captures the specific and global historical geography of U.S. ascension to power. After World War II, global power would no longer be measured in terms of colonized land or power over territory. Rather, global power was measured in directly economic terms. Trade and markets now gird as the economic nexuses of global power, a shift confirmed in the 1944 Bretton Woods Agreement, which not only inaugurated an international currency system but also established two central banking institutions, the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, to oversee the global economy. These represented the RST planks of the economic infrastructure of the post-war American Lebensraum. Even as World War II raged, geoeconomics supplanted geopolitics. It is an economic question. For nearly 20 years Bowman juggled the demands of the Hopkins presidency with an arduous schedule in Washington, where he helped this American Lebensraum to fruition. He rarely articulated the goal of 20 years of State Department work and top-secret governmental advising in any comprehensive way, but his major efforts in these years were devoted to three separate but interconnected campaigns. The jewel of the work was undoubtedly the establishment of the United Nations, broadly seen as a second/319 chance at international political organization following the scuttling of the League of Nations both in Europe and in the U.S. Senate. But it also involved two other major efforts. An American Lebensraum would itself need space to expand, albeit economic space, and Bowman became a major goer in U.S. efforts to shake loose the colonies of the European powers and open them up for U.S. commerce. This work involved a diplomatic mission to London and negotiations with Churchill, and if bananas did not quite work their way onto the agenda, the tropical territories where they grew certainly did. But affairs still had to be settled in Europe, especially with Germany. The geopolitical rationales for war returned old world geographies to the center of the international agenda, and they would have to be dealt with. Boundaries were not the primary issue after World War II in the way they had been in Paris in 1919, but in several instances they remained important. What to do with Germany was the central question here, and this inevitably raised boundary issues. It was widely sensed in the Roosevelt government that settling accounts with and in the Old World was a sine qua non of an American Lebensraum. Only then would the agenda be clear for a new world order, as Roosevelt put it. Yet for many, a powerful German economy would be key to European economic recovery after World War II. Throughout State Department deliberations on Germany, therefore, questions of territorial and economic settlement continually owed through each other, but as the war progressed, the narrowly territorial issues took a backseat to both immediate military questions and economic considerations. Unlike his work on decolonization and the establishment of the United Nations, Bowman's 1940s work on the German question for the State Department began almost 2 years before the United States was even officially in the war. While beginning to immerse himself in the complexities of a future German settlement in the spring of 1940, a more urgent geographical task intruded, however. It represented a transitional moment from the territorial to the economic. Bowman was not usually involved directly in military decisions, his bailiwick being post-war settlement, but early in the war he found himself offering technical geographical advice with rapid military results. The issue was Greenland, Iceland, and the proper definition of the Western Hemisphere, and it had a direct bearing on whether and how the United States went to war. A limited war and the Bowman line denning the Western Hemisphere. It was perhaps appropriate that the Anglophile Bowman found himself in Britain when World War II broke out in 1939. Traveling to Dundee for an 320/ address to the British Association, his second visit to Scotland, having also visited in 1928 to receive the Livingstone Medal from the Royal Scottish Geographical Society, he received word that the meeting was cancelled. Citing the injustices of the 1919 confiscation of Gdansk/Danzig, Hitler had invaded Poland. Bowman was back in London in time to hear Chamberlain's September 3 radio announcement that Britain was at war with Germany. He was impressed by the frenzy of war preparations. He experienced a blackout in Glasgow, saw gas masks distributed everywhere, and witnessed the speedy construction of air raid shelters. London streets were transformed, Sandbags were piled everywhere, but people were scarce, except when the sirens blew. Particularly evident to an American visitor, the theaters were closed. A lifelong lover of children, he was most impressed with the evacuation of kids from the capital. The most spectacular move was the evacuation of city children from the largest centers. Over 500,000 children were moved out of London in one day. Some of the suburban railway stations, a block long, were crowded with children in the care of a few grown UPS. One saw many a weeping adult touched by the pity of it, the separation for an indefinite time of children and parents, and the possibility that war meant the death and oftentimes the horrible death of infants. But the children themselves laughed and chatted as if the whole thing were a picnic. For many of them it was an unexpected vacation in the country, and no doubt some of them had never been in the country. 7. Before returning to the United States aboard the Aquitania, protected by a British destroyer for its RST day and a half out of Southampton, Bowman visited his friend Lionel Curtis in Oxford. Curtis and Bowman's association went back to the Paris Peace Conference, and while Bowman built the Council on Foreign Relations, Curtis inspired its British counterpart, the Royal Institute of International Affairs. They retained ties and pondered together the implications and possible outcomes of the war. At least for now it was and should be a European war, Bowman felt, but he was less inclined than in the earlier war to label it a struggle between imperial rivals. German expansionism was the central cause, to be sure, but he also cautiously invoked the complicated interstate relations of post-Versailles Europe. As for the United States, the mass of the people are not going to go into another war in an emotional storm, nor would they to maintain the integrity of the British Empire. Still, he felt sure that the United States would end itself drawn inexorably toward the war if for no other reason than to protect its transatlantic trade. A German victory at sea would threaten 10% of our total commerce, which is foreign and /321. Which gives stimulus and underpinning to our internal economy. Until the economic threat materialized, however, it would be for the United States a limited war. The RST task for the country is to make sure that the war will not spread to the Western Hemisphere. 8. Roosevelt was thinking along similar lines. But how were the limits to be determined? Following the declaration of war in Europe, he moved with considerable caution to appease both internationalists and isolationists en route to possible U.S. involvement. He harbored an Eastern establishment sympathy for Britain and the Allies, and while on the lookout for pretexts by which to inch the United States toward greater partisanship, he was reluctant to become too involved too quickly, shades of Woodrow Wilson more than his granduncle Theodore. The German invasion of Denmark and Norway in the spring of 1940 placed the status of Iceland and Greenland in question. Were these northern outposts taken, German forces, with far better technology than in World War I, would have land bases dangerously close to the United States. Submarine warfare was now a reality, and as the unprecedented evacuation of children from London signaled, air power would play a much more crucial role in this war. 9. Advances in military technology made territorial denition more, not less, urgent to the U.S. government. Early on, therefore, Roosevelt sought to define the limits of involvement and non-involvement in geographical terms. Where did Europe end and the Western Hemisphere begin? How far could a German advance proceed before it became a North American affair? What were the exact boundaries of the Western Hemisphere? 3 days after the invasion of Denmark, Roosevelt held a press conference at which he declared Greenland to be a part of the North American continent, a claim quickly if strategically raided by the Danish minister. As it turned out, the Council on Foreign Relations had just completed a report, The Strategic Importance of Greenland, commissioned by Bowman's territorial group. The CFR report anticipated the possibility of a German invasion of Denmark and recommended that the offshore extension of the Monroe Doctrine to cover Greenland might act as a deterrent to further German advance across the Atlantic. Roosevelt studied the report and in late March asked Bowman to the White House, where, CFR report in hand, FDR talked through a Greenland strategy with him. 10. The dilemma of precise hemispheric denition was intensified in early 1941 when, under the Lend-Lease program, the United States began sending ships bearing American factory goods across the Atlantic, where they were already targets for German U-boats. While seeking to give the convoys as 322/much American sea as possible, the former Navy Secretary, turned President also had to tiptoe around a Neutrality Act invoked by Congress at the onset of war. The latter forbade the President from participating on either side of the conflict, but it did allow in language evocative of the Monroe Doctrine for hemispheric defense. So what were the limits of the hemisphere within which such a defense could legitimately be mounted? More important, what line could be identified across which German aggression could justify U.S. belligerence? Roosevelt was more and more reconciled to the inevitability of U.S. participation in the war, but as he told his cabinet, "I am not willing to read the RST shot." He was waiting to be pushed into war. 11. He actively sought pretexts, and denning the geography of the Western Hemisphere offered one possibility. In April 1941 he called Bowman to a highly secret meeting at the White House, along with Admiral Harold R. Stark, Chief of Naval Operations. He told them that within 24 or possibly 48 hours, he might declare a neutral zone in the Western Hemisphere, within which shipping would be immune from German attack, but he needed to know where the precise line should lie. Various possibilities were discussed, and it was quickly clear that FDR leaned toward the 20 FTH meridian. 12. The question was not entirely resolved, but an emboldened Roosevelt, in mid-discussion, decided to order the transfer of several warships from the Pacific to the Atlantic for purposes of providing a convoy escort for U.S. shipping. Isaiah chortled Roosevelt as Bowman left, "That's how history is made." 13. The meeting was followed up by a presidential request to provide a formal geographical definition of the Western Hemisphere, specifically a line to the west of which the United States could justify attacks on German warships deemed to have crossed into the neutral Americas. For all the apparent mathematical precision, the definition of hemispheres is a social convention, the result of historical geographical power relations, much like the definition of continents. 14. Bowman's response masks this power with a nationalist appeal. The American people are RMLY united in their conviction and their resolution that they will not now improvise a craven policy of withdrawal from hemisphere responsibilities, he wrote, trying to put words into any presidential announcement. Basing himself on critical military and political criteria and purporting to make no claim to other people's territories, he rejected the 30th meridian as too cunning and conservative. He recommended instead the 20 FTH with 3 minor deviations, which excluded the Cape Verde Islands from the Western Hemisphere, included the Azores, and left the continental shelf off the northwest tip of Iceland in the Eastern Hemisphere with the rest of /323. The island. He accompanied his memo with a map of the Atlantic onto which the proposed line was traced in red. "We take our stand on the meridian of 25 degrees west longitude," he urged Roosevelt, adding the geographical justification that this meridian approximately divides into equal parts the ocean space between the westernmost point of Africa and the easternmost point of South America. 15. If Bowman's precision about the definition of the Western Hemisphere was hastened by the technical and political conditions of modern war, his intent expressed along U.S. tradition. In 1867 Secretary of State William Henry Seward had explicitly linked an adequate defense for the United States to ownership not only of Alaska but also of Greenland and Iceland in order to dominate the North Atlantic. 16. Bowman, too, invoked an awkward mix of geographical, political, and military rationales. Of Greenland he believed that next to the rights of the Free Danish government stand the rights of the United States, since as he later put it Greenland is part of the front yard of the hemisphere. No serious scholar, he blustered, disputes the paramount concern or New World character of Greenland, and he even cited Robert Peary's Greenland voyages east of the 20 FTH meridian as support. That the United States had waived all rights to Greenland in the Virgin Island Purchase of 1916 was dismissed as irrelevant given the German invasion of Denmark. About Iceland, a sovereign state, he was almost as brash, allowing that while Iceland could hardly be claimed for the Western Hemisphere on geographical grounds, this was not a matter of geography, but of political interest. In his next radio address, Roosevelt felt emboldened to claim that both the Azores and Cape Verde Islands were island outposts of the New World. 17. The situation was volatile. When in early June the Robin Moore, an American freighter, was sunk by a German submarine in a non-war zone of the South Atlantic, Roosevelt decided against using the Bowman Line as a pretext for military escalation. News of the German invasion of the USSR provided some distraction, but by July, with an Iceland invasion seemingly imminent, Roosevelt himself moded the Bowman Line, moving it a degree west to the 26th meridian but bending it east to include Iceland as well as Greenland in the Western Hemisphere. This moded Bowman Line lasted for several months, and according to a despondent Churchill was sufficiently conservative that any serious incident serving FDR as a pretext was unlikely. But pretexts did arise. A failed German attack in September 1941 provoked the President to command the Navy to shoot on sight west of the 26th meridian, but subsequent attacks in October brought little further response. 18. Pearl Harbor narrowly dissolved the short-lived Bowman Line when regional defense turned to global offense. 324. The Council goes to Washington. Bowman, too, was accosted by eager reporters when he left the White House that St. Patrick's Day in 1944, and in response to one question about the aftermath of the 1919 Paris Conference, he replied, "Yes, and what a mess we made of it." 19. This, of course, was an abiding threat of the erstwhile Wilsonians in the Roosevelt administration. The Carthaginian peace, as Keynes put it, was the harbinger of Hitler and eventually war. While Bowman consistently defended the territorial settlements with which he was so closely concerned, he did admit to later readers of Foreign Affairs that the economic arrangements were bad and the subsequent failure was inevitable. With the onset of World War II, a hood of retrospectives on the RST War appeared, and like many he intently occupied himself with them. Along with a whole generation of statesmen and foreign policy professionals, he now set about the job of constructing a second peace. Then as before, the territorial settlements were not so easily separable from the economic. If we had the map to draw over again, Bowman asked privately to a fellow member of the Council on Foreign Relations at the onset of World War II, "What mistakes do we recognize in the map of 1919? 20. We are unprepared for peace," Bowman lamented to Lionel Curtis 2 years before the United States was even in the war. He had urged the new Secretary of State in 1921 to build up a research wing of the department's intelligence section to be ready for the next war, but to no avail. 21. The Council on Foreign Relations sought to fill the void, but this was no substitute for State Department readiness at the outbreak of World War II. The Council's initial Greenland report was part of a larger series of reports entitled The War and Peace Studies, initiated at the end of 1939. These secret intelligence reports became a central source of information and personnel for the wartime State Department. 4 days before Bowman's 1939 return to New York Harbor from Britain, Hamilton Fish Armstrong, editor of Foreign Affairs, and Walter H. Mallory, executive director of the CFR, made a trip to the State Department, where they volunteered council resources for a continuous study of the course of the war and its effects on the United States politically, economically, geographically, and in matters of security and armament. The conflict, they advised, would involve the United States, and prior preparation was vital, not only militarily, but also in terms of broader foreign policy objectives. The war presented a grand opportunity in fact for the United States to emerge as the premier power in the world. 22. Assistant Secretary of State George Messersmith, himself a council member, was predictably enthusiastic and gained approval for the plan the same day. 325. The State Department operated by crisis management and was ill-prepared to organize such detailed, long-range studies. The daily routine, Bowman argued, the fever of excitement that arises from the hectic and dramatic developments of war, the general rush and hurry of the Department of State are not conducive to the calm survey, the deliberate judgment, the wise, if moderate forecast. 23. Believing that the Council's studies would be impossible if its connection to the State Department were known, The War and Peace Studies program was initiated under conditions of extreme secrecy, with the Rockefeller Foundation providing $44,500 for the first year of the program. 24 numerous other post-war initiatives emerged in this period, including a proposal by Julian Huxley for a reconstituted Holy Roman Empire, but Bowman stayed with the Council and the State Department. The CFR aimed to produce concrete proposals designed to safeguard American interests and enhance the ability of the United States to contribute to the future organization of the world. Whereas the inquiry had been organized geographically, the Council organized its WPS work thematically under 4 headings: political, security and armaments, economic and financial, and territorial. A peace aims group was added later. Bowman headed the territorial group, which included Council stalwarts Philip Moseley and Hamilton Fish Armstrong as well as Far East specialist Owen Lattimore. Orchestrating the entire effort was a steering committee, on which Bowman also sat with Norman H. Davis, a businessman who now headed the American Red Cross and served as president of the CFR, Armstrong, Walter Mallory, Jacob Viner, a Chicago economist, Alvin Hansen, a Harvard political economist, Whitney Shepherdson, a founding director of the Council, and Alan Dulles, then an international corporate lawyer. In the WPS's first 12 months, the Council compiled and transmitted to the State Department and the President some 70 confidential reports, among them Bowman's Greenland recommendations. The purpose of the reports was to explore the relevant issues and survey their political, economic, and geographical background, leading to a menu of policy options. 25 The War and Peace Studies project adopted a much more ambitious global presentiment than its forerunner. The Council's political and armaments groups began by simply assuming an Allied victory, but as the German military overran France in May 1940 and stared across the Channel to Britain, they backtracked, and a serious dissection and reformulation of American interests and global scenarios became more urgent. The Economic and Financial Group was both less sanguine and braver. It initiated a rapid survey of world trade and proposed a combination of the Pacific and the Western Hemisphere into a single U.S.-led economic bloc. Initially referred 326/2 as the Western Hemisphere, British Empire, and Far East. This bloc detached Britain from an assumed German-controlled Europe and sought a maximum degree of economic self-sufficiency for the United States. The Economic and Financial Group of the CFR called this bloc the Grand Area, and it dominated their ambition for the United States into 1941. Any smaller bloc under U.S. hegemony would risk inordinate economic dependence. It was felt. Were the United States to achieve this realignment of international relations, it would have to curtail Japanese expansion in the Pacific and simultaneously cut off German encroachment, especially in vulnerable corners of the British Empire. This vision of post-war geography implied the necessity of military and economic supremacy for the United States and the rapid fulfillment of a program of complete rearmament. 26 Roosevelt got the summarized report in October 1940. If the image of an America-centered bioceanic grand area vying with a Japanese Asia across the Pacific and a German Eurasia to the east seems post facto a little fantastic, it must be remembered that at the time, it represented only a certain logical extension of what already existed. The British Empire already comprised a trading bloc, which, to U.S. observers, was not just politically dubious but fragmenting, geopolitically disordered, inefficient, and morally indefensible. The CFR's new U.S.-centered bloc was a radical neatening of global economic and political geographies. Yet this proposal went nowhere, not because it was too fantastic, but because it was insufficiently ambitious. It clung to traditional geopolitical assumptions that economic power followed territorial control. Bowman's vision of an American Lebensraum was much more ambitious and already hinted at the possibility of an economic globalism detached from territorial control. Inevitably it will be asked by the public, by the government, by donors, if we are not in the war, why project ourselves into the peacemaking? It seems to me that it is sufficient to answer that the United States government is interested in any solution anywhere in the world that affects American trade. In a wide sense, Commerce is the mother of all wars. 27. From the beginning, therefore, there was no council agreement about the geographical extent of post-war U.S. ambition. Should the United States seek economic hegemony of only a designated bloc, or was the whole world its rightful oyster? Would regional military supremacy be sufficient, or was world hegemony the only realistic course? Did the United States want or did it need a global Monroe Doctrine, or would an expanded regional sphere /327 of Indians provide a sufficient economic platform? This question of regional versus global interests would arise in the State Department throughout the war and gird most prominently in negotiations over the establishment of the United Nations and throughout wartime deliberations with Britain and the Soviet Union. Although he periodically equivocated, Bowman moved more and more away from seeing a U.S. global future in terms of territorial blocks and regional trading spheres and toward a global vision. The division of labor between WPS study groups was tentative but loose. Bowman's territorial group generally investigated areas hosting specific territorial conics, extant or anticipated, and in the limits of plausible solutions. It was global in coverage, not usually systematic, but tended instead to respond to immediate issues, as with Greenland. The territorial group was thematic as well as geographically specific. It covered refugees, the problem of small states, interpretations of the Monroe Doctrine, air sovereignty, the colonial question, American interests in minerals and other resources, and potential territorial claims by Germany and the USSR were all discussed. If there was a clear sense of American opportunity and embrace of global hegemony, it was a far more pragmatic and self-assuredly deliberate politics that dominated the territorial discussions than was evidenced in the uneasy moralism of 1919. Yet it retained its own ambiguities. The key question they faced and did not completely resolve until 1942 was whether the Territorial Committee should set itself up as an arbiter among rival groups and claims, much as Wilson had directed the inquiry and the Paris delegation, or should it, as Bowman put it, function merely to indicate where American interests were involved and to analyze those interests. Open for debate in 1940, when the United States remained officially a neutral, was whether the United States should have nothing to do, or else more to do, with the peace than in 1919. 28. The internal bureaucracy in the State Department underwent periodic permutations in the war years, but initial arrangements were surprisingly rudimentary. The Advisory Committee on Problems of Foreign Relations was established in January 1940 to coordinate with the Council, and it comprised 16 top officials, but it quickly became unwieldy, and even as WPS work intensified, post-war planning never achieved serious direction in the pre-war years. Some of the transmitted Council reports, such as that on Greenland, hit their mark, while others simply gathered dust. 29. The project was somewhat revived in the spring of 1941 following a strategic dinner organized by Vice President Henry Wallace, where Council members and others reviewed post-war Reconstruction policy. All now accepted that the United States would enter the war, assumed an American-British victory. 328/ and anticipated that a post-war New World Order would be ridden with chaos and hunger. The United States would have to police the world. 30. The Council's perspective continued to coalesce throughout 1941, and when the Pearl Harbor attack in December nearly provided the pretext for the inevitable, there was a strange sense of relief. Nearly, a real target, the unanimity of our people, the object of President Roosevelt's long-sustained effort, is at last assured, Bowman wrote Scottish geographer Alan Ogilvy. Americans, too, now saw the war as a life and death struggle. 31. Its internationalist program vindicated, the Council's work seemed more relevant than ever. The importance of our studies has been doubled or trebled. More clearly than ever before, Bowman connected wartime military victory with post-war economic hegemony. If we are expected to build a vast navy and operate merchant ships on an unheard-of scale, we are not going to toss those things away at the end of the war on any theory of peace. We are going to keep them and make them work in the interests of the way that we set up. To the degree that the United States is the arsenal of the democracies, it will be the null arsenal at the moment of victory. It cannot throw the contents of that arsenal away. We have no desire to dominate the world. Events have now forced us to dominate the war situation. The measure of our victory will be the measure of our domination after victory. 32. Entry into the war prompted State Department reorganization and the formation of a new secret committee to oversee post-war planning. Essentially, the Council on Foreign Relations structure was transplanted into the government. The Advisory Committee on Post-War Foreign Policy began functioning in February 1942. 8 of its members were from the State Department: Secretary of State Cordell Hull, Under-Secretary Sumner Welles, Leo Pasvalsky, Assistant Secretaries Dean Acheson and Adolph Burley, Herbert Faze and Green Hackworth, Economic and Legal Advisors, respectively, and Harry Hawkins, Chief of the Commercial Policy Division. From the Council were Bowman, Armstrong, Norman Davis, Myron Taylor, Benjamin Cohen, a New York corporate lawyer and Roosevelt advisor, and Ann O'Hare McCormick, a member of the editorial board of the New York Times, who had won a Pulitzer Prize for her pre-war European reporting. With Welles, Pasvalsky, and Faze also CFR members, the Council dominated. Heads of CFR subcommittees were slated to shift into the analogous State Department committees, but the political power attached to these appointments led to intense political jockeying. Sumner Welles initially wanted his /329 Torian James Shotwell to chair the State Department's Territorial Subcommittee, but Bowman prevailed. With Alan Dulles now in Europe as an OSS agent, Davis took the Security Subcommittee, Taylor took Economic Problems, and Welles headed the Political Subcommittee. The research secretaries of the Council study groups also moved into parallel department roles. The resulting subcommittees survived until the end of 1944, far outliving the parent Advisory Committee. 33 Absorbed and reinvented inside the State Department. The War and Peace Studies project effectively ended by February 1942. It contributed some 670 reports on geographical, political, and economic issues, held 361 meetings, involved over 100 individuals, and spent almost $300,000 of Rockefeller Foundation funds in the process. The CFR's early dream of power and unions now came to fruition, and in the following years several council members including Bowman moved toward the crown of State Department power. 34 With the German invasion of the USSR and the Japanese assault on China, Indochina, and Malaya, the Advisory Committee expanded the geographical range of its deliberations from its early focus on Europe. The work was increasingly done in the territorial and political committees. 35 The Political Committee took the overall leadership role, but the Territorial Committee's role was deemed so important that all of its personnel were also named to the Political Committee. Given the explosiveness of territorial changes and Bowman's penchant for secrecy, the work of the Territorial Committee was more confidential than any other. Unlike 1919, when territorial questions spilled through all the preparatory work, these questions were largely corralled into a single committee in the World War II State Department. Also, unlike 1919, Bowman's committee was aware that territorial solutions this time would be less freestanding than interwoven with and framed by economic and political objectives. As State Department staffer Harley Notter put it, territorial solutions should not open up new problems through the use of such devices as minority treaties and plebiscites, as had been done in 1919, but rather should be determined in relation to international economic, political, and security decisions, with which all territorial solutions always interlocked. 36 Bowman's tight leadership marked the procedures and results of the Territorial Committee throughout. Its members began with a survey and quick assessment of what they took to be the most serious territorial problems in Europe, namely, the belt of states and regions on Russia's western ank, from Finland to the Aegean. Detailed reports ensued in April 1942, covering population issues, resources, economic infrastructure, transportation routes, and boundary histories as well as physical features, territorial claims. 330/ and analyses of official governmental positions and those of subnational groups. Polish population was the RST substantive report, but non-European topics were gradually interspersed: dependent areas, Syria and Lebanon, the Peru-Ecuador boundary dispute, which had aired again. By June, the committee was examining the pros and cons of World War I's unimplemented Curzon line dividing Poland and the USSR, then the various boundaries and territories in Central Europe, sovereignty changes in Bukovina, the western Ukraine, Galicia, Ruthenia, and Poland, then the old question of Gdansk/Danzig, followed by Slovakia-Hungary, then Germany itself. The purpose throughout was to identify where territorial problems might arise after the war and to prepare policy alternatives. In the summer of 1942 the focus shifted to the dependent areas, beginning with Thailand and Indochina. Different territories had different statuses, from independence to colonial rule, and their capacities for self-rule were judged just as variable. By September the Territorial Committee turned to a detailed analysis of Africa, producing 38 consecutive documents in VE weeks. Thereafter, European and colonial questions were thoroughly intermixed on their agenda, reacting the needs of the political committee more than an effort at systematic coverage. The Territorial Committee also often initiated the discussion of problem areas in the Saturday morning political committee meetings. Bowman's role thereby became pivotal, the man who not only knew where the bananas grew, as it were, but whose geographical knowledge was treated as central to any political decision. Maps pinned to the wall played a crucial role in this committee. In addition to eliciting the aid of S.W. Boggs's Office of the Geographer, located in the State Department, Bowman also periodically drew on the services of cartographers at the American Geographical Society for rush map jobs. Over almost 4 years, the Territorial Committee released 590 map-studded reports, which went directly to the Political Committee, the Secretary of State, and often Roosevelt. The United States was not covered at all, Britain and France were treated only in passing, and some South American republics assumed under Monroe Doctrine rubric received scanty attention, but otherwise the coverage was global. 37 In retrospect, it is extraordinary that U.S. planning for the post-war world was so clearly underway in early 1940, almost 2 years before the country was even an official combatant. If the War and Peace Studies project was often unfocused, even leisurely compared with what was about to come, it established a vital foundation for State Department post-war planning. As Bowman recorded at the RST meeting of the Political Committee in February 1942, their job was to investigate the various ways in which the tidy/331 ing up of the world map might be accomplished. 38. No place on the map, they all agreed, was in greater need of tidying up than Germany. The disposition of Germany, Round 1. The disposition of Germany loomed over the Advisory Committee's proceedings from the start and, by April 1942, was taken up directly in the Political Committee. The early meetings were remarkable for their fluidity and free-ranging discussion as opinions ebbed and flowed, but they soon hardened, and a terse standoff ensued between Bowman and Under-Secretary Wells. A lot more was on the table than Germany, and Bowman led a group who felt it was impossible to discuss Germany in isolation from the Soviet Union. These debates established a framework for U.S. policy on the geography of post-war Germany, but also highlighted the political divisions inherent in different geographical solutions. It was Bowman who broached the basic question whether we should recognize a union of the German people. Wells felt that the optimum solution to the German problem was the creation of a confederation of autonomous republics, perhaps held together by a customs union, and he was supported by several members of the committee, including Cohen and Davis, with only Anne McCormick clearly advocating a unit Germany. Bowman was less sure. In CFR territorial group meetings 2 years earlier, with the German army rampaging through the Low Countries and bearing down on Paris, he thought long-term military and political control of Germany a necessity because there was nothing in Germany today upon which to build a new order. 39 Now he still thought the breakup of Germany a plausible option but was more tentative. The Political Committee decided to devote the next few meetings to the German question. The following week Bowman initiated the discussion with an exploratory survey of the issues, stressing that whether Germany was to be divided or not, the United States should support the liberal, moral elements whom we wish to have in political power. But he now raised an alternative consideration. At a later turn of the wheel of fortune, he ventured, a counterpoise to Russia might be necessary, and we might want Germany as a unit for that purpose. But the Russian issue elicited little response. Far more pressing for committee members was the prospect of a workers' revolution in a defeated Germany, much as had threatened in 1919. And M.C. Cormack argued that they would have little choice but to support such an anti-Nazi government, especially if it had the blessing of a large constituency of the German people, but Bowman objected strongly, again in 332/. Ejecting the specter of Russia to the east, under no circumstances should a German socialist revolution be recognized. 40 At the third meeting devoted to Germany, Bowman was again invited by Wells to initiate the discussion, and he chose to highlight the emerging disagreement. On the one hand, he conceded, popular enthusiasm for Bismarck's empire expressed a visceral desire for German national unity, which ought not to be underestimated. On the other hand, a long-term view recognized that Russia posed as great a danger as Germany. While supporting a confederation, as Wells had put it, Bowman stressed that Germany should not be destroyed or fragmented. If we disunite Germany, we may be on our knees to her in 10 or 15 years to ask her to unite and help us to hold Russia in place. 41 This was a heady discussion in the bowels of the State Department, and it bore directly on the issues that would lie at the bottom of Cold War divisions. Committee members were beginning to choose sides. Some were leery of opposing Wells directly, but Pasvalsky took up Bowman's historical points as a means of attacking the idea of a customs union as unworkable. Bowman was increasingly vocal about the strategic argument for a united Germany, but sensed a Wells-inspired slide toward German partition. When they next examined maps portraying various divisions of Germany into 2, 3, or 7 parts, he emphasized that while he was reconciled to such a fragmentation in the short term, the committee ought to be clear that this was merely a transitional arrangement. Wells, content that the discussion was going his way, knew Bowman was an important ally and, whatever his idiosyncrasies about Russia, tried to win him over. Wells asked each member of the committee to write a short justification for a specific position on the German question and bring it to the next meeting. 42 The results of this exercise must have surprised Wells, for the diversity of opinion far outweighed any agreement, and there was no clear majority for German dismemberment. Bowman remained insistent that a united Germany was desirable. The object of a division of Germany is not to destroy the Germans or to enslave them, but to rebuild the country. Division was necessary only until the aims of re-education and cooperation of Germany in the international eld are assured. In response to Wells's request for maps, Bowman proposed a 3-part division, a South Germany comprising Bavaria, Württemberg, Saxony, Thuringia, and Baden, an East Germany of Brandenburg, Pomerania, Grenzmark, and parts of Lower and Upper Silesia, and a West Germany centered on the Rhineland but incorporating the whole territory from Alsace to Schleswig. Austria was to re/333. Maine separate, possibly as part of a Danubian federation, although a later union with Germany was not ruled out. Generous in its assumption of German territory to the east, Bowman's map of a new Germany reeked at his antagonism to the USSR as well as the early military success of the Reich forces. If military developments eventually rendered this map obsolete, the geopolitical intent of Bowman's Western German state of 1942 is nonetheless clear. He was alone in the State Department at the time in proposing a Western zone that spanned the entire north-south longitude of pre-war Germany, thus constructing the western reaches of Germany as a last-ditch buffer zone against westward Soviet encroachment through Germany. This was reminiscent of Bowman's Central European buffer zone proposed 21 years earlier, only several hundred miles farther west. 43 Pressing for a consensual solution, Wells referred the question of post-war German boundaries to the Territorial Committee, where an increasingly impatient Bowman, insistent that the United States had no choice but to assume a large responsibility for European affairs, led a hardening of opinion for German unity. The tide now shifted against Wells, and a showdown threatened for the meeting of June 20, when the political committee took up the question of territories contiguous to Germany. Bowman declared RMLY in favor of an independent Austria as a counterweight to Germany and against a Central European Federation, since such a body would be drawn eastward to the power of Russia rather than westward to an emasculated Germany. These considerations, he concluded, had driven him from the earlier conception of a fragmented Germany to that of a unit Germany. If the issue was military control of Germany to prevent a resurgent German nationalism, that could be achieved in ways other than absolute economic and political dismemberment of the German state. We have only to control guns, airplanes, armor plate, which could be done at specific points and in small areas. Put a ring around these and make control real. The control of Germany as a whole would be easier than its control by parts. Further, if Germans run Germany, then Germans will blame Germans. The Allies ought not to divide the country but should see their main task after the war as the effort to put Germany on her feet. 44 Evolving clearly here was the notion that the economic and military strategies for post-war Germany might be quite divergent, and that zones of military occupation were a quite separate issue from that of political and economic dismemberment. Bowman and Wells might have been getting on the same side of the war, but their respective enemies were on different sides. Wells had as deep-seated an antagonism for Germany as Bowman. 334 had for the Soviet Union, and he was not about to concede. One can sense the ghost of Ratzel throughout the argument. Directly influenced by the German geographer, Bowman's map of military zones for Germany was aimed squarely against Soviet state expansion, whereas Wells was more concerned to extirpate any further mobilization of Ratzelian geopolitics by the German state. Wells was, in a sense, the truer Ratzelian. He disparaged Bismarck's centralization of authority over all the widely divergent peoples of the German race and the national penchant to see German militarism as the supreme glory of the race. German unity, he insisted, means a continuing threat to the peace of the entire world, and partition is the only way of offsetting the German menace in the future. More than Wells, Bowman was also powerfully motivated by the economic centrality of Germany after the war. 45 By late June, Bowman had played many committee members into his corner, and sensing victory, he now pressed for a concrete decision about the long-term geographical fate of Germany. The time for discussion was over, he said, and in an obvious cut at Wells suggested that committee members were using the discussion to quicken their own thought rather than to try to any denied solution at this time. He left the June 20 meeting gleeful that the group, one by one, fell in with views. He was not without reservations, however, and in line with his geo-economic concerns for the post-war world, he recognized the risks of economic competition from a Germany under Allied military control. Anticipating the unevenness of post-war development, he predicted that if cheap steel were to result from control of German iron ore, coal, and manufacturing after the war, U.S. steel and manufacturing would be hurt. This raised the spectacle of a German standard of living far higher than that of nations that control her industrial output. 46 A more personal element now also encroached on the deliberations. The political committee members had been discussing Germany for nearly 3 months and there was rising concern that their sentiments were not being accurately reported to Roosevelt or even to Hull. Wells was a longtime friend of the president. They shared the same social set, their families had long known each other and the young Wells had even been a page at the Franklin-Eleanor nuptials nearly 4 decades earlier. 47 Even Hull was jealous of his subordinates' access to the president. With a majority of the committee now advocating a unit post-war Germany, but with Wells willing neither to concede nor to call the question to a vote, frustration and suspicion mounted. In a corner Wells changed tactics, and at the next meeting, recognizing Bowman as the leader of the majority, he tried Attari as a catalyst for acquiescence. 335 cents. The Undersecretary introduced the next meeting himself by quoting Woodrow Wilson's famous admonition to the inquiry en route to Paris: "Give me a guaranteed position. Tell me what's right and I'll GHT for it." Wells knew Bowman's pride in having recorded the statement for posterity and hoped by such an appeal to curb the geographer's opposition, but Bowman did not fall for it. As the undersecretary waxed eloquently about being for the right position, Bowman politely cut him off and reminded the committee instead that at the moment of peace, it was of tremendous importance that the head of state be given accurate information. 48 Stymied, Wells eventually invoked security concerns to insist that the question of Germany could not be resolved without consultation with the War Department, and in July effectively buried the issue. It resurfaced in November 1942, when the territorial, economic, and security committees all came out for German unity, and Bowman upped the ante with the possibility that Germany will go communist, but Wells again refused a decision. Bowman had won the political battle positing Germany as a lesser post-war threat than the USSR, but with the undersecretary losing the argument there would be no resolution into 1943. 49. Round 2, Disorganization, Dismemberment, and de facto decisions. Given its power, the advisory committee had become a focus for departmental squabbles and jealousies, and at the end of 1942 another organizational shake-up loomed. The droll, reminiscing Hull distrusted the ashy Wells and periodically appointed his own allies, including congressional representatives, to the committee. Wells replied in kind, and the parent committee swelled to an unworkable 40 members. If he had initially sided with Hull against Wells, Bowman increasingly blamed the lack of direction on a cautious, dithering Hull, whose leadership he found weak. Subcommittees, too, became bloated, and Bowman ruthlessly pared down the Territorial Committee, even dropping the State Department's official Geographer. Persistent leaks of the secret proceedings heightened the malaise, with the congressional representatives generally assumed the culprits. Meanwhile Bowman tried, with limited success, to deke attention from boundaries and territory and resources toward broader policy questions, arguing that such territorial issues, though far from irrelevant, were no longer the primary issues, even in regard to Germany. Hull, too, worried about the lack of progress and, at the beginning of 1943, reasserted control by bypassing the Elephantine Advisory Committee. 336/ and establishing a small steering committee, eventually known as the Informal Agenda Group. Drawn from the original political committee, its personnel comprised Wells, Pasvalsky, Bowman, Davis, and Taylor as well as Hull. 50. This small, high-powered group was to coordinate the entire agenda for post-war foreign policy planning and sought to generate seminal conclusions on U.S. post-war policy. But the old differences persisted, and Hull's chairmanship of the new committee did little to kick-start its work. Everyone is in a sense desatized because no one has pulled the parts together and indicated a clear line of procedure or policy, Bowman complained. Pasvalsky followed Hull, who favored a unit Germany, but Wells had privileged access to Roosevelt, leading to a power vacuum and a widening rift between the secretary and undersecretary. Roosevelt also had a penchant for making his own foreign policy decisions without consulting the State Department. As he drew closer to Hull, Bowman was increasingly dismayed that the secretary delayed important decisions, spoke in generalities, hedged with an elusive Roosevelt, and tailored his actions inordinately toward their reception in Congress. The disorganization and disillusionment directly affected the State Department's handling of the German question. Astonishingly, only in January 1943 did the political committee learn that FDR leaned strongly toward partitioning Germany. Bowman was shocked. 51. Wells must have known the president's position, and Hull too, but during a year of earnest if frustrating deliberations the committee was never informed. The political committee's emerging balance of opinion not only displeased Wells but also contradicted the president, and this put a whole new complexion on the question. The disagreement intensified when British Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden visited Washington 2 months later. Overruling Hull and the majority of his State Department committee, if he even knew their position, Roosevelt secured Eden's agreement that some kind of division of Germany into several states was imperative. 52. By necessity more than design, the discussion stumbled toward specifics. The post-war was no longer in the future, having already arrived in North Africa and southern Italy, and in August FDR met Churchill in Quebec. Hulyo to Moscow to meet with foreign ministers Molotov and Eden in October. Then in November the three heads of state met at Tehran. During the same trip, Roosevelt met at Cairo with Chiang Kai-shek and Churchill. A certain bifurcation emerged in the State Department approach to Germany. On the one hand, State Department staff took over from the stalemated committee and began synthesizing the inconclusive discussions into policy documents. On the other hand, with the Quebec, Moscow, and Tehran/337 conferences imminent, FDR became more centrally involved. The members of the informal agenda group had many other concerns, but when they met with Roosevelt the day before he left for Quebec, they provided him with a requested draft of a four-power declaration as well as some background papers on the boundaries of Germany and the partition question. To suggestions that a divided Germany might be unworkable and possibly even undesirable, Roosevelt repeated Welles's idea that a customs union might keep the German economy whole and functioning despite administrative division. At Quebec in August 1943, Roosevelt and Churchill met, and with little discussion and no consultation with Hull, the U.S. President agreed with Churchill about a contingent three-part division of Germany for post-war military occupation. There would be an eastern, northwestern, and southwestern zone. 53 A month later, with Hull preparing for Moscow, a dismayed Bowman felt the secretary was still ignorant of territorial problems, especially on the S-West front. 54 He was more troubled than ever about Soviet ambitions, his alarm sharpened by the Soviet defeat of the siege of Stalingrad earlier that year and the subsequent westward advance of Soviet troops beating the German army back through Poland. Every day without territorial agreement enhanced the Soviet advantage, and he strongly urged Hull that post-war agreement on new boundaries in Eastern Europe ought not to await a military solution. Hull also received from his staff a new summary of conclusions on Germany, which advocated ruthless denazification and demilitarization of the country and a moderate decentralization of political power, but emphatically ruled out partition. The Moscow Conference was a much-needed public triumph for Hull, placing him in the center of post-war diplomacy, but it brought little comfort on the question of post-war German boundaries. The issue did surface, but there was as much disagreement within as among national delegations. Eden had now changed his mind, and so in Moscow the three chiefs of state all favored partition, while the three foreign ministers and their experts were against it. 55 But Molotov adamantly refused to discuss post-war arrangements while the war was still being fought, and the long-promised Second Front by the United States and Britain, relieving the Soviet army from the most brutal punishment of the war, had not yet materialized. The question of post-war German boundaries was thrown back into a Washington bureaucracy dominated by unbelievable, administrative disorder, where everyone quarreling with everyone else. In the State Department, sabotage, policy obstruction, understaffing, rival ambitions, etc., play a part far in excess of that of any other department in the 338 government. With no decisions at Moscow but with military zones agreed on at Quebec, the War Department increasingly played a central role in the German question. 56 With Roosevelt nominally endorsing the partition of Germany and the discussion moving more toward military considerations, with State Department proposals still technically on the table, and with Welles now departed following a personal scandal, the State Department had reason to leave the issue of dismemberment as dead as possible after the beginning of 1944. 57 Yet it would not stay dead, and Roosevelt soon confused the situation by linking the three-zone military occupation of Germany with longer-term territorial partition. En route to Tehran, either forgetting or ignoring the earlier division agreed to at Quebec, he drew his preferred three-part division on a handy national geographic map, but this time he included a buffer state between Germany and France. In Tehran, where Roosevelt met Stalin for the RST time, the British and US leaders nally agreed to a 1944 Second Front in France, and this opened the possibility of tripartite discussions of post-war political arrangements. Stalin insisted on a harsh settlement vis-a-vis Germany, and FDR readily altered his proposal from a three-part to a VE-part division, which included, strangely, a discontiguous Prussian state. Churchill now objected, fearing a divided and weak Europe on Russia's western boundaries, and with little progress made, the issue was tabled to the European Advisory Commission, established as a result of the Moscow and Tehran meetings. In Cairo, while en route home from Tehran, Roosevelt and Churchill resumed discussion of a three-part division, taking little regard of Stalin's position or FDR's concession to a VE-part partition. The disagreement here merely concerned who should get the ports and industrial might of the northwestern zone of Germany, Britain, or the United States, and who would be left with the landlocked southwestern sector. 58 Roosevelt's sweat herring and confusion did not end with Tehran. 2 months after returning home, he received a proposal in which the Soviets conceded to the three-zone division of Germany, with the USSR in the eastern zone. By February 1944, therefore, the Soviet zone was essentially XED. The USSR also accepted a US proposal for the joint occupation of Berlin. But Roosevelt still found himself having to ask the State Department later in 1944, what are the zones in the British and Russian drafts and what is the zone we are proposing? I must know this in order that it conform with what I decided on months ago. 59 Bowman's frustration reached a fever pitch, and he began to question the President's grasp of the question as well as to relieve the mistakes of Versailles, by sticking to his dismemberment/339 idea, wishes to produce, according to his own words, a deep psychological effect in the German people. He thinks it will teach them a lesson. This seems to me to be utterly foolish doctrine. No one can teach another nation a lesson except the lesson of hate or mutual self-interest. 60 With the success of the Normandy landing and an end to war in sight, several government departments began edging toward similar conclusions, broadly in line with the earlier State Department proposals. Possibly in response to Roosevelt's increasingly hard line, the European Advisory Commission, the Army's Civil Affairs Division, and a joint defense committee entitled the Working Security Committee coalesced in a soft policy on Germany. Or so thought Secretary of the Treasury Henry Morgenthau. Morgenthau had become increasingly frustrated with the lack of punitive retribution envisaged for Germany, especially as the horrific news of Nazi genocide dared out. An affluent German Jew who mixed New Deal social liberalism with school conservatism, Morgenthau was a landowner in Dutchess County and a neighbor and friend of FDR. He chose the publication of the Army's Handbook of Military Government in August 1944 for a direct confrontation with the gathering sentiment for German unity. Morgenthau favored nothing short of wholesale deindustrialization. We have to be tough with Germany, he said, castrate the German people, and convert them back to an agricultural population of small landowners. 61 Beyond revenge, this plan had the diplomatic advantage of mollifying Stalin, and Roosevelt was intrigued. He convened a special cabinet committee of Morgenthau, Hull, and Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson to consider the idea. Stimson led the GHT against the Morgenthau plan. The conservative old man of the administration, Stimson was a Wall Street lawyer and Republican, had been a protege of Elihu Root, was Secretary of War under Taft and Governor General to the Philippines. On a 1927 mission to Nicaragua for Coolidge, with VE 100 Marines behind him, he blunted a threatened overthrow of the corrupt U.S.-supported government. He became Secretary of State for Hoover before coming full circle to Roosevelt's War Department. Self-assured and imposing, he was, unlike Hull, not afraid to stand up to a president 15 years his younger. The sermon preached by Keynes after Versailles had acquired deep and poignant meaning for Stimson when as Secretary of State he had wrestled with the results of that economically impossible treaty. 62 The Secretary of War faced the consequences of the Morgenthau plan directly. With several divisions bearing down on the old German border along the Rhine, Allied occupation seemed imminent, and there was no clear pole. 340/I to guide it. He knew the depth of feeling among Hull's advisers, had long been impressed by Bowman from Council on Foreign Relations events, and got Hull's consent for a Bren by Bowman on the political, economic, and territorial objections to a divided Germany. Bowman did not share Stimson's Wall Street savoir-faire, but he admired Stimson, who was just as appalled at the drastic, punitive and half-baked idea of making Germany go agricultural, and in an intense 90-minute meeting between the two Stimson recited his own well-rehearsed reasons for the post-war unity of Germany. In the next day's cabinet meeting, Stimson voiced Bowman's arguments, emphasizing that the natural resources of Germany were a potential benefit to the Allies and to post-war Europe, and that their obliteration was at the very least short-sighted. Morgenthau countered that the destruction of industry in the Ruhr and Saar would actually benefit the British economy by removing the major European competitor in coal and steel. 63 Roosevelt remained predisposed to Morgenthau but was characteristically resistant to declaring this or any other plan as official policy. Later that night he left for a second Quebec meeting with Churchill and soon summoned Morgenthau to lay the plan out directly for Churchill. The British Prime Minister scoffed. It was hardly cricket to kick Germany when it was down, he felt, but more to the point, it was dangerous. Again the spectre of socialist revolution threatened. There are bonds between the working classes of all countries, he observed, and the English people will not stand for the policy you are advocating. He bluntly opposed the pastoralizing of Germany. But FDR insisted that he spend time with Morgenthau, and within 2 days a reluctant approval was squeezed from Churchill, perhaps as a quid pro quo for further Lend-Lease assistance. 64 Roosevelt, too, made some rapid policy reversals, especially concerning the zonation of Germany. Despite having declared conclusively in February that the United States should have the Northwest Zone, he acceded to the British position here and accepted the Southwest. Although legal legality was yet lacking, the post-war map of German occupation zones was, with one major exception, established by September 1944 and ratifying months later at Yalta. After learning of the Quebec agreements and Morgenthau's presence there, Hull, who rarely confronted Roosevelt, pressed him for precise clarification of policy toward Germany. What does dismemberment mean? An outraged Stimson was more direct and capitalized on the howl sent up by the press. At a White House lunch Stimson reproved Roosevelt, even wagged his anger at him, and Roosevelt, already backing away fast, soon abandoned the Morgenthau plan. Whether he began to recoil from the military effort it would involve or to realize the social cost on Germany, /341. Whether he was satisfied by the imminent Allied push into Germany from the West, even if resigned that the war would now last into 1945, whether he simply had his eye on the upcoming election, or whether he began to worry about post-war Soviet power is unclear. But in nice time before he squeaked home against Republican contender Dewey, who did, indeed, exploit the ASCO over the Morgenthau plan in his November electioneering, the president dissociated himself from Morgenthau, whom he now considered to have pulled a boner. The agrarian thing was absurd, he conceded offhandedly to Edward Stettintinius, who had taken over as Secretary of State from an ailing Hull in late 1944. 65 Things now moved very fast. As the Second Front bogged down before getting to the Rhine, the Red Army pushed through Poland, and Stalin recognized the Lublin Committee, made up of resistance leaders, as the provisional Polish government in liberated territory. 66 Bowing to the obvious and hoping to limit Soviet territorial gains, Churchill dropped his opposition to Soviet demands for a return to the World War I Curzon line as the Polish-Soviet boundary. The fate of Germany was now pivotal, and Churchill eagerly insisted on a U.S. commitment. The new Secretary of State Edward Stettintinius called Bowman for advice. Bowman was horried at the wholesale westward transplanting of Poland, to the benefit of the USSR, implied in the Churchill concession. He urged Stettintinius to take a strong stand against this blank check to the USSR, fearing that Poland might be made to stretch to the Elbe or even the Rhine. What would it mean, insisted the erstwhile hero of Polish independence, if Poland went communist? Stettintinius in turn got Roosevelt to have Churchill delay agreement until Yalta, but the resulting public statement, while reiterating U.S. hopes for a strong, free, and independent Polish state, was essentially conciliatory. 67 With the military zones of occupation increasingly set, the focus at Yalta turned to the long-term geographical disposition of Germany. Roosevelt now had little appetite to partition Germany, but Churchill and Stalin still sought retribution, and so he backtracked, agreeing to some vague principle of dismemberment with any details postponed. In fact, the most substantive decision taken at Yalta regarding the division of Germany concerned the zones of military occupation. Acceding to pressure, the three allies invited France to join them in administering a zone of southwestern Germany, carved out of the British and US sectors, and a sector of Berlin. The USSR also pressed for recognition of the Oder-Neisse line, west of the Curzon line, as the new western border of Poland, thereby ceding to Poland much of Prussia and the previously German regions of Pomerania and Silesia. 342/. The eventual boundaries of a divided post-war Germany were a composite result. The proposals that emerged from the State Department set the framework for debate even after 1943, when they became mired in bureaucratic confrontations, presidential equivocation, political differences, and military expediency. The early State Department vision, crafted primarily by Bowman and Pasvalsky, with Hull's more passive support, managed to fall through the bureaucratic process molested yet recognizable. The principles of zonal division for purposes of post-war military occupation, demilitarization, economic control, and limited reconstruction formed the centerpiece of President Truman's proposals at Potsdam. There, in July 1945, the thinking of all three governments had veered away from dismemberment and the issue did not arise. By a curious turn of fate, the death of Roosevelt and his replacement by Truman led to an even greater dependence on conventional State Department channels for the formulation of foreign policy. 68 The compromise between a militarily divided and yet politically and economically unit Germany, pushed hard by Bowman in 1942 but rejected by Wells, looked for a while as if it might win out. But within a year the zones of occupation represented airtight territories with almost no free exchange of commodities, persons, and ideas, according to General Lucius Clay, U.S. Deputy Commander. Germany now consists of 4 small economic units which can deal with each other only through treaties. 69 By 1948 these zones were increasingly transformed into a Cold War division between an East and West Germany. This division of Germany had nothing to do with circumscribing resurgent German nationalism or fascism, of course, but expressed in one strategic national space a very simple global geography of Cold War competition. Again, the State Department, joined by the War Department, had won the argument, beating back Morgenthau's demands for dismemberment, and yet partition resulted anyway. This paradoxical result had many causes, but the paradox was already present in the State Department's deliberation, most vividly in the contradictions of Bowman's approach to the relationship between territorial and economic power. The significance of the territorial boundary settlements and territorial claims were the universal currency in Paris in 1919, and with the failure of Versailles hanging in the wings, discussions of post-war plans in 1942 inevitably involved territorial questions. The immediate causes of the war, after all, were seen to lie in German and Japanese expansionism, and 1942 was the year of geopolitics, when /343. American public awoke to a reasserted connection between politics and geography. But the connection was not straightforward, and the RST Territorial Committee meetings in the State Department displayed a range of opinions concerning the significance of territory. Some argued that air power and other advances in transport, communications, and military technology made questions of boundaries and territories obsolete. Others felt the opposite, namely, that the peace as much as the war was deemed in terms of territorial control and demarcation, there were indeed geographical solutions to political and economic conflicts. Congressional representatives' frustration with the State Department at the end of 1942 sprang from their outmoded belief that the boundaries were everything, boundaries were the peace, whereas the State Department knew them as a means to an end. Behind the closed doors of the State Department, government officials therefore revisited, albeit in different form, the same debates that had marked the RST formative moment of the American century. Then, the closing of continental and global frontiers was adduced as evidence either that economic growth now surpassed geography, rendering the latter irrelevant, or, on the contrary, that the new closure of global space made internal geographies even more relevant. In the second formative moment, it was technological innovation in air power and means of destruction that was reputed to render geography irrelevant. In Washington, Bowman consistently fought this sentiment. Whatever the technological advances, boundaries are an absolute necessity, he believed. An acerbic critic of the one-worldism associated with Wendell Willkie, the liberal Republican who had challenged FDR for the presidency in 1940, Bowman adhered to a resolutely state-centered internationalism. Stable national boundaries represented a certain evolutionary achievement of Western civilization. He thought he saw beyond Ratzel's assumption of perpetual geopolitical conflict among states. Air power may have made travel and warfare more fluid and more global, but it in no way subverted the land-based power of nation-states or the depth of cultural, historical, and economic claims to place. By the same token, he disdained the easy belief that boundaries were the peace. The alteration of boundaries was a last resort. It inevitably disrupted people's lives and identities and engendered great bitterness, and so a minimum change of boundaries and minimum displacement would be a good principle at war's end. 70 There never was a time when territory, land, was of as much importance as today, he stressed in an address to officers and cadets at the National War College, but he now had in mind questions of population, settlement, and resources. The crucial questions no longer involved the demarcation of absolute. 344/ Geographical space implied in the zing of national boundaries or the expansion of empires, but rather involved the social and economic conditions under which territories were developed. This intensive interrelationship between political and territorial problems meant that issues of boundaries and land could no longer be considered in isolation, if that ever was feasible. 71 Bowman here sensed that the importance of geography vis-a-vis politics and economics had changed in substantive ways. Therefore, two main differences developed between his political geography in Paris and the perspective he brought to the State Department 2 decades later. In the RST place, while always sensitive to the broadly social composition of territorial questions, he was much less concerned in the 1940s with questions of ethnic and linguistic differences than he was in 1919. This is symptomatic. Whereas the Paris Conference radiated a last gasp of European nation-state creation, inevitably raising issues of national definition and identity, the territorial issues after 1942 concerned the reapportionment of space, largely among established nationalities. Second, Bowman therefore focused more directly on the political and economic arrangements of post-war reconstruction, which may or may not have involved specifically territorial issues. More succinctly, boundary making is secondary in importance to economic and political arrangements in the high strategy of peace. 72 It is not that the American economic Lebensraum he envisaged rendered geography and territory obsolete, but that, in the global map of the post-war world, different territories were now linked more by economic and political relations than by strictly physical territorial relations of distance, size, and location. A relational geography mediated by politics and economics superseded the absolute geography of the nation-building and colonial eras. Redrawing post-war boundaries was a vital territorial task intended to x the absolute geography of the new global map so that economic circulation and fluidity could proceed on stable ground, unhampered by geopolitical struggles. All the more ironic, therefore, that, as Carolyn Eisenberg shows, the 1948 division of Germany was fundamentally an American decision. 73 We can see its roots in the FDR State Department, where with the exception of Wells the consensus argued for a unit Germany. But Bowman's appeal to German national unity was premised on the assumption of international competition and in particular competition between US and Soviet economic and political interests after the war. National boundaries were a necessary evil for Bowman, and a strong, reconstructed German economy was vital for a Europe-wide, even global, economic recovery. This argument was perfectly aligned with his vision of an emerging American Lebensraum. But it /345 also sat awkwardly with his other rationale for a unit Germany, namely, that it provided a vital bulwark against communism. The appeal here is to territoriality. A backward-looking geopolitical argument coils around the more progressive geo-economic vision. The division of Germany, therefore, was a major defeat for the FDR State Department and for Bowman personally. It augured a divided world that radically circumscribed the post-war American economic Lebensraum. Ironically, it was a defeat solicited from within. 346/ On the eve of World War II, more than 60% of foreign direct investment from the developed capitalist world was targeted at the developing world. As anomalous as this was historically, it fostered the assumption that post-war economic expansion would focus on what came to be known as the Third World. Indeed, with the Marshall Plan not yet dreamed of, it was an article of faith among American economic and political leaders in 1941 that European economies would maintain considerable barriers against U.S. foreign direct investment and that opportunities for the country's economic expansion after the war would emphasize dependent territories, predominantly in Africa and Asia. These territories were deemed dependent politically, as in the case of colonies, or economically, as in the case of backward countries, and they were referred to as territories in recognition of their lack of independent status as nation-states. But the nomenclature territories also disguised a real shift in U.S. ambitions. In 1919, the issue at the Paris Peace Conference concerned who would have territorial control over dependent areas and under what kinds of administrative arrangements and, therefore, who would have access to their resources, whereas by 1941 the question was expressed more in terms of investments and markets. Where the colonial system was taken for granted in 1919, albeit often critically, U.S. policy by the 1940s aimed at dissolving as far as possible the territorial claims implied by colonialism. This had the paradoxical result that the dependent territories were more on the 13. Toward development. Shaking loose the colonies. Agenda in 1940s post-war planning than in 1919, but less so as territories per se, at least from the U.S. perspective. The American Lebensraum was a resolutely global vision, and the dependent territories were increasingly integrated into it. Franklin Roosevelt's avoidance of public territorial pronouncements, the banter about Bowman and bananas notwithstanding, applied as much to Asia and Africa as to Europe, but here, too, highly secret territorial discussions were underway almost before the RST shells were read. Especially in the U.S. State Department but also in British and to a lesser extent Soviet foreign offices, personnel eagerly anticipated the post-war map of the world. A tangled web of colonial preferences, tariffs, quotas, subsidies, and tax agreements governed economic access to these areas, often to the detriment of the United States, and so the State Department sought to sweep these away in the name of free trade. Under-Secretary of State Edward Stettinius, the former chairman of General Motors, voiced the expansive U.S. vision succinctly. The question of greatest importance before us at this time is the negotiation of an international commercial policy convention which all the countries of the world would be invited to join. The convention would deal with all important aspects of trade relations such as the reduction of tariffs, the abolition of preferences, the abolition of quantitative restrictions, the prohibition of export subsidies, and the principles to govern relations between state trade and free enterprise countries. 1. The International Monetary Fund and the World Bank were established in this period to regulate post-war NGOs and direct capital investment into the dependent territories. These organizations were the brainchildren of the U.S. Treasury Department, but it was the State Department's job to winkle loose as wide an array of colonial and other dependent territories as possible and to establish the most expansive conditions for their integration into the post-war economic order. While Roosevelt was as ever his own maverick in foreign policy affairs, the State Department had a more decisive control over the campaign for decolonization than it did over the disposition of Germany. Shaking loose the colonies and opening economic access to the entire underdeveloped world was a central pillar of the new global economic geography of the American Lebensraum. At root it was not only trade and the export of U.S. goods that were at stake but also the economic engagement of these territories in AU's dominated global capitalism. National economic expansion and survival were widely believed to depend on it. But the U.S. 348 allies Britain and the USSR had their own ambitions, which provoked periodic clashes in negotiations over post-war planning. Indeed, some of the sharpest inter-allied exchanges outside the contest over the United Nations. The fate of the dependent states went to the heart of the Allies' competing political aspirations for the post-war world. For historian William Roger Lewis, it was a touchstone of the post-war world. To the United States, undoubtedly the most vocal and persistent of the major powers, argued for some means of trusteeship and international accountability for the dependent states, with a view to their self-determination. Britain opposed this vigorously, preferring instead a system that kept specific dependent territories under the wing of individual major powers, thereby guaranteeing the survival of the British Empire. The Soviet Union, by contrast, stood fairly consistently for national independence. Negotiations among these three powers began in earnest late in 1943. Initially, the fate of dependent territories was largely decided without any input from these territories themselves. The ruling U.S. vision of a new global order represented an intense colloid of seemingly selfish global altruism and extreme self-interest. Roosevelt and his top State Department people shared an aversion to what they saw as the moral injustice of European colonialism, and this nourished their self-perception as champions of the rights of subjected peoples. The prevailing perspective involved a commitment to moral reform in the colonies and the rightful progress of native peoples, but the paternalist threads of an expanded Monroe Doctrine were interwoven with its materialist threads. Opening up the colonies was in the RST instance an economic project. War may have displaced Depression-era concerns about economic expansion, yet they remained uppermost in the minds of post-war planners. As I see it, observed Under-Secretary Stettinius, the United States will need the greatest international trade our country has ever had following the war. The State Department must be prepared to establish by international agreements and otherwise conditions under which private industry can develop it. 3. This vision could be summarized as global economic access without colonies and was matched by a strategic vision of necessary military bases around the globe both to protect global economic interests and to restrain any future military belligerence. Bowman shared this global vision as much as he shared responsibility for implementing it. Whereas the British Empire was far-flung and British material interests were everywhere, he observed, the United States had no such experience. We have been tentative, timid, doubtful, he added with all feign of innocence. Now the time has come when we have to make a sudden shift into a new world order. The Wilsonian origins of this vision. Toward development /349 are obvious, but it did not come fully edged on the morn of war. It had to be nurtured by 2 decades of ideological isolationism, widespread public condemnation of capitalism, and a dimming of geographical ambition. Indeed, like that of his colleagues at the Council of Foreign Relations, Bowman's RST view of U.S. post-war interests was regional rather than global in scope. In early 1940 his primary fear was an invasion of the South American trade area by foreign powers after the war, and he warned Henry Wallace that this could be almost as disastrous as an armed invasion. Rapid U.S. sponsored industrial development of Latin America was the solution. As the war proceeded, however, the scope of his national ambition expanded from regional protection of Monroe Doctrine preferences to the incorporation of dependent territories worldwide. As Council on Foreign Relations leader Norman Davis put it, the British Empire as it existed in the past will never reappear and, the United States may have to take its place. For if the disposition of Germany was a sine qua non of post-war stabilization, the anti-colonial conquest of colonial and dependent markets was a second crucial plank in the construction of the American Lebensraum. From the RST to the last, according to one historian, Bowman geared prominently in shaking loose dependent territories for American commerce. When he came to London in 1944 to negotiate with Churchill, British Foreign Office ministers assumed that on the American side, Bowman was the key man on this particular question. 5. From territory and resources to trusteeship. Before the State Department mission got to London, a lot of work went into denning the U.S. position. The world map the department confronted displayed a complex mosaic of small and large dependent territories dotted around the post-war globe. The political status of approximately 40% of the world's land surface was in question and in one way or another dependent. Half of this area was in Africa. Even excluding the British Commonwealth possessions of Canada and Australia, the territories in question amounted to more than a quarter of the world's land surface. The legal, political, and economic status of these territories was as internally varied as it was uncertain, with at least 6 recognizable categories of dependent territories. 1. Mandates confiscated from Germany under the Versailles Treaty. 350/2. Japanese colonies and mandates in the Pacific, including Korea. 3. Italian colonies. 4. Colonies of defeated allies, including Indochina and Indonesia. 5. British Empire possessions, including colonies and dominions. 6. Politically and legally independent yet economically backward states such as Liberia. 6. The Atlantic Charter, signed off the coast of Quebec in 1941, provided a baseline for negotiations over dependent territories. Months before the United States was even officially in the war, Churchill and Roosevelt agreed as a principle of post-war reconstruction that their countries seek no aggrandizement, territorial or other, as a result of the war. They affirmed the right of all peoples to choose the form of government under which they will live and expressed their wish to see sovereign rights and self-government restored to those who have been forcibly deprived of them. But it was soon evident that these rhetorical agreements were subject to widely disparate interpretation. Roosevelt, for instance, saw no contradiction between such declarations of sovereignty and self-government on the one side and a paternalistic appeal that the minor children among the peoples of the world be placed under the trusteeship of the adult nations on the other. 7. This notion of trusteeship, RST proposed at Paris, and Roosevelt's nascent conception of the 4 policemen framed early State Department deliberations on dependent territories. The State Department Territorial Committee took up dependent territories in April 1942, and the foundation Bowman laid was an early if crisp statement of evolutionary modernization theory. The colonies are backward and we must do something about them, he began, but we should also assume that they are coming up to something such as we are. The people of backward areas may not complete the journey but will arrive at some stage of development to the limit of their competence. It would doubtless be a messy process, makeshift and military as much as market-driven, yet the most powerful nations had no choice but to take control of development if the hope of a brighter future was to be realized in dependent territories. Change would be slow rather than dramatic, he counseled, there would be objections, and charges of hypocrisy could be expected. Yet it is no service to dependent areas to let our desire to improve their condition override U.S. interests themselves. Small peoples are onlookers in a world struggle like that of the present. Their place in the world will be secondary. Toward development /351. Development could be secured only through international economic agreements for the purpose of advancing world trade in such a way that the dependent countries would become efficient and produce wanted products instead of an excess of some products and a deficiency of others. 8. This initial survey of State Department strategy vis-a-vis dependent areas is remarkable not so much for any specific details or proposals but for the tenor and breadth of its vista and the extent to which it anticipates post-war development theory. It is easy to see why Bowman was defensive about accusations of hypocrisy. The white man's burden lies on here in what we might think of as a post-colonial paternalism. Bowman's statement therefore provides the consummate bridge not just forward from Wilsonianism but from late 19th century European apologies for colonialism to the development paradigm that dominated from the 1950s to the 1970s. 9. By August 1942 the Territorial Committee began to pay systematic attention to specific dependent territories, focusing RST on Indochina, then the Near East and then Africa. Most significant in these discussions are the issues downplayed rather than those addressed. Specifically, by 1942 the State Department was giving only diluted attention to the previously central question of resources and minerals and little at all to boundaries. A vital evolution was taking place, one that expressed the historical distinctiveness of the emerging American empire as much as the shift from Wilson's to Roosevelt's New World Order, and it was best evidenced in Bowman's Territorial Committee. Territorial issues had dominated much of the Paris deliberations. The early Council on Foreign Relations had initiated a major mineral inquiry, organized jointly with the American Geographical Society, and in its War and Peace Studies of 1940 and 1941. The CFR Territorial Committee, precursor to the State Department Committee of the same name, had initiated detailed, place-by-place mineral and resource studies and surveys and other territorial investigations as a backbone of its work. For the geologist C.K. Leith, a member of the CFR Mineral Inquiry, the competitive struggle for raw materials still figured as a primary cause of the war. Yet by 1942, when this set of issues came to the Territorial Committee, they had a different significance. It is not that the significance of minerals and resources was directly disputed, rather that the Territorial Committee was decisively shifting its focus away from such traditional geopolitical concerns. Resources remained important, but there was never an energetic translation of resource discussions into core policy after 1942. A mineral committee had a brief but undistinguished existence as part of the post-war planning bureaucracy, and a newly created Petroleum Division played an important role in the Office of Economic Affairs after 1944. With colonialism no longer an option for U.S. 352/economic expansion, the question of resource ownership took a backseat to the question of access. 10 More broadly, and in a clear departure from the procedure in Paris, the committee was explicitly not trying, as Bowman put it, to blueprint an ideal territorial settlement. Specific geopolitical concerns were increasingly subordinated to efforts at a more integrated global policy aimed at opening up the dependent territories en masse and establishing principles of economic entry. The Territorial Committee did discuss tin and rubber in Indochina and the Dutch East Indies, oil in the Near East, and so forth, but the dominant assumptions had changed. The Atlantic Charter put it precisely: all nations should have access, on equal terms, to the trade and to the raw materials of the world which are needed for their economic prosperity. 11 For many in Washington, and certainly for FDR, this meant nothing short of dismantling the entire system of European colonialism. Sumner Welles went further, announcing in his Memorial Day address for 1942 that the age of imperialism is dead. Bowman and the Territorial Committee were more circumspect. All nonetheless struggled with the basic problem of how to conceptualize a U.S. economic expansion that was significantly decoupled from direct territorial control. The larger vision came only slowly, and given how vital it would be to have a series of consistent international agreements, Bowman remained anxious that a more liberal penchant for establishing some ideal system of dependent administration might distract State Department deliberations. In the Political Committee, controlled by Welles, he therefore tacked toward the conservative, convincing committee members to begin with an inductive rather than a deductive approach and to focus RST on specific territories and generalize only later. Geographical difference is ineluctable, he stressed. Angola might offer the most suitable destination for large numbers of European refugees. The diversity of peoples in Burma may not allow any unit settlement. The Southwest Africa Mandate should be ended and that territory donated to South Africa, and so forth. Applying a single set of international trusteeship principles to such a diverse range of territories, peoples, and conditions would be difficult, he thought, and so suggested an alternative. Citing the example of the Monroe Doctrine and American stewardship over the Western Hemisphere under the Good Neighbor policy, he argued that the diversity of people and places as well as the geographically diverse interests of the major powers could be better accommodated through a system of regional associations. This was the course the committee took. It sought to restrict the number of territories taken under direct international administration in favor of representative bodies of regional trusteeship comprising the major powers with toward development /353. Significant interests in a given area. A regional federation for Southeast Asia and the South Pacific would be administered by the Soviet Union, China, Australia, New Zealand, and the United States. In sub-Saharan Africa the situation was more complex, and the committee narrowly approved a two-pronged solution, taking some territories under direct international control and allotting the remainder to a regional body including Britain among others. Northern Africa was considered in the discussions of the Middle East, and here the committee moved much more gingerly. Not only were French and British claims paramount here, where oil further complicated the picture, but the various nations of the region were far more advanced, the committee felt, and trusteeship might not be the appropriate answer. The fate of Palestine also shadowed any post-war plans for the region and would require much more detailed consideration. 12 American security interests remained uppermost for many on the committee, and it was here that potential contradictions in the American position became evident. If joint trusteeship of nations and subcontinental regions was to be a solution, what did this mean for the Monroe Doctrine? More specifically, although several European powers had possessions in the Caribbean, certain territories, such as Puerto Rico and some of the Virgin Islands, were now held exclusively by the United States, as was the Philippines. Would Hawaii, Alaska, Puerto Rico, or the Philippines suddenly be subject to joint administration? What of the PASIC mandates, currently under Japanese control, that U.S. leaders increasingly saw as vital to a Western security belt? How could the United States justify control of the latter for so-called security purposes while preaching the moral imperative of the end of imperialism? In Bowman, the contradiction found a particularly extreme form. An ardent moralist about the rights of native peoples, he was a stony pragmatist with an intensely geographical vision of American security, and for him the defense of America had no geographical limits. Not only was he concerned about the Caribbean and the PASIC, his concern also stretched to the British dominions of Canada and Australia, which he saw as grossly underpopulated and appallingly vulnerable to attack. Canada was especially crucial, being contiguous to the United States. "We cannot allow Canada to be taken," he warned the political committee. "The pressure of the yellow race upon these two great blocks of territory is as much a part of our problem as that of the British Empire." 13 By November 1942 the political committee agreed on a general document, International Trusteeship, which deemed a core perspective for post-war United Nations organization. The committee also offered specific regional recommendations in the attempt to end a mid-course, between 354/pure idealism and pre-war scheme of national responsibility for dependent peoples. The mandate system following the Great War had been very weak, since rights and properties were intermingled to the clear bayonet of the European powers, the so-called foreign exploiter, as Bowman put it. A system of regional and international administration would ensure international access and encourage the timely self-development of dependent territories, free from domination. Such expanded trusteeship could even lead to independence. Yet a Tocquevillian contradiction remained deeply embedded here. The universalist morality concerning independence and trusteeship and the earnest desire to unyoke the natives from European imperialism came with a barb attached. Advance to sovereignty was highly contingent. Equality of treatment of peoples that are not equal is patently absurd, Bowman explained in the political committee. For tens of millions of primitive people that we rule, civilized government is not within their range. 14 Bowman went back to an evolutionary reading of Jefferson's defense of slavery to explain away this contradiction of equal unequals. Though he had made the Declaration of Independence say that all men are born free and equal, Jefferson later pointed out that some people are still children and should not be granted at once the full enjoyment of their natural rights. Self-government may be an established fact in the United States, Bowman averred, but in Jefferson's view it remained for other peoples a reward to be obtained after a long and painful process of education. 15 Vaguely deemed in this way, trusteeship could be seen as all things for all people. The rhetoric of the State Department document could be taken at face value as an airtight promise of independence, but with Bowman's Jeffersonian coding the trusteeship proposal could also be embraced not only as a defense of natural inequality but as a nature-authorized rationale for intensive exploitation of backward peoples for their own good. Geography, diluted through the front door of global political and economic calculation in the American Lebensraum, recurs through the back door of racial evolutionism. Denning trusteeship: who among the dependent territories is equal to self-determination and who is unequal to it was, Of course, the crucial question for the State Department advisory personnel. As they moved to tie down the concreteness of their proposals, they had to consider the inclinations of Secretary of State Hull and Roosevelt. From the beginning, Roosevelt's dim view of European colonial toward development /355 ism dovetailed neatly with U.S. economic expansionism. To Soviet Foreign Secretary Molotov he contended that there were all over the world many islands and colonial possessions which ought, for our own safety, to be taken away from the weak nations. He chided Queen Wilhelmina of the Netherlands. Don't be too sure you will get the Dutch East Indies back unless you do something more for the natives. And about Indochina he declared that the French had no automatic right after the war simply to walk back in. About the fate of the British Empire, however, he was much more cautious. He believed, as many Anglophiles did, that the British had been more attentive colonizers, but he still confronted an angry Churchill about the colonial question at their RST meeting in Quebec. Roosevelt's attitude only hardened as war proceeded. Nothing short of universal trusteeship for all dependent territories, overseen by the world's 4 policemen, became his aim. It was on this question more than any other that Roosevelt and Churchill clashed during the war. 16 But Roosevelt was not always so definitive, and neither his foreign allies nor his own State Department always had a clear sense of where he stood, and this led to considerable frustration as the State Department intensified its quest for concrete solutions. The great enigma in the international political world at the present time is the United States, Bowman perceived in early 1943. It was a jab at Roosevelt more than any humble self-criticism. We can be more sure of the course of Great Britain and Russia than of our own course. If we remain an enigma, it would be disastrous to our international relationship and position in the post-war world. 17 The political committee now intended no such extreme stripping away of the colonies that Roosevelt seemed to have in mind, and Bowman thought FDR impractical and stubborn concerning dependent territories. The age of imperialism may be dead, he could agree with Wells, but what substitute is there for European colonialism? Withdrawal from the colonies is not enough, since Germany could simply move in, and the notion of the 4 policemen smacks too much of a new imperialism. 18 By April 1943, Hull began attending to quicken the political committee's deliberations. It began probing the temporal and geographical limits of trusteeship, who would be covered and for how long. Wells quickly played the Monroe Doctrine card, ruling the entire Western Hemisphere outside the scope of trusteeship, but when the discussion turned to Africa and Southeast Asia, it occasionally became surreal. When a congressman puzzled how long independence would take, Wells keenly suggested more than 100 years before the Congo was to govern itself, but in the case of Portuguese Timor it would certainly take 1,000 years. What? 356 / A wonderful vision, came the sarcastic congressional riposte, whereupon Wells, recuperating, insisted that everything in the trusteeship proposal is designed to promote world security. The project is motivated not by altruism or idealism but solely by considerations of security. 19 As the discussion progressed, Bowman made a key distinction that guided State Department deliberations for several months. Opposing Roosevelt, he admitted little desire to force Britain to relinquish its colonies, and proposed that Allied European colonies be placed in a separate category from the detached territories. 20 Hull clearly took notice, and after encountering Bowman in the elevator the following week, he ushered the Geographer into his office. Bowman conveyed his misgivings about Roosevelt's approach and his hope that the political committee would now focus on the mandated and Axis territories, leaving Allied colonies and protectorates to the side. The colonies of other nations are none of our business, Bowman suggested. If we try to tell Churchill or Wilhelmina how to rule their subjects ethically, they and their peoples will be incensed. We can't rule in their stead, and we cannot buy up the world either. The President has gone as far as anyone can or should go in setting up very general moral statements, but the focus now must be to see what is practicable. Hull agreed and suggested a more prominent role for Bowman, but there was other trouble on the horizon, and the Secretary quickly turned to his own bureaucratic frustrations. Bowman knew of the strife between Secretary Hull and Under-Secretary Wells, the undersecretary having Roosevelt's ear while the secretary was held at bay, but now he got it rst hand. A weary Hull was bitter that these brilliant fellows like the press and Sumner are always going off on a tangent, making speeches and giving interviews that confuse public opinion and congressional debate. 21 Bowman's sympathies still lay with the cautious Hull, so when asked to lead the next meeting, he was emboldened to deliver a far-reaching disavowal of developmental idealism, which he likened to the Sermon on the Mount. Concrete solutions would never live up to the sermon, he believed, and the U.S. public would feel betrayed when the ideal became unrealizable. The practical details of oil and other resources and of government of tribal groups put the white man into a condition of superiority and power. The fuzzy-wuzzies of the world do not understand Jeffersonian democracy and are accustomed to authority, not to the Australian ballot system. How to bridge the gap between the broad declarations of policy of the United Nations and practical details of rule in 1,000 places throughout the world, constituted the gravest political problem ahead of the American people. 22. Toward Development /357. It was a deadening moment for Bowman when he took an increasingly vocal role in the State Department Advisory Committee. His concerns clearly lay not with the world's dependent population's fuzzy-wuzzies but with feasible U.S. policy. The moral generalizations of the Atlantic Charter were a mistake, he now believed, since they handcuffed the committee and the administration in search of specific solutions. If he still shared with Roosevelt the underlying ambition that dependent territories be shaken loose as an expedient of U.S. global expansion, he was less sanguine that the colonies of Allied powers could be included in the strategy. Regarding the detached territories that were not colonies of European allies, Bowman took a hard line. Paternalism mixed with wise-use imperialism left little room for self-determination. To the political committee he raised the case of Nauru, a tiny Pacific atoll mandated to Britain, which mined 1.3 tons of phosphates annually, most of it exported to New Zealand. The phosphate is of no use to the natives, Bowman declared, but very useful as fertilizer to advanced economies. The question of land ownership therefore was irrelevant. What could the natives do with royalties on that amount of phosphate? The wholesale extraction of resources at the lowest price was not a case of imperialism or exploitation, he excused, but simply wise use. And did advanced countries not have a responsibility to leave people in their old ways of life after extracting the resources? Why should we attempt to modernize them with the index of capital? He added a second example, namely, the 90,000 lousy Arabs on the Persian Gulf island of Bahrain, who exported several million gallons of oil per year. Just because we used their oil, we had no right, Bowman extolled, to assume that people everywhere around the world wanted to be like ourselves. We ought to preserve native customs, for the binding cement of native society lies in such customs and institutions, rather than in the tin can borrowings and the acquisitions of the white man's outlook. All such peoples, he concluded, enjoy an undervalued freedom, the freedom to be left alone. The improvement of the status of such peoples must be at their own expense and not at ours, and the United States was not going to revise the living standards and raise the status of all the fuzzy-wuzzies in the world at its own expense. 23 The colonies, it seems, were to be shaken loose for an international-scale amalgam of total exploitation and benign neglect. Such paternalism in the name of empire did raise eyebrows in the State Department's political committee, but little more. State Department staffer Stanley Hornbeck, who earlier conceded that there are some things to be said in favor of imperialism, now volunteered that the exploiting nations, after the drying up of 358/phosphate resources, should only ensure that the lot of the Nauru people was not worse than at the beginning. Bowman's CFR colleague Hamilton Fish Armstrong did worry over a retreat from moral commitment on the colonies. Only Republican New Jersey Congressman Charles Eaton entertained the blunt possibility that the United States may be substituting its own dictatorship for that of European powers. In the future, he predicted, it will be necessary to meet the charge that the trusteeship plan is merely a disguised form of imperialism. 24 Despite these misgivings, Bowman now carried the momentum in the political committee. According to one historian, he crystallized the ideas of important figures not intimately concerned with trusteeship but occupying important policy-making positions, including Adolf Berle and Leo Pasvalsky. 25 Hull used Bowman to sharpen the question how backward must the people be to be excluded from the discussion of their own rights, and how advanced must they be to become participants on some declared level. But Roosevelt proceeded undeterred by State Department distinctions. To Foreign Minister Anthony Eden of Great Britain he revealed his indignation about colonialism and threw off a blueprint for the Pacific. The Japanese islands together with Korea and Indochina would pass into international trusteeship, and the remaining islands would retain their national sovereignty but under a common economic policy akin to that for the Caribbean. 2 French mandates the Marquesas Islands and Tuamotu Archipelago were to be internationalized as necessary stepping stones for civil and military air travel between the Americas and Australasia, a matter of key importance to the geographically minded Roosevelt. In Africa, the United States should take responsibility for Dakar for security reasons while the United Kingdom would take Bizerta. The British Empire per se was not discussed, but to Eden FDR's direction was clear. FDR did propose that the British relinquish Hong Kong to the Chinese as a gesture of goodwill, but Eden dryly remarked that he had not heard the president suggest any similar gestures. 26 Eden sensed the difference between Roosevelt's hard line and the State Department's more equable, less predacious vision for post-war dependent territories and thought a meeting of the minds would eventually be possible. Still, the colonial and foreign offices saw themselves as protecting British interests from the raw ambition of a youthful and still stretching American empire, and they persistently treated the moral pretensions of the State Department and the White House as precisely that, pretensions, designed to cover an aggressive policy of global expansionism. Accordingly, Eden thought the State Department draft on trusteeship nothing less than an assault on the British Empire. When Hull gave a copy of the same trustee toward development/359 ship draft to Foreign Secretary Molotov of the USSR in Moscow in late 1943, Eden became incensed that the United States and the USSR were ganging up against the British Empire. If he was right about the direction of U.S. policy, Eden was wrong to think it very systematic, because when the Cairo Declaration was released on December 1, 1943, specifying certain post-war territorial arrangements between Roosevelt and Churchill, the State Department was largely in the dark. Together with Chinese leader Chiang Kai-shek, the US and British leaders declared that Japan would be stripped of its mandates after the war, China would regain Manchuria, Formosa, and the Pescadores/Penghu Islands, and Korea would be made free and independent. Roosevelt also took it upon himself at Cairo to offer Indochina to Chiang Kai-shek, who declined, and so the three leaders decided that it should pass from French control to international trusteeship. 27 If the British were correct about the symbiosis between State Department colonial policy and U.S. economic expansionism, they were wrong insofar as they conceived the connection in narrowly territorial terms. U.S. foreign policy had moved decisively beyond this linkage of territorial control and economic access. As Bowman's examples of Nauru and Bahrain seem to imply, the best preferred strategy was to organize resource and commodity extraction through the market rather than through military or political occupation. Roosevelt shared this vision, and a brief episode at the Tehran Conference in late 1943 reveals the contrasting British and U.S. attitudes to territorial possession and the contrasting significance of territory in the fading British and the rising American empires. When Chiang Kai-shek repeated his disinterest in possessing Indochina, Churchill predictably scoffed that no one turns down territory. FDR instantly took him to task. The British made their empire by successive acquisitions, he said, and you have 400 years of acquisitive blood in your veins, he told the Prime Minister. In words reminiscent of Mackinder or Brooks Adams, he lectured that a new period has opened in the world's history. You have to adjust yourself to it. The British would take land anywhere, FDR believed, even if it were only a rock and a sandbar. 28 Roosevelt was absolutely right about British territorial avarice, but he was wrong to conceive of the difference between US and British imperialisms in terms of national traits rather than alternative strategies of global accumulation in which geography now geared quite differently. Dr. Isaiah goes to London. Eden's anticipated meeting of the minds proved chimerical, and in early 1944, despite the Cairo Declaration, the British and American governments 360 were further apart than ever on trusteeship and dependent territories. Many other issues of post-war reconstruction also still lacked Anglo-American agreement. To help ease the logjam of unresolved issues, it was decided to send a U.S. mission to London. It would be led by Under-Secretary of State Edward Stettintinius. Prematurely white-haired, Stettintinius looked older than his 43 years but was lively and energetic. As chairman of U.S. Steel, he had earned a reputation as a good organizational man, and this recommended him to Roosevelt as the one to direct industrial mobilization for war and then the Lend-Lease program in the early 1940s. A boon for Bowman, Stettintinius was also an intimate friend of John Lee Pratt, the General Motors vice president and Bowman's strongest supporter on the board of trustees at Johns Hopkins. Pratt had secured Stettintinius his RST job, at General Motors, after he unked out of the University of Virginia. 29 It was a compact team that went to London. In addition to Bowman and John Lee Pratt, it included only a few other State Department officials. Bowman's responsibilities were broad-ranging, but he was there especially to consult on questions of post-war international organization and trusteeship. Before leaving, the mission met in the Oval Office with Roosevelt, whose vision of a post-war American Lebensraum had matured considerably. The president immediately cautioned that, as far as the public or even Congress was concerned, the London discussions were informal and that, short of formal signed agreements, he wanted the members of the Stettintinius mission to elicit as much common ground and agreement as possible with their British counterparts across a range of issues. Stettintinius noted that Bowman had an almost limitless sphere of topics which he might discuss, whereupon the geographer took the cue to ask for instructions on trusteeship and dependent territories. Impatient with the resulting tirade against European colonialism, eager for an expansive mandate, yet reluctant to press the British too far, Bowman asked Roosevelt directly whether the whole colonial issue should even be raised. Roosevelt admitted he had not got far with the British on this issue and promptly resumed the tirade, this time against the French. They had made a complete mess of colonial administration, leaving people worse off than they were 100 years ago. The white man's rule was nothing to be proud of. In West Africa, he claimed, the British and the French have taken $10 worth of goods out for every $1 that they have put in. In the Caribbean, by contrast, the British found colonial possession a losing proposition. 30 Where colonialism was economical, he implied, it was immoral, where it was more moral, it was uneconomical. Roosevelt then divulged the Tehran debate over French colonial Indochina, in which the Russians, Americans, and Chinese had all supported. Toward Development /361. Independence, whereas Churchill, presumably seeing his own colonies next in line, had vigorously but unsuccessfully objected. Roosevelt next stressed to the delegation that the question of dependent territories was an issue of security as much as economics. New U.S. bases were already established in the Caribbean following the destroyers' fur bases deal with Britain earlier in the war, 31, but the United States needed bases in West Africa and New Caledonia. Returning to Bowman's question, he exhorted that they press the colonial question persistently but cautioned that there would be no need to raise the question of colonial sovereignty per se as it pertained to the Allied powers. Retreating substantially from his earlier position that nothing short of stripping the colonies would be sufficient, Roosevelt now argued that full internationalization of all colonies, still a huge red flag to the British, would not be necessary. Ultimate sovereignty might still lie with the present owners so long as some form of international inspection commission were established. The best control over colonial powers was to tell the world about their administration. This White House meeting sharpened Bowman's growing disagreement with Roosevelt. Making his way through the press corps on the way out, Bowman was grated by Roosevelt's newfound moderation on colonies, by his expansive mandate to explore virtually any topic with the British, and by the crucial role he, Bowman, had on colonies. But Roosevelt fundamentally misunderstands trade, he concluded. The disproportion between value extracted from a colony and value left behind was irrelevant as long as the native himself receives some net mutual gain eradicated any suggestion of exploitation, Bowman now argued. Colonialism may not be the ideal system of economic development, but the United States had no need to tackle European and especially British colonialism directly. Where Roosevelt felt the dismantling of colonies vital to U.S. interests, Bowman thought the American Lebensraum could be constructed around the encumbrances of a previous age. 32 Bowman left Baltimore on March 28, 1944, and after 2 evenings at the University Club in New York, ensconced in Churchill's biography, Marlborough, he boarded the modern liner, the Queen Mary, and with other mission members and 13,000 troops sailed to Glasgow, where he had witnessed the start of war in 1939. He flew to London on April 7 and checked in at Claridge's. German surrender terms, reparations, territorial arrangements, post-war international organization, post-war economic recovery, among other things, were on the agenda with their British counterparts. The high diplomatic level of the discussions combined with the lack of formal goals encouraged both governments, but especially the United 362/states, to feel optimistic about results. On the colonial question, a continuum of plausible post-war arrangements set the agenda: sovereignty, independence, self-government, international administration. The most thorough overhaul of international relations would come from a reversion of sovereignty to the dependent territories themselves, and even though FDR had backed away from it in his St. Patrick's Day Bren, this was clearly his preference. Short of this, various means for self-government and independence might be arranged that still left ultimate sovereignty in European hands. The mildest alternative envisaged the establishment of international condominia, regional or global in scope, that would be responsible for administering the dependent territories. While retaining a desire for limited self-government and independence in some instances, Bowman now gravitated to this weakest alternative. To the British, even this represented an unconscionable threat to empire. The British were ready for Dr. Isaiah, as they called him. They had done far more extensive homework than the Americans. They knew of Bowman's softer line on the colonies and his fervent anti-Soviet views and believed both could be mobilized to disrupt any effort by FDR to gang up with Stalin against the empire. But they too were confused. The Minister of State at the Foreign Office, Richard Law, somehow speculated that Bowman was included in the mission, because, with the November election looming, FDR would want to distance himself from any accusations of imperial ambition. Even though he could not get Bowman's politics straight, it was Law who concluded to his colleagues that Bowman was the key man on colonies. 33 During the RST several days, Bowman met with Law, U.S. Ambassador to Britain John Wynant, his advisor E. F. Penrose, who briefed Bowman on British post-war planning proposals, and Sirs George Gator and Alexander Cadogan, permanent undersecretaries for the colonial and foreign offices, respectively. He pressed Cadogan at the soft end of the colonial continuum, namely, to agree to regular reports submitted by metropolitan powers to an international supervisory body, but he was quickly rebuffed. Next the mission went to Chequers, the Prime Minister's country home, where they negotiated with the khaki-clad Prime Minister. Bowman introduced the subject of colonies and dependent territories tentatively and mildly. The American position was to combine the issues of colonialism and world organization, the idea of a United Nations organization, but Churchill readily understood this as a means of prizing control from the imperial European states and demurred. He refused even to discuss the question of self-government for peoples who are without history or traditions. We propose to continue to deal with colonial peoples from the standpoint of toward development /363. Their interest and world requirements. In the case of French colonies in the Pacific, Churchill conceded the American right to demand military bases so long as the conquered lands were restored as French possessions. Turning to British possessions, he straightened up, stuck his chest and belly out, and with a wide forward sweep of both hands he retracted them as if embracing every square mile of the British Empire and drew them there toward his belly and pressed them there, saying, "Now, our own territory, our possessions overseas, that is quite a different matter. We will not give up 1 acre of ground, we haven't the least intention of breaking up the empire or of letting it fall into ruin." 34. Churchill especially focused on India, which, he insisted, would be defenseless, disunited, and in a state of chaos if Great Britain withdrew. "We have a responsibility there and mean to stand by it. Certainly, something would have to be done to improve the situation there," he conceded, but by no means would he even contemplate relinquishing government to the ignorant folk. "The Indian is a small fellow. They are less well equipped for self-government than the Chinese. They marry young, they are immature mentally, they breed far in excess of reason, seeming to think that to stretch their limbs out in the sun and let the light of heaven shine on them is the chief aim of existence. How can you expect government from such people? I would rather have 100 squadrons of airplanes than all India." 35. Bowman was smitten with Churchill. "We got on well when we talked about colonies." Churchill was restrained, though emphatic, and at times impatient, but Bowman could identify with the Prime Minister's paternalism, national self-interest, and his naked expression of the white man's burden. Bowman had after all come to parallel conclusions. He clearly disagreed with Churchill on India, although he chose not to press the claim for self-government or the need to open India up to international trade. Nor did he push for an extension of the mandate system as an option for the dependent territories. Churchill allowed that the United States would take the leading role in the post-war world, but he was reluctant to include the Chinese among the great powers, as FDR did with his 4 policemen. Churchill openly disparaged the Chinese as the pigtails, a racist epithet that even Bowman found shockingly distasteful. Having presumably heard rumors about Churchill's voluminous drinking, the puritanical Bowman also took it upon himself to record the number of brandies and 364 glasses of wine the Prime Minister consumed during their extended afternoon session. Bowman walked a very narrow path. If he lacked the authority to challenge Churchill on the question of empire, he also lacked the political inclination and even the heart. A more meaningful negotiation took place with colonial and foreign office leaders. Bowman wanted to explore the possibility of common ground on a policy for dependent territories, leaving colonies aside for the moment, and he even gave Foreign Minister Law to believe that the high-sounding moral proclamations for which U.S. diplomats were famous might be left aside. Law was encouraged and used the overture to arrange a direct discussion between Bowman and a reluctant colonial secretary, Colonel Oliver Stanley. This was good and bad. Bowman, of course, knew that Stanley was the top minister with responsibility for colonial administration, but he was also the man whom Sumner Welles had once characterized as the most narrow, bigoted, reactionary Tory that he had ever met in his official career. 36. When they met, the colonial secretary was predictably frosty. Anticipating Stanley's hard line, Bowman reversed his overture to Law and began with the moral desiderata that marked Roosevelt's public stance on dependent territories and colonies, and he lectured Stanley about the depth of anti-colonial feeling among liberal and church elements of the American electorate. The colonial secretary bristled. He complained that the State Department had not responded to British comments on the American Declaration on National Independence, simply handing them a second copy of the document, and that this had been like a dash of cold water on earlier British enthusiasm. He rejected any further generalities, noted that the British position should be quite clear, and then reiterated it: "Our main plank is regional council and no supervision by any outside authority." 37. Such a regional rather than global administration of colonies and dependent territories would obviously protect British prerogatives and minimize American encroachment. The meeting was a disaster. Mixing projection with genuine insight, Stanley scoffed that Bowman's position was wrapped up in a rather diaphanous cover of the usual idealism, beneath which Bowman sought to rationalize the post-war retention by the United States of Japanese mandates in the Pacific. Dr. Bowman, who shifts his ground continually, is not easy to pin down, he added. 38 Bowman's retreat to diaphanous idealism was indeed an inexplicable diplomatic blunder. Not only was he arguing a position he did not believe in, but also it was a position that Roosevelt had relinquished, however reluctantly. As Roosevelt had intimated at the White House, he no longer raised the demand that the colonies be fully interna. Toward development /365. Tionalist, settling instead for regional organization and an international inspection commission. He also understood that Stanley's agreement to regional associations and even to an international body, toothless as they might be, marked a perceptible compromise on the British side. If Bowman thought that the old moral shibboleths would somehow blunt Stanley, he gravely miscalculated, and the possibility of ending common ground now seemed more remote than ever. Further, Stanley's reference to U.S. territorial ambitions in the PASIC as the nation's real agenda must have frustrated Bowman greatly, not just because Churchill had already conceded this issue, but because it showed that the British still interpreted U.S. policies as signifying narrow territorial interests. Bowman was in the soup, facing an impasse far deeper than he could have imagined. In lecturing Stanley, he had apparently decided that it was better to incur British wrath than Roosevelt's, but now he had nothing to take back to Washington. Neither he nor any of his colleagues had seen the British reply to the Declaration on National Independence, because the U.S. ambassador never sent it on to Washington, so he could not engage Stanley on its substance. Further, among the arguments marshaled to deke Bowman's diaphanous idealism, Stanley urged that different colonial possessions had very different circumstances and problems and therefore required divergent approaches. There were cross-cutting economic versus strategic considerations that varied by country and region, he added, further undercutting any general proclamation. This, of course, was precisely Bowman's objection to Roosevelt's position. To make matters worse, while Bowman envisaged a much more powerful suite of regional and international organizations than Stanley did, he also still shared the British emphasis on regional associations. If Bowman would never register his desperation in his memo of the meeting, it came over loud and clear to the British. Much as the White House and the State Department saw this issue differently, the British administration was also divided. In particular, while the Colonial Office took a very hard line in defense of empire, the Foreign Office, with a much wider purview, could treat colonies as one among a number of important issues, so it was to Sir Alexander Cadogan, Permanent Under-Secretary at the Foreign Office, and to two other Foreign Office strategists that Bowman poured out his woes about the interview with Stanley. So ardent was his lament that he conveyed to his British confessors the quite erroneous impression that FDR had put considerable pressure on him to achieve an agreement on colonial policy. 39 But the British were overestimating the cohesion of the U.S. administration, and the reality was much simpler. It was 366 Bowman himself who needed something to take home. Whether for reasons of politics or pity is not clear, but Cadogan agreed that the Foreign Office, which outranked the Colonial Office, should intercede, and so it was arranged that with Cadogan present this time Bowman would have another shot with the Colonial Secretary. When he met again with Stanley and a largely silent Cadogan for lunch at the Dorchester Hotel, the atmosphere was very different. In a much more convivial meeting, Bowman skipped the diaphanous idealism, and Stanley took him much more seriously. They immediately moved to specific colonies, specific needs and problems. Although forced to play on British ground, Bowman was also more adroit this time. He used the case of Tanganyika, the British East African colony confiscated from Germany in 1919, to try to impress on Stanley that a strictly national policy toward the colonies was unrealistic. In effect, he argued, an internationally condoned colonial policy already existed, and he cited the pre-war tea restriction scheme and the tea marketing board as examples, but the policy needed to be generalized. He pushed for a more systematic international collaboration on colonial economic policies, where all colonial powers would confer on quotas and prices, thus stabilizing a capricious international market. He added the Caribbean Commission as an additional precedent. the British government could not keep Tanganyika out of world discussion and call it an interest reserved for the British government's consideration alone, he felt. 40 Stanley began to consider the specific regional councils that might be set up. Southeast Asia and the Japanese-mandated islands were not particularly controversial, and he was prepared to envisage a third regional council for East Africa. For West Africa, this would not be a desirable solution, he argued, or at least if one were established it ought not to include the United States, which, he poked at Bowman, was quite unpopular in that part of the world. He then re-emphasized the need to maintain authority in the rule of British possessions scattered over the world. But the cost of raising the standard of living of the colonial peoples must be borne by the local people themselves, he insisted. As Bowman recorded, Stanley, the metropole will keep order, it will secure the means of justice, it will increase production, it will provide technical assistance, it will teach native peoples to improve their sanitation and health. It cannot give native peoples a blank check. 41 Stanley could hardly have known how closely he again mirrored Bowman's own sentiments, expressed in the Saturday morning State Department meetings. Bowman avoided any reference to national independence, or even self-government, while angling his responses in favor of American interests. Both agreed that the RST priority of national government, world organiza. Toward development /367. And colonial administration was to maintain order, and Stanley did not object to Bowman's version of the white man's burden, heavily accented toward American economic expansion. 42 If this discussion re-established a modicum of common ground between the Colonial Office and the State Department, it did not really mark much progress. Bowman had succeeded in having any statement on colonial policy linked to the emerging world organization, but only at the expense of disavowing any effort at an independent colonial declaration by Britain and the United States. And while Stanley agreed in principle to regional commissions and even entered a more specific discussion about which these might be, he forced the stipulation that they would not be executive in character but simply receive, publish, and collect annual reports available for inspection. In the end, however, as Lewis has concluded, Stanley had conceded virtually nothing except the possible creation of a library, barely exceeding what he had already said in Parliament. 43 Bowman nonetheless left the Dorchester Hotel a much happier man. In his report to Ambassador Winant he expressed the hope that a new start could be made on the discussion of colonial policy. It was an optimism provoked by the congeniality of the lunchtime discussion as much as by its substance, and it buoyed him and others over the coming weeks. Stanley also relished the outcome, especially since Bowman was placated, and the British therefore assumed that Roosevelt would be, too. Indeed, the British sense of victory was evident before the Dorchester lunch ended. After Cadogan had departed, Stanley asked Bowman to alert Cordell Hull about the predicament of Barbados. A British colony dependent mostly on agricultural production, Barbados was experiencing large-scale unemployment, and Stanley fretted that violence will ensue. Could the United States absorb as many as 30,000 Barbadian laborers to work in the American economy? The request was as cheeky as it was haughty that the U.S. economy support faltering British colonial policy, when this was precisely the bone of contention. Bowman had no comeback, and whether or not he took the request at face value, he did duly report it in his memo of the meeting and assented to deliver it to Hull. 44 Nonetheless, on his return to Washington, Bowman was enthusiastically congratulated by Secretary Hull, who was apparently impressed by a renewed British openness on the colonial question, and Bowman re-entered the State Department shrouded in the warm glow of apparent success. We found ourselves much closer in our thinking at the end of our several talks than we could have hoped, Bowman exuded in his draft report to the Secretary of State. To the California geographer Carl Sauer he boasted, "We 368 got back with good plunder." He was all the more puffed up at being feted by the Royal Institute of International Affairs at a Claridge's dinner in his honor, hosted by Lord Astor. 45 But the approbation did not last long. A Churchill speech during May included a short paragraph on post-war arrangements that betrayed a closer knowledge of American thinking than Hull and Roosevelt would have liked, and the question was raised whether some of the members of the mission had talked too much. 46 Suspicion focused on Bowman. Stettintinius vigorously defended the mission, insisting that it was they, its members, who were embarrassed by British references to State Department documents that the members had never seen, and that, if anything, they talked too little. But this rain on Bowman's parade was enough to draw out his annoyance at both FDR and Hull, whose disorganization, he felt, followed from their personal and political rivalry over their respective places in history. An efficient foreign policy was the inevitable cost. Overall, the mission made much less progress than Bowman wanted to believe. Along the State Department's own continuum from sovereignty to international administration, Bowman had been able to secure only the most watery acknowledgement of the weakest option. Far from managing to draw out British officials with respect to colonial policy after the war, as FDR had requested, Bowman was instead drawn out by them. His lurch from diaphanous idealism to pragmatic accommodation produced less a compromise than his own concession. His views in any case coincided more closely with those of the British than with Roosevelt's. Bowman was deeply incensed by the London negotiations and the accusations of diaphanous idealism, and was further frustrated by his return to the State Department, where discussion of dependent and colonial territories had moved on in his absence. He offered extended and sonorous reports on his deliberations. Forget the general principles, he now pleaded, and pass on to what you can do about them. The problem with Americans, he insisted, is that we talk words instead of figuring out how to deal with things. Our approach has been akin to devising the 10 Commandments to all dependent areas, he warned, before explicitly supporting as merely realistic the colonial office's demand that British sovereignty be retained in the colonies. Repeating the charge he had made a year earlier in the State Department, but this time explicitly taking the British side, he asserted that everything we produced on colonial subjects sounded like the Sermon on the Mount, and everything we said was just as good as Jesus. Our papers were always awfully good but awfully unrealistic. 47 But his State Department colleagues were more politely indifferent. Toward development /369. Fervent than ever to these implorations, which, they sensed, undercut the moral ground of the U.S. position. Under other circumstances, Bowman's acquiescence to the British might have had more deleterious results, but the State Department was undergoing further internal upheaval. If historian William Roger Lewis is correct, the main significance of his mission may well have been that it lulled the colonial and foreign offices into a momentary sense of false security. They must have been heartily disappointed when FDR and the State Department did not noticeably ease their pressure as a result of the London talks. If Bowman can be credited with one thing, his agreements with Stanley on regional councils probably ensured that, henceforth, the colonial question was folded under the larger question of an international organization. This transition was already underway, especially in the State Department. 48 And the British followed when Churchill's opposition softened. 2 weeks after the mission's return, the State Department learned that the Prime Minister had altered his position on world organization. Hitherto a staunch believer in the priority of a fragmented regional structure, the Prime Minister now seemed to concede the necessity of building a world organization (RST). This did at least seem to represent a little movement on the British side, and Bowman was quick to turn events to his own credit. The mission permitted me to disclose our positions all along the line, he admitted, whereupon the Foreign Office and Eden took heart and were able to oppose the PM. This alone is worth the trip to London. 49. Toward development in 1919, the colonies were a footnote to the Paris Peace Conference. Specific colonies were dispensed with, but there was no overriding concern with the dependent territories per se. Self-determination was certainly raised, but even Woodrow Wilson in his 14 points conned himself to the vague insistence that competing colonial claims among European colonizers be arbitrated fairly and with an equal view to the welfare of the colonized. The 1919 confiscation of colonies from one set of European powers and their mandate to another seemed a quarter-century later to hail from a different vision of global possibilities. Bowman's experiences in Paris and thereafter taught him that, in and of themselves, neither boundary changes nor territorial switches prevented wars or guaranteed international stability. This negative lesson about the geographical conceits of the Old World Order were foundational in his vision of the New World Order. If he now balked at X. 370/appropriating British colonies for American trade, this was in no way because he remained wedded to an obsolete geography of empire or was himself a secret colonialist. Rather, he felt much more strongly than Roosevelt that whatever their colonial transgressions, the British were forever allies and would have to be absorbed gradually into the American Lebensraum. Butting heads with Britain, he felt, was a potentially dangerous diversion. If they were dispossessed, who would substitute for them in the developing world? How would American economic interests be protected in such a vacuum? Roosevelt, by contrast, held fast to an ardent anti-colonialism, even when his bargaining position eased in 1944. Far more than Bowman, Roosevelt heard the rumblings of decolonization movements and sought to appropriate such widespread sentiments to the cause of a larger American century, which both men shared. Roosevelt shrewdly aimed at stabilizing, not undermining the colonial world. The insistence on timetables for decolonization, surreal as the early State Department discussion may have been, represented a specifically U.S. contribution to decolonization. 50 Whatever their differences on the British Empire, Bowman and Roosevelt retained a broadly similar perspective on the future American world. Both perceived that political power in the future would be more and more divorced from direct territorial control. The New World Order meant that the significance of territorial control had begun to wane. The British, by contrast, consistently believed that the United States was after territory in a traditional sense. Precisely this threat led Churchill in late 1942 to make his famous declaration that he had not become the King's first minister in order to preside over the liquidation of the British Empire. Roosevelt's animus toward British colonialism was itself quite pragmatic. He was himself a patrician Anglophile, after all, who understood the tenacity of British colonial defense as a major obstacle to post-war U.S. economic expansionism. Even as the American forces prepared to GHT in Europe, Roosevelt had complained, "We will have more trouble with Great Britain after the war than we are having with Germany now." 51 Bowman shared the ambition but differed on the source of post-war obstacles and, therefore, on strategy. He certainly worried that a reconstructed Germany might succeed a dispossessed Britain in the dependent territories, but his larger concern lay farther to the east. By the end of 1944, Bowman's antipathy for the Soviet Union stretched well beyond the boundaries of Europe and the question of a German settlement. As the war drew to an end, he was increasingly alarmed at the effect of Soviet propaganda in trusted areas, which he thought would be wide open for Soviet agents to indoctrinate, to unify, to lead. Thus one after the other the trusted areas would or might go calm. Toward development /371. Munist. 52 Bowman's instinct was to GHT such threatening independence movements rather than, with Roosevelt, try to co-opt and outmaneuver them. This issue would arise directly in the head-to-head confrontations with the Soviet Union around the United Nations. Far more important than the differences between Roosevelt and many in the State Department, however, was the ground on which they largely agreed. It has been claimed that the grand design of the United States in the post-war era of decolonization could already be found within the State Department in late 1942-53, and that is indeed true in regard to the political vision of self-government. But the economic vision took a couple more years to pupate and has attracted much less critical commentary. In May and June 1944, after the Stettinius mission, discussion of dependent territories shifted to the International Organization Committee, on which Bowman also sat. There, trusteeship was tentatively tied to the question of development, and the post-war vision of Third World development came increasingly into view. A single short document, the Draft Declaration of Trusteeship Principles produced by this IO committee, exhibited the profundity of the shift envisaged under the American Lebensraum. Its two main sections covered political and economic development and followed up on the distinction Bowman had made a year earlier between colonies and detached territories. The RST section, on political development, recommended the earliest and fullest possible self-government for those peoples who have demonstrated sufficient capacity for that responsibility. The second section, on principles of economic development, elaborated rules of economic investment and trade, a new global economic architecture which was to replace direct political control over dependent territories. Economic development and stability in dependent territories are vitally related to the welfare of the world community and to the preservation of peace. The committee began. To that end, the resources of dependent territories should undergo the most rational development, both in the interests of the inhabitants and to benefit the peoples of other nations. In return for access to resources, dependent territories would be given access to the capital and technical assistance necessary for economic development. Vestiges of slavery were to be abolished, labor markets regularized and supervised, and working conditions improved. The resources, products, and economic opportunities of dependent territories should be made available to all peoples without discrimination. 54. If the British were absolutely correct in their suspicion of U.S. motives, their own narrowly territorial blinkers prevented them from seeing the full vista of transformation envisaged in the State Department. Shaking loose the colonies was not about simply transferring political power to the United 372/states but about re-establishing the basis of exploitation as primarily market-driven without the mediation of territorial control. Whether Bowman's soft anti-colonialism or Roosevelt's harder version, the United States' antipathy to colonialism in this period expressed at root a self-interested drive to open new markets. As Bowman had said of the American Lebensraum, it was now an economic question. A structurally unequal economic encounter between poor and wealthy economies was now to be organized through the seeming equanimity of economic exchange. The market became simultaneously comwajiv and mechanism for continued imperialism, albeit without colonization, a vision that underwrote much of the post-war ideology of development. As for Bowman himself, his shift to the more conservative wing of the State Department in 1944 meant that he may have traveled further than any of his colleagues from the diaphanous idealism of their Wilsonian heritage, but more than ever he fundamentally believed in some kind of global Monroe Doctrine. Earlier than most, he was forced by World War II and especially the colonial question to confront the central contradiction in that vision, namely, that its internationalism was simultaneously and fervently nationalist. Pushed to the political wall by the strength of the Soviet comeback against Germany and by British colonialist obstinacy, which he quietly admired, his Wilsonian moralism became an ideological runt to an increasingly overnourished nationalism. Americanness increasingly dominated his post-war vision of global Lebensraum. In general, as the war moved to a close, the cracks between New Deal liberals, the lunatic fringe of social progress, Bowman now called them 55, and the more conservative liberals of the old school grew wider, and with the stakes of post-war arrangements manifestly in sight, conservative nationalism redirected American internationalism toward intense self-interest. This was, of course, implicit in the Wilsonian vision from the beginning, but the unfolding of this contradiction on the global stage now threatened to frustrate the very mechanism of global economic power to which it had given rise. Imperialism without colonies would have no instantaneous birth. Toward Development /373. With war drawing to a close, attention in the U.S. State Department increasingly turned toward the design of the United Nations, the jewel in the crown of the post-war American Lebensraum and the fulcrum on which the second moment of the American century balanced. Disabling Germany and shaking loose the colonies for U.S. trade inevitably involved compromise with the larger goal of immunizing the global economy from local, geographically rooted squabbles. Territorial considerations were a necessary evil if geography was to be taken out of the post-war political equation. It was otherwise with the United Nations. As Roosevelt and the State Department contemplated its design, they could give full vent to their ambition for a global organization devoted to securing a permanent peace. They knew they had a second chance at Woodrow Wilson's global Monroe Doctrine and a more realistic version of the League of Nations, and they were determined to avoid Wilson's mistakes. This is not at all to say that the UN was designed out of pure altruism. hastened on the one hand by war and by the fear that the 1930s depression would return after the war, when no longer staved off by military mobilization, and on the other hand by a recognition of the expanded scale of economic production and the proliferation of U.S. multinational interests. Roosevelt in the early 1940s voiced the ambition of global power more clearly than any U.S. president ever had. This vision only became sharper as the war continued and the unprecedented scale of U.S. post-war political. 14. Frustrated globalism, compromised geographies, designing the United Nations. An economic power came into view. Therefore, although Roosevelt and the State Department sometimes disagreed on the details, they clearly understood the United Nations' role as a pivotal institution for post-war U.S. globalism. High-sounding rhetoric about global peace simultaneously conveyed a more self-interested ambition for global political and military stability so that economic growth could continue unhampered. The UN was to be the organization that successfully absorbed and displaced local territorial and political connects, decoupled them from the free operation of a world market in which the United States inevitably dominated. Unlike any of its predecessors, the American empire was to be market-based. That Secretary of State Dean Acheson should have exalted Bowman as one of the architects of the United Nations has a certain irony, one not because the praise was unworthy, but because as Bowman's own amalgam of nationalism and conservatism grew more brittle after 1944, he remained thoroughly committed to building an institution that became a lightning rod for reactionary American nationalists. While he barked at the New Deal for attracting the lunatic fringe of social progress, pilloried the U.S. government as the major threat to freedom in domestic social affairs, and excoriated any whiff of federal intrusion into free enterprise science, he remained an internationalist and devoted his deepest political hopes and energies to the establishment of the UN, which, to many Americans in this period, was akin to world government, the emasculation of the nation, the ultimate political evil. It is tempting to see Bowman's unswerving commitment to the UN as simply the residue of a lost liberalism, the remnants of a Wilsonianism otherwise cuckolded by the fervent conservative nationalism unleashed toward war's end. But that misreads Bowman and Wilson both, insofar as Bowman, like many aging Wilsonians, easily donned much of the same conservative nationalism. It was a nationalism that in no way denied his internationalism but lay coiled within it. Thus the story of the UN's origins is generally told as a distillation, liberally or conservatively enacted, of just such political dichotomies: nationalism versus internationalism, liberalism versus conservatism, idealism versus pragmatism slipping toward Cold War conflict. 3. This orthodoxy already expresses a distinctly American post-geographic ambition, whereas if the origins of the UN are reread through the lenses of a contested global geography, a very different vision emerges. The central dilemma faced by U.S. post-war planners was how to design a global organization that followed broadly democratic principles and recognized certain universal rights, regardless of geography, while ensuring as best they could that this organization would work for their own nationally /375 deemed interests. To be sure, the same dilemma was faced by all other national governments, but insofar as the United Nations was designed first and foremost within the State Department, the question of U.S. power is paramount. In the end, the abstraction from geography proved unsustainable, and the contradiction between universality and particularity could be resolved or at least rationalized only by a resort to partisan political geographies. Far from escaping geography, the UN became its prisoner. The geographies built into the structure of the post-war United Nations are alive and multidimensional, mutable and partial, and the story of these constitutive geographies provides a sharp etching of the central contradictions not so much of globalism per se but of 20th century U.S. globalism in particular, as it evolved from Wilson to Roosevelt and beyond. It is not that particularism won out over universalism, nationalism over internationalism, but rather that a nationally specific and quite prejudicial internationalism deemed the core of what the UN became. In the United Nations, the second moment of American globalism came face to face with its own contradictions. The unhappy past, beyond geography plus the post-geographic ambition of Roosevelt's New World Order embodied in the UN did not spring onto the global diplomatic stage full-grown. As late as August 1941, Roosevelt was reticent even in private about anything smacking of a revived League of Nations, arguing to Churchill that such an organization would be futile and that the United States and the United Kingdom would simply have to run the world themselves. He rebuffed more ambitious appeals from his advisers and eliminated from the Atlantic Charter the original British call for an effective international organization in favor of weaker, non-committal language. Still, it was Roosevelt at the end of 1941 who coined the name United Nations in the null edit of the United Nations Declaration, for, although at this point the label referred not to an organization but to the associated powers opposing Germany, Japan, and their allies. But his aspirations evolved quickly. Many in the State Department assumed by 1942 that international administration would comprise some kind of regional power-sharing arrangements, and FDR's early notion of the four policemen, the United States, Britain, the USSR, and China, was at RST conceived in regional terms. Each of the four powers would have primary responsibility for peace and security in its own ward. No exact continental and intercontinental divisions among the four policemen were ever in UN. 376. Cheated, however, and by the time a more precise political cartography would have been necessary, Roosevelt had something more ambitious in mind. By 1943, regional security divisions among the four policemen were subordinated to a more global organization. Secretary of State Cordell Hull's triumph in Moscow in October of that year was principally that he convinced the British and Soviet leaders to sign on to such an overarching world organization, however vaguely its structure and functions were yet conceived. There will no longer be need for spheres of influence, for alliances, for balance of power, or any other of the special arrangements through which, in the unhappy past, the nations strove to safeguard their security or to promote their interests, Hull enthused. 5. There could hardly be a clearer statement of the way in which the UN, as the administrative and political centerpiece of the American Lebensraum, was intended to spirit international diplomacy beyond national differences, beyond geography. Glimpsed here is not simply an internationalism but a globalism in which the significance of geographical boundaries and territorial sovereignty exclusions are circumscribed by a world organization. The intent was nothing less than the unhitching of specific geographical claims and territorial struggles from the central dynamics of the global economic intercourse. The UN would mediate geographically rooted struggles, conflicts, and skirmishes while global commerce proceeded apace. If this reactive vision stopped short of Wendell Willkie's world government, it nonetheless articulated the implicit claim that geography, more accurately, political, cultural, and economic differences written into world geography, had been the major impediment in the past to global peace and prosperity, the cause of Hull's unhappy past. America's rise to globalism was ipso facto an escape from geography. 6. This was a quintessentially American panorama of global prospects. British and Soviet post-war aspirations pointed toward very different kinds of international organization, more rooted in geographical calculations. Britain had been an enthusiastic member of the failed League of Nations and remained dedicated to some kind of international security organization, but the country's keenest interest lay in the defense of a widespread empire and a peaceful Europe, and the expansiveness of U.S. ambitions for such an organization was deeply threatening. As Roosevelt's vision evolved away from a regional toward a global structure, Churchill conceded as little as possible, preferring the establishment of several continent-scale regional bodies. Despite the anti-communist paranoia harbored by Churchill and many U.S. conservatives, Stalin's post-war territorial ambitions were more regionally constrained than those of either of the other leaders. His 1920 slogan, So/377. Chilism in one country, more accurately described Soviet aspirations in the early 1940s than any lingering rhetoric about world communism. Surrounded by capitalist nations, many sustaining an economic embargo, and with Hitler's army having encroached to within artillery range of Moscow, Soviet interests were sharply focused on securing their post-war borders, and this strongly disposed Stalin toward a regional structure for global security. Stalin's ambivalence about a world organization therefore sprang from several sources in addition to his geographical disinterest in many parts of the world. He sensed the utility of such an organization for American expansionism, understood that capitalist rules of global economic intercourse would surely govern, and saw that the Soviet Union as the only socialist state could easily constitute a permanent minority of one. Yet at the same time, with the USSR having sustained by far the worst losses of the war and with the German military in full retreat by 1943, he could expect a prominent place in any such world organization. The United Nations Charter was hatched in the wartime State Department. Serious deliberations commenced in 1942, but it remained a secondary concern until the Moscow summit. By 1944, anticipation of some kind of post-war world organization whipped the American public into a Woodrow Wilson revival, resulting in loud calls for a new and better League of Nations and the demand that the peace not be botched this time. For some, that meant not repeating the League experiment at all, while for others it meant a far more replete globalism than even Wilson had envisaged. Still others warned against such pie in the sky, insisting that only naked force after the war would ensure peace. A near moribund Woodrow Wilson Foundation sprang back to life. 7 By August 1944, on the eve of the four-power Dumbarton Oaks Conference on Post-War Arrangements, the United Nations organization became the central public concern except for the progress of war itself. It was the issue on which Roosevelt campaigned for a fourth term that November, and the Yalta negotiations 3 months later sharpened expectations for the climactic United Nations Conference in San Francisco in April 1945. Roosevelt's ambition for a globalism unhinged from specific geographical interests was as heady as it was optimistic, but squabbles over the founding of the United Nations from 1942 to 1945 seriously circumscribed that ambition. It is often held that power politics and the slide toward spheres of influence dashed the American idealism of a world organization. The trivial, binary geographies of Cold War ideology were for nearly a half-century premised on precisely this originary myth. The Western statesman failed. 378. To face up to the ruthlessness of the emerging post-war Soviet might, insists Zbigniew Brzezinski, and in the ensuing clash between Stalinist power and Western naivete, power prevailed. If the clarity of this diagnosis is enhanced by temporal distance from the events of the day, it nonetheless reeks a conservative pattern of response to Roosevelt after 1944. Bowman himself advanced the naivete thesis. FDR's profoundest blunder, he came to believe, lay in saying nice kitty to Stalin in the erroneous belief that he could charm and editor Uncle Joe into compliance with American aims. 8 But this innocence narrative concerning the post-war United States and the portrayal of the USSR as global predator is unconvincing in several respects. First, the political contest was not railroaded into a one-dimensional struggle between Stalin and a combined West until at least after 1945, much as naivete theorists believe it perhaps ought to have been. Second, Roosevelt understood Churchill's defense of empire as an equal if not greater threat to U.S. globalism than the USSR, and the British Prime Minister was not above siding with Stalin on territorial questions if it restricted U.S. expansionism. Likewise, third, even after the 1945 UN conference, Stalin may have been the least inclined to insist on the partition of Europe. 9 More important, this conservative shibboleth takes the liberal post-geographic rhetoric at face value and, in accepting Roosevelt's global ambition as legitimate, is blind to its constitutive geography. The evolution of a global vision in post-war planning after 1942 grew out of a resilient regionalism in U.S. foreign policy that can be traced back to the Monroe Doctrine and to isolationist ideologies of the 1920s and 1930s. Post-war regional and global visions were not inherently opposed at RST but rather evolved in symbiotic connection. Roosevelt, Bowman, and others happily embraced a combination of regional and global ambitions. But as preparations moved toward a climax, the contradiction between regional and global strategies erupted within the U.S. administration, and the appropriate geographical scale of post-war power became the focus of a major crisis in U.S. strategy regarding the UN-10. Bowman sat at the fulcrum of this debate. He was too shrewd to entertain the vanity that U.S. power led in any way beyond geography and understood that U.S. globalism was itself a geographical strategy. The contest for power in the UN was asymmetric, he sensed. By setting the UN up as a clearinghouse for territorial disputes, U.S. globalism recognized a divestment of the country's power directly into the world market. Bowman's coining of the American Lebensraum therefore represented an appropriately spatial lexicon for this ambitious new globalism, and the UN was its political arm. 379. Globalism versus regionalism, a federalist unplus. The question of a replacement organization for the League of Nations arose almost immediately in the State Department's Advisory Committee on Post-War Foreign Policy. Under-Secretary Sumner Welles proposed the initial scheme. A United Nations authority would be led by the four major powers and would include a broad membership ensuring good regional representation. It was a rudimentary scheme by later standards, but from the start the State Department planners envisaged an organization that went well beyond simply questions of security. 11. A separate subcommittee on international organization was established in June 1942 to begin drafting protocols for the parent organization, and while it was the most focused of the post-war subcommittees, the issues it dealt with were no less complex. 12. Organization membership was crucial. Who would be included and who excluded? In the RST place it was simply assumed that nation-states were the exclusive representatives of the world's citizenry and therefore only they could attain membership in what was now called the United Nations Organization. Members of the IO subcommittee never seriously entertained the possibility of membership by social, political, or economic organizations or other non-governmental bodies that did not enjoy territorial state authority. But who then constituted a sovereign state? Established republics were obviously included, and so the IO subcommittee quickly turned its attention to dependent territories. But how was the line to be drawn between eligible and ineligible states and peoples? The subcommittee excluded British Empire possessions from consideration, assuming them under the British AG, but was otherwise very inclusive. Hull thought them too inclusive, too ambitious on behalf of peoples not yet worthy and ready for self-government. Numerous other protocols on all aspects of the organization were drafted and redrafted, and by March 1943 a draft charter was produced. Washington visits by Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden and Prime Minister Winston Churchill of Britain ushered out not only British thinking. They agreed on strong police powers and the need to revive international economic trade after the war, but disagreed about trusteeship and therefore membership, but also Roosevelt's. The tragedy of Wilson was always somewhere within the rim of Roosevelt's consciousness. 13. And he knew that Wilson's fatal mistake lay in not explicitly protecting the Monroe Doctrine in the League of Nations Charter. FDR therefore sought to juggle both a global and a regional scale of international administration in the New World Organization. As for the state de 380. Department, Wilson's internationalism survived there, too, but was much weakened. While the conservative Hull remained largely unreconstructed in his emphasis on a global organization, a range of other views also occurred. Early on, Bowman shared surprising ground with isolationists. We can stand on the Monroe Doctrine as a moral principle, he warranted, even as Hitler drove toward the English Channel, only so long as we do not militarily occupy Latin American countries and do not join in military control in Europe. The scale of Bowman's Wilsonian ambition had shrunk, and he now echoed Madison in the 18th-century Federalist debates, albeit at a global scale, in averring that the world is too large for its affairs to be run from a central place and by a central authority. Rather than Wilson's global Monroe Doctrine, he envisaged a series of regional Monroes. Post-war regional associations would be the backbone of peace. The rebuilding process would be on a continental rather than a global scale, he advised Herbert Hoover. 14. Such a limited territorial scope for post-war political and economic expansion directly reeked at earlier discussions in the Council on Foreign Relations, where the 1941 War and Peace Studies discussions began to conceive of U.S. power spanning a grand area. Conceived at the height of German military success in the early part of the war, the Grand Area assumed a divided world after the war even if the Allies won. The Grand Area included the Western Hemisphere, the Atlantic and Pacific economies, and explicitly included China, Japan, and Southeast Asia. It was in effect a non-German bloc that deliberately split Europe and was intended as a sub-global base for post-war U.S. economic prosperity. 15 Even before the Council became integrated into the State Department, the notion of the Grand Area influenced early thinking about the geography of post-war reconstruction. Although the regional assumption lingered well into the war, the definition of the Grand Area and U.S. regional interests evolved considerably when the U.S. became a belligerent. This prospective geography of U.S. economic influence bore directly on the political question of the geographical scope and scale of the proposed international organization. At RST the issue was not contentious. When Churchill came to Washington in 1943, he was increasingly defensive about post-war plans, sensing that not only the empire but also Britain's status as the leading world power was now in question. He was no more keen than Roosevelt to rush into highly publicized proclamations about a new world organization, but he did propose regional councils for Europe and Asia. Fall /381. Lowing the war. 16 He made no mention of councils for Africa or the Americas, but if this model were generalized, Britain could be expected to use its empire possessions to assume a leading role in most such councils. British regionalist proposals therefore represented a thinly veiled defense of worldwide empire against U.S. globalism divide and conquer. State Department officials recognized the politics of this geographical strategy, but given Churchill's adamance, they did not address it directly, preferring to fashion their own counter-proposal. Roosevelt now had a broader organization in mind with a stronger centralized administration, and although he balked at U.S. membership in a European Council, he endorsed British regionalism as long as it was clear that regional councils were subordinate to the Big Four. Wells remained wedded to a strong regional presence in the World Organization, and he had the IO subcommittee weave Roosevelt's and Churchill's proposals into a draft constitution, submitted to the President on March 26, 1943. The subcommittee now proposed 3 levels of administration: an executive body of the 4 big powers, concerned with security and committed to unanimity, a council of 11, including 7 regional representatives from Europe, Latin America, the Far East, the Middle East, and the British Empire, as well as the Big Four, and an international conference of all member nations. 17 The eventual structure of the UN can be traced to this document. Bowman began to renounce a regional approach by early 1943. A geographical extension of responsibility was inevitable for the United States after the war, he now conceded, but the real question was where it would stop. He now grasped the need to make a sudden shift into a new world order and became more centrally involved in the UN discussions. He was sufficiently committed to a powerful executive committee to be heartened by Eden's ambivalence about a regional rather than a global security structure, but he worried with conservatives that the 4 policemen smacked too much of big power domination. He went so far as to propose that the national model of the United States and its relationship to component states should be the explicit model for a world organization, and evoked U.S. history from the Federalist debates to the Civil War to remind committee members that even with a common language, securing unity and a common document was difficult. 18 Bowman was not the only subcommittee member who envisaged a United Nations charter modeled on the U.S. Constitution, but he was the most ardent by far. When Hull now presided over a redraft of the UN Constitution, he felt it conceded too much to Churchill's regionalism. Bowman launched the discussion with a lengthy and extraordinary speech, as 382. Significant for its waywardness as for its crystallization of State Department thinking. They should surely start, he claimed, by establishing certain self-evident truths universal to all nations and peoples. Nearly a fourth of the text of the Declaration of Independence, he pointed out, is devoted to an examination of this question. Where Jefferson could identify only 4 such truths, Bowman happily amassed 18. These ranged from clichés about the love of peace and his vapid personalization on experiment and principle to assorted negative truths. If neither justice nor democratic government nor sovereign equality was a universal, the sanctity of nationhood, national identity, and national individuality were. And one can only imagine the response when he wandered into a discussion of overpopulation and raised U.S. xenophobia and anti-immigration hysteria to the status of self-evident global truth. We cannot receive millions of Chinese into the United States who will lower our standard of living and introduce a non-assimilable element that goes contrary to the self-evident truths that a strong nation requires. The responsibility for the Chinese birth rate or the Indian birth rate and for their related social theories or values does not rest upon the United States. 19. This speech was remarkable not just for exhibiting the instability of the State Department vision for the United Nations organization as late as June 1943 but also for exposing, in dramatic fashion, the nationalist assumptions, interests, and phobias that undergirded the internationalist vision. Nonetheless, two other salient features loitered amid the windbaggery, and they were more lasting. First, his opening self-evident truth was not about security at all but about commerce, the principle of our reciprocal trade agreements. Trade, he averred, is a bigger prize than ever before in world history. But second, having made the U.S. Constitution the model for the UN, he had to confront directly the geographical dilemma of the Federalist debates, namely, the balance of power between the Union as a whole and its members, and he now made a decisive shift. No Madisonian doubts remained. His 17th self-evident truth led to the inference that the desired universality seems to drive us farther and farther away from regionalism as a basis for international organization insofar as the regional is the distinctively local. 20. This connection between economic interests and the global scale of political organization had always guided free trader Cordell Hull, and Bowman was now enlisted to esh the vision out. He was now adamant that U.S. economic self-interest take priority over the political. The crucial economic question was, what would our trader people gain or lose by any proposed economic combination in Europe? What kind of economic con/383 federation should the United States encourage? Only after the economic questions were cleared should the State Department consider security issues, and only after that should it consider specific regional proposals. Mr. Churchill's Council of Europe should be examined when the department was in a position to judge whether it is dangerous for the United States with respect to both trade and policy in Europe and the world generally after the war. 21. On this question at least, the State Department now found itself in broad agreement with the Treasury Department, which was already preparing for the Bretton Woods Conference, responsible for establishing international financial machinery that included the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and eventually the GATT trade agreements. The work of the Treasury planners perhaps expressed in purest form the aspirations that America's post-war economic Lebensraum get beyond geography. 22. Whereas the State Department, concerned with more direct political matters and in no small part influenced by Bowman, always had to balance economic priority against the need to the geography of post-war reconstruction. Bowman now hammered the point home. In a subsequent meeting of the streamlined informal agenda group, when the conversation threatened to reprise yet again the structure of the League of Nations and U.S. responses to it, a frustrated and animated Bowman led the subcommittee to what Hull consented was the core question. The British Empire had of necessity to interest itself in world politics because it was territorially and commercially universal in its trading interests, Bowman stated. It is easy to see why Great Britain would join a world league. But what are the United States' interests that correspond? The United States trades everywhere, he pointed out, but under what conditions? 23. The core question, then, was this: how should the political geography of the new organization be designed to enhance global U.S. economic interests in the post-war world? Churchill's regionalism had brought U.S. globalism into focus at precisely the time when Britain was beginning to take the role of junior partner in the Anglo-American alliance. 24. And in the design of the United Nations, the question of regional scales of organization vis-a-vis a global scale would never again be far from the surface. Here, again, world organization on a new basis, Moscow. While Britain's outlook on international organization was well understood by 1943, the State Department lacked serious knowledge about Soviet. 384. Thinking. Efforts to LL that lacuna were hampered by the personal and organizational turmoil that increasingly paralyzed the State Department in mid-1943. The causes were various. Only haphazardly did Roosevelt involve his Secretary of State in foreign policy, and this demoralized and frustrated many in the department. Hull's inveterate caution in turn frustrated Roosevelt, but Hull was kept on largely because of his skill at building bridges with congressional Republicans and the Senate. Hull also clashed openly with his undersecretary. A dashing patrician with Roosevelt's ear, Welles's occasional public depictions of post-war schemes gave Hull apoplexy. Meetings involving the department's two top officials were tense, and the friction reverberated when lower-level officials and staffers took sides. Sabotage, obstruction, understaffing and rival ambitions permeated a dysfunctional department, Bowman concluded, in a set of secret memos that tracked the rising departmental discord in 1943. Bowman's natural inclination was to side with the more conservative and unassuming Hull, but he was also frustrated by Hull's lack of leadership, and whatever his patrician arrogance, Welles at least wanted to get things done. 25. Bowman did not stay above the fray. Emerging as one of 2 or 3 leading advisors in the department, he found himself increasingly pitted against the top technical specialist on the full-time staff, the research director Leo Pasvalsky, to whom he had taken an instant dislike. The simmering feud revealed Bowman's most distasteful side. Pasvalsky was Hull's man, he sniffed at their RST meeting, a foreign-born Polish or Russian Jew who made himself useful to Hull and played a cautious, cat-like game. Bowman saw Pasvalsky as dangerous, given his foreign racial origin, and he may even have communistic ideas, Bowman recorded, however ludicrously. Although he grudgingly came to appreciate Pasvalsky's prodigious energy and colossal memory and intellect, this only accentuated Bowman's resentment. A struggle for power emerged among Bowman, Welles, and Pasvalsky by late 1942 over the role and direction of the advisory committee. 26. Despite Hull's failing health and alertness, Bowman always treated him respectfully, and as Bowman drew closer to the secretary in the spring of 1943, Hull kindled his bitterness with Welles and Roosevelt. The denouement came in the summer, with Hull angry at his undersecretary's obdurate insistence on regional rather than global post-war organization. He suspected that Roosevelt was not getting a representative picture of the State Department's growing global focus and was outraged by Welles's continued public divulgences. After consulting Bowman and Myron Taylor, a friend of Roosevelt's who had made his RST fortune in cotton milling B/385. For moving on to the chairmanship of U.S. Steel and eventually the U.S. ambassadorship to the Vatican, the secretary succeeded in having Roosevelt curb Welles directly. Hull quickly dissolved the advisory committee, Welles's power base, and Bowman now distanced himself from Welles, whom he suspected of going off the deep end. 27. Press accounts began to report rumors of a factional State Department. Welles was personally and politically vulnerable. He was now the target of a Washington whispering campaign insinuating immorality and indiscretion. The source was William Bullitt, a miscreant upper-crust Philadelphian who had served as ambassador to Moscow and Paris in the 1930s and who thought himself better suited to State Department leadership than Welles and said so to Roosevelt. By August 1943 the feud between Welles and Hull was an open secret, and scandal surrounding Welles threatened to come out in the press. It seems that a drunken Welles, who had periodic sexual liaisons with men for much of his life, had propositioned a sleeping car porter several years earlier on a presidential train. 28. Discreet homosexuality among the patrician classes was one thing in the ruling morality of the day, propositioning Negro sleeping car porters, quite another. Roosevelt eventually accepted Welles's resignation. Welles forgot Machiavelli's advice regarding the favor of princes, Bowman concluded when he saw his own star rising in direct consequence. Horried by Welles's homosexuality, Bowman had survived a close association with the undersecretary and backed the right horse in the end. As Hull reorganized the department, Bowman's loyalty was rewarded by inclusion in the small, influential inner group of post-war advisors, which became markedly more conservative in Welles's absence, Pasvalsky notwithstanding. Bowman's position was further enhanced with the appointment of Edward Stettintinius as the new undersecretary, reaffirming Roosevelt's reliance on prominent figures from the capitalist classes. A manager more than a policy leader, Stettintinius set about a departmental reorganization and chose Bowman and John Lee Pratt as his chief advisors. Bowman found Stettintinius congenial if naive politically, a judgment shared by press cartoonists across the country. 29 With the personnel crisis relaxing, the administration was under increasing public pressure to show more of its hand on post-war international organization. Roosevelt had supported the United Nations Food and Agriculture Conference in 1943 and aligned the United States with the UN Relief and Rehabilitation Administration, but these were easily seen as sideshows to the main event. As the clamor rose to a fever pitch, Walter Lippmann published U.S. Foreign Policy, which vied with Wilkie's 386 World for the top of the bestseller list. Against Wilkie's ambitious globalism, Lippmann offered a cold if equally internationalist realism about world power. By one reviewer he was praised for having tossed overboard the last vestige of well-meaning but essentially feudal Wilsonianism. Hull and Roosevelt knew they had to stem the tide of this rising conservative realism and used a Moscow foreign ministers' meeting in October 1943 to include the Soviet Union in the discussion. 30. The Moscow summit was a big deal, promising the RST wartime agreement among the United States, the USSR, Britain, and China and raising the possibility of a four-way agreement on building a United Nations organization. Hull knew that a successful meeting would open a new phase of post-war planning, and he eagerly anticipated the chance to crown his own diplomatic career, seeing an opportunity to step out from Roosevelt's shadow. He took a revised copy of the State Department's draft constitution for the UN organization to the summit, but before embarking for Moscow, he held a last-minute bren with Stettintinius, Bowman, and Pasvalsky. Pasvalsky advised that economic reconstruction, especially in the USSR, should be a priority, while Bowman insisted that territorial agreements should be made now with Molotov and Stalin to minimize Soviet territorial gains in Eastern Europe resulting from Red Army victories over retreating German armies. Yet Hull knew that Soviet Foreign Secretary Molotov was in a mood to talk only about the war and especially about the long-promised but always delayed Second Front that would take the murderous pressure off Soviet forces and civilians. Hull had also never owned before, largely out of fear. 31 The Public Four Nations Declaration, drafted in the State Department and issued at Moscow, was relatively innocuous. The fourth of 7 points specified a principle of membership in the post-war international organization, namely, the sovereign equality of all states, a phrase Bowman claimed to have put in null form. 32 The most controversial issue was not the wording at all but U.S. insistence that it be a four-power rather than a three-power agreement. The USSR had never declared war on Japan, and a joint declaration with China raised the risk that Japan would target the USSR in the East, where it was wide open. The United States wanted Chinese inclusion, because, short of revolution, the country would oppose the interests of the huge socialist state along its northwestern frontier, yet also oppose European colonialism. Churchill was indignant that the Chinese, the pigtails, in his racist disparagement be included on anything like equal footing with Britain, but he had already reluctantly acquiesced, so when Molotov refused to sign alongside China, citing the absence of its representatives from the 387 conference, Hull revealed that he had already gained Chinese consent for the document, and Molotov, too, relented. The Chinese ambassador in Moscow was called in to co-sign. Roosevelt shared Churchill's evaluation of Chinese backwardness if not his overt racism, but he calculated that in the event of major post-war tension between the United States and the USSR, tripartite power would leave Britain as a potential power broker. China's inclusion killed not just two but several birds with a single stone. Roosevelt added what he smugly assumed would be a reliable ally, diminished potential British power, prevented an Old World alliance between the USSR and Britain against US globalism, and blunted liberal criticism at home aimed at big power domination of the post-war world. 33. Magnanimity toward the lesser powers and peoples of the world doubled as strict self-interest. Public support in the United States for the post-war organization was widespread, and it built to a crescendo with quick Senate approval. It was especially gratifying to Hull that the Senate measure was engineered by the young Texan and chair of the Foreign Relations Committee Tom Connally, whom Hull had cultivated in the State Department Advisory Committee. The folly of nearly a quarter century might yet be righted. Bowman, too, was delighted. Here again, he breathed, with a great sigh of historical relief, we have the very beginnings of a world organization on a new basis. Having not abandoned Wilsonianism with the same drama as Lippmann but having mined and hardened the pure pragmatism of Wilson's idealism, he remained captivated by the prospect of international political organization. He heard news of the Moscow Agreement directly from Roosevelt, days ahead of its announcement to the Senate, and was thrilled to have the arduous State Department work come to some sort of palpable, public result. But he was also irked that Hull's well-deserved success eclipsed the work of Wells, and therefore of the IO subcommittee. It was our documents that Hull took to Moscow, because he had nothing else to take, Bowman complained. 34. For-power adherence to world organization on a new basis was bought at a price, however. U.S. insistence on Chinese inclusion signaled the willingness of the most globally inclined of the powers to resort to regional self-interest in designing the world organization when it was strategically advantageous. Playing the China card was the most explicit expression thus far of the contradiction between regionalism and globalism in U.S. strategy. Its significance was not missed by the Allies, and a precedent was set. 388. The triumph of conservative nationalism at the end of 1942. The impatient editors of the liberal New Republic complained that the State Department was, as Robert Devine has put it, honeycombed with conservatives intent on preserving the status quo, and that the president should more actively guide foreign policy himself. 35. This conservatism was reaffirmed in the following year, but what the New Republic editors failed to grasp, and what many liberal historians have likewise missed ever since, is that this conservatism itself embraced an evolving Wilsonian activism, most evident perhaps in Bowman and Hull, and had no intention of maintaining any kind of status quo. It was an activist conservatism, more properly a conservative liberalism whose self-interested globalism was simultaneously progressive and nationalist. Bowman remained a gradual revolutionary in the early 1940s, but with a clearer reconciliation of the T rather than the contradiction between national self-interest and globalism. Further, it was a conservatism that lurked just below the surface of Roosevelt's own liberal rhetoric on foreign policy. This activist, conservative nationalism developed nowhere more clearly than in the context of the embryonic United Nations in late 1943 and 1944. The Moscow Agreement was a good start, but Roosevelt now wanted Stalin brought into direct negotiations. Although Roosevelt had met Churchill times in the previous 2 years, he would not meet Stalin until Tehran in November 1943. The main business there was naturally military. The Second Front was now promised for spring 1944, Soviet involvement in the Pacific War was discussed, and much more, but post-war arrangements in Indochina and Europe, especially Poland, also occupied them. Roosevelt, pushing a more global agenda, urged the confiscation of Indochina from France, while Stalin, attendant to affairs on his own borders, pushed for a realignment of Polish frontiers at the expense of Germany. Churchill opposed the former as a bad anti-colonial precedent but could offer little resistance to the latter in light of massive Soviet losses in the war and the confiscation of Soviet territory sanctioned by the 1919 Paris Peace Conference, to which the USSR was not even invited. Roosevelt protested too, but ducked a showdown on Poland. The only significant discussion of international organization at Tehran came in private talks between Stalin and Roosevelt, where Roosevelt attempted to divide and conquer. He presented Stalin with the State Department's UN draft constitution for a tripartite organization comprising an assembly, an executive council, and the 4 policemen, but Stalin responded that he preferred a regional model of the sort he knew Churchill favored, /389. Whereupon Roosevelt invoked guaranteed congressional opposition to potential U.S. military responsibility in Europe. Stalin came back, would that objection apply to the regional scheme alone when a global organization would also imply such responsibility? Roosevelt dissembled that he envisaged the commitment of only U.S. naval and air forces, not ground forces, in Europe, but Stalin also insisted that the four-policeman proposal would draw the ire of the small nations, especially in Europe, where there would be additional resentment over the superior role given the Chinese. This, too, inclined him toward a regional scheme. This was a setback for Roosevelt, but not for long. Whether the Soviet leader was sufficiently impressed by Roosevelt's entreaties and the genuine differences he stressed between the US and British positions, or whether Stalin softened with the promise of the Second Front, on the last day of the conference he, again privately, informed Roosevelt that he was becoming convinced about the necessity of global rather than regional organization. Not only had a delighted Roosevelt separated Churchill and Stalin on an issue central to U.S. post-war interests, but also he was now in a position to further clarify his vision to the U.S. public without fear of alienating Stalin. Seeking to preserve his advantage, he cautioned Stalin quite dishonestly that it was too early to discuss this issue with Churchill, when of course it had been an evolving topic between the British and U.S. leaders for nearly 2 years. 36 In his refusal to back pre-war Polish boundaries against Stalin, Roosevelt was quite calculating. Only the most naive had much doubt that the Soviets intended to retake territory lost after 1918 and probably more, and this is why Roosevelt fought so hard to get Stalin's assent to the Atlantic Charter. But did he really want to side with the old codger of the British Empire to oppose Stalin's claims on his own borders? The Atlantic Charter disavowed such territorial transfers prior to the end of war, until a United Nations organization could arbitrate such claims, but a realistic Roosevelt knew better, seeking only to keep such transfers to a minimum. The westward realignment of Soviet borders into territory given Poland after World War I was inevitable in any Allied victory. It is not that Roosevelt was above resorting to geographical resolutions himself, but that the greater priority for an American globalism lay in establishing a world organization. It made little sense to sacrifice that goal by wading into a messy and presumably unwinnable territorial dispute approached according to old world rules. Stalin's concession on world rather than regional organization may even have been a quid pro quo for Roosevelt's refusal to dig his heels in on Poland. 390. With Stalin broadly on board after Tehran, the next step was to tack back against British recalcitrants, Churchill's in particular, and in the details of what the UN organization would look like. While in London with the Stettinius mission in April 1944, Bowman had a chance to negotiate directly with Churchill about his plan for a Council of Europe. Churchill at RST stuck doggedly to a regional rather than a global scheme for world organization, but pushed by Bowman to explain what authority would bind his different regional councils, the Prime Minister eventually sketched on a piece of paper a tripod of world peace. It comprised 3 regional security councils: the Western Hemisphere, Europe, and Asia, and a Supreme Council, under the authority of the 3 major powers, acting as a largely independent umbrella. He handed the paper to Bowman, then grabbed it back to append a world court. He did not oppose a world organization as such, he insisted, only the vague plans that had accompanied such proposals, and he concluded with a carefully worded appeal to the diaphanous idealism for which Bowman was known. They had to try, he said, quoting Tennyson's poetic longing for a parliament of man, to faintly trust the larger hope. 37 Churchill's willingness to talk about a global organization and even to sketch a design marked a significant step forward, even if his tripod remained narrowly concerned with security and left the regional councils in an ambiguous relationship to the global. It was more than the U.S. government had managed to elicit from him before. His plan for the Council of Europe was a different story. In addition to the United States, the USSR, and Britain, the Council would include 8 continental nations: France, Italy, Iberia, a federated Scandinavia, the Low Countries, a Balkan federation, a Danubian federation, and Poland. The resemblance to the Renner Plan, which had caused such a political restorm in the United States in 1942, was striking, and Churchill's proposal was not taken seriously in the State Department. Bowman noted only that the plan was not well thought out. 38 Whether Churchill even meant to push this proposal earnestly is unclear, for he knew he was fighting a losing battle. He strove to ensure British hegemony in any European council, but his own officials in the Foreign and Colonial Offices increasingly followed Eden in recognizing the lost cause of a defensive regionalism. Churchill's Council of Europe looked transparently like a European bulwark against the USSR and would prove unsupportable. As one Foreign Office official conceded, the regional councils could only be put into practical effect inside the framework of a world organization embracing all states great and small. When a meeting of Dominion Prime Ministers the following month also reaffirmed the global AP/391 approach, presumably anticipating looser British control, Churchill's regionalism seemed doomed. After Tehran, a jubilant Roosevelt began mulling over appropriate locations for his United Nations organization and requested for the RST time an organizational plan from the State Department's informal agenda group. Senators and congressmen now clamored for details of post-war plans, and Walter Lippmann even appeared at Bowman's State Department office, desperate for information. But few details were forthcoming, and conservative commentators began to surmise, correctly as it turned out, that secret deals had been made at Tehran. Not even Hull knew the details of Tehran, and he grew suspicious. The naivete myth began to LL in the resulting vacuum. The government had reached an extreme low point in the conditions of the country, Bowman wreaked it in March 1944, and the good effect of Moscow has been lost. In Tehran, Stalin was master of the party, he concluded. 39 State Department amendments of the draft UN Charter continued after the Stettinius mission to London. Department members had envisioned not a standing military but a force seconded from member nations, and they specified for the RST time that the 4 permanent members would enjoy the right of veto. Showing it to lawyers and senators, Hull took Stettinius, Bowman, and Pasvalsky to present this next iteration to the president in June. A milquetoast press release revealed little, but newspapers got this point. State Department experts on international geography and economics are hard at work, reported the San Francisco Chronicle, and the United States is the RST major nation to present a blueprint for post-war world peace. 40 copies of the tentative proposals were sent to the British, Soviet, and Chinese governments in advance of the next step in UN negotiations, a 4-power conference in Washington, D.C., in August 1944. Dumbarton Oaks, a walled and gardened Georgian mansion in the Georgetown section of the capital, named for the Scottish ancestral home of its original owner, was to be the venue. For 3 years from Quebec to Casablanca, Moscow to Tehran, Americans had watched summits unfold elsewhere, but now the New World Show was coming home. So well had the State Department integrated nationalist interests with global ambition that when the proposals for international organization were shown to the powerful Arthur Vandenberg, a conservative Republican senator and pre-war isolationist, he was overjoyed. The striking thing about it, he recorded in his diary, is that it is so conservative from a nationalist standpoint. 41. 392. The resort to geography, Dumbarton Oaks. The goal of the Dumbarton Oaks Conference was to thrash out a draft UN charter. The State Department began null preparations in July 1944, resulting in 2 working books of compiled materials. Headed by Stettinius, the U.S. delegation included 7 senior State Department officials, 6 generals and admirals, and in bipartisan spirit a lawyer from the Republican National Committee. With the work passing more and more to career officials in the department, only 2 departmental advisors were included, among them Bowman, who was also reappointed special advisor to the Secretary of State and President. The British delegation was led by Sir Alexander Cadogan, Under-Secretary at the Foreign Office, and included Charles Webster and Gladwin Jebb, with whom Bowman had conferred months earlier in London. The Soviet delegation was headed by the young Andrei Gromyko, freshly appointed to the U.S. ambassadorship. Public anticipation was intense. A potentially damaging broadside by Thomas Dewey, the Republican candidate in the upcoming presidential elections, who felt the conference rated big for coercive power, was headed off, and the Soviet insistence on not meeting with the Chinese was eventually resolved by an agreement to meet in 2 shifts. When the RST phase of the conference, involving the Soviet Union, officially opened on August 21, 1944, the siege of Leningrad had broken, German forces were in broad retreat, and at least in Europe an end loomed to one of the most terrible wars ever waged. 42 Rome was in Allied hands, the perennially delayed Second Front had at last begun in Normandy, and news of the liberation of Paris reached Dumbarton Oaks in mid-Zion. If this now fed British and US urgency about finalizing a post-war agreement, the Soviet Union was enjoying sweeping battlefield success, and every passing day increased their moral and political high ground. The U.S. delegation knew the conference would be arduous but expected success for their broad design of a world organization and did not anticipate the ferocity of debate that quickly ensued. The conference began smoothly enough. The British and Soviet delegations had prepared their own draft proposals, but with British support the State Department draft was adopted as the base document. Less controversial provisions for an international air force and a human rights protocol were easily passed, and the name United Nations Organization was also agreed on. But there were thornier issues. In the RST place there was a question of purpose that centered on whether the organization would have a purely security func/393 or broader functions. Second, the composition of the Executive Council, now called the Security Council, had to be XED. Third, the precise nature of the voting procedures, and especially the extent of veto power in the Security Council, became a major issue. But the question of membership became the most explosive of all. Differences over the organization's purpose emerged immediately. All were agreed, in light of the failure of the League of Nations and its minimal enforcement capacity, that security functions should be central, but the State Department proposals envisaged a major social and economic function for the UN. Security questions were inextricably connected to economic issues, the US delegation argued, and Britain concurred, but for the Soviets, negotiating on the heels of the Bretton Woods Agreement, the linking of security and economic issues potentially entwined capitalist economic assumptions with security arrangements. Gromyko eventually conceded, and the Economic and Social Council originally advanced by the State Department was approved. 43 The question of Security Council membership would not be resolved so easily. At Tehran, the United States had wedged China into the Council, and Britain now used the indeterminate status of occupied France to propose a FTH seat. This issue had arisen at London, where Stettinius responded coolly. Publicly, the uncertain complexion of the French government succeeding the Vichy was raised as an objection. Hull especially disdained the Committee of Liberation, led by a mercurial Charles de Gaulle. But the unspoken geopolitical calculation was more important. A FTH seat to France tilted the weight of the Council back to Europe and specifically strengthened Britain's position, whereas the China card made their position weak. Despite the dilution of its power, the United States acceded to the British proposal, calculating it was a minor retreat. The Soviet government had the most to lose and had consistently rejected a permanent seat for France on the grounds of its powerlessness and defeat in the war, but it, too, eventually acquiesced. A Security Council seat was earmarked for France. The addition of a FTH policeman opened the door for more, and Roosevelt had already planned to counteract any French seat with the insistence on a sixth seat, for Latin American. He had Brazil in mind, but it was a transparent move and was quickly shot down. 44 The third major issue concerned the proposed great power veto that would operate in the Security Council. Actually, it was the whole voting formula that was in question. State Department drafts had assumed that the Security Council would work on a principle of unanimity, whatever the Council voted would be carried out unanimously by the great powers. But 394. This would be difficult to square with the congressional prerogative to declare war, and the State Department, out of clear self-interest, was the RST to propose a great power veto. But the same veto power could enable other powers to block otherwise unanimous action, and prior to Dumbarton Oaks State Department officials began to have doubts. What if the veto was made non-absolute? If unanimity of action were still retained, the great powers might end themselves obliged to contribute to an enforcement operation they had voted against, potentially even an operation against their own national governments. 45 Yet an absolute veto would also virtually guarantee that only the smaller nations would become the targets of UN peacekeeping, and the role of the UN as cover for big power coercion would be transparent. There was a lot of hand-wringing in the State Department precisely because there was no clear resolution that best advantaged U.S. interests. In effect, the department wanted the argument both ways. It wanted the prerogative of vetoing proposals antagonistic to U.S. interests yet the ability to prevent vetoes of U.S. global prerogatives. The best compromise the United States delegation could produce, echoing a British suggestion, was that a great power's vote should not be counted when it itself was party to a dispute. This still raised the danger that the United States would have to adhere to a policy it opposed, but given the composition of the Security Council, it was a reasonable calculation that such a formula would more often favor than oppose U.S. interests. Roosevelt eventually accepted this position in his pre-conference meeting with several delegation members. 46 But the veto proposal ran into immediate trouble. The British and Soviet delegates could make much the same calculation, and while Cadogan gave initial support, Gromyko refused. The U.S. formula would retain UN power in the face of great power aggression, but it also held out the possibility that 4 of the Security Council powers could gang up on the FTH, and the Soviet delegation, not unreasonably, now felt vulnerable. Instead, the Soviet delegates resolutely supported the State Department's initial proposal, an absolute veto in the Security Council, and this led to the most convoluted wrangling at Dumbarton Oaks. The British and U.S. representatives shifted their positions during several weeks of intense jockeying, as much because they were genuinely undecided and even muddled about the implications of different veto arrangements because they were opposed to them. The Soviets had no such uncertainties. They consistently and adamantly argued for absolute veto power despite Roosevelt's personal appeal to Stalin. After 3 weeks, the conference deadlocked on the issue, and it was set aside. 47/395. The null and most delicate issue involved overall UN membership. After only several days of discussion, Gromyko alerted the other delegations that he intended to push for the admission of all 16 Soviet republics as separate members. Stettinius was so panicked about this request that after consultation with Roosevelt, he pleaded with Gromyko not to publicize this demand lest the whole conference grind to a halt. The conference was subject to disturbingly accurate and systematic press leaks, and Stettinius referred to this request only as the X matter. He ordered the small U.S. group who had been present at the meeting not to reveal it even to other members of the delegation and tried to expunge it from the minutes too, but Gromyko's protest prevailed. Roosevelt sent another telegram to Stalin, but to little avail. Gromyko argued that the Soviet Socialist republics were free to pursue their own foreign policy, and technically this was true. But the larger intent was obviously to offset the very real threat of Soviet isolation in the emerging organization. 48 In holding themselves blind to Soviet concerns, Britain and the United States, having already stacked the all-important Security Council with their own allies, acted in naked national self-interest. Whatever their disagreements over colonies, these two governments acted more and more in unison at Dumbarton Oaks, and both already represented de facto regional blocs. Of the base membership for the new organization, the 26 signatories of the UN Declaration in 1942, there were 3 quite distinct groups in addition to the great powers. There were 8 European nations, all of which had been wholly or partly overrun by Axis forces, VE members of the British Commonwealth, and 9 Monroe Doctrine republics from Latin America. 7 of the last group had experienced U.S. military intervention since the last war, and many were still run by puppet dictatorships installed or shored up by the United States. Britain and the United States therefore had their own inbuilt regional blocs in the new organization, and they worked hard to keep it that way. In accord with customary practice, the British delegation had consulted with the Dominion governments in preparation for the conference and provided periodic brieves throughout. The United States in the person of Cordell Hull likewise made every effort to keep the Latin American republics informed, insisting that the new organization sought to preserve Western Hemispheric principles on a global basis. 49 Contrary to the tack eventually taken in the U.S. press, it was not paranoia but unsentimental realism that led Gromyko and Stalin to insist on membership for the Soviet republics. Stalin would have been a fool not to have recognized the way the United Nations was stacking up, and Stalin was a dictator, not a fool. Gromyko warned that the issue would 396. Not go away but agreed not to force a definitive solution at Dumbarton Oaks. He was true to his word, raising it again only as a reminder of unfinished business at the end of the conference. The business of the conference was conducted by three main subcommittees responsible for general, legal, and security aspects of the organization and reporting to a joint steering committee. Bowman was assigned to the RST subcommittee, which was covering general questions of international organization, and which included 7 Americans, 4 British delegates including Cadogan, Jebb, and Webster, and 3 Soviet representatives led by Andrei Gromyko. Bowman also chaired several meetings of the U.S. delegation in the absence of Stettintinius or Assistant Secretary Breckinridge Long and helped explore locations for the organization. In addition to the Azores, Roosevelt had tossed out the Pentagon or the Empire State Building as possibilities, but he also felt that the assembly ought to move among continents. Bowman advised against a U.S. location for the United Nations, fearing it would lead to a Hollywood ASCO, given the uncontrolled press and radio that would crowd around, but no decision was made. 50 Bowman's most substantive contribution came in regard to an issue with which he was closely tied. He chaired the U.S. committee that adjusted the design of the Economic and Social Council, which he pioneered in the State Department and which facilitated the Soviet concession that the UN's prerogative might go beyond strict security concerns. Less predictably, he also helped draft the human rights provision that had drawn a prickly response from both Britain and the Soviet Union, and even less likely, he proposed the inclusion of a statement about sexual equality. Reduced to a purely internal organizational proposal, employment in the UN would not be barred because of race, nationality, creed, or sex. This remarkable innovation was quietly dropped by the Joint Steering Committee. On the Brazil question, Bowman thought Roosevelt's insistence ill-advised and was part of a group that talked him away from it. Tense debate over its inclusion might well rekindle regionalist aspirations elsewhere, he realized, and in any case Brazil had not assuredly matured into a great power. Jealousies would be raised among the Spanish-speaking republics, especially Argentina. On the veto issue, he accepted the principle of unanimity on the Security Council but agreed with the provision that parties to a dispute not vote, and he worked to smooth over confusions in the U.S. group about the evolution of their own position. When the veto dispute climaxed in the second week of September, he not only opposed acquiescence to the Soviet-397 Union but was one of only 2 members of the U.S. delegation who advocated no compromise whatsoever. Several military delegates felt that they may have to accept the Soviet insistence on an absolute veto if the conference was to be saved and short-term military objectives not jeopardized, but Roosevelt was reluctant. 51 The United States did not acquiesce, and the deadlock, along with the unresolved question of Soviet Republic membership, hung like a pall over the closing of the RST phase of the conference in late September. The second phase of the conference, involving the Chinese, was largely pro forma and treated as a sideshow. Confronted by a shabby mix of polite paternalism and impatience by the United States and Britain, the Chinese delegation had been kept in the wings for more than weeks and had little leverage. The second shift produced nothing novel. Kept abreast of the RST phase of the conference on a daily basis, the Chinese delegation had already expended their major weapon by making routine leaks to James Reston of the New York Times, who, to the horror of Roosevelt and the U.S. delegation, published authoritative updates during RST phase negotiations. 52. The conference produced a draft charter that was agreed on among the four powers and could be taken to an inaugural UN convention. It was a compromise with fewer and blunter teeth than RST envisaged under Roosevelt's four policemen. There were now VE permanent seats diluted by 6 rotating seats on the Security Council and no provision for a standing military, but the economic and social provisions survived. The two loose ends of membership and veto power loomed large. Nevertheless, the U.S. group embarked on a wide and energetic propaganda campaign, Operation Soapbox, to sell what they had achieved to the American public, and Bowman, too, hit the lecture circuit. 53 Immediate responses to Dumbarton Oaks among the U.S. public ranged from relief to skepticism, from outrage to enthusiasm, relief for some that the extremes of world government seemed to have been laid well aside, outrage among conservative Americans when Soviet positions on the veto and Republic membership became known, skepticism by a few that anything new would come of a UN organization, enthusiasm by many that a United Nations might just work. Jaded rationalization was more the mood of British Representative Gladwin Jebb, who lamented that in such a wicked world the original hopes for a pacifist globalism may have aimed too high. 54 But it was nothing so enigmatic as Jebb's wicked world that deeded the promise of Dumbarton Oaks. If the conference watered down the grandest aspirations of U.S. globalism, the blame lay as much with the U.S. adminis. 398. Tration itself as with other participants of the conference. Although Russian intransigence is often blamed for almost scuttling the United Nations at birth, concludes one UN historian, Gromyko, in fact, accommodated the Americans on almost all issues at the conference. 55 In fact, Dumbarton Oaks represented a significant resort to geography, initiated not by traditional defenders of the old world order but by would-be inheritors of the new. If the United States had come to the conference on a carriage of Roosevelt's most assertive globalism, activated by the dream of power beyond geography, the delegation had also opened the door widest to a United Nations of implicit regional blocs when it played the China card. The other delegations well understood that U.S. economic and military ambition was best placed to exploit the political globalism of the UN, but the transparent attempt to install Brazil on the Security Council, the retreat from an absolute veto, and the inclusion of 10 American republics among the original membership of 26, all demonstrated the constitutive regionalism of the U.S. design for a sympathetic UN. The emerging Anglo-American alliance and perfunctory negotiations with the Chinese simply confirmed the status that the USSR could expect in the coming organization. As an astute Charles de Gaulle concluded concerning American strategy for the UN, Roosevelt intended to lure the Soviets into a group that would contain their ambitions and in which America could unite its dependents. 56 As Robert Hildebrand has concluded in his excellent historical analysis of the conference, traditional nationalism came to replace the prevention of the next war as the dominant force in post-war policy making. All of the great powers feared the effect that such a strong body might have on their own national objectives for the post-war era. 57 The dilution of central power authority radiated at Dumbarton Oaks sprang directly from this defensive resort to existing state-centered political geographies. Once again states' rights prevailed over federal unity, except this time on the global scale. Put this way, the prospects for the UN were perhaps more ominous than even the Dumbarton Oaks participants could yet see. From the Monroe Doctrine to Eastern Europe to the British Empire, regionalism was premised on a wider geographical fortification of competitive national interests. The slippage from regional associations to security zones to spheres of influence, driven by a resurgence not just of nationalist interests but also of a traditional geographical calculus of political and economic power, would therefore prove difficult to halt. Hull's unhappy past reappeared as a gloomy future. This was not an inevitable result or a simple retreat. Dumbarton Oaks was a resort to geography, but it was more than simply a retreat to an outmoded nationalism. The strategy that de Gaulle detected also /399 began to unravel at Dumbarton Oaks, and the frustration of a placeless globalism nonetheless presaged a new compromise global geography that no one especially desired. Yalta in February 1945 was the next stop en route to a post-war United Nations. For many, Yalta has become a brittle and lasting symbol of the naivete myth in U.S. foreign policy, whereby a wily Stalin apparently outfoxed a naive Roosevelt, successfully frustrated U.S. global hegemony, and won the RST round of the Cold War with a sucker punch. But there are several problems with this conservative orthodoxy. It is, RST, a classic if updated example of an anti-conquest narrative that reaffirms the essential innocence of U.S. strategy while ascribing the lowest motives to its opponents. 58 It wants the argument both ways. A virtuous United States stood above the fray of tawdry territorial politics but deserved to win it anyway. Third, the naivete myth expresses a naivete of its own insofar as it takes Roosevelt's idealistic public relations rhetoric seriously. Finally, the myth is historically suspect, since it was at Tehran 15 months earlier that the geographical carve-up of the post-war world began in earnest, and the diplomatic resort to geography at Dumbarton Oaks was part of the process. The liberal orthodoxy is only the opposite side of this coin and is equally self-serving. It too accepts uncritically Roosevelt's idealism, which is defended as necessary in the face of the alternative, a geographically acquisitive power politics. But Roosevelt surely wanted it both ways himself. He knew he had to GHT the territorial GHTS, tried to concede as little as possible, but wanted above all to protect the larger goal of a United Nations from the collateral diplomatic damage of specific territorial clashes. Yalta does not represent a break in great power negotiations so much as a quickening of existing policies. That the naivete myth still dominates interpretations of Yalta is testimony not just to conservative nationalism in American politics after 1945 but also to the nexus of agreement between conservative and liberal visions. By all accounts Yalta was a tawdry scene, and the tawdriness was nothing if not multilateral. Politically inspired deals came thick and fast. Quite apart from negotiating a friendly Polish government, Stalin committed to enter the war against Japan in exchange for territory taken by the Japanese in 1905, the Kuril Islands, and rights to the Manchurian section of the Trans-Siberian Railway to Vladivostok. Stalin and Churchill carved up much of Eastern and Southern Europe, and Indochina was earmarked for independence from French colonial control. Any U.S. objection to Soviet prerogative in territory reconquered from German control was quickly countered by the argument that when U.S. and British troops moved into Italy, before opening the Second Front, they cited urgent melee. 400. Terry exigency for failing to consult with Stalin when they set up a provisional Italian government that excluded partisans and communists. Stalin had protested but relented in the face of the inevitable, and an Anglo-American alliance could have little complaint if the Red Army invoked the same courtesy after beating back the Germans along a wide front from the Balkans to the Baltic. Bowman was to have been at Yalta if not for laryngitis and one can only imagine his response had he been there. 59 Certainly none of the principals seemed too pained about the outcome as they toasted each other with vodka and caviar on the last night and decided on San Francisco for the founding UN conference. Roosevelt wanted a post-war world open for business, and the American delegation at Yalta considered the United Nations to be the crucial issue of the conference. The geographical contradictions of Dumbarton Oaks were accentuated at Yalta, and the emerging regional blocs sat awkwardly alongside Roosevelt's continued rhetorical internationalism. But there was also real progress toward a global organization, and Roosevelt left Yalta with his two allies RMLY committed to the UN policy, largely on American terms. 60 But by April, Roosevelt was suddenly dead, and the contradictions were further accentuated, not just because the dead are peering through the windows, as Bowman put it, but also because some of the so-called lesser nations were now invited to the party. 61 The touch of democracy occasioned by congressional representation and the presence of 43 other nations augured against Roosevelt's dire hope that the solidification of national interests into regional blocs could be minimized. Quite contradictory positions among the U.S. delegates exposed the dilemma at its most extreme. Although the immediate issue was the status of the Monroe Doctrine, The larger predicament was the issue that had dogged them from the RST State Department deliberations: how to accommodate new and existing regional and national claims without abrogating a robust political and economic globalism. The regionalism crisis, geographical contradictions of political globalism. The United Nations Conference on International Organization opened in San Francisco on April 25, 1945, the same day the Red Army and the U.S. First Army RST greeted each other face to face on the banks of the Elbe. 62 The soldiers were euphoric and the public too, and German unconditional surrender soon followed. After years of war, optimism led the air. The U.S. delegation took over the Fairmont Hotel, and although the conference officially met in /401, the Beaux-Arts Opera House, the real action was centered on the Big Four meetings, which invariably occurred in the hotel penthouse occupied by Stettintinius, now Secretary of State following the resignation of a seriously ill Hull. Stettintinius headed the delegation, which included Senators Arthur Vandenberg and Tom Connolly, Congressman Charles Eaton and Sol Bloom, Harold Stassen, and Virginia Gildersleeve. In addition to a technical staff headed by Pasvalsky, the delegation had three principal advisors: Hamilton Fish Armstrong, John Foster Dulles, nephew of Robert Lansing and an activist Presbyterian and Republican who was emerging as a foreign policy broker after advising the 1944 Dewey campaign, and Isaiah Bowman. The loose ends of Dumbarton Oaks UN membership and the Security Council veto were the ashpoints in San Francisco. The membership issue erupted as soon as delegates were seated, making Eastern Europe an early and consistent focus of the conference. Molotov, leading the Soviet delegation, insisted that the Polish government be seated at the conference, but Stettintinius objected that the Lublin government had not added representation from the London Poles in accord with the Yalta Agreement. The question of the Soviet republics quickly followed, and although President Truman was indignant about the Yalta Compromise he inherited, he had the U.S. delegation support admission for the Ukraine and Belorussia. The Latin American nations now balked, insisting that Argentina also merited immediate membership. Stettintinius brokered a compromise in which Argentina would be admitted in exchange for a positive Latin American vote on Belorussia and the Ukraine, but Molotov was incensed. Something was wrong, he rasped, if the country over which the European war began and which was subsequently devastated was excluded while Argentina, which had continued to provide the Nazis with valuable resources until recent months, was admitted. Many newspapers in the United States agreed. I saw Stettintinius and Nelson Rockefeller marshal the 20 Latin American republics in one solid block, witnessed Walter Lippmann, and steamroller the trade-off of Argentina and Ukraine-Belorussia through the United Nations. 63 The veto issue prompted an even greater crisis. At Yalta a compromise was agreed whereby the veto would be operable in enforcement decisions but not in the case of peaceful settlement. This was a very nebulous distinction, however, and while the United States assumed a narrowly applicable veto, Gromyko, heading the Soviet delegation after Molotov's departure, took an expansive view. An impasse was reached by the end of May, with Truman instructing Stettintinius not to budge and Gromyko acting on 402. Similar instructions. Outmaneuvered on Argentina and Poland, Stalin dug in on the veto. The Soviets were pilloried in the U.S. press as selfishly obstructing world peace, and few displayed the sympathy of Sumner Welles. Russia's veto right is her only assurance that the United Nations will not endanger Russian security. 64 The drama dragged on, with significant swings in the positions of the main delegations but without resolution. Only after Stettintinius telegraphed the U.S. Embassy in Moscow to intercede with the Soviet leader did Stalin appease U.S. and British demands. The difference in the positions, he said, was insignificant. Whether simply cutting his losses with British and American blocs stacked against him in the emerging organization is not clear. But for those nations excluded from the Security Council, with no access to the veto, this unseemly struggle was a bitter pill, and the USSR's insistence on a strong veto dissolved much of the moral high ground they had gained in the GHT over Argentina. Bowman gravitated toward Texas Senator Tom Connolly, who tried to obtain the Geographer as a personal advisor, and to Arthur Vandenberg from his native Michigan, and his positions on the major questions mirrored their conservatism. On seats for the Ukraine and Belarus he was largely resigned. On the veto and voting questions, he stopped short of the hardliners' refusal to negotiate concessions with the broad Soviet interpretation, agreeing with Stassen that the real issue was the lack of an agreed American position. At the height of the veto impasse, he advised a chagrined Vandenberg against threatening to go home, suggesting instead that the United States could score major public relations points by continuing to suffer in silence. Most of Bowman's work on the veto question came in a subcommittee with Dulles and Pasvalsky aimed at wording successive U.S. proposals. 65 His major contribution may have been his role in drafting Article 55, on social and economic cooperation, and his insertion of language about cultural and educational cooperation, a not uncontroversial issue amid multilateral fears of ideological indoctrination in the resulting council. He grumbled a lot too about the preamble to the charter, opposing Gildersleeve's proposal on sexual equality in the job market on the grounds that the corollary issue relating to race, color or creed would surely follow. Sexual equality was an issue for Woodrow Wilson, he conceded, but it was forced on Wilson in Paris by organized women's groups, and the progress which women have made since Versailles makes this issue a completely dead one. He also ridiculed a Russian proposal on respect for human rights, in particular the right to work and the right to education, and also for fundamental freedoms for all without distinction as to race, language, religion or sex. 66/403. It was in San Francisco that Bowman's long-simmering feud with Pasvalsky erupted. Thinking Pasvalsky dangerous to American interests, temperamentally un-American, and involved in murky relations with the Russians, he concluded that it was a mistake to put one man with his background into a key position. 67 Here, at least, Bowman and the Soviets agreed, because the latter also deeply distrusted Pasvalsky, a white Russian émigré who had led the revolution. Pasvalsky resented Bowman quite as much, especially for his public acclaim following the London mission, and unceremoniously wrote the Geographer out of subsequent historical accounts of the origins of the UN 68. But there were far more momentous clashes in San Francisco. Lost in the Cold War scripting of this history is a telling story about the geography of post-war globalism. The salience of the UN conference emerges as much from debates that surfed through the dominant US delegation as from the actual ink of the charter and from the ways these debates were refracted onto the world map. It was here that the geographical contradictions of American globalism, from Wilson to Roosevelt, came most forcefully to the surface. It was the State Department blueprint via Dumbarton Oaks that occupied the conference, and this had lasting consequences for the UN. But just as important, the U.S. delegation itself was deeply ambivalent about what it had produced. Roosevelt's geographer found himself stretched to the limits of his ability to reconcile the connecting geographical requirements that lay at the heart of American globalism. The vision of an open political and economic world of the sort Roosevelt envisaged awkwardly contradicted the hemispheric privilege and exceptionalism enshrined in the Monroe Doctrine. U.S. internationalists had always had to tiptoe carefully around the Monroe Doctrine, but never before, not even in the Senate in 1919, was the Monroe Doctrine so fully confronted by a U.S. globalism. If any vestige of the Monroe Doctrine was to be retained, how could the United States object to regional claims in Eastern or Western Europe or to British Empire exceptionalism? Others were rarely slow to raise this contradiction. It had been a smug British favorite since at least 1942, but at San Francisco the majority of states represented at the conference now bristled at such big power prerogatives. For them the birth of the United Nations should signal the demise of such regional hegemonies of powerful over weak nations. International expectations were high, as were internationalist aspirations in the United States itself, and Roosevelt's death multiplied the expectations for a conference that was now emotionally attached to his legacy. But such aspirations also provoked the ire of wary conservatives in Congress and even some in the State Department. 404. Men who balked at any weakening of the Monroe Doctrine. This was not a contest of nationalism versus internationalism so much as a contest between regional and global visions of a nationalist internationalism. It led to an outright regionalism crisis over the constitutive geography of UN globalism and a crisis of US globalism overall. 69 The discussion of regionalism and the Monroe Doctrine in the U.S. delegation was provoked not by Latin American concerns but by Soviet interests in Eastern Europe. It had been agreed informally at Dumbarton Oaks that no regional organization could take enforcement action without Security Council authorization, but acceptance of the veto provision at Yalta meant that a single Security Council member could block regional enforcement, thereby gutting effective regional prerogatives. Early in the conference, Molotov introduced a series of bilateral treaties that the USSR had concluded with various European states, Britain, Czechoslovakia, France, Poland, and Yugoslavia, to prevent any resurgence of German militarism in the borderlands of Eastern Europe. France had made similar treaties. Insofar as they were a local preemption of a not yet treated UN framework and were vital for immediate security purposes, Molotov sought exemption from Security Council authority. The Italian precedent again lurked in the background, and Pasvalsky, drafting the initial U.S. response, treaded lightly. Recognizing the increased regional prerogative it gave the USSR, but recognizing too that this exception to UN control did not itself harden an Eastern European bloc, Pasvalsky tried to nest the amendment through both the U.S. delegation and the conference, but he failed. The immediate concern in the U.S. delegation was less with Europe than with the Americas. Arthur Vandenberg was the U.S. delegate responsible for regional arrangements, and he quickly objected that if the general principle of Security Council authority over regional arrangements were maintained, it would spell the end of the Monroe Doctrine. The U.S. could be vetoed in its own backyard, and the Senate would never agree to that. Pasvalsky responded that Vandenberg's fears were unfounded. On the one hand, if a Security Council member vetoed any proposed U.S. action in the Americas, the United States could always invoke the right of self-defense. On the other hand, the United States was protected against unwelcome interference in the Western Hemisphere by dint of its own veto power on the Security Council. Did self-defense include U.S. defense of Argentina? Asked the banker and Assistant Secretary of War John McCloy. Did not Vandenberg risk jettisoning a worldwide system for the sake of an old regionalism? Asked Harold Stassen. Bowman was in a tricky spot. He still embraced the Monroe Doctrine but was unwilling to promote its regional/405 ism so outspokenly at the expense of international organization, as Vandenberg now seemed to do. Yet he also distrusted the vague language of Pasvalsky's defense, a weak and vacillating solution, as Stassen called it, which left the USSR with a power in Europe that now seemed exempt from veto. In deference to Vandenberg, the delegation eventually included a minor strengthening of regional prerogatives. Stassen and Bowman continued to object, arguing for further curbs on regional power and Soviet power in particular, but Bowman's attempt to derail U.S. support for the amendment was rebuffed. 70 The geographical contradiction that Roosevelt had always skated over now arrived on the table. It was felt sharply by Bowman but by Vandenberg even more acutely. After the Soviet amendment, which exempted pre-existing treaties, was accepted by the Big Four, he dolefully recorded that he could not object because he was already on record advocating immediate military alliances to prevent Axis rearmament. The corollary, he concluded, was that the Monroe Doctrine, not covered in the Europe-specific language of the amendment, was evacuated. How, he brooded, could legitimate regional arrangements be protected without inviting the formation of a lot of dangerous new regional spheres of interest? 71 How, in other words, could they retain Monroe Doctrine privileges without diluting the power of AU's disposed United Nations? Just as much as Roosevelt or Bowman, Vandenberg wanted it both ways. They fought for a U.S. globalism that kept the regional prerogatives of the Monroe Doctrine intact, a global Monroe Doctrine indeed. Informed by Nelson Rockefeller, Assistant Secretary of State for Latin America, that the South American republics were also up in arms, Vandenberg resolved to act. Latin American leaders feared the effects of communism on their own working and peasant classes even more than the indignities of the Monroe Doctrine, and they erupted at the possibility that Latin American security might be subject to British, French, Chinese, or Soviet veto. Vandenberg therefore sought to insert the Act of Chapultepec in the Russian amendment. Agreed on only 2 months earlier between the United States and the Latin American republics, this act was merely the modern name for the Monroe Doctrine, the senator believed, although he did not put it quite so bluntly to Latin American leaders. In any case, it reiterated joint hemispheric defense, and he felt its inclusion provided a deft means of smuggling protection for the Monroe Doctrine into the UN Charter. Receiving enthusiastic support from Cuban and Colombian delegates, with whom Rockefeller tested the waters, the senator went public with this proposal. 406. Its intent was so transparent, however, that hell broke loose. The Soviet delegation sensed the subterfuge to weaken their security in Eastern Europe, while many Latin American leaders were utterly disaffected by the position they now seemed to occupy between the twin threats of communism and an arrogant Monroe Doctrine. Vandenberg recoiled from what he had unleashed as new regional claims proliferated. Australia weighed in for its own regional protection, Britain and France perceived the need for a more explicit Western European Union, and other regional groups organized. Most horrifying for the senator was the Arabian bloc. Furious at this can of worms, Stettinius upbraided Rockefeller, and on the day of German surrender, made the senator defend his proposal to the entire U.S. delegation. It was an acrimonious meeting. Vandenberg got some support from the military, who had long chafed at the openness of global security arrangements but who were muzzled by Roosevelt, and more explicit support from his fellow Republicans Blum and Eaton. But most in the State Department feared, as Roosevelt had, that such an explicit embrace of a self-serving regionalism would gut the global organization. Pasvalsky and Stassen led the GHT. The staunchest proponent of a jeopardized globalism, Pasvalsky was explicit that the greatest American good would come from keeping regional blocs as powerless as possible. Vandenberg in turn was stunned at Pasvalsky's casual avowal that the United States would take unilateral action, regardless of the UN, when it suited U.S. interests, thinking this a much greater threat to UN unity than regionalism. 72. If Bowman detested Pasvalsky's initial proposal, he also knew that Vandenberg's suggestion, in its present form, could be fatal to any serious UN organization, although he did favor some kind of reaffirmation of the Monroe Doctrine. Armstrong agreed, and Vandenberg, who at RST dug in his heels, suggesting they should retract their vote for the Russian proposal, now had to reassert his own internationalism. We do not propose to give regional arrangements any such supremacy as will destroy the unity of the world organization, and invite a general breakup of the world into regional groups, he conceded. 73. But many from the State Department now recognized that it might already be too late. The conference was in turmoil, Molotov was leaving, and the press had the story. A badly split U.S. delegation had no solution or any obvious means of arriving at one in regard to the regional crisis. Intense discussion of regionalism and globalism engulfed the U.S. delegation in the second week of May 1945. Consistent stances were a rarity as delegation members genuinely struggled to ex their own reconciliations of globalism and Monroe. They had struck the hardcore contradiction of A/407. Nationalist internationalism. A State Department official volunteered that mention of the Monroe Doctrine in the League of Nations Covenant had always been an embarrassment, and Vandenberg allowed that any mention of the Monroe Doctrine in the absence of world organization was surely outdated. They looked to the Truman White House for guidance but none was forthcoming. Stettinius, present for the Act of Chapultepec in order to secure Latin American registration for the San Francisco Conference and thereby ensure the U.S. bloc, now secured testy approval from Alberto Lleras Camargo, the Colombian foreign minister and spokesperson for the Latin American delegations, to include mention of the act in the charter. He had Bowman, Dulles, Pasvalsky, and James Dunn draft the wording of the new formula, which expanded the concept of self-defense from the national to the regional scale in cases where non-aggression arrangements existed. A skittish consensus seemed in sight whereby inclusion of the Act of Chapultepec would endure the historical chain of events from Monroe, as Bowman put it. They knew this would create a lightning rod and would require Truman's approval, which it received despite opposition from the retired Cordell Hull and more surprisingly from the War Department, where even Stimson, a traditional regionalist, felt it gave too much authority to regional arrangements. 74 Should Britain or the USSR balk at this delicate wording? Bowman understood, the blunt question would be whether the United States would wish to give up its hemispheric organization in order to preserve the world organization. Neither he nor anyone else in the delegation was willing to entertain such an all-or-nothing predicament, and their work in the RST half of May was largely focused on devising a text that would let the United States have it both ways. The crucial language read: "The right to take measures of self-defense against armed attack shall apply to arrangements, like those embodied in the Act of Chapultepec, under which all members of a group of states agree to consider an attack against any one of them as an attack against all of them." Gromyko responded that he would have to study it, but Eden, in his most angry outburst of the conference, exploded at such a naked American exceptionalism, momentarily rupturing the harmony that had prevailed between the United States and Britain at San Francisco. It would result in regionalism of the worst kind, and he objected that if such a provision as this were included in the charter he would not be able to sign it. Either we have a world organization or we don't. 75 The geographical epoch on regionalism was now complete. Here was Stettintinius backed by the entire U.S. delegation defending regional exceptions to the world organization while the British publicly insisted on globalism. But 408. The impasse did not last long, and a private huddle between Eden and Stettintinius quickly restored Anglo-American harmony. With the USSR and the United States writing their own regional blocks into the charter, Britain wanted the same privilege in Western Europe, where Eden said he was worried about Soviet expansionism in the Mediterranean. Thus the regional provision was subsequently generalized, and the specific reference to the Act of Chapultepec was omitted. Stettintinius conferred again with Truman, and with Vandenberg he confronted the Latin American leaders, who acquiesced only when Stettintinius agreed to hold a hemispheric conference to implement the Act of Chapultepec, and Vandenberg promised that the Senate would make explicit that this delicately worded article of the Charter covered regional defense arrangements in the Americas. The irony of Stettintinius's appeal to the Latin American leaders that they eschew a small hemispheric view and embrace world leadership, when of course it was stubborn U.S. calculation about regional blocks that caused the crisis in the RST, place is matched only by the cynicism of Vandenberg's appeal that the Latin Americans trust his well-known sympathy for their regional interests, while he was simultaneously advising Stettintinius to stop the Latin Americans from pushing us around. 76 In the United Nations Charter, one's eyes can easily glaze over the dry language of Articles 51 and 52. The seemingly innocuous wording conveys little of the intense political battle that went on in San Francisco or the stakes that were in play, especially within the U.S. delegation, over the appropriate political geography of the United Nations. A second issue at San Francisco, that of trusteeship, only confirmed the extent to which an American globalism was premised on specific nationalist and regional interests, and again bared the contradictions of regionalism. Bowman's personal epoch on this issue was dramatic. Trusteeship was omitted from the Dumbarton Oaks agenda, not in deference to British colonial sensibilities, but because the U.S. military was vehement about the need to occupy an array of Pacific islands as strategic bases. U.S. possession of these bases had to be unambiguous, the military argued, not subject to the political smog of UN trusteeship and the whim of a body the United States did not control. Roosevelt went along, calculating that the bases could double as airports for commercial airline companies such as Pan Am. 77, having shepherded trusteeship questions through the State Department since 1942, Bowman felt proprietary, and his advice was carefully solicited. He respected Stassen, who favored a wide-ranging plank on trusteeship, but thought the military had a good argument on bases. It is easy to appeal to the patriotism of the people in support of Stimson's demand that the United States simply take what it needs in the Pacific, Bowman argued prior/409. to the conference, but such unilateral action would destroy what we are going to San Francisco to achieve. He understood the importance of the bases, but the priority surely was to nest the bases without establishing a precedent for others or closing off economic intercourse, and this could be achieved only if the United States RST set up a principle of trusteeship in the interests of the natives. 78 It was the regionalism dilemma in a different form. The discussion of trusteeship hit a rock when the Chinese and Soviet delegations took explicitly anti-colonial positions, proposing that independence be written in as the eventual goal of trusteeship. In so doing, they sided strongly with the so-called small nations. The prospect of a globally ordained goal of independence was too much for Britain and France, and the State Department too had long since backed away from such a position. Bowman was pivotal in shifting the fulcrum of debate toward the vaguer goal of self-government. 79 Stassen, Dulles, and most of the delegation thought they could nest the issue by referring to progressive development toward self-government, but Bowman, whose position had evolved considerably in a month, insisted on confronting the contradiction squarely. In a turbulent delegation meeting on May 18, he was invited by Stettinius to address the trusteeship issue. "We are face to face with a real problem," he announced grimly, and immediately blamed their predicament on the Soviets for having the audacity even to raise the question of independence. After sarcastically commenting that the people surrounding the USSR could themselves do with a little independence, Bowman argued that the real motive here was Soviet expansionism into ex-colonies, and he launched a proto-Cold War tirade that reached a new level of anti-Sovietism in the US delegation. When perhaps the inevitable struggle came between Russia and ourselves, he predicted, the question would be who are our friends. 80 The regionalism pot he had helped stir 2 weeks earlier was now fully cooked, and his remarks set off another polarization of the US delegation. Deft consensus was blown apart again. One official defended independence for dependent territories as the dying wish of the late President Roosevelt, and Adlai Stevenson insisted that anything short of independence would draw blaring newspaper headlines that the United States opposed colonial liberty. Others thought the language of self-determination was sufficient. Still others picked up Bowman's invitation and ran with it. For New Jersey Congressman Charles Eaton, the predicament was clear and simple: who was going to be masters of the world? 81 The implication of Bowman's position was also clear: with bigger sh to fry, any principled imperatives concerning dependent peoples could wait. 410. Erstwhile champion of trusteeship principles in the interests of the natives, Bowman now threw the people and the principles to the wind for the sake of a nationalist contest with the USSR, which he now saw as the central threat to an American Lebensraum. The conference did eventually establish a trusteeship council that had narrowly circumscribed powers, fell short of requiring British, French, and Dutch decolonization, and sanctioned U.S. control of several Pacific islands confiscated from the Japanese. The crisis of regionalism at San Francisco has traditionally been seen as an outgrowth of the hardening bipolar confrontation between U.S. and Soviet leaders, and to a lesser extent as a contest between regionalism and globalism within the U.S. delegation. Although it was certainly provoked in response to Soviet attempts to exempt pre-existing European treaties from UN control, it is important to recall that Vandenberg's earlier consternation was raised not directly in competition for global control but in regard to hemispheric defense for the United States. The regionalism crisis was not so much a byproduct of emerging Cold War tensions as a pre-existing condition that became entwined with that confrontation. It predated San Francisco, was born from the contradictory geography inherent in U.S. internationalism, and nourished when that vision blossomed into an American globalism. That incipient Cold War tension became braided with the struggle over regionalism is hardly surprising, but it was stubborn defense of the Monroe Doctrine that made it so. Thus the regionalism crisis encompassed globalism, it did not intrude from the outside. Regionalism was not alien to, but inherent within, the specific vision of 20th century U.S. globalism. A U.S. globalism that was prepared to jettison such regional prerogatives and cede a modicum of power to a global organization it did not entirely control could easily have avoided the coming denouement. But no such risky magnanimity governed Vandenberg's or Bowman's or even Pasvalsky's vision for the UN. Nor did it rule Roosevelt's vision. Nor is it plausible to argue that regionalism is inherently contradictory to any global vision. For Churchill particularly, regionalism was a strategy for maintaining global power, an effort to divide and conquer, and it was Roosevelt's brilliance to comprehend that U.S. global power no longer depended on such a strategy. The ambivalence of Churchill and Stalin concerning United Nations globalism reeked at an understanding that the UN was enacted by a specifically American globalism emanating from the State Department, and the resort to regionalism by the British and Soviet leaders was defensive from the beginning. The United Nations was to be the political embodiment of the American Lebensraum, a new federalism at the global scale that opened the world to ordered political economic expansion. 411. But some were more equal than others at San Francisco, as the veto provision ensured, and in the post-war global market it was well understood, echoing a contemporaneous George Orwell, that one would be more equal than the rest. In 1945, globalism, by definition, spoke with an American accent. The rest is geography. Behind the scenes in Washington, a new world is being planned for you, began an extraordinary 1942 article in H. L. Mencken's periodical American Mercury. Clearly written with State Department approval but without direct attribution to State Department sources, it went on to give an authoritative summary of the highly secret work of the Post-War Advisory Committee. If the plans materialize, you are going to be given a try at running the world. If you think that defeating the Axis is the chief aim of the government's foreign policy, you are going to get a surprise. American leadership in world affairs, looking toward a pacific and prosperous epoch, is the ultimate goal of those in Washington who are endeavoring to design the shape of things to come. 82. Such candor and clarity in the press was unprecedented and presumably reeked at an attempt by frustrated officials to convey their nationally focused larger vision to the American people. Certainly by the time of the San Francisco Conference, no one on the delegation disagreed with Congressman Eaton that they were seeking to be masters of the world, although they may have been embarrassed at the brusqueness with which he stated the shared goal. 3 years of State Department work culminated in San Francisco, and for Bowman the conference represented the pinnacle of his career in foreign policy. He was a lead architect of the articles dealing with economic and social cooperation, the Economic and Social Council, and the trusteeship provisions, especially the linkage between trusteeship and economic development. While conservatives in the United States railed at any concessions to the Soviets, Roosevelt liberals, such as Commerce Department advisor Frank Waring, found the delegation too timid and legalistic and the three principal advisors pedantic. 83. It was probably Bowman's legalism and pedantic attention to detail that got him his last job of the conference, coordinating and compiling the delegation's null report to Truman. After many days of round-the-clock editing, Bowman gave the 266-page report to Truman prior to his June 26 closing speech at the conference. 2 weeks later it was 412. Released to the public. Mindful of Wilson's fate, Bowman took the U.S. Senate as his target audience. 84. In a long walk around Union Square, as the conference wound down, Stettintinius offered Bowman the job as U.S. delegate to the interim United Nations Commission, which would now take over, but he demurred, suggesting instead Alger Hiss, State Department organizer of the Dumbarton Oaks and San Francisco conferences. 85. Ironically, Bowman soon found himself assisting Stettintinius with his career. The secretary was widely believed to have fumbled negotiations in Yalta, allowing the Soviet Union to add the Belorussia and Ukraine seats to the General Assembly. 86. And Truman wanted James Burns as Secretary of State. But the resignation of a Secretary of State has to be choreographed. The San Francisco Conference delayed any public action, and Stettintinius did not receive definitive word of Truman's intent until June 21. Having lived with rumors of his demise throughout the conference, he was deeply resentful and called Bowman to the penthouse. Stettintinius knew he had been appointed as a pair of legs for FDR and thought he deserved better. 87. But Bowman advised against any impetuous rejection of the U.S. ambassadorship to the UN, which Truman dangled in front of Stettintinius. From Secretary of State to U.S. Ambassador was an ignominious demotion, Stettintinius felt. But Truman was in a jam, Bowman advised, having promised the job to Burns, and he convinced Stettintinius that he could carry off the UN ambassadorship as a logical next step in his public service. They met with Truman's emissary to hammer out details. First was the extraordinary calculation that went into the timing. With the Senate due to take up ratification of the UN Charter on 28 and June 29, they agreed to have Stettintinius's resignation announced the day before so that, in the press, the 28th would be Ed's Day, as Bowman put it. Burns's name would be sent to the Senate the day after, giving him his own day in the headlines. They then organized the mutual letters of resignation and the UN appointment, with Bowman drafting the Secretary's letter of resignation. Both letters were edited by shuttling them back and forth between San Francisco and Washington, and on the day of Truman's closing address, Bowman had a brief meeting with the president to convene the details. Earlier, en route to the airport with Stettintinius for Truman's arrival, Bowman even found himself interceding by telephone with Virginia Stettintinius, the secretary's wife, who was livid at Truman for shunting her husband aside and even madder at her husband for not consulting her in the whole matter. 88 From Wilson and the Council on Foreign Relations to Roosevelt and beyond, 20th-century American internationalism was an economic strategy as much as a political commitment. It provided an acceptable rationale. 413. For post-war planning that was oriented strictly toward national self-interest. As the struggle over the UN vividly indicates, Roosevelt's internationalism in particular was less a departure from previous foreign policy than a global extension of an already existing internationalism. The Monroe Doctrine embodied an older, more limited internationalism focused on Latin America, but by 1943 this weapon aimed at European economic prerogative was expanded from the continental to the global scale and inverted from a defensive to an offensive strategy. Globalism, not internationalism, was the crucial issue. As Bowman put it, in the economic eld we shall want to be in on everything the world around. 89 But the failure of the second moment of the American century paralleled the failure of the RST. The halcyon anti-geography of the American Lebensraum nurtured the seeds of its own impossibility. Initially conceived to prevent the balance of economic and political power from reverting to competing geographical localisms, the UN was the bastard child of a location ally and politically specific universalism emanating from Washington, D.C. Long before the San Francisco Conference, the self-interest involved in conceiving the world as unhinged from its geography hulls due to the unhappy past was clearly visible. As Bowman conceded about arrangements for the UN, down to the time of the Yalta Conference, we could not end a generally satisfactory formula for having our cake and eating it too, for designing a world body in which all were equal but some more equal than others. 90 The relapse into regionalism certainly involved compromises with Britain and the USSR in particular, but it also provided the means for accessing most of the cake in hopes of eating it too. Yet the UN can be considered stillborn, as is sometimes claimed, only if one accepts the post-geographical fantasies for an American Lebensraum. Britain, the USSR, and especially the United States ultimately failed to create a global policing mechanism that would do their bidding. Rather, its subsequent functionality and dysfunctionality continued to express the contradiction of its own founding assumption, namely, that territorial sovereignty as enshrined in the system of discrete and exclusive territorial states is the basis for a globalism beyond territorial power. It was an internationalism of nationalisms, a geographically deemed abstraction from geography. There was no being able to get away from the nation, Bowman lamented, much as he helped to make it so. For the UN's founders, nations were the naturally evolved geographical expression of a people, one of the self-evident truths in Bowman's early draft of a UN constitution. The suppleness of Bowman's earlier claim, that to a revolutionary extent man makes his own geography, was now replaced by the brittle inevitability of nationalism coiled. 414. In the rhetoric of internationalism. The success of the international organization for which we strive today, he once declared, turns largely on the wide recognition of national interest in an international undertaking for peace. 91 Frank Waring was prophetic in his assessment of the U.S. performance in San Francisco. This country, for the RST time, has a preeminent position in world affairs and is acting very much like a tired liberal who, when he is newly given responsibility for government, becomes as conservative as his predecessor. 92 It was a profound observation. The seamless geography of global intercourse envisaged in a supranational UN was frustrated by contradictions at the heart of the vision itself. Yet the post-war world was no simple reversion to pre-war nationalisms. Lloyd Gardner traces the origins of post-war spheres of unions to the fateful British-Nazi pact at Munich in 1938 and the Nazi-Soviet pact a year later. 93 Prior to the conferences at Dumbarton Oaks and Tehran, however, there was no certainty that such regional spheres would materialize. That took a further ingredient, the regionalism at the core of U.S. planning for post-war globalism, the assumption that the global economy and polity should be Americanism writ large. This was the major catalyst hardening regional blocs into spheres of unions by the middle of 1945. In the interstices of that frustrated globalism, a compromise world geography emerged, organized on the transnational more than the national scale. The scale of political and economic organization was indeed enlarged but stopped short of the global by the impending Cold War. It was a compromised geography, and a compromised geography, a truncated fruit of U.S. globalism, which as late as San Francisco could have ripened with different results. At least until the 1990s, the UN never did work as the instrument of U.S. foreign policy, the global political manager of the American empire intended by its State Department architects. On the one hand, post-war independence movements fought for and won decolonization, and from China to Cuba, Guatemala to Vietnam, they threatened to circumscribe U.S. globalism on the ground while confronting it in the UN General Assembly. On the other hand, the spurious if self-serving ambition of a globalism beyond geography gave rise to its mocking opposite, the trivial binary geographies of the Cold War, containment, and the domino effect. Endemic to the architecture of the American Lebensraum in the early 1940s, this frustrated globalism could have turned out quite differently. 415. Part V. The bitter end. The end of World War II should have been Isaiah Bowman's crowning moment. The United Nations Charter was readied in October 1945, and to his initial relief a more conservative, farm-raised Midwesterner now occupied the White House. "We can look forward to the greatest age in mankind," Harry Truman had announced at Potsdam in July 1945 as the American century seemed again within grasp. The coming era would be more conservative, which only augured well for the post-Roosevelt Bowman. Generally reluctant to reveal much to the media, he was more forthcoming with the easing of wartime secrecy, and his every movement and utterance concerning science or education, immigration or resource conservation, and especially U.S. foreign policy were eager newspaper fodder. The leading geographer in the U.S. and probably in the whole world, commented Henry Luce's life in a lengthy 1945 feature on Bowman, his geographical abilities are an important asset to the country. One Bowman naturally assumed that important personages would beat their way to his door after the war, and they did, but not always with the results he wanted or expected. Rather than capping a distinguished career in geography, science, and government, the late 1940s brought a comprehensive array of defeats for the Dean of American Geographers. He refocused his attention on Johns Hopkins University in the autumn of 1945 but found a new generation of faculty and students more alienated from his imperious administration than ever before. Worse, his burning ambition to build a 15. Defeat from the jaws of victory. School of Geography did not gel into a coherent faculty. Now 66 years old and still turning up at the office before 7 in the morning, his furious work schedule took its toll, and his illnesses grew more frequent. He saw his chosen discipline further damaged by the closure of the geography program at Harvard, a very personal defeat, not just because of his own Harvard associations, but also, as we shall see, because of the tragic role he himself played in its demise. The founding of the National Science Foundation, in which he played a central role, should have vindicated his 1930s ambitions for the Science Advisory Board and consummated a long career in the leadership of U.S. science, but this too turned into a bitter defeat. A top-secret dalliance with atomic policy only provided further vent for his bitterness. In all three of these roles at Harvard, with the NSF, and in atomic policy, Bowman invariably found himself in an awkward minuet with James B. Conant, president of Harvard University. Harvard hung gloomily over the last years of his life, much as it had during his student days. If there was a bright spot, it may have been in the continuation of his work on dependent territories under Truman's Point 4 program. But any solace there was little and late. Overshadowing all of this was the biggest defeat of all, the Cold War. Every facet of Bowman's work after 1945 was colored by the gathering Cold War, and he came to lead his own high-profile crusade against a Soviet Union that he felt threatened the American Lebensraum. His bitter frustrations in this period, with geography, science, and U.S. foreign policy, mirrored the geographical circumscription of American hegemony, for which, in his eyes, the war was fought. He experienced this array of personal defeats as a larger withering of the second moment of U.S. global ambition. Bowman's virtual war. 2 months after the outbreak of World War II, Bowman wrote an extraordinary letter to his old Paris friend Lionel Curtis, master of Oxford's Balliol College. Alarmed about the geopolitical implications of the 1939 Stalin-Hitler Accord and repeating Halford Mackinder's insistence on a divided heartland, Bowman exhorted that Germany and Russia must at all costs be played off against each other and a chain of buffer states maintained between them. Hitler understood this from Haushofer, he argued, but the weakness of Mackinder's argument and the why in Hitler's ointment was the newfound strength of the USSR, now of menacing size and a budding world power. Hitler's pact was a fatal mistake that only strengthened the Stalin regime. Then came a startling prediction, the strengthening of 420/Y. Russia may produce such disastrous effects upon Hitler's plans that it is neither idiotic nor fanciful to say that within 10 years France and England may be acting side by side with Germany in order to hold Russia in check. When the rest of Europe is exhausted economically and spiritually, then will it be seed time for Stalin and for communist doctrine. 2. As Antonio Gramsci once put it, one can predict the future only to the extent that one is involved in making it happen. 3. And the clarity of Bowman's anticipation of a pending anti-Soviet conflict warrants that for him the Cold War was already well underway. He changed his mind on many things during the war, but not about the Soviet Union. He gave Secretary of State Cordell Hull quite unrestrained advice prior to the 1943 Moscow Conference, warning that if Russia arrives in Berlin in advance of Great Britain and the United States, its delegates will foment a pro-Moscow rebellion, and 2 German revolutions may be in being. At the same time, one in the east, the other in the west. Likewise, in Southeast Europe. There is no visible combination of statesmanship and strength in any of the Balkan states sufficient to withstand the subversive work of Russia unless the United States supply arms and also political and military leadership. This would mean taking sides against Russia. It is impossible to believe that the unfolding of such a policy can take place without military clashes followed by growing support on both sides, followed by virtual war between Russia and the West. A de Gaullist government in France might then complete the work of Russia and establish Bolshevism throughout the length and breadth of Europe. 4. The prescience of a State Department insider about virtual war in 1939 cannot be separated from the paranoid misreading of de Gaulle. Both predictions sprang from the same world vision, which, by any standards, was extreme. The USSR was already an enemy nation for Bowman, who callously rejoiced at the German slaughter of Russians, which reached its peak in 1942. Unless Russia is chewed to bits by war, she will be the same uncommunicating, enigmatical, sullen and treacherous force after this war that she was from 1918 to 1941. Even more viciously, the only hope is that will be greatly weakened herself, and the present struggle is taking a terrible toll of Russia's lives and substances. But the bloodletting in Russia must be so great that it may be expected to count in the null stages of the war. 5. Such brutal contempt for the Russian people, 20 million of whom perished in the war, was never declared policy in Roosevelt's State Department, but it was a common undercurrent. Bowman sent a copy of his Cur/421. Tis letter to Roosevelt, who, while not about to embark on an ideological campaign against a potential future ally, nonetheless took Bowman's warnings seriously enough to repeat them to the Senate Military Affairs Committee. 6. The virtual war was on long before the term Cold War was coined, before Churchill railed about the Iron Curtain in 1946, before Yalta, even before Roosevelt and Churchill vacillated on the Second Front. Bowman was certainly among the earliest and most vituperative of anti-Soviet fanatics among a State Department staff that later fanatics thought riddled by communists. But even the bumbling Cordell Hull, a post-war Nobel Peace Prize winner, once uttered the hope that the war should cause the Russian people to be bled white. And Bowman's cynical military geography pitting Germany against the USSR was fully consonant with Senator Truman's. If we see that Germany is winning, we should help Russia, and if Russia is winning, we ought to help Germany, and that way let them kill as many as possible. 7. For Bowman, as for many others, the Cold War began nearer 1917 than 1945. Such cruel and obsessive anti-communism had a capitalist point. The delay of the Second Front involved more than just the issue of intensive military, political, and human destruction in the USSR. Bowman anticipated that the resulting colossal losses would come close to paralyzing the economic life of Russia and cripple its chances for independent economic reconstruction, opening the door to a new phase of dollar diplomacy. 8. Truman's Secretary of the Treasury, Fred Vinson, expressed the economic need more broadly. The capitalistic system is essentially an international system. If it cannot function internationally, it will break down completely. James Burns, the new hawkish Secretary of State, LLED. In the political implications, a durable peace cannot be built on an economic foundation of exclusive blocs, and economic warfare. Vinson concurred, 2 rival blocs would mean economic warfare. Probably we would win, but it would be a Pyrrhic victory. World trade would be destroyed and all countries would suffer. 9. As Bowman had argued since 1943, the premises of the emerging American empire embodied an international geography that was now global. Bowman was deeply disappointed but hardly surprised that the United Nations did not emerge as a smooth conveyance for U.S. interests. He blamed the unrealistic ambitions of the smaller nations, but mostly the intransigence of a Soviet delegation that was generally isolated in the Security Council. He was just as frustrated that the visceral anti-communism he had long harbored in silence was being reinvented in the Truman State Department as bold new thinking. A saber-rattling speech by Stalin in Feb. 422/Y. Ruary 1946, warning that war was as inevitable as the uneven development of capitalism, provoked a stormy response from Churchill, and as the virtual war threatened to become real, the USSR declined a huge billion-dollar IMF and World Bank reconstruction loan because of the capitalist strings attached. The following month, Churchill made his Iron Curtain speech in Missouri. 10. Stalin's speech clinched the matter for Bowman, who now grumbled that Stalin offered not one word of gratitude for our help in the war. He used the opportunity of the Princeton University bicentennial celebration to speak out. Innocuously entitled "Is an International Society Possible?" Bowman's Princeton address was a headline grabber despite the yawning reprise of idealism in international affairs with which it began. He set up foundational ruling class American values: individualism, freedom, the pursuit of private property, the sanctity of the nation-state, and the naturalness of social inequality as universal human traits intermingled with the core of the UN idea. The confusion of Americanism and global universalism was here invisible yet in full view. Communism stood in opposition to all this, he said, for while the United States sought world unity by including the USSR, the Soviets wanted a United Nations that worked only as a means to Soviet ends. They repress rather than celebrate individualism and freedom, extol no humanitarian God, and worship industry only for the sake of material things. He projected Soviet ends involve world communism. It is time to say this frankly, and the fundamental question now is, whose social system is to prevail? The world already lives with a form of war, he lectured, lamenting that the United States was incapable of the kind of single-minded and sustained national effort that characterized the Soviet Union. 11. This was roiling stuff, and if some in the audience found it tedious and long-winded, it played to a country in which knowledgeable Americans who were usually calm began to sound shrill and desperate. 12. The Princeton address established Bowman as a leading anti-Soviet propagandist for the Cold War. Any quibbles with Spigman's power politics were now merely academic. The response was immediate, with headlines blaring, UN as Communism sounding board, only Russia blocks path, geopolitical expert says Rus block one world, communist aims bar world union. It was also reported in Canada and Europe, with the Ottawa Citizen vainly if inaccurately resisting the intimatory message, keep trying for cooperation with Soviet. A column and a half appeared in Time, and Pulitzer Prize, winning journalist Arthur Kroc /423. Praised the address to New York Times readers as very remarkable and timely. 13. Over 4,000 copies of the Princeton address were circulated at the Air University, on whose board Bowman now sat. Among the hundreds of felicitations arriving in the mail, one exhorted Bowman to combat FTH columnists, Reds and Pinks, and to get in touch immediately with J. Edgar Hoover, who was similarly bent on an authoritative exposé of communists. Bowman, of course, was already well acquainted with Hoover, having been an occasional FBI informant since at least 1941. 14. Not everyone was so laudatory, however. Several letters were highly unfavorable, but these were from New York's East Side. Bowman sneered, in a nasty disparagement of Jews or communists or both. Students at Colgate University, where he gave a similar address several days later, accused him of succumbing to the dangerous confusion of slogans, stereotypes and emotional shortcuts. How much democracy and free enterprise does Dr. Bowman think can survive a Third World War? 15. In March 1947, Truman intervened to support British-backed forces against communists in Greece and announced that henceforth the United States would GHT communist movements wherever they appeared. This Truman doctrine was quickly followed by the Marshall Plan, which aimed unabashedly at the political-economic reconstruction of a capitalist Europe. Peace, freedom, and world trade are indivisible, Truman proclaimed. Bowman chose his address to incoming Johns Hopkins students that autumn to escalate his attack on the evils of communism. Reds plotting to rule globe, screamed the Milwaukee Journal, reporting the speech on September 23. He now warned about subversion on college campuses but more pointedly claimed that communism was an absolutism designed to be more ruthless and complete than Tsarism: Reds worse than Tsars, blared the Des Moines Tribune that same day. This speech decisively articulated the theme of an evil empire that would become a staple of right-wing Cold War American geopolitics, revived decades later by Ronald Reagan. Nothing in the regimes of the Tsars, bad as some of them were, had such a high degree of organization for evil, such vicious use of power, as the regime of the Soviets. Post-war Soviet expansionism from the Baltic to the Bosporus was only a prelude to the imposition of an evil system on the whole world. 16. The response to the Red Tsar speech again mixed ecstasy and condemnation. Congratulations this time came from Dwight D. Eisenhower, the increasingly phlegmatic Secretary of Defense James Forrestal, even former Secretary of State Stettinius. Your attack on the Soviet Union is unquestionably the most devastating one I have ever read, exuded a prominent Cornell historian. No one has succeeded as you have in picturing the 424/Y present government of Russia as evil incarnate. But the protests were also more intense, at a time when all intelligent and Christian people should be working to promote understanding and peace. It seems incredible that incoming students in an American university should be greeted by its president with words calculated to enemy their distrust of another country, in support of militarism in this country and a distorted picture of what is happening in the world. 17. Stalin's regime certainly provided grist for this Cold War propaganda mill. The political purges of the 1930s solidifyed his ruthless control at the cost of many thousands of lives, From Leon Trotsky and Nikolai Bukharin to myriad small-time apparatchiks, the gulags enslaved and killed thousands more, and the unprecedented industrial expansion of the 1930s and 1940s was carried out on the backs of workers and peasants. But was there really much new evidence of Soviet repressiveness after the war to justify this escalation of Cold War rhetoric? Already by 1941 the prevailing view in the United States was that the Soviet Union was a cruel and rapacious dictatorship, only slightly less repulsive than Nazi Germany. 18 Were the Eastern European states somehow less democratic in 1947 than before the war? And why did the threat of Soviet control of Eastern Europe create such an outcry, when fascist conquest in the same region after 1938 did not decisively move the United States to action? Post-war anti-communism in the United States certainly perpetuated pre-existing ideological antipathies, but it was also fueled by discontinuities with the pre-war world. Something was different after 1945. It was not simply the existence of the atom bomb, because the RST Soviet tests were not known until 1949. Rather, it was the overwhelming power of the Soviet military against Germany, despite the delayed Second Front, and their ability to prevail after the most devastating losses of modern warfare that stunned many Americans into the realization that Soviet prerogatives in parts of Europe and Asia threatened the global free hand that American leaders felt their country had, by right, inherited. They now chose to see Soviet interests in Eastern Europe as confirmation of that challenge rather than the logical corollary of Mackinder's geopolitics, or indeed Bowman's. Why would the USSR have less need than Germany of the buffer states that Bowman had advocated between East and West? Domestic class fears confirmed the international threat. A surge of strikes and workers' protests suggested to conservatives that national boundaries were no barrier to communism and that the threat would only intensify with economic depression. As late as 1944 Bowman in fact understood that Stalin no longer seriously aspired to world revolution, the hollow rhetoric of the now dissolved Com/. 425. In turn notwithstanding. It is not Marxism any longer, he comprehended. Stalin's dealings with communist parties outside the USSR were more geared to the enhancement of national foreign policy than to sparking revolutions that might evade his control. 19 Yet within 2 years Bowman was warning about the peril of communist-inspired world revolution. The USSR as an ideological enemy was one thing for Bowman, but as a political threat to American economic globalism it was quite another. With Germany and Japan defeated and the American Lebensraum suddenly within grasp, Soviet refusal to cooperate in the construction of a U.S.-led global capitalism was interpreted as an instinctive threat to U.S. economic survival, a survival now conceived as dependent on global economic intercourse. It was less a defensive political geography or geopolitics on the U.S. side that fanned the flames of the Cold War, however much the conflict came to be translated into such simplistic terms, than an offensive economic geography. For the RST time, despite the clear preponderance of U.S. military power after 1945, the USSR could mount a credible challenge to U.S. hegemony. If the struggle at this point seeded a renewed realist geopolitics in the United States itself under the pall of the mushroom cloud, Bowman was surely right that by 1946 it was a struggle between different social and economic systems. Truman would make the same point several months later, even if post-war Soviet and Eastern European societies had none of the workers' control that was supposed to be the basis of communism. In the end, an American Lebensraum that dominated 75% of the global economy simply was not enough. A do-or-die competitive nationalism now drove the quest for globalism. There was nothing casual in Bowman's Cold War politics, and the Princeton address marked a decisive turning point. The two parts of the address, the RST, an embarrassingly vapid recitation of clichés, the second an aggressive realpolitik, replicated in extreme form the contradictions of his earlier liberalism. His pugilistic conservatism after 1945 may have marked a significant political migration from his earlier Wilsonian optimism, but was equally an intellectual continuity. The liberal balance was not defeated but tilted decisively away from idealism. Realpolitik actually affirmed the rectitude of his liberalism. The binary Cold War geographies he now promoted eschewed the subtle and powerful unity of vision that coined American Lebensraum. Bowman had no means of regaining that vision so long as capitalism, Americanism, and democracy remained for him fused and confused. More than ever his geography now tailed his politics. The internationalist dream still gasped for oxygen in the interstices of his acerbic denunciations of communism and was nourished largely by the past, but his 426/Y increasing bitterness was a tacit recognition that the Cold War was a massive defeat for the same liberal foreign policy from Woodrow Wilson, through the Council on Foreign Relations, to Franklin Roosevelt that he had devoted himself to building. Class, science, and the endless frontier, the National Science Foundation and free enterprise in our laboratories. The geography of internal affairs that had preoccupied Bowman in the 1920s and 1930s concerned pioneer settlement in the American West, but it also involved the organization of American science in the name of national development. Science after all was experimental, much like frontier settlement, and after the atomic bomb, science appeared to many as a new frontier writ large. If the war was first and foremost scientific and industrial, the post-war future would be even more scientific, chromium bright. Chagrined over the failure of the Science Advisory Board in 1935, Bowman nonetheless retained a high role in national science circles, becoming vice president of the National Academy of Sciences and president of the American Association for the Advancement of Science while neck-deep in the wartime State Department. What he and Compton were unable to do in 1935 with the Science Advisory Board, war accomplished in ASH, and science was very different a decade later. The hurriedly organized National Defense Research Committee mutated into the Office of Scientific Research and Development via a 1941 executive order that was quite uncontroversial. 20 and its top-secret work was contracted out to scientists in universities, industry, and government, establishing the precedent of massive federal funding for private research. As the war ended, the only question for most of those involved was how best to galvanize this new alliance for peacetime purposes. 21 The OSRD was headed by Vannevar Bush, an electrical engineer who had been Dean of Engineering at MIT and president of the Carnegie Institution as well as founder of the Raytheon Corporation, and he took the lead in organizing post-war government sponsorship of science. The RST step was the preparation of a 1945 report, Science: The Endless Frontier, which became the springboard for the National Science Foundation. 22 Commissioned by Roosevelt, the report amalgamated the ideas of 4 separate committees, the most important of which, Science and Public Welfare, Bowman chaired. His committee included MIT physicist I. Ruby, businessmen from Polaroid and /427. Bell Labs, Robert E. Wilson, chairman of Standard Oil of Indiana, and representatives from the Rockefeller Foundation and the Brookings Institution. Since private sources cannot assume the whole burden of science funding, the Bowman Committee concluded, an increased measure of direct federal aid is necessary. Their central recommendation envisaged a national research foundation, providing grants and student fellowships for basic scientific research. There would be different divisions for physical sciences, biological sciences, engineering, agriculture, and so forth, and the foundation would take over responsibility for military scientific research. Wartime centralization would be relaxed, and the foundation would be run by a board, appointed by the President on recommendation from the National Academy. The NDRC and OSRD had spent almost $100 million during the war, and the committee suggested the same GUR as an initial capitalization. This blueprint by the Bowman Committee became the core proposal of Science: The Endless Frontier. 23 The title itself was significant. Much less of a cliché than it is now, the notion of science as an endless frontier both mobilized and inverted the Turnerian angst of geographical closure that had marked earlier decades. The appeal to a modern scientific future exuded the optimism of a new American globalism. The frontier was now mapped not by intrepid explorers, axe and gun in hand, but by the abstractions of mathematical physicists and chemists, astronomers and biologists, for whom the whole world was visible from the laboratory. Bowman inspired the title of this influential report. Even if the nation's manpower declines in relative numbers, even if its geographical frontiers become XED, began the Bowman report, there always remains one inexhaustible national resource: creative scientific research. Science was the new frontier of social pioneering. 24 wartime research experienced an unprecedented centralization. Only 10 corporations claimed 40% of federal expenditure, and 8 universities claimed 90% of research funds dispersed to universities. Vannevar Bush's old radiation laboratory at MIT received 35%. Smaller colleges and public universities were locked out of the wartime bonanza of federal science support, and 90% of military and OSRD contracts left patents in corporate hands. Against this backdrop, Science: The Endless Frontier was ceremoniously presented to President Truman in July 1945 and became the basis for Senate legislation introduced by Washington Democrat Warren Magnuson. But Magnuson hereby upstaged Senator Harley M. Kilgore, a New Deal Democrat from West Virginia, who had been introducing similar legislation since 1942. Bush, Bowman, and the National Academy elite had deliberately gone behind Kilgore's back, but then 428/Y. The double-crossed senator introduced his own bill. It differed from the scientists' bill in several respects. First, patents resulting from government-sponsored research would revert to the U.S. government and be available for non-exclusive use, whereas the National Academy scientists argued for private retention of patents. Second, National Science Foundation support would not be concentrated in a few elite universities but widely distributed. Third, the New Dealers bill included the social sciences in an explicit recognition that the purpose of the foundation would be to stimulate research with societal applications. Fourth, and most contentious, Kilgore's foundation director would be appointed directly by the president. For the populist Kilgore, a small-town lawyer, National Guardsman, Legionnaire, Mason, and past exalted ruler of the Elks Lodge, science was no more the possession of a social elite than culture was. 25. Whereas for Bush, Bowman, and the National Academy, this was taking democracy too far. Science was an elite achievement of the best minds, and any attempt at government interference or tampering was sure to be fatal. The resulting battle over National Science Foundation legislation represents one of the clearest episodes of class antagonism in 20th-century American science. Bush and Bowman were especially adamant about removing the foundation from direct presidential control. Bowman, now sitting on the board of directors of AT&T, argued that public retention of patents from publicly sponsored research eroded incentives for private research, and his best science elitism was affronted by any proposal to rationalize the distribution of research funds geographically. On the third contentious issue, the inclusion of the social sciences in Science Foundation legislation, the author of Geography in relation to the social sciences had to maneuver a narrower path. If in 1934 he had contemplated a cautious engagement between geography and social science, a decade later he was defensive and much more politically motivated. He dissembled with Truman: the social scientists ought not to be included because their concerns were different, and the membership of the foundation would not be the appropriate group to allocate funds to the social sciences. This tautology masked little of his increasingly visceral antipathy to the social sciences, which were too infiltrated by mere opinion. He thought, all could express themselves capably or otherwise on social questions, whereas scientific facts were available to only the few with the ingenuity and patience to seek them out. Worse, the social sciences were dominated by those with left-wing opinions, and their mission was social reform. The inclusion of the social sciences in proposed legislation would endanger if not wreck the whole business and threaten to make science a political and propagandist football. 26. Bowman had always held that a supple /429 homology of science and democracy comprised twin pillars of social and political freedom, and Americanism was its rightful cultural expression. Science was a weapon in the GHT against communism, he now believed, but social science was the Trojan horse of Americanism. More than on any other issue, Bowman and Bush were uncompromising about who would control any new science foundation. The board should include businessmen and scientists nominated by the National Academy of Sciences but on no account government officials, and it should be the board, not the president, that appoints its own chair. Bowman organized scientists against Kilgore's bill, threatening Truman with a tidal wave of protest by American scientists if it prevailed. 27. The future of federally funded science was the prize for which these divergent interests organized in the summer of 1945. On the one side was a group of conservative scientists and engineers, largely from elite universities and large industrial corporations, led by Bush and Bowman, who supported the Magnuson Bill. They were joined by the military, who objected to civilian control over military science implied in the Kilgore Bill, and by the National Association of Manufacturers, eager for access to patents. On the other side were reform-minded New Dealers in the Senate and, it transpired, Truman himself. Bowman highlighted the class contours of the GHT, Kilgore's connection with labor and his inclinations with respect to it are well known, he warned one university president, as are his well-known relations with the CIO. 28. With two bills in the Senate and the atomic bombing of Japan lending urgency to the question of science, congressional testimony began in October with Bowman strategically placed as the lead witness. After some solemn, predictable bluster about science and the common baseline of all American life, our liberties, he made the case for a national science foundation in terms of national defense. There must be a maintenance of our military strength until we see what the world is going to be like, he warned grimly, and scientific power represented the front line of defense. Free enterprise in our laboratories was what had readied the nation's science for war, and free enterprise in our laboratories is how it should continue. The war is not over, only the military phase of it. He summarized his objections to the Kilgore Bill, agreed that scientists now had to involve themselves in politics, and politicians should support science, but he warned gravely that what scientists fear most is government control. Do not put the proposed National Research Foundation in the category of just another government bureau, he lectured, where politicians tell scientists how to do their job. 29. 430/Y. If some of the assembled senators, staffers, and audience were left sifting through the inanities for the grist, at least one politician thought he got the message clearly, and he didn't like being talked down to by a university president. Emory Maverick, the Texas New Dealer whose name became synonymous with roguish independence and who popularized the word gobbledygook, took direct aim. Disavowing any tinge of sarcasm, he went on to say that Bowman may be a gentleman and a scholar, but he, Maverick, was tired of bulldozing scientists, piously abrogating to themselves all the patriotism while lecturing politicians. Likening Bowman to these hired hands of the monopolies, he decided to lecture back. Was it not a politician who originally enacted the National Academy of Sciences? He asked rhetorically. And who, for instance, was smart enough, and honest enough, to appoint Dr. Bowman to numerous scientific missions? A politician, and I might add, a statesman named Franklin D. Roosevelt. A scientist, because he receives $50,000 a year working for a monopoly, or a big business, Maverick concluded tersely, must remember that this does not necessarily make him pure, except that he may be a pure scientist. 30. The hearings were rarely as exciting and droned on for nearly 4 weeks, but not before the president of Notre Dame, previously a member of Bowman's Science and Public Welfare Committee, distilled the issue of science support down to one of American freedom versus communism. Only Frank Jewett, chairman of the board of AT&T and now president of the National Academy, opposed the science legislation, claiming that the proposed NSF was an entering wedge for some form of socialistic state. Robert Millikan, now the old man of the Academy, largely agreed. Bush and Bowman shared every sniff of Jewett's and Millikan's class instincts about labor, the New Deal, and socialism, differing only in their confidence that they could tame the beast of a government-sponsored science. When the Truman administration nally signaled its support for Kilgore over the scientific elite, Bowman convened a meeting of top scientists in his Johns Hopkins office to try to sway the president. Comprising 43 signatories, the committee supporting the Bush report urged Truman to support the Magnuson bill, but Truman was unimpressed, and this second end run around Kilgore's. They negotiated and Kilgore eventually compromised, softening the geographical dispersal provision and, more important, the insistence on presidential appointment of an NSF director. 31 But they worked under considerable time pressure. The Senate was about to enact the separate Atomic Energy Commission, and worries about military dominance of atomic research began to surface. A very prestigious 431 group of scientists, alarmed that Bush's and Bowman's stubborn elitism would jeopardize eventual legislation, formed the Committee for the National Science Foundation. Led by Harlow Shapley, the Harvard astronomer, and Harold C. Urey, Nobel Prize-winning Columbia atomic scientist, this group was politically more liberal, included many prominent scientists Robert Oppenheimer and Enrico Fermi, even socialists such as Einstein. This group was less dogmatic about government control, favored the retention of patents in the public sphere, and sought inclusion of the social sciences. This group was more concerned by military and industrial control of science, for which federal funding was a solution rather than a danger. The increasingly public division between the two groups of scientists was explained in stark terms in the White House. There is a small inner group closely allied with a few powerful institutions and large corporations. And on the other hand, a larger group of scientists with interests widely spread throughout the nation and with a desire to avoid the concentration of research and the power to control it. 32 The scientists, Kilgore and Magnuson, eventually united around a compromise bill that contained the possibility of a social science division and retained a board-nominated director. But concerned that the resulting bill would die before Congress recessed in July 1946, Bush and Bowman broke ranks and organized yet another end run around Kilgore, inspiring an alternative bill in the House rather than the Senate. It wreaked at few of the hard-fought compromises, and Bush and Bowman now denounced the compromise bill. 33 When Bowman came to testify for the House bill, he must have been shocked at the response. Clarence J. Brown, of Ohio, not comprehending the Hopkins president as an ally against the social sciences, retorted that the average American just does not want some expert running around prying into his life and his personal affairs. If Congress gets the impression that this legislation would establish an organization in which there would be a lot of short-haired women and long-haired men messing into everybody's personal affairs and lives, inquiring whether they love their wives or do not love them and so forth, you are not going to get your legislation. 34 The House bill quickly cleared a stacked committee, but Bush and Bowman had badly miscalculated. When the compromise bill reached the Senate, Bowman's testimony for the renegade House bill was gleefully exploited by opponents of a science foundation. Bowman had not been as adept as Bush at covering his tracks and was forced to rush to Washington with his tail between his legs, insisting to anyone who would listen that he did actually support the Senate bill, any bill. 35 But the damage was done. The Senate bill 432/Y passed on July 3, and the next step would have been relatively simple if not for the existence of a quite different House bill. With no time to rationalize two competing bills, science legislation died before reaching the House. By failing to present a united front, scientists themselves caused the legislators to doubt the wisdom of any of the competing measures, legislative observers noted. 36 scientists were outraged. The sardonic obituary was written in Science, with Bush and Bowman and Gerd as the culprits. At noon, July 19, 1946, the National Science Foundation was pronounced dead by the surgical staff of the House Committee on Interstate and Foreign Commerce. The death was a homicide. Readers of science are familiar with the promising career of the deceased, and many will mourn this untimely and unnatural passing, for the killing was done, not by politicians but by scientists. 37. 10 years earlier Bowman had complained bitterly that the death of the Science Advisory Board was a case of scientists killing off science, but now incensed scientists bitterly turned the accusation against him. Geologist Howard Meyerhoff followed his obituary in Science with the observation that the House bill was a political blunder which has cost science at least a year of life for the National Science Foundation. Actually, it cost 4 years of life for the NSF. A year later, a similar bill, including the Bush-Bowman provision for a board-nominated chair, passed the Congress, and Truman vetoed it, lecturing that its framers lacked faith in the democratic process. The following year, the famous Do Nothing Congress, as Truman dubbed it, did nothing. The year after, successful legislation had the one feature upon which Truman insisted: presidential appointment of the NSF director. Bowman and Bush conceded this compromise but won most of the other points. The bill had little provision for government retention of patents, only an advisory suggestion about the geographical dispersal of grants, and the social sciences were excluded, although their future inclusion was raised as a possibility. On May 10, 1950, VE years and a day after the submission of the original Bowman Committee report, Truman signed the NSF into life. Whatever the compromises, it was, concludes historian of science Daniel Cavils, a victory for elitism. 38 The NSF-GHT was one of the hardest for Bowman, and he bitterly retreated after the RST year. He lost a lifetime friendship with astronomer Harlow Shapley, who had nominated Bowman for the Harvard presidency in 1933, when Conant was appointed. The contradiction in Bowman's position, an insistent separation of science from politics yet an ideologically driven refusal of the social sciences, was evident to many. As with his ear / 433. Liar Wilsonian idealism, the conceptual divorce of science and politics was a convenientian, a powerful if conservative political weapon. It left the political direction of science policy in the hands of science elites, who could reject any challenge as politically motivated. As one Chicago scientist put it at the beginning of 1946, science is in politics now and it is in to stay. True laissez-faire research is almost unknown even now. When Bowman and Shapley parted ways, the astronomer tried to explain the sentiments of many scientists: the domination of freedom in American science by the great industries and domination by the military, not the federal government, were now the primary dangers. 39 While NSF legislation languished in the late 1940s, an array of other bodies led the vacuum. The Atomic Energy Commission was quickly established to direct that slice of research, and the Office of Naval Research cornered military sponsorship of science after August 1946. ONR was highly aggressive, swarming over the country's campuses in search of scientists to fund, and by one estimate 80% of papers delivered at the 1948 American Physical Society meeting were supported by ONR. The military dominated campus sponsorship of basic research by 1949, and the AEC and Department of Defense spent 96% of campus research dollars in the physical sciences. These three agencies, together with the Public Health Service, spent $63 million that year. The National Institutes for Health, with a 1951 budget of $30 million, claimed the medical niche. 40 This interweaving of corporate and military interests, of course, led Truman's Republican successor to decry the military-industrial complex. By comparison, the NSF appropriation for 1952 was only $3.5 million, less than 1% of the capitalization Bowman initially envisaged for the NSF and less than 3% of the annual budget anticipated in Science: The Endless Frontier. Bowman bears a special responsibility for the exclusion of the social sciences from the NSF legislation. Since World War I, if not earlier, his geographical career was devoted to transgressing the boundary between physical and social sciences, a boundary that he felt geography was especially lucky to inhabit. An ambassador from physical geography to the social sciences, the New York Times once described him. Well accepted by the Social Science Research Council hierarchy, on whose board he sat for most of the 1930s, he was entrusted by the National Academy elite with the chairmanship of the NRC precisely because his ability to speak the language of social science would have a salutary effect in New Deal Washington. 41 Social scientists lobbied hard for inclusion in the NSF, and Bowman was in a unique position to secure their inclusion. But as 434/Y. He soured on Roosevelt, the New Deal, and social liberalism. His political convictions eclipsed even his passion for an expansive geography, and social science was the victim. A poor relation in the NSF to this day. The inclusion of the social sciences remained under political attack as recently as 1995 in ways that echo Bowman and the 1945-46 hearings. 42. Cold War science. The fishing party. Bowman was not niched with science, however. The nuclear attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki revealed a new and terrible technology that had to be managed, both domestically and as an ever-present instrument of U.S. foreign policy. 43. The Atomic Energy Commission, with sweeping powers to direct atomic research and development, was quickly established, and although the commission retained elite scientific control, the military hierarchy was fully empowered within its wall of secrecy, another clear-cut victory for elitism. Bowman was summoned from his Turtle Island vacation home in early September 1946 and invited by Truman to serve on the VE Person AEC. Proud of Johns Hopkins's modest role in atomic research and a patriotic mouthpiece for the administration's myth-making exaggeration that the atom bomb had saved the lives of VE 100,000 U.S. soldiers, Bowman was privately very alarmed by the use of such a hideous weapon. 44. But he took the offer seriously. He had enthusiastic support from the Army, the Navy, and the State Department, and an FBI check found him squeaky clean. Truman and Bowman danced around each other at the White House meeting. The Geographer was careful to assure Truman that he was a Democrat, and the president dangled the still unassigned chairmanship of the AEC before Bowman. But Truman was clearly having difficulty recruiting top scientists for the AEC and prevaricated on why James Conant and MIT President Carl Compton had declined appointments. 45. Bowman was lobbied hard by Navy Secretary James Forrestal. Vannevar Bush weighed in, and White House aide Clark Clifford enlisted the Hopkins Board of Trustees. But Bowman would have to leave Hopkins, and the AEC annual salary of $15,000 would mean a 40% pay cut. He told Truman, to avoid conflicts of interest he would have to sell his stocks at deeply depressed post-war prices. Pledges from the Carnegie Corporation and the Hopkins trustees to make up his salary and pension differentials did not persuade him. 46. Bowman also declined the chairmanship of the board coordinating post-war military research between the departments of Army and Navy, and during the war, he refused Henry Stimson's request that he head up the by/435 Ological Warfare Unit of the War Department, which was every bit as secret as the Manhattan Project. Whatever his attitude toward Russian civilians, he retained an abstract queasiness about the use of science for the destruction of human life, and said so to Truman. 47. One position, however, he did take RMLY. Despite a 1947 account by retired Secretary of War Stimson that solidized the Truman government's self-justification for dropping the bomb, the public knew little about its chemistry and capabilities. The atomic bomb remained shrouded in the highest secrecy, and public fears, suspicions, and vocal opposition were on the rise, not least from scientists themselves. 48. The atomic tests on the Bikini Atoll raised public fears of a superbomb, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff reported the gruesome power of the next generation of nuclear weapons. They recommended that the U.S. President have RST strike authority, because if other governments gained such weapons, there would be no time to consult Congress in the event of surprise attack. This recommendation, of course, was political dynamite, giving the president de facto authority to declare war. Truman and the State Department wanted to bury the military report, fearing that public debate about the morality of atomic warfare would only galvanize political opposition, yet they also knew that the broadening web of government and military secrecy presented an obvious political target and was increasingly vulnerable to leaks. Pro-military hysteria aimed at Russia was matched by fears of a nuclear-inspired end of civilization. Many businessmen, seeking profitable inroads to the new technology, also favored public release of atomic information. Under mounting pressure, Truman referred the matter to a committee. 49. The Fishing Party. The highly classified committee's code name was charged with the RST Major High-Level Reconsideration of Nuclear Secrecy in the United States. 50. It was deliberately small and could hardly have been more elite. It was chaired by Harvard President James Conant, who had advised the government from the start on the development of the bomb and who, at the null moment, gave decisive advice on Japanese targets. Committee members included two university presidents besides Bowman, James Morrill and Dwight D. Eisenhower, who occupied the Columbia presidency en route between military and political careers, industrialists Crawford H. Green Eval and Charles A. Thomas, Christian Science Monitor editor Irwin D. Canham, and John Foster Dulles, New York lawyer and Republican, future Secretary of State, and author of the Doctrine of Massive Nuclear Retaliation. Their charge was broad and simple. Without any publicity whatsoever as to its formation or purpose, the committee would assess the information which should be released to the public concerning the capabilities of, and defense. 436/Y. Against, the atomic bomb and weapons of biological, chemical, and radiological warfare. 51. The Fishing Party met at the Pentagon in April 1949 for a detailed briefing by scientists and military personnel on two subjects: the precise capabilities of the various weapons of mass destruction, and the current offensive-defensive balance regarding aerial warfare. At the second meeting, following an assessment of U.S. military capabilities, the committee split with a one-vote majority arguing that no official public statement should be made at this time. Their reasoning was terse: any release of information would establish a precedent, potentially threatening national security, and was ill-advised in light of the Soviet threat. Public debates among experts would enhance confusion and bolster extremism, and there was no real public demand for additional official information in any case. Certain well-known and probably well-meaning pressure groups as well as extremists should be ignored. The public actually feared that too much rather than too little information would be released, the majority concluded. 52. The minority was aghast at this contorted and authoritarian paternalism and the implied perpetuation of a haphazard status quo whereby the American people received their atomic information via a process of osmosis and leaks. For them, the public release of reliable information would calm rather than enemy irrational fears. If the majority prevailed, they concluded, not only would the positive intent of their mandate be annulled to decide what information should be released, but a vital precedent would be lost. What appears to be needed, the minority concluded, is not the siege mentality of the majority but a bold, new philosophy. 53. Bowman sided unhesitatingly with the majority. He had railed for much of his life against government paternalism, but at this vital juncture chose to believe that the people did not want or need to know anything. He was joined by Dulles and Eisenhower as well as the Monsanto and DuPont industrialists. Conant led the four-person minority. Even Morrill, president of the University of Minnesota, who would distinguish himself 3 years later by banning Paul Robeson from performing an on-campus concert, could not stomach the reactionary bent of the majority. The intended null report included a minor compromise, recommending the release of information about biological weapons, but a disappointed Conant was left to pad his transmittal letter with weak platitudes about representational government and the importance of freely available information for making sound judgments. In practice, however, the Fishing Party endorsed a government-industry military monopoly over chemical and atomic knowledge and technology. 437. Then a dramatic event changed things. On September 23, 1949, before the null report was submitted, news of the RST Soviet atomic test was released, and Conant repolled the committee. Eisenhower switched sides, now voting for the release of atomic information. Although Conant now had his majority, he got cold feet, and rather than opening up the issue again, the group agreed that the public should be told only that accurate assessment of the destructiveness of atomic bombs was still not possible and that no superbomb was in the works. Neither statement was true, but in the Cold War hysteria following the news that the USSR was now an atomic power, the Fishing Party report drew scant attention. They had brought forth a mouse. 54 For Bowman, any questions about scientific secrecy and weaponry were now entirely overridden by the specter of the Soviet Union. The $64 question was how to balance the need to inform the public and Western European allies and the need to keep enemy from countering our plans. It was no contest. Release of information only aids enemy. He may have rued the invention of the atomic bomb, but long before the fishing party was convened he had come to the conclusion that it was a handy weapon and ought to be used not just against Stalin and his government but against Russia's millions if Moscow decides to march across starving Europe. 55 The Danish nuclear physicist Niels Bohr had warned Roosevelt and Churchill that Soviet physicists knew a nuclear bomb was possible and that the Soviet Union should be informed about US research lest the Soviets conclude that their allies were double-crossing them. Bohr's advice was rejected, but he was right. Soviet physicists had been working on an atomic bomb since at least 1942. Now years later, the fishing party decisively compounded the mistake. Their refusal to make a powerful statement concerning the freedom of information was a crucial way station in the rapidly developing military academic industrial complex and the building paranoia on all sides of the nuclear arms race. 56 The fishing party's own deliberations were not declassified until 1971. Vice, nepotism, and pederasty. Academic war over geography at Harvard. The Second World War was a lesson in world geography, Eric Hobsbawm has written. 57 And nowhere was the lesson more needed or engaged than in the United States. Roosevelt's invitation to the American people to take out their atlases and follow along with his reside radio chats as he charted the war's progress represented a dramatic corrective to the lost geographies. 438/Y. Of America's post-World War I ideological isolationism. War is traditionally good for geography, and U.S. geographers were optimistic that the post-war period would deliver the discipline onto its rightful academic pedestal. All the evidence was on their side, and American globalism would need geographical knowledge of unprecedented accuracy and extent, and geographers were poised to LL the need. As Bowman had put it in the wartime State Department, anything happening anywhere around the world potentially involved U.S. interests. The geography program at Harvard in the late 1940s was very different from that of the Shaler-Davis days, when Bowman was an undergraduate. 58 In the 1920s a serious attempt was made to launch an independent geography program within geology. The geomorphologist Kirk Bryan had been hired in 1926, followed by the Chicago-trained human geographer Derwent Whittlesey and several part-time instructors. Whittlesey was a political and settlement geographer of some note. He had been elected president of the Association of American Geographers in 1944 and also editor of one of the discipline's leading journals, the Annals of the AAG, and it was he who led the Harvard crusade for geography in the 1940s. Much as at Hopkins, World War II had stimulated new interest in geography, and the Harvard administration now decided to hire several new permanent faculty. Edward Ackerman, a Harvard PhD who had worked for the Office of Strategic Services and the combined Chiefs of Staff during the war, was hired, as was Edward Ullman, a Chicago PhD also from the OSS. Ackerman and Ullman were beginning to explore the application of systems theory and mathematics to locational analysis, conceiving human geography in formal positivist terms. Their wartime work quickened this process, and they were widely seen as among the most innovative young researchers of a new generation, on the cutting edge of a more sophisticated human geography. 59 But Harvard also faced a serious post-war financial crisis, and by 1947 the administration was clearly on the lookout for cost savings. Ackerman was up for promotion, and Harvard procedure called for the formation of an ad hoc committee on geography to consider the case. After an affirmative vote in the Division of Geological Sciences in May 1947, the ad hoc committee ratified the Ackerman promotion. The division also unanimously concluded that the time had come for an independent department of geography. But because some of the geologists were jealous about the resources to be funneled toward geography, Marland Billings, the chair of the Division of Geological Sciences, went behind the faculty's back to the Harvard provost, Paul Buck, insisting that geology needed the resources instead and would make better use of them and that human geography was of due/. 439. Bias intellectual worth anyway. Rumors began circulating that geography would be cut, not built, and at the end of February 1948, with the backing of Harvard President Conant, Buck overturned the ad hoc committee recommendation, refused to promote Ackerman, read one of the geography instructors, and made it clear that a tapering off in geography would take place. Despite warning signs, a despondent Whittlesey was apparently taken by complete surprise. "We seem to be just at the point of consolidating the slow gains of the last 20 years, he wrote. "To have it all knocked out from under us is hard to take." 60. A highly publicized academic war over the eld of geography quickly ensued. Ackerman already had prestigious support. Richard Hartshorne, J.K. Wright, and Colonel Hubert Schenck had all previously written glowing recommendations, and although Whittlesey was shell-shocked, others now mobilized a protest. Kirk Bryan and geology colleague Curtly Mather were appalled and said so publicly, and the Harvard Crimson, calling the decision anachronous, denounced a minority of the professors of geology for selling geography out to the administration. The Student Council angrily decried the decision, and a flood of letters from prominent geographers worldwide inundated Buck and Conant. A chorus of condemnation might alter the decision, concluded student organizer Peter Roll, if I can get Bowman and a couple of others to open their mouths. 61. But there were skeletons in geography's closet that had a bearing on the decision. In 1931 the Amazonian explorer Alexander Hamilton Rice had effectively bought himself a professorship at Harvard, or so many felt. He was married to Eleanor Widener, a wealthy society woman who in 1915 had donated the Widener Library to Harvard in memory of her son, a Titanic victim. Rice had been elected to the AGS Council in 1917, was its vice president through the 1920s, and sponsored an AGS School of Surveying. But the council took a dim view of his wife's attempt to donate $1 million to the depression-strapped AGS in exchange for Bowman's ouster and her husband's ascendancy to the AGS presidency. Rebuffed, the Rices decamped to Harvard, where a soon-to-retire President Lowell accepted their gift, aimed at establishing the Institute of Geographical Exploration with Alexander Hamilton Rice as its professor. 62. But Rice was a showman and entrepreneur, not a scholar. He commuted to Harvard from Newport, Rhode Island, in a chauffeur-driven Rolls-Royce and plagued Conant constantly. Persona non grata with the other Harvard geographers, who had no hand in his appointment, he was an embarrassment for the discipline. 440/Y. The second embarrassment for Harvard and geography was that, amid the powerful ideological reassertion of a narrow familial conventionalism after the war, Derwent Whittlesey was gay. He lived with Harold Kemp, a mediocre scholar at best for whom he had secured a Harvard lectureship. Had it not been that Whittlesey brashly promoted Kemp, little public notice might have been paid to his sexuality. But it was an open secret in Cambridge, and the verbal mythology within the discipline mixed prurience and homophobia, lasting for decades. Whittlesey was the man, Kemp the woman, reported one senior geographer in the 1980s. They always had pink-faced undergraduates over there. They took them to the opera. 63 other whispers had it that a third geography faculty member was involved with Kemp and Whittlesey in a homosexual cell. Bowman was pivotal to the fate of geography at Harvard. He was on the 1947 ad hoc committee recommending Ackerman's promotion, soon thereafter was elected to the Harvard Board of Overseers and was a personal friend of Conant. Himself a Harvard man who relentlessly proselytized for geography, the president of Johns Hopkins would have to be reckoned with in any move against the discipline. But Bowman had his doubts about the Harvard department. In the RST place, he was deeply opposed to its intellectual direction. Whittlesey, Ackerman, and Ullman were all human geographers with little training in the physical side of the discipline, and the graduate students increasingly followed this mold. Bowman insisted that physical geography was the only conduit to science and that a separate human geography would inevitably be descriptive, fragmentary, and easy. The trouble with modern geographers is that they are human geographers with no established body of principles, scientific in character. Knowing that Buck and Conant wanted a broader evaluation of Harvard geography, Bowman made this attack forcefully against human geography at the 1947 Ad Hoc Committee and reiterated it to Conant afterward in a stiff note accompanying a copy of his geography in relation to the social sciences. 64 This was more than mere nostalgia for the physical geography of his Harvard youth. Dogged by a defensive sense of their own marginalization in the academy, American geographers after the 1930s were obsessed with denning the discipline into a position of prominence, and the view that came to prevail, especially after the publication of Hartshorne's The Nature of Geography, was that geography did not claim its own discrete object of study the way sociology or chemistry might, but rather synthesized in a spatial and environmental framework the results of other disciplines. 65 There was considerable precedent for this view, but in the context of 20th century science, the resulting claim that geography was therefore the queen of the sci/. 441. INSAS was as messianic and pretentious as it was popular among geographers. In the Harvard battle, it was to this view of the discipline that Bowman resorted: the geographer has to handle physics, chemistry, biology, meteorology, climatology, and geology. Why not? He wrote to Gladys Wrigley. With the incessant splintering of elds of specialized knowledge, the geographer is the one professional synthesizer. 66 Bowman also despised Whittlesey. He disrespected Whittlesey's scholarship, once calling his Earth and the State an ignorant and truly appalling book, but was repulsed by his homosexuality. In Cambridge for the ad hoc meeting, Bowman was quietly informed that although Kemp was no longer a geography instructor, Whittlesey's relationship with him remained embarrassing. 67 The depth of Bowman's homophobia rarely came out in public, but he was once quite explicit to Gene Gottman. The subject naturally got around to the Harvard department. Gottman recalled of their 1948 meeting, and before Bowman could even indict the department's scholarship, their PhDs were worthless and their program was an intellectual kindergarten. He made scathing accusations of vice, nepotism, and pederasty. 68 Amid the gathering Cold War hysteria, sexual and political mores mirrored each other intensely. Homosexuality was deemed by many to be as un-American as communism, both unnatural and dangerous threats to a manly capitalism. They were linked at Harvard insofar as Whittlesey's work pegged itself to the social more than the natural sciences, and Bowman did not shrink from raising the specter of politics in social science at later Harvard deliberations. An embarrassed Ullman even had to apologize once for Bowman's implication that geography is the most important bulwark to communism and brutality in the world. Just because this article may ramble, Ullman pleaded, does not mean that Bowman is stupid. 69 In fact, from the time of the 1947 ad hoc meeting, Bowman was already collaborating with Buck and Conant against Harvard geography. Far from opening his mouth, as student organizer Peter Roll had hoped, he actively encouraged others to keep theirs shut. On news of Ackerman's dismissal, he immediately pressed AGS director J.K. Wright, who had also been on the ad hoc committee, to do nothing. Citing the background about Whittlesey, he warned against the concerted disciplinary protests suggested by Haverford President Gilbert White. And he dictated a array of implorations to galvanize a defense of Harvard geography, effectively stemming any revolt. In the most quisling tones he also wrote to the Harvard provost. From time to time I am in receipt of a letter from hither and yon to the effect that Harvard has dropped geography, and why don't I do something? 442/Y. About it? Let me say that my general reply is to the effect that I propose to mind my own business. 70 Bowman seems to have believed that he could help disband the current geography personnel and guide its rebuilding. As he served up Whittlesey on a plate, he cautioned over and over to perturbed geographers that things can be worked out quietly. But Bowman's homophobia and anti-communism were abetted by self-delusion and tragic miscalculation. If, as he charged, Whittlesey had been unable to get Harvard to see anything useful in the discipline, this was a disciplinary as much as a personal indictment. Intellectually, Whittlesey was among geography's top scholars, and Bowman's own work received no rave reviews. The prominent historian Frederick Merck, reporting to a 1949 Harvard committee charged with evaluating the whole geography situation, disparaged Bowman's geography in relation to the social sciences as digressive and diffuse and disjointed and generally lacking substance. The nature of geography fared no better. It was not just Whittlesey but all of geography's best who failed to sell the discipline. And to a chemist like Conant, the presumption of Bowman's Pollyanna-ish claims for geography as queen of the sciences must have seemed pathetic. Conant was a formidable opponent, who by one account saw no difference between poisoning a soldier and blowing him to bits, and Buck was just as indomitable. Intimidated by Harvard as an undergraduate, Bowman may have jousted with Colonel House, Roosevelt, and Churchill, but he was still intimidated by Harvard at the end of the 1940s. 71 It got worse. Defending his decision, Conant eventually issued a directive that sent shockwaves through the discipline. Geography is not a university subject, he declared. Closing a program was one thing but denouncing an entire discipline was another, and given Harvard's educational leadership this announcement echoed throughout American higher education. Bowman was angry, and he had a point. I do not see how Conant can say that this is not a university subject of study while at the same time harboring the Harvard School of Business Administration. Seeking to undo the damage in which he was now implicated, he concluded to J.K. Wright that he had one more job to do, which is to attempt a defense of geography as a university subject and see that it is scattered widely throughout the country as an offset to the action at Harvard. 72 It is doubtful that Bowman ever understood how gravely he miscalculated. He never did confront Conant. In fact, the pandering continued. When he sat in his RST Board of Overseers meeting in October 1948, the highly publicized question of closing geography arose. Bowman remained silent, and Conant/443 gushed with gratitude. 73 In June 1948 Bowman sailed for Britain, where he was to receive an honorary doctorate of science from Oxford University and the Patron's Medal of the Royal Geographical Society. Aboard the Queen Mary he bumped into Jean Gottman, whom he had read from the Hopkins Geography Department several months earlier. Bowman was a lonely goer, Gottman recalled, and insisted several times that the Frenchman should come up to his luxury cabin on the sun deck to talk about geography and old times. An ambivalent Gottman eventually went, and Bowman admitted candidly that he had been decisive in making the initial decision to drop geography at Harvard. They were a bad advertisement for the discipline, he told Gottman, and a bad bunch of men. When Gottman protested that this was a terrible blow to American geography, Bowman brushed him aside, pulling from his briefcase a copy of his address to the RGS, which, he insisted, included a paragraph that would convince Conant and all other doubters of the merits of geography. Gottman was struck not just by the vacuity of Bowman's bravado but by how pathetic a goer he now cut. 74 Geographers were correct that post-war U.S. globalism would require extensive geographical knowledge, but what they could not foresee was that the weakness of the discipline, compounded by the closure of the Harvard program, would diminish the ability of the discipline to respond. Even as Harvard was axing geography, plans were being laid there at Columbia University and elsewhere for a new ELD that came to be known as Area Studies. Led by Institutes for Russian and East European Studies, which responded to demands for instrumental knowledge to fuel the Cold War, but broadening out into a much wider pursuit, Area Studies provided much of the geographical knowledge for the new American globalism. As for Harvard geography, the 1949 committee admitted to being baffed about what geography actually was but concluded that they probably ought to have a department of it at Harvard anyway. Pleading financial exigency, the administration never implemented the decision. When there is enough money, suggested David Bailey, secretary of the Harvard Corporation in 1960, and when Harvard can ND the right man, geography will again be on the Harvard curriculum. Formally the question of Harvard geography remains unresolved, and periodic arise of activity raise the possibility that geography might again be found appropriate. 75. Dollars and democratic phraseology. Point 4 Imperialism. With President Roosevelt's death, my status in relation to the government changed substantially, Bowman once volunteered, and now I feel as much. 444/Y. Out of it as if I were a Republican. 76. This may have been the greatest irony of Bowman's Washington career. The abrupt Cold War acidity of Truman's State Department should have represented a homecoming for him, but at Foggy Bottom as much as at Harvard he was the paradoxical victim of his own cautious conservatism. Behind State Department walls, he had been an early and extreme voice against the USSR but never explicitly allied himself with the younger, more agile anti-Soviets, a group that eventually included future Secretaries of State James Burns and Dean Acheson as well as Adolph Burley. Bowman found himself passed over when a new generation of right-wing Democrats stole the anti-communist thunder he had boomed to Lionel Curtis as war began. He was tainted by his close association with Hull and even more so with Stettintinius, whom Truman blamed for U.S. concessions at Yalta, and the new generation in the State Department distrusted him as either suspiciously liberal, given his history with Woodrow Wilson, or else too stodgy and rigid a conservative. In one major Truman foreign policy initiative, however, he did play a central if brief role. Henry Wallace had written Bowman in 1942 that with an international bank and a practical form of international TVA it might be possible to develop certain backward areas of the world and in such a way postpone serious post-war depression. 77. Bretton Woods established the International Monetary Fund and World Bank, but at the end of the 1940s direct capital investment by U.S. capitalists was still lacking. Late 19th century European prosperity was based on capital export, and U.S. corporations had begun to expand their foreign direct investment in the RST decades of the 20th century. The Depression ended this trend, however, and by 1938 U.S. investment abroad had fallen from $8 billion to $3 billion. A decade later, private investment abroad stood at only $900 million, a mere 2% of domestic investment, and was highly concentrated in Latin America and Middle Eastern oil. Petroleum companies accounted for almost 80% of direct foreign investment in the 3 years after the war. 78. Wallace's fear of a deep post-war depression was now widespread, and Vinson's warning that capitalism was inherently international was more urgent. In the fourth major point of his January 1949 inaugural address, Truman announced a new program. It was sold publicly as an antidote to misery, hunger, and disease, but its larger goal was to spark stagnant economies and the economic growth of underdeveloped areas. Point 4, as it came to be known, was an adjunct of the Marshall Plan devoted to investment and development outside Europe. It was a logical outcome of Roosevelt's commercial ambitions in erstwhile colonies and at the same time unprecedented. 445. The U.S. government had sponsored specified programs in Latin America and provided disaster relief, and the exigencies of war had provoked the massive Lend-Lease program in Europe, but Point 4 now promised a comprehensive funnel of capital into those areas deemed ripe for development. U.S. industrial and technological know-how, combined with international capital investment and democracy, was the solution to underdevelopment, Truman argued. 79. The knock came at Bowman's door even before the speech. Would he head up this bold new program? He would be working with Paul G. Hoffman, who directed the Economic Cooperation Administration, responsible for implementing the Marshall Plan, and with Averell Harriman, its roving European ambassador. But a newly retired Bowman had 6 books to write, was reluctant to move to Paris as the job required, and was worried about his health when a periodic thyroid illness aired again. A compromise was quickly reached whereby he would stay in Baltimore, with easy access to Washington, and work half-time overseeing ECA's Point 4 work. He was appointed special consultant to the ECA administrator and eventually chaired the advisory board on overseas territories, charged with implementing Point 4. An assistant would report to him from Paris, and he selected John E. Orchard, the Columbia economic geographer who had previously worked for the Lend-Lease program. 80.4 for Bowman was about ling in the economic geography of U.S. globalism. It looked like a fitting cap to a career for one who cut his academic teeth with the conditional scientific conquest of the Andes, was concerned with the Mandate territories at Paris in 1919, and helped devise U.S. strategy for shaking loose the colonies after World War II. The economic, ideological, and political aspects of Third World development, as it now came to be known, all came together in Point 4. Having envisaged the post-war world as an American economic Lebensraum, he now cast himself in the image of that future. Whatever his NSF and Harvard scruples about social science, 4.4 he became an economic geographer. Truman had insisted that greater production is the key to prosperity and peace, and Bowman agreed. But somebody must bring in capital. Only in rare cases can natives accumulate capital in a primitive economy, and American capitalists were proving reluctant. In 1948 only $800,000 was drawn from the initial Marshall Plan fund of $1 billion for private capital investing in Europe. 81 investors would be even less keen outside Europe. Some held that a series of strong investment treaties with foreign countries would encourage investment, but Bowman was more ambitious. Rigid bilateralism tends to protect high costs. 446/Y. And high prices, he argued, and would unnecessarily constrain competition and production. Multilateralism, not bilateralism, was the appropriate framework for the American Lebensraum. Fully edged globalism rather than mere internationalism was what they now strove for. 82 guarantees to the investor would be balanced by guarantees of local interests Truman had proposed, and Bowman quickly identified such guarantees as the crucial missing element. What kinds of portability guarantees could be made to U.S. businesses, and what would the corollary guarantees to local governments look like? This became a central conundrum for Point 4 officials, who were nonetheless optimistic that if the correct mechanism could be devised, the sluice gates of U.S. capital investment would open. But that would bring its own dilemmas. If the United States were to step up production in underdeveloped regions, it risked exceeding the limit of world demand. Bowman argued candidly that a market can be created through arousing desire for goods and commodities, but only within limits, and he balked at the international price and wage controls on cartels and monopolies that such a dilemma seemed to call for, but had no other solution. 83 Thus did the strident Cold Warrior unwittingly replicate some of the central contradictions identified in the Marxist diagnosis of capitalism. How did so-called primitive accumulation take place? Where did the capital come from? What would happen if economic surpluses could not end markets? How would the tendency to overproduction be resolved? And how is it possible that the free play of competition can lead to its opposite, namely, monopoly control of prices and markets, even production? The practical man, seeking to understand how American capitalism could be generalized across the globe, had iterated his way empirically to some of the central dilemmas of Marx's Capital, even as he spat vitriol at communism everywhere. But Bowman in 1949 was in no mood to recognize such intellectual niceties. To break the investment bottleneck, he proposed a high-level U.S. diplomatic mission to European capitals to encourage U.S. and joint ventures in their colonies. Junior ECA officials were alarmed at such a transparent attempt to apply the lash to European colonial powers, but they were overruled, and a preparatory Paris summit was arranged. Bad health convinced Bowman against the trip, but in the meantime he sought to expand the propaganda front. Cognizant that the substantial geographical ignorance of U.S. businessmen concerning the rest of the world seriously circumscribed potential investment, he nonetheless chose to educate the residents of the underdeveloped world instead. Why not, he proposed in August 1949, bring to the United States under the aegis of the ECA, A/447 group of qualified representatives from overseas colonial dependencies, to be indoctrinated with the first-hand understanding of American commerce and banking? With the help of such indoctrination, the scope and standards of living might be advantageously expanded. 84 But congressional legislation enabling Point 4 was still not in place, and the program had now attracted Stalin's attention. A cautious Hoffman and Harriman overruled Bowman's indoctrination initiative. Truman built a rhetorical defense against charges of U.S. imperialism into his inaugural announcement of Point 4. The old imperialism exploitation for foreign prod has no place in our plans, he claimed, emphasizing instead democracy and fair dealing. But the Soviet government easily understood commercial multilateralism as the leading edge of global capitalism, and Stalin had already condemned the Marshall Plan as dollar imperialism. In July, the Soviet ambassador to the UN attacked Point 4 directly as just another colonial plot, a judgment eagerly corroborated by various Asian delegations, and U.S. officials received mounting reports of the fear of American capital everywhere. It was not so much that Point 4 was tainted by Cold War tension, rather that Cold War McCarthyism was dramatically intensified in ideological support of U.S. economic interests expressed in the Marshall Plan and Point 4. 85 For Bowman, of course, imputations of imperialism were preposterous, and depictions of swaggering U.S. capital rubbing the natives' noses in the dirt even more so. He was especially bitter at Indian ingratitude, for them to suggest that we bear the principal burden for making them feel comfortable about receiving our money is indicative of the dream world in which so many people live who see our standard of living and deplore their own wretched condition, as if we were responsible for their condition or were able to remedy it at a stroke. 86.4 began modestly indeed. Bowman argued that geographical infrastructure such as ports and railways ought to be a RST priority. This represented a decisive shift away from the wartime State Department's concern with resources and agricultural products, reacting the assumption that public leverage was most effective in XED capital investments whose long amortization periods repelled private investors. A comprehensive African railway survey with a Continental Railway plan to follow and a preparatory visit to North Borneo by 2 road engineers were immediately considered, as was dredging on the Essequibo and Berbice rivers in British Guyana, but the largest ticket items and the most specific came from private investors. Reynolds Metals Company requested $11.1 million for the development of Jamaican bauxite, and the 448/Y Aluminum Import Company sought $7.9 million for an aluminum plant, also in Jamaica. For geological and topographical surveying, $1.8 million was requested as well as smaller amounts for rice and cocoa development, the transfer of used machinery from the United States to various countries, and a sawmill in Trinidad. 87 With Point 4 Bowman Nally left behind his most cherished assumption that development would be driven by settlement. Capital more than people now led the economic geography of development. But he was also running out of steam. Despite recognizing that the political significance of underdeveloped territories was as great in the post-war era as in the late 19th century, he was unable to summon up his enthusiasm of 1939 to 1943, when his vision of an American Lebensraum had unfolded. His cynicism was never far off. All is Point 4 here, he wrote Oberstwithe geographer H. J. Fleur. We are bustling around the world doing good, tripping over ourselves in the process. Who knows but what 1949 may be remembered by the historians, when dollars and democratic phraseology walk hand in hand in the allegedly naive corners of the world. His skepticism about the program's results was even sharper. Sometimes still animated, he was now more usually cautious about what foreign aid could achieve, and he backed well away from any demand for immediate self-determination. Technology transfer was important but not a guarantee of development, he insisted, pointing to the environmental disaster wrought by FDR's export of plows to West Africa and Nelson Rockefeller's failed mechanization of Brazilian agriculture. 88 In a Saturday Evening Post critique of Point 4, eugenicist William Voigt used Bowman's authority to argue that millions might be saved from tribal war, malaria and tsetse only to face starvation due to overpopulation. But Bowman's sharpest cynicism was reserved for the recipients of foreign aid. Once the capital is invested, the technology transferred, and the rice thresher and textile mill put in the hands of the native, what will he do? Bowman queried. Will past prejudices really be shorn? Will he suddenly believe that the witch doctor has died and Allah has gone off for a nap? 89 Bowman's stint with Point 4 revealed another, more surprising if enduring aspect of his politics. Bankers and financiers quickly played a leading role in the ECA, and Bowman decried their inions at every opportunity. With the 1890s financial crisis and his family's near loss of their farm to the bank seared into his memory, and having lost his savings in the Great Depression, he held an uncompromising distrust of the banking class. Quite comfortable in the company of industrialists and generals, he saw bankers as a species apart. He had clashed with them before in the 1920s over the dislash. 449. Rection of the Council on Foreign Relations, but his antipathy 2 decades later was even more bitter. It may have been the only residue of class consciousness he retained from a dirt-hard adolescence, but bankers for Bowman were parasites. They only underwrote the world with cash, at a pretty percentage, he might have said, but did nothing to change it. Their philosophy was exploitation, and when bankers put private money into overseas territories they will carry that philosophy with them, he warned. Private investment overseas was vital, but no bankers. Can we really team up and at the same time pretend that democracy follows the dollar? Bankers' control of foreign trade initiatives represented a worse fate than even government control. 90. However heartfelt, such a conceptual rival between capitalists and bankers did capitalists not also carry their philosophy with them, allowed Bowman to accommodate to his class success and aspirations without relinquishing his class roots at the same time. The bitter class lessons of his youth from Brown City to Harvard were crystallized against bankers. His anti-communism was as reactive as his antagonism to bankers, its rawness owed directly from his deep personal understanding of what made communism simultaneously attractive and dangerous. The Soviet criticism of dollar imperialism, dollars and democratic phraseology, in Bowman's words was surely correct. Truman, Acheson, Bowman, and Hoffman all saw Point 4 as a policy in political economy. An economic development program providing outlets for U.S. capital, it doubled as a campaign against communism. Where Stalin was wrong was in the apparent belief that Point 4 represented nothing new, a familiar colonial plot. Point 4 was not a Stars and Stripes version of European colonialism, far from it. Followed by Kennedy's Alliance for Progress, the Peace Corps, and innumerable other post-war foreign aid initiatives, Point 4 explicitly renounced colonialism while spinning a web of economic threads that inveigled underdeveloped nations into the world economy on U.S. terms. Point 4 in and of itself was not very successful. It certainly did not live up to the bold new departure Truman had envisaged, but tended instead to dissipate into myriad initiatives of the UN, the World Bank, and various U.S. government agencies. When it became a political football in Washington with the intensified Cold War, independence movements in the colonies after 1945 kept many capitalists from investing. Proxy wars between the United States and the USSR from Korea to Cuba, Angola to Vietnam, enhanced economic instability on 3 continents while U.S. geographical ignorance radiated investor hesitancy. The continued availability of investment opportunities in safe Europe and later Japan following Marshall Plan Re. 450/Y. Construction provided intervening opportunities. But Point 4 did establish the groundwork for increased U.S. foreign direct investment in some parts of the Third World by the late 1960s, especially in Latin America and East and Southeast Asia. Dramatic economic investment in Asia was eventually stimulated by the Vietnam War and took off after the war's end. If Point 4 was dollar imperialism, the O of capital was much lighter, more sporadic, and more uneven than expected in the RST quarter century after the war. Meanwhile, Cold War hysteria in the United States had become so frenzied by the beginning of 1950 that, incredible as it might seem, Point 4 found itself denounced, not as a capitalist, but as a Soviet plot. Going well beyond the nativist howl that U.S. tax dollars did not belong abroad, Henry Hazlitt, a contributing editor of Newsweek, was only one among many vocal and well-connected right-wing ideologues who saw new foreign aid policies not as a lever for American globalism but a Trojan horse for communism. Point 4 was inspired by Earl Browder, U.S. Communist Party leader, he charged, and was a vehicle for placing the U.S. government at the center of a larger collectivist and statist world government. This post-war spore of earlier isolationism would resurge at the end of the 20th century in the form of right-wing militias and nativist denunciations of the UN, also as a communist plot. 91. Quite how Bowman would have responded to this implication that, as ECA leader on point 4, he was a communist stooge or fellow traveler, we shall never know. Incredible as it sounds, Bowman might well have been vulnerable to the scrutiny of building McCarthyism. Far stranger things happened. His reactionary politics and rabid anti-Sovietism would not necessarily have prevented him from accusations that he was a communist sympathizer. There was evidence after all, and his FBI leaf from the period reveals that agents explicitly tried to elicit whether in private he was as patriotic as his speeches implied. The same Bowman who delivered the Red Tsar speech was also, it turned out, an acquaintance of Alger Hiss, had proposed Hiss for membership in the American Geographical Society, and had arranged to have him awarded an honorary degree at Johns Hopkins in 1947. The following year Hiss was publicly and sensationally accused of spying, in the highest pro-Cold War case to date, and Bowman deposed himself as a character witness on Hiss's behalf. Some sort of class allegiance kept him tied to Hiss, even though the Hopkins president had since the early 1940s quietly warned various people to steer clear of the Hiss brothers. If Bowman were ever under suspicion, these warnings might not have made a very /451. Convincing defense, however, especially since one of those he warned was Owen Lattimore. Bowman personally brought Lattimore to the Page School at Hopkins in 1938, promoted him through the Council on Foreign Relations, the AAG, and the AGS as well as the Century Club, and was his entree to the State Department. The Bowmans and Lattimores were social acquaintances. It was Lattimore who presented Bowman with his honorary Hopkins degree 2 years after Hiss's was presented by Bowman. In February 1950, with Lattimore doing research in Afghanistan and with Joseph McCarthy under pressure to name the names of all the Soviet spies who, he claimed, riddled Washington, McCarthy named Lattimore. 92. If McCarthy was to be believed, the two top Soviet spies in the country at the beginning of 1950 were Bowman's friends. Bowman bore a special culpability in the Lattimore case, and it reverberated ironically and tragically on his own dreams and ambitions. While publicly on the best of terms with Lattimore, he began distancing himself in 1944 after a federal agent appeared at his door inquiring about Eleanor Lattimore, Owen's wife. 4 years later Bowman apparently advised his successor at Hopkins, Ditlev Bronk, that one of his RST jobs would be to get rid of Lattimore. Once Lattimore was publicly accused of spying by McCarthy, the chair of the Bowman School of Geography, George Carter, began waging his own vicious campaign. He accused several geography graduate students of being communists and campaigned sufficiently against one of E.F. Penrose's graduates that he was hounded out of the profession. Carter also informed on Lattimore to the House Un-American Activities Committee, going so far as to Leonid David including spurious accusations that his colleague was a spy. Under attack from witch hunters nationwide, the president and trustees of Johns Hopkins offered little defense of Lattimore. Penrose and his wife, Edith, helped organize a faculty and student defense. Penrose and biogeographer Douglas Lee angrily but unsuccessfully demanded Carter's resignation as department chair. But as faculty began to leave and students refused to come, the Isaiah Bowman Department of Geography lay in ruins. 93. With his connections to Lattimore and Hiss apparently in mind, the FBI opened an investigation of Bowman in 1954, but as the bumbling agents soon discovered it was too late. The farce of McCarthyism was complete. In fact, Bowman did not live to see the unfolding of Point 4 or the vicious accusations against his erstwhile friend Owen Lattimore. Although he saw the beginning of trouble in the department indeed, sparked it by Ring Pelzer and Gottman, promoting Carter and turning his successor against Lattimore, he would never know the mess that came of his most cherished dream. 452/Y. When he retired from Johns Hopkins at the end of 1948, Bowman and his wife, Cora, moved into a large apartment close to the campus, where he retained an office, generously funded by John Lee Pratt, for all his writing projects. He warned his children and grandchildren that with less space now they would have to be more resourceful when visiting. The books he planned were historical, geographical, political, and autobiographical, and while he had scraps of already written material, his voluminous life beckoned him to fresh writing. But he had trouble settling down to retirement. A number of commitments kept him busy. Bowman was not the kind of man who would give presents to himself or even think of such a concept, but in addition to Point 4, continued Harvard consultations, and the fishing party, he agreed to sit on the executive council of the Baltimore chapter of the Boy Scouts of America. In the RST year of his retirement he did tap out nearly 200 pages of material beginning to trace the evolution of foreign policy planning from the inquiry to the World War II State Department. Politely put, it was a rough and often stiff RST draft. His British Foreign Office counterparts would have called it diaphanous. He celebrated his 70th RST birthday the day after Christmas 1949, presumably swore off champagne for the coming of 1950, and was getting some holiday writing done. On the cusp of the second half of what was supposed to be the American century, at around midnight on January 5, he had a massive heart attack. He died at Johns Hopkins University Hospital 8 hours later. 453. The American century is synonymous with globalization. The RST formative moment, from 1898 to 1919, adumbrated the vision of a global political economy that would simultaneously surpass the regional parameters of the European empires and entwine a global political structure with an already accomplished world market. The Russian Revolution, labor and socialist revolts at home, and nationalist U.S. Senate rejection of the League, followed by the rise of fascism in Europe, brought a concerted retreat from this early effort at globalism, a deglobalization of sorts. World War II posited a interior global design. But the Cold War frustrated this second moment of American imperial ambition. At the beginning of the 20th RST century, the third moment of U.S. imperial assertion, a new global amalgam of political and economic ambition, summarized in the rhetoric of globalization, is again promised. The post-war institutions of global management, the United Nations, International Monetary Fund, World Bank, and General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, have newfound power after decades of limited relevance, even dormancy. 20th century globalism was stimulated RST and foremost by the increasing geographical scale of economic production and circulation, in short, the increasing scale of capital accumulation. Among the many signs of this expansion, the unprecedented scale of the U.S. Steel Works at Gary, Indiana, built in 1905 with a town of 200,000 to service it. 16. Geographical solicitude, vital anomaly, was perhaps its most powerful landscape expression prior to World War I. But just as important were the proliferation of multinational corporations that began before the war and accelerated in the 1920s, the extraordinary innovations in transportation and communication, and the internationalization of cultural commodities from music to LM to advertising. New York was challenging London as a center of global finance. The international power and range of the House of Morgan presaged the global sway of U.S. capital in coming decades, and the Wall Street crash of 1929 provoked an international, not simply a national, economic depression. The new globalism was also political in inspiration. American nationalism was the primary political vehicle for this globalism as well as its major enemy. This was especially evident in the failed RST and second moments of American empire and is vividly expressed by the nationalist internationalism of Isaiah Bowman as much as by Woodrow Wilson and Franklin Roosevelt, the mid-century State Department, and the Council on Foreign Relations. For the liberal foreign policy establishment of these decades, internationalism was the fruition of American nationalism, a global manifest destiny underpinned by growing economic dominance. This ambition has resurfaced at the end of the American century with the question of whether globalization is synonymous with Americanization. Fears of Americanization appeared RST in turn of the century Europe and continued throughout the century, but with the consummation of post-war U.S. economic and cultural expansion by the 1970s, they impinged globally rather than regionally on people's identities. One Americanization and Wilson's globalism have evolved in consort, but there is also a vital discontinuity between the early and the late decades of the so-called American century. If we contrast the Americanized world that Bowman and his cohorts struggled to construct with the new American Lebensraum of the early 20th century, the relationship between nationalism and internationalism seems to have changed in subtle but fundamental ways. American globalism is no longer a liberal but a neoliberal project, the conservatism of which is manifest. It rejects the idiosyncratic social liberalism of mid-20th century U.S. politics in favor of a return to the assumptions of market and individual self-interest emanating from the 17th and 18th centuries. The mission of foreign policy liberalism from Wilson onward was the global establishment of capitalism, free trade, and bourgeois democracy within and among the mosaic of nation-states that constituted the world market. The intensity of the Cold War and the resort to a binary geopolitics arose precisely from the fact that the abstention of the Soviet and Chinese geographical solicitude, vital anomaly /455. Blocks from international capitalism again frustrated the promise of a liberal globalism. One can therefore see how, to its American authors, there was no contradiction in the nationalism and internationalism that simultaneously drove liberal foreign policy and how also, regardless of the rhetorical scripting that pitted liberal doves against conservative hawks, the Cold War was an outgrowth of liberal foreign policy and entirely consistent with it. The Cold War embodied a resort to geography on all sides. It was Wilson, after all, the founder of that foreign policy liberalism, who deployed troops against the Bolsheviks, on Soviet soil, in 1919. Nation-states were therefore far from coincidental to this global vision accompanying the aspirations of the American empire. On the contrary, they were axiomatic to it. It was an internationalism led by and premised on an American economic nationalism at the core. But the internationalization of U.S., European, and Japanese capitals by the 1960s, quickly followed by capitals from much of the rest of Asia, changed this dynamic, even before the Soviet bloc collapsed. Since the 1970s and most intensely since the 1990s, the global scale of economic expansion has significantly eroded the economic prerogative, not necessarily the political or cultural rationale of nation-states. In the language of Bowman or Wilson, economic internationalism has been so successful that it has begun to render its nationalist carrier increasingly obsolete. The global geography of the American empire, marked by the power of the IMF, World Bank, or World Trade Organization as well as the U.S. state, is therefore an inversion of the global geography envisaged through the League of Nations, even if the continuity is also greater than is generally assumed. Internationalism now predicates nationalism rather than the other way round. This is obviously a deeply uneven process, with some states retaining or even augmenting their power while others lose theirs. Across national boundaries, the increasingly neoliberal state apparatuses deem themselves more and more as partners with capital while dismantling the systems of social service provision for domestic working classes, on which national capitals were built in the first place. To put this differently, the very success of a liberal American internationalism in the 20th century produced a globalism that threatens narrowly nationalist interests even in the United States itself. However much the U.S. state wishes it, this is a globalism that cannot remain under the control of the United States and that presents highly crystallized targets for global opposition. The last is surely the message from the battle in Seattle in the null weeks of the 20th century, where as many as 40,000 demonstrators from many countries and various labor, environmental, and social movements closed down the 456/geographical solicitude, vital anomaly. World Trade Organization's Millennium Round of Trade Meetings. It is also the message of dozens of similar protests that have followed around the world, from Prague to Quebec to Genoa. American globalism is tripped up again by geography as it scours the earth for a safe place to meet. This argument is glimpsed in Edward Luttwak's 1990 announcement of geoeconomics, which, in the era of globalization, supersedes an increasingly obsolescent geopolitics. Although he is not optimistic that the transition will be completed anytime soon, Luttwak envisages that the logic of global economic evolution leads to a hegemony of geoeconomics in which the free interaction of commerce is governed only by its own non-territorial logic. States, he continues, are now forced to acquire a geoeconomic substitute for their decaying geopolitical role. Luttwak's argument has galvanized a conservative defense of the U.S. state in the era of globalization. His cherished if alarmist intent, as revealed in the subtitle of his book, is to stop the United States from becoming a third world country. But his insight discerning the shift from geopolitical to geoeconomic power is undermined by two central laws, one historical, the other geographical, both of which should be evident against the backdrop of my argument in this book. In the RST place, the transition to a geoeconomic globalism was not initiated at the end of the American century but marks the crucial break with territorial expansionism at its beginning. In the second place, the geography of the American empire is not simply an account of relict territorial divisions encased in nation-state structures, and future territorial differentiation is not simply a defensive resort to that evaporating geography, a resilience of the past defying the non-territorial logic of the world market. 3. Luttwak's argument is a logical expression of the lost geography of the American century with which I began this book. He repeats the same vainglorious pretensions about the end of geography that marked the RST and second moments of U.S. global ambition. The inability entirely to overcome a relict geography becomes a matter for lament. But this defensive nationalism is already overwhelmed by the geoeconomic relations it extols, and the political camouflage purchased with the loss of geographical parallax throughout most of the American century became dramatically visible with the political and economic reshuffle of global relations after the 1970s. By the same token, Michael Hart and Antonio Negri document the rise of a new empire, but insofar as this empire remains spatially unlocated and non-place in abstraction from its constitutive geographies, this recognition of empire remains clouded by the lost geography ideologies that should be its target. For the political economy of the American empire has had a vibrant geographical logic of its own and did all along, however. Geographical solicitude, Vital Anomaly /457. Energetically it was hidden. The powerful resurgence of a geographical grammar and attitude for understanding the world at the apex of the American empire should perhaps encourage us to think less of a lost geography than of a certain geographical hiatus mimicking ruling American ambitions for an empire deemed spaceless in its global universality. During each of its formative moments, the American empire was punctuated with an intensely geographical solicitude. The contemporary value of reconstructing the formative period of the American century through the eyes of Isaiah Bowman should now be apparent. Although he did not use the language of the American empire, Bowman understood very well that AU.S-centered globalization did not lie in the future but was announced early in the American century, and far from ushering in a world market ruled by a non-territorial logic, the American empire was its own geographical artifact. Empire builders must think in terms of space as well as time, he argued in his prospectus for establishing a school of geography at Johns Hopkins University. Geography is always changing, human societies change their geographies as they go, and it is especially vital to think in terms of space when a spreading network of technicalities, trade and population differentials, and international rivalries are transforming the world. History as a record of experience is not enough. Geography conditions that experience. 5. His language of conditioning may bear the determinist traces of an earlier moment, but the supple spatiality of Bowman's vision is unmistakably attuned with the end-of-century geographical sensibility. If Bowman's career provides a central vista into the geographical hiatus of the American century, why is his legacy so obscure at the end of a century he helped to build? A household name in the 1940s and described by Senator Arthur Vandenberg as one of this country's greatest scientists, administrators, and patriots, why did he virtually disappear from accounts of the period? For almost 30 years, the most elaborate treatment of Bowman remained the obituary appreciation in Geographical Review by his friend and ex-student Gladys Wrigley. 6. Bowman himself seemed to have little doubt about his deserved place in history, and not only manicured his voluminous letter for biographers who would be queuing at the door to get in, but also left strict instructions about access to this material. The problem, he felt, would be a surfeit of interest in his work and career, not a paucity. The answer is not straightforward and comes in parts. In the RST place, his defensiveness about his papers and le reveals a certain ambivalence about 458/geographical solicitude, vital anomaly, biographical interrogation, and the place he would be assigned in history. He saved everything for a later exposé, but never wrote the big book that cemented his connection to U.S. foreign affairs. Among his colleagues in the State Department and at the Council on Foreign Relations, he was virtually alone in not committing his experiences to book-length reaction. In the second place, his relationships with many of the figures who would go on to write or dominate the denotative accounts of foreign policy events were terse. In addition to connect with Colonel House in Paris, Bowman had a running feud with Harley Notter, who wrote the denotative text on post-war preparations in the State Department during the war. He despised Leo Pasvalsky, who started the denotative treatment of the United Nations Charter, and he was disaffected from Whitney Shepherdson, who wrote the RST history of the Council on Foreign Relations. 7. Any who wanted to keep his memory alive were greatly outnumbered by those who didn't. This certainly applied to geographers who knew his curt authoritarianism. RST hand, shall we say, summarized Wisconsin geographer Richard Hartshorne, that Isaiah Bowman harbored a fairly strong vanity generally kept well under control. Even Bowman's own mentor William Morris Davis thought him an exceptionally able man, though more elated by his success than is necessary. At the American Geographical Society, where the Bowman years represented the Society's heyday, a successor who wrote glowingly of Bowman's legacy privately despised him, and another acquaintance was even more scathing. Bowman not only lied, she complained, but also cheated at cards with her children just to win. 8. But it was more than a question of personality. Rather than using his entree into Washington power to introduce other geographers into the inner circle, he was much more likely to guard his prerogative jealously, and the denotative account of geographers' involvements in World War II Washington failed even to mention Bowman. 9. He was largely estranged from his discipline by the 1930s. Baltimore and Washington, not geography, were increasingly Bowman's life after 1935, but he fared little better there. He alienated almost everyone at Hopkins, and after his 1944 refusal of the Assistant Secretaryship of State became marginalized from a younger rump of right-wing dissenters who rose to power under Truman. The cruelest irony was that Bowman had much more in common with the Truman State Department of 1945, to whom he was dust, than with Roosevelt's department a year earlier, where he was a consummate insider. Washington was a difficult place to work, an ideological whirlpool in which the currents of early-century liberalism, still fueled by Wilson, sloshed violently into Cold War wrath, claiming much the geographical solicitude, vital anomaly /459. Same source. As one eyewitness put it in all bluntness, Washington in the 1940s was a place where the little people got their testicles torn off. 10. But none of these conditions makes Bowman unique. Fame, Jorge Luis Borges once wrote, is a form of incomprehension, perhaps the worst. The more I gnawed at the question of Bowman's legacy, therefore, the more I became convinced that much as he fought the self-flattery that the American century was beyond geography, Bowman himself became one of its victims. The discrepancy between his deeds and his fame between 1915 and 1950 and his obscurity today is difficult to explain otherwise. In an empire whose self-understanding perpetuates a lost geography, there is little incentive to keep alive a memory that cuts awkwardly across and in part exposes the grooves of history. Bowman's career, from Latin American explorer to Wilsonian idealist to anti-communist rebrand, expressed perhaps too acutely the contradictory liberalism of 20th-century America. Fame, indeed, passed over into a form of incomprehension. Isaiah Bowman was a vital anomaly. More than anything else, he just didn't tee in. He went to Harvard but was never of it, however much he tried to be, he joined the ruling class but wasn't of it, either. He was groomed by the National Academy of Sciences precisely because he was not one of its elite. He came to Washington and was eventually spurned, and although he reached the pinnacle of academic success, he was accepted neither by the Hopkins faculty nor, most ironically, by geographers themselves. In fact, his decision to become a geographer was itself a means of oblique engagement with a world he always wanted to change. In larger historical terms, he understood better than almost anyone the constitutive global geography of the American empire and was cognizant enough of how that geography mattered to devote a life to its construction. In all of this there is a lot to admire, as many truly did, but his life and behavior also suggest that the riddle of his unfold legacy lies in the tense demilitarized zone that he himself constructed between geography and politics. At times with airy arrogance, at times with sophistication, Bowman never stopped challenging the false geographical anemia of the American century. His vitriolic anti-communism notwithstanding, he instantly understood Cold War containment theory as a preposterous contradiction. He was too much of a Wilsonian to settle for only half the pie. Yet it was always his pragmatism that won out. In what was probably his last major advice to the Department of State, he prepared an extraordinary paper on American prospects in the Far East in the autumn of 1949. Knowing of the impending devolution of French power in Indochina and eschewing accusations of imperialism, he urged an immediate military decision on Saigon as a means of 460/geographical solicitude, vital anomaly. Asserting U.S. prerogatives in the region. He advocated the United States' quick regional claim to Southeast Asia, in advance of assumed Soviet claims, and warned ominously that we can lose our shirt in the swamps and canyons of the hinterlands of that region. 11. His prescience lay not simply in recognizing the quagmire that Vietnam would become for an American imperialism that he supported. Rather, he understood precisely the difference that geography would make and the toll it would take on a one-dimensional American globalism. The lost geography of the American century was always a tragedy for Bowman. He would never know that he had also predicted one of the tragedies of the empire he helped build. Bowman was an extreme case. It may stretch traditional credibilities to claim that this autocrat who waged a one-man anti-communist scourge and who, according to his secretary, was not above burning despicable books in the Johns Hopkins presidential replace, somehow represents American foreign policy liberalism. But my point is precisely that the 20th century distinction in the United States between liberal and conservative, and the redefinition of liberalism in particular, was itself a narrowly conceived antidote to the threat of socialism and communism. Elsewhere around the world, the conservatism of the liberal tradition is axiomatic, and the case of Isaiah Bowman beautifully illustrates that this instance of American exceptionalism is at root ideological and should be renounced. Challenges to the universalization of American liberalism, and with it capitalist markets, were often met with quite illiberal responses in the name of liberalism. Bowman was the consummate geographical practitioner of the American empire, but this put him in an impossible position. He was driven to succeed personally but fated to fail publicly. It is difficult to discount the importance of post-war geographical reconstruction in the world's most modern century. The perverse irony for Bowman, indeed for the discipline of geography, is that this work had to be accomplished successfully in the State Department and the White House, whereas in public the geography of the political settlements had to be energetically lost so that the politics of the geography could stay hidden. Like a medieval executioner, the 20th century practitioner of geography had to be deadly accurate but could never be unmasked. To practice geographical globalism and to mask it at the same time was Bowman's fate. He was the perfect candidate for the job, up to and including his refusal to take the political route out of this dilemma and embrace State Department leadership. It was a choice, ultimately, to remain true to the geography rather than the politics. A lawyer or an economist would never have been faced with such a dilemma. Geographical Solicitude, Vital Anomaly /461. This book was completed on the historical crest of a media-orchestrated hallelujah chorus for globalization and neoliberalism, the third moment of the American century, but not before the aspatial globalism of the American empire was radically challenged. The 1997-98 economic crisis was globalized with lightning speed, its most serious effects only barely contained in Asia, Russia, and Brazil. The 1999 uprising in Seattle and subsequent protests expressed a dramatic reassertion of geographical difference against the utopic unanimity of a Wilsonian globalism, which had triumphed again after 1989 but already looked to be fading. The long 20th century began in the 19th and has lasted into the 20th, but it now looks vulnerable to powerful assertions of geographical difference. From the perspective of its end, the American century's lost geography itself looks like history. With empire o'ering, it represented a brief hiatus rather than an ending. The end, as Hegel might have put it, is again geographical. Suddenly geography is the metaphor of choice in literary and academic discourse, with the U.S. Congress annually celebrating Geography Awareness Week since 1987. Even Harvard University has had to smuggle geography in through the back door of the J.F. Kennedy School of Government, where economists and international relations specialists have struggled to reconstruct a vision of global geography that remains for the moment uninformed by advances in geographical knowledge since the 1960s. Nonetheless, these are real responses to profoundly real reassert ions of material geographies as the American empire again struggles to arrange the backyard of its global Lebensraum. Bowman lived his life to put geography and political economy together, and the resulting geographical solicitude is again on the agenda. That many of us today share the same intellectual ambition combined with a quite different politics should not mean that we cannot learn from understanding why Bowman's mapping of the American empire made him such a vital anomaly, or why his successes and failures go to the heart of comprehending the fate of the third moment of U.S. imperial ambition. 462/Geographical solicitude, vital anomaly.